When a man was playing games with his roommates in the dormitory all night, he accidentally spilled water on the computer host, which directly electrocuted him and made him unconscious. When the man woke up, he found himself lying in an unfamiliar rental house, and his phone showed that 3 days had passed. At this time, a heart-wrenching scream came from outside the window. He curiously opened the curtains and saw a 2-meter-long rat gnawing on a young man. The blood dyed the entire community square red. Through the 99-plus group messages on his phone, he learned that all this was because of the red light last night. The mysterious red light swept across the world, and all creatures began to mutate and evolve crazily. Meter-long mosquitoes and truck-sized crabs can be seen everywhere. Even docile pets have turned into bloodthirsty monsters, and the whole city has fallen into a bloody purgatory. The strangest thing is that the space is expanding. The distance between buildings that was 30 meters yesterday has become 50 meters. The trees outside the window have grown hundreds of meters overnight, and the weeds have grown taller than people. Just when Wang Li felt extremely desperate, he unexpectedly discovered that he could become invisible, and there was a space of about 100 cubic meters. It turned out that he traveled through time with a full-level backpack from the game, but now it has dropped back to level 1. This backpack artifact has a built-in invisibility buff that can make all mutant beasts ignore him. But there is a fatal flaw, which is that it is completely ineffective against humans. In this doomsday where order is broken, this golden finger is both a life-saving artifact and a death warrant, because the most dangerous thing is never the mutant beast, but the human. What he was worried about was not the monsters, but the humans. Wang Li was powerless now and could not defeat anyone. If he met someone with bad intentions, it would be very dangerous. Fortunately, no one was seen. It was estimated that the situation had not reached the end of its rope. No one was willing to go out and take risks, or they simply stayed at home, waiting for official rescue. He didn't meet anyone along the way, which was a good thing for Wang Li. It allowed him to successfully leave the community and come outside. Outside the community is a 4-lane street, but it is now 100 meters wide, and the trees planted on both sides have grown into towering trees. Wild grass over 1 meter high began to grow on the road, but it was still relatively sparse. Relying on the original owner's memory, Wang Li knew that there was an outdoor goods store not far from the gate of the community, which sold machetes, compound bows, tents, jackets, and other supplies. Going further ahead is the police station. These two places are his main goals for this trip. Because everything became bigger, the space between each building seemed extremely wide, and the roads became unusually wide. The outdoor goods store was supposed to be within a few dozen meters of turning right, but Wang Li had already walked 300 or 400 meters and still hadn't seen it. Along the way, he also saw several monsters, such as grasshoppers, mantises, and several black ants that were more than 10 centimeters long, and also saw several corpses. When he saw the corpse again, Wang Li's reaction was much smaller. He felt basically no discomfort and seemed very calm. After walking another 100 meters, he had to stop. In front of him suddenly appeared an extremely huge tiger, even bigger than the one he saw in the zoo, almost twice the size. No, this is not a tiger. This is clearly an enlarged cat. It may have been a stray cat, but now it has grown much larger than an ordinary tiger. Although he knew he was invisible, due to psychological reasons, Wang Li still kept a distance of several dozen meters from it and went around it from a distance. After walking another 200 or 300 meters, he finally arrived at the door of the outdoor goods store. The rolling door was tightly closed. He tried to pull it, but it didn't move at all. It must be locked. The only option was to open it violently. He looked around and luckily found a fire axe from a fire hydrant. He took the axe and smashed it on the lock of the rolling shutter door. Soon the door lock was broken. The rolling shutter door was successfully opened, and Wang Li entered this not-so-small outdoor goods store. There were quite a lot of things. Wang Li put all the tents, clothes, shoes, and other supplies into his own space. Then there were compound bows. There were actually several of them, all of which he put into his pocket, along with all the bows and arrows and steel balls. Wow, there is such a good thing. A machete that is more than 1 meter long feels heavy in the hand, and the key is that it has been sharpened and looks extremely sharp. It is a powerful weapon. After collecting a lot of things, together with the items collected previously in the store, they occupied 1/5 of the space, which is about 20 cubic meters, and there was still plenty of space left. He checked again and found that most of the items in the store had been put into the space and were lying there quietly. Among so many things, Wang Li's favorites, besides the machete, are the compound bows. Those compound bows were of several different models, and there were also 2 crossbows, one for firing arrows and the other for firing steel balls. This is also a good thing. Especially one of them is equipped with an infrared scope, which can shoot whatever you aim at, which is very friendly to beginners. After receiving the goods, Wang Li wanted to try to operate it. It was not convenient in the store, so he simply went outside. There was a lot of space there. He first tried the compound bow and aimed at a big tree about 20 meters ahead. He was familiar with the operation and shot several arrows in succession with great power. After the steel arrow shot into the tree, it penetrated more than 10 centimeters, and the tail of the arrow was still trembling slightly. If it was shot at a person, it would probably penetrate directly. I don't know if it will work against monsters. If it does, that would be awesome. Then, he tried the 2 crossbows. They were equally powerful and easy to aim. They really hit whatever you pointed at. With these equipments, we finally have a certain ability to protect ourselves, but this is far from enough. Whether it's a machete, a compound bow, or a crossbow, they are all cold weapons after all, and there is still a gap between them and hot weapons. The police station is in front. Why don't you go and take a look? For safety reasons, Wang Li walked towards the police station with a loaded crossbow in his hand. He walked for more than 10 minutes and still did not encounter any human beings along the way. There were quite a few monsters of all kinds, and I even saw a big bird standing on a big tree. It was more than 1 meter tall, and if its wings were spread, it would be 5 or 6 meters wide. In addition to various monsters, he also saw several corpses one after another. They looked horrible. Some of them only had broken limbs and arms left and were bitten beyond recognition. Finally, he arrived at the door of the police station and was greeted by a bloody scene. It can be seen that a fierce battle had taken place here. Judging from the broken bodies, most of them were police officers on duty at the police station. However, he did not see the pistol and wondered if it had been taken away by someone. The entire police station was silent. Wang Li held the crossbow tightly and walked in carefully. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a big rat. Its body was 2 meters long. If the tail was included, the total length could be 4 or 5 meters. The 4 claws were incredibly large and had a metallic sheen. The tail was even more thick and strong, and if it swung, it could probably cut a person in two. Unable to afford to offend, Wang Li chose to move aside, walked around little by little, and entered the office building. The office building was also in a mess, and it was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place. There were scattered corpses on the ground, and the dark red blood had long since dried. He searched carefully layer by layer. Finally, behind a closed metal door, he found a place where weapons were suspected to be stored. But the door was tightly closed, and he couldn't open it after trying for a long time. What should he do? Would he return empty-handed? Unwilling to give up, Wang Li continued to search layer by layer. Fortunately, he found 2 pistols, several magazines, and dozens of bullets on the bodies of police officers in several rooms and corridors. Although I have never actually used a pistol, even if I haven't eaten pork, haven't I seen a pig run? After a little practice, Wang Li mastered the basic operations, how to turn on the safety, how to load and unload magazines, and how to aim and shoot. This time I got 2 police pistols, which was really good. At least when I encounter someone with bad intentions, I have some ability to fight back. As for various monsters, there will be basically no danger as long as you don't provoke them. There was still a lot of space left, about 70 to 80 cubic meters. He took away everything in the police station that might be useful to him. In the director's office, Wang Li made an unexpected discovery, a shotgun, commonly known as a spray gun, which is a close combat weapon. Unfortunately, there were too few bullets, only a dozen or so. After becoming familiar with the basic operation of this shotgun, Wang Li also put it into the space. This is another very powerful self-defense weapon. He searched carefully again and stayed in the police station for an hour or 2. He finally made sure that the metal door could not be opened before he started to return. The journey back was relatively smooth. After walking for about half an hour, Wang Li arrived at the building where he lived. He encountered some monsters on the way, but they completely ignored him without making any splashes. After returning home, Wang Li counted his gains and was very satisfied. On his way back, he passed by a fruit store and a fresh food supermarket and stored all the food in them into the space, replenishing a large amount of food and drink resources. If he was alone, it would not be a problem to eat for several years. This space has a great advantage. Time stands still. Things put in it will not deteriorate, and you can take it out in the same condition you put it in. After counting the harvest, he checked his phone and started cooking. This trip, including the time on the road, took him 3 or 4 hours. It's just that. He had just picked up his phone and hadn't looked at it for a few minutes when there was a slight knock on the door. The voice was cautious, probably because they didn't want to alarm the monster outside. Lao Wang, are you there? Lao Wang, I'm hungry. Can you let me in and eat something? I know you're back. I saw you through the window. You were carrying a big bag. You must have brought a lot of food. Wang Li ignored him. So what if she was a beautiful woman? It was the end of the world, and beautiful women were the most abundant resource. The most scarce thing was food and drink. After knocking on the door for a few minutes and seeing no response, Shun Tongtong pouted and left with an unhappy look on her face. Today, she was destined to go hungry. In the community group, many people have started to starve and are complaining and begging for charity. Aunt Lou from the neighborhood committee posted another announcement in the group, which roughly meant that everyone should help each other and overcome the difficulties together. She also said that the authorities would not forget everyone and would definitely send rescue forces, etc. Wang Li sneered. It was the end of the world, and the government probably had no time to care about the people. Now we could only rely on ourselves. Before crossing over, I had read a lot of apocalyptic novels. The most important thing to do now is to stock up on food and try to survive. He checked his phone again and found that many websites could no longer be opened and the internet speed had become very slow. It was estimated that some signal towers had been paralyzed, and it was unknown how long the internet could be maintained. The water supply has been cut off, and I don't know how long the electricity can last. After browsing his phone for a while, Wang Li saw a post and was immediately surprised and even a little excited. The post said that as long as you kill a monster, you can awaken the character attribute panel and level up by continuously hunting monsters, thereby improving your own strength. Wang Li was skeptical after reading it. Is that really possible? If it is really possible to upgrade, that would be great. In this apocalypse, you can rely on yourself to become stronger and improve your ability to survive. After all, even with the ability to turn invisible and several weapons in his hands, Wang Li himself is still a weakling and his survivability is not strong. How about go out and give it a try? Chapter 5 Semi-Gamification. The idea of going out and giving it a try popped up in my mind, growing wildly like weeds, becoming increasingly uncontrollable. So he decided to try to go out. Although he knew that there were many unknown dangers outside, he could not suppress his impulse. He checked his equipment. His melee weapons included a sharp machete and a fire axe, while his ranged weapons were much richer, including a compound bow, a crossbow, a pistol, and a shotgun. Seeing these weapons, he couldn't help but feel confident that he still had a certain ability to protect himself, especially the shotgun, which had great power in close combat and might be able to save his life at a critical moment. Wang Li quietly walked out the door to avoid attracting too much attention. He walked through the neighborhood and went outside. At this moment, the scene before him made him a little stunned. What he saw was not a typical modern city, but a forest-like environment. The distance between high-rise buildings is very wide, without the dense feeling of the city. The streets are also unusually wide and overgrown with weeds, which are even more than 1 meter high in some places. The air here seemed to be filled with a wild and undeveloped atmosphere, which gave Wang Li a feeling of both unfamiliarity and oppression. Realizing that he was just an ordinary person, Wang Li knew very well that he had to act cautiously if he wanted to survive. After all, in this world where mutant beasts are rampant, the strong are respected, and he can only rely on himself to find those relatively weak mutant beasts to practice with. Thinking of this, he began to wonder what kind of mutant beast he could deal with now. After a while, Wang Li finally set his sights on a large ant on the ground. This ant is completely different from ordinary ants. It is 30 centimeters long, and its legs are thicker than Wang Li's thumb. It looks very strong, and the bristles on its body are extremely sharp. Wang Li's mind moved, and he decided to start with this ant. If he couldn't even deal with such an ant, he really had to consider other countermeasures. Wang Li took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Then, he gripped his machete tightly, quietly walked to the side of the ant, and began to adjust the angle of attack. After several attempts, he determined his target, the junction between its head and chest and abdomen. This was the most vulnerable part, so he decided to strike with all his strength, trying to finish it off with one blow. He held his breath and swung the knife violently. The blade chopped down violently, but something unexpected happened. The blade seemed to be chopped on the stone, which made his palm numb, and he could hardly hold the knife. Wang Li was shocked and cursed in his heart. Fuck, it's so hard. He immediately realized that the machete alone would not work. After changing his mind, Wang Li decisively put the machete into the space, and a shotgun instantly appeared in his hand. This gun is a close combat weapon, suitable for use at close range, and its power far exceeds that of pistols and crossbows. The power of the shotgun should not be underestimated. Although the ant was only injured by one cut, its reaction was a bit slow. Wang Li wasted no time. He pointed the gun directly at the ant's abdomen at close range and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The steel balls from the shotgun hit the ant's abdomen like raindrops. The ant's shell was shattered, and finally it died. When the ant's body began to become transparent and disappear, a faint light rose from it and quickly disappeared into Wang Li's body. Then, A familiar character attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Wang Li, age, 20. Strength, 4, young male average, 5. Constitution, 5, young male average, 5. Agility, 4, young male average, 5. Spirit, 5, average for young men is 5. Skills, none. Level, 0 th level. Cultivation, 0 out of 10. Remaining attribute points, 0. Wang Li was immediately surprised. This was exactly the system interface he had seen in mobile games. He realized that this world seemed to have some game-like settings. Every time you kill a mutant beast, you will gain cultivation and attribute points, and upgrading seems to be achieved by killing monsters. However, the system seemed to be somewhat semi-gamified. Although he could see the character attribute panel, there was no equipment bar or backpack. This made Wang Li a little confused, so he decided to keep trying to see if this system could really make him stronger. Then, Wang Li looked for his target again. This wide street was almost 100 meters wide, providing him with enough space without making him feel too oppressive. He found a new ant, approached it quickly, and quietly pulled out the shotgun in his hand. This time he did not hesitate, and directly aimed at the ant's abdomen and pulled the trigger. The shotgun fired again, and with a loud bang, the ant's body quickly disintegrated and disappeared. On the cultivation panel, Wang Li's cultivation level also increased successfully. His cultivation level became 1 out of 10, and he immediately understood that killing mutant beasts could gain cultivation and improve his level. He had a goal in mind, to continue to upgrade and become stronger. Gunshots continued to ring out nearby, and people around gradually noticed this phenomenon. The owner's group became lively again. Did you hear that? There are gunshots outside. Could it be that the army is coming? Great, we are finally safe. But the gunshots are too sparse and not so regular. They shouldn't be real troops. Maybe there are others trying the same thing as us. People started to speculate in the group chat, and everyone's hope was obviously ignited. But Wang Li didn't have time to pay attention to these. His goal was clear, to improve his strength by constantly killing mutant beasts. Not long after, he killed the 10th ant, and his cultivation finally reached 10 points, and Wang Li's level was successfully upgraded. He looked at his attribute panel and felt excited. Name, Wang Li, age, 20. Strength, 4, young male average, 5. Constitution, 5, young male average, 5. Agility, 4, young male average, 5. Spirit, 5, average for young males is 5. Skills, none. Level, level 0, level 1. Cultivation, 0/20. Remaining attribute points, 10. Wang Li's level rose from level 0 to level 1, and his cultivation level also increased to 0/20. He was secretly happy in his heart. He finally got promoted, and it seemed that he was not far from further improvement. Next, Wang Li added all 10 attribute points to strength without hesitation. His strength suddenly surged, and his whole body was filled with a strong sense of power, as if he could break a rock with one punch. He put away his shotgun and decided to see if his current strength could deal with the ant directly. A few minutes later, he successfully found another ant. Wang Li took the machete, and after several attempts, he confidently swung it down. This blow was worthy of the effect of the power added. The blade almost split the ant's head in half, and the ant died instantly. Wang Li looked at the dead ant and suddenly felt a little puzzled. Why did this situation feel a little wrong? Did he miss something? Chapter 6, Lucky Guy. On Wang Li's cultivation panel, the cultivation value remained at 0/20. Although he killed many mutant ants, his cultivation did not increase at all. This puzzled him. Logically, killing mutant ants should increase my cultivation points, so why not? He began to think seriously and gradually realized the problem. Soon, Wang Li had a guess. Wang Li's many years of gaming experience made him think that perhaps only by killing mutant beasts of the same level or stronger than himself can his cultivation level increase. It turned out that although the ants just now were huge in size, their level was far inferior to his own, and they could not bring him more cultivation. It seems that we must kill the first-level mutant beast. Wang Li had a new guess in his mind, and he decided to give it another try. Holding the machete in hand, Wang Li continued to look for the target around. He soon spotted a giant locust in the distance. The locust was 2 meters long, with a hard shell on its back and sharp barbs on its strong hind legs. It looked very ferocious. Wang Li judged that this should be a level 1 mutant beast. With his current strength, he seemed to be able to defeat it with some confidence. This locust was eating weeds with its head down. It had a huge body and its eyes were shining like lanterns. It has a pair of huge wings behind it. If you were kicked by its hind legs, you will probably be seriously injured. Wang Li prepared himself secretly, thinking that if he couldn't kill it with one strike, He would at least injure it severely to ensure that it lost the ability to fight back. Wang Li swung down his machete without hesitation, and the blade slashed fiercely on the locust's head. With a dull collision, the blade seemed to cut into the hardwood, with a depth of only 1 or 2 inches, which was obviously not as easy as when dealing with ants. Despite this, the locust still let out a painful hiss and kicked its hind legs violently several times, trying to break free. Wang Li quickly adjusted his position to avoid the attack from the locust's hind legs. He did not dare to be careless and continued to attack, preparing for the second blow. This time, Wang Li aimed at the locust's head and swung his knife again. This blow still did not completely kill it, as the locust's vitality was extremely tenacious. However, Wang Li did not give up. He silently said to himself, "This time it will definitely work." He swung his sword again, and this time he finally killed the locust completely. The locust fell to the ground, and its body quickly became transparent and then completely disappeared. Wang Li felt relieved and finally defeated this level 1 mutant beast. After the locust's corpse completely disappeared, Wang Li's cultivation panel finally showed a change. The cultivation value changed from 0/20 to 2/20, proving that his guess was correct. As long as he killed a mutant beast of the same level or stronger than himself, he could improve his cultivation. Wang Li immediately strengthened his determination. He began to look for those level 1 mutant beasts, and mutant insects such as locusts and mantises became his main targets. Soon, he killed a few more locusts, and his cultivation value increased to 5/20. However, Wang Li knew that the blade of the machete had begun to curl, and if he continued to use it, it would soon be completely scrapped. So he decided not to waste time fighting with the ants and to look for a new weapon. While Wang Li was considering changing his weapons, a fierce battle was unfolding more than 100 kilometers away. A regular army of several hundred people was fighting a fierce battle with mutant beasts. The troops were fully armed with armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopters, but facing those ferocious mutant beasts, the firepower of the troops seemed to be ineffective, and they gradually fell into defeat. "Battalion commander, we can't hold on any longer. Ordinary rifle bullets can't kill these monsters," a soldier said anxiously. The major commander responded loudly, "We can't retreat. Our mission is to eliminate the mutant beasts in this area. If we retreat, the mutant beasts will chase us and threaten more lives." The battlefield before them became more and more chaotic. Dozens of big ants, giant flies, mutant locusts, mantises, and even several meter-long mutant rats, mutant cats, mutant dogs, and a 6-meter-long tiger were constantly attacking the troops' defense line. Suddenly, a huge eagle with a wingspan of more than 10 meters flew over, and the balance of the battlefield was completely broken, and the situation instantly became one-sided. The morale of the troops completely collapsed, and the situation became extremely critical. At this time, Wang Li was still continuing his fight. He was searching for stronger mutant beasts, especially those mutant insects that were more than 1 meter long, such as mantises and locusts. As for those 2 or 3 meter long mutant rats, he didn't dare to provoke them for the time being. Wang Li entered a store, searched around, and put the items he liked into the space. At this moment, he found another mantis. Just like before, Wang Li attacked without hesitation. The first blow severely injured the mantis, and the second blow directly ended its life. However, this time, Wang Li unexpectedly saw a small card floating out of the mantis's body. On the card was written, "Level 2 equipment card. After use, you will randomly obtain a level 2 equipment." It's actually an equipment card? Could it be that the equipment really has exploded? Wang Li was delighted and used the card without hesitation. Sure enough, a weapon appeared in front of him out of thin air. Wang Li was stunned and looked up. The weapon in front of him made him extremely surprised. "Lucky guy? It's actually a weapon." Wang Li couldn't help laughing. He excitedly held the newly acquired weapon, his heart full of anticipation. Chapter 7. Mo Dao. This is a Mo Dao. Mo Dao is usually a long-handled broadsword with 2 blades, which originated from the horse-slashing sword of the Han Dynasty. It is mostly used by infantry and is particularly suitable for killing cavalry. The sword in front of me is about 1.8 meters long, with a handle of about 100 centimeters and a blade of about 80 centimeters. It looks very sharp, enough to easily cut the body of a mutant mantis or locust. After careful observation, several lines of text appeared in front of Wang Li. Name, Mo Dao. Level, 0 Level 2. This knife has no detailed description of its attack power or endurance, only level information of Level 0, Grade 2. Wang Li threw the bent machete on the ground and gave up on it completely. That knife was probably not even Level 0. Picking up the Mo Dao, Wang Li felt that his fighting power suddenly increased. He continued to move forward, and a few minutes later, he found a mutant giant caterpillar that was more than 2 meters long. Ordinary caterpillars are only a few centimeters long and about as thick as a pencil, but the giant caterpillar in front of me is more than 2 meters long, with hard skin, as if it were wearing a layer of armor. If he still used the machete, Wang Li would not dare to challenge the big caterpillar easily. Now, he decided to try the power of the Mo Dao. He walked forward, holding the sword, gestured on the caterpillar's head, and then chopped it down with force. Puff! It was not as hard as imagined, but as smooth as chopping a watermelon. The blade directly split the caterpillar's head, and the green viscous liquid splashed everywhere, almost splashing on Wang Li. Cultivation value, +1. The cultivation value reached September 20th, one step closer to reaching level 2. Wang Li looked down at his watch. There were still 2 or 3 hours before dark. He planned to reach level 2 before dark. Mantises, locusts, and caterpillars, as long as he encountered them, he would definitely kill them with one blow. An hour later, his cultivation value reached 16/20. A huge rat appeared in front of us. It was 2 or 3 meters long, almost as tall as a human, and its tail was 3 or 4 meters long, making it look very huge. Although its level was unclear, it was obviously stronger than mantises and locusts. Wang Li was moved and decided to try out his new knife. With his invisibility, he planned to strike first. Approaching the rat, Wang Li pointed his sword at its neck, thinking about where to strike. Finally, he decided to chop its neck. He chopped down with force, and the blade felt a certain hardness and resistance, but not too strong. This knife directly cut off part of the mouse's neck. Although the mouse was not dead, it was seriously injured and looked ferocious. Its tail swept over like a whip, and Wang Li was startled and jumped away quickly. Bang! The mouse's tail swept across a small car next to it, causing a dent in the car body. It was obvious that the force was enormous. The rat's tail sweep missed, and it quickly pounced on Wang Li, one of its claws flashing with cold light as it quickly grabbed his face. Wang Li's reaction speed was a little slow, so he quickly raised his knife to block. The Mo Dao collided with the rat's claw, and the blade almost cut off the claw, and blood splattered. If it was the old machete, Wang Li would probably be hit by the rat's claw, and the situation was not optimistic. After several heavy blows, the mouse was obviously threatened and turned to escape. Wang Li would not let it escape easily. He chopped the mouse's back with a knife, and the wound was deeply engraved in the flesh. The mouse squeaked in pain, and Wang Li continued to kill it, eventually killing it. It quickly became transparent and disappeared into the air. Cultivation value, +2. Obviously, this was a level 2 mutant beast. Just killing one brought Wang Li 2 points of cultivation. His cultivation value reached 18/20, just one step away from upgrading. Wang Li continued to find some time and killed 2 level 1 mutant beasts. His cultivation finally reached level 0 to 2, and he obtained 10 free attribute points. He decided to add these 10 attributes to his strength, and instantly, he felt his whole body filled with infinite power. He was confident that he could cut off the mutant mouse's neck with one knife. Strength attribute, 24. The strength attribute of an average adult male is about 5 points, but Wang Li's current strength is 4 or 5 times that of an average male. However, mutant mice were not easy to find, and Wang Li spent more than half an hour before finding one. Killing this mutant rat was much easier than before. With one strike of the Mo Dao, the rat's head was almost chopped off. With another strike, the rat was dead. Cultivation value, +1. It seems that killing a mutant beast of the same level will only increase 1 point of cultivation, while killing one of a higher level will increase 2 points of cultivation. It was getting late, so Wang Li planned to go back to rest. On the way back to his rental house, he thought about how nice it would be if he could find a motorcycle or a car. There were some cars on the roadside, but I couldn't ride them without the keys. As for bicycles, although the road was wide, it was overgrown with thick weeds and I couldn't ride them at all. After more than an hour's journey, Wang Li finally returned to his rental house. He closed the door, and the first thing he did was to cook. The power had not yet gone out, so Wang Li first cooked rice in the rice cooker, then braised lamb and stir-fried vegetables, and then he felt that it was almost done. Wang Li's space also contains a lot of gas tanks and gas stoves, so he doesn't have to worry about cooking even if there is a power outage. It smells really good. Wang Li looked at the braised lamb he made and smiled with satisfaction. The color, aroma, and taste were all good, and he felt that the taste was not inferior to that of restaurants outside. At this moment, Shin Tong Tong next door smelled the aroma of mutton. She had been hungry all day, and the only food she had this morning, a large cucumber, had already been eaten. She couldn't help but walk to Wang Li's door out of curiosity and knock gently. Old Wang, open the door. Wang Li was preparing to eat. On the table was a large pot of braised mutton, which weighed 2 or 3 pounds. He was ready to treat himself. Next to it were fried vegetables and a large pot of steaming rice. Hearing the knock on the door, Wang Li shook his head and thought to himself, "It's this woman again." He didn't want to pay attention to her and thought about eating first, so he let her knock. Chapter 8. Water, Power, and Food Outages. Old Wang, open the door. "I haven't eaten for a day. Can you give me something to eat?" Wang Li was about to enjoy his dinner when he was interrupted by Shun Tongtong's knock on the door. She did not show any weakness and kept shouting. Wang Li had no choice but to open the door a little. "Why are you making so much noise? Do you know what's going on?" Wang Li said. "Old Wang, I'm starving. Can you give me something to eat?" Shin Tongtong looked so pitiful that anyone who saw her would think she was in great need of help. Shin Tongtong is very beautiful, with fair skin, slender legs, and a beauty score of at least 92 points. Who can resist such a beautiful woman? Wang Li was also a little shaken. After all, the original owner was just a security guard and had never come into contact with beauties of this level. "Brother Wang, please have pity on me. I'm really starving." Shin Tongtong continued to act like a spoiled child. Wang Li helplessly replied, "I don't have much. Don't come to me." "You are lying. I smell the aroma of braised lamb." "Is it braised lamb?" Shin Tongtong was unambiguous and continued to use her nose to identify. She looked inside the door and saw the delicious food on the table. She couldn't help swallowing. "Brother Wang, just give me some. I can cook and help you with the housework in the future, including washing clothes and cooking." She launched her charm offensive. Wang Li did not agree immediately. He wanted to test Shin Tongtong's sincerity, so he said seriously, "I don't have much money myself, so you should figure it out yourself. Don't knock on the door anymore, or you may attract mutant beasts." After saying that, he closed the door. Shin Tongtong stared at the door and stamped her feet. Although she was a little unwilling, she thought of Wang Li's words and finally decided to go back to her room. She knew very well how terrible the mutant beasts were. Several people had died because of them. Finally, peace was restored, and Wang Li sat down to enjoy his dinner. He had hardly eaten anything today, and his stomach was already growling with hunger. He ate his meal in big mouthfuls. He had already eaten most of the braised lamb and almost cleared the plate of vegetables. Only then did Wang Li put down his chopsticks and picked up his phone to check the messages in the group. "It smells so good. Who is making braised lamb? It's so immoral. It seems to be coming from the 5th floor. I want to eat braised lamb too. I only ate a pack of instant noodles today, and they're actually making braised lamb. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others." Everyone in the group started discussing braised lamb, and Wang Li watched with boredom. Gradually, the topic returned to the issue of food scarcity. Many people said that they had hardly eaten anything today, while others said that they had not eaten for a whole day and had only drunk a little water. Suddenly, a person named Sun Yuanchao sent a few photos of pepper-fried meat, spicy cabbage, and white rice, and a message, "Brother has plenty of food. If you want to eat spicy food, you can come to 401, but beauties are preferred. If you are not pretty, don't come to me." Soon, the group was bustling with young women expressing their desire to go. "Brother Sun, really? I'll do it then. Brother Sun, can you pack it? My child has been hungry all day. Give me something to eat." Wang Li felt helpless when he saw this. With the end of the world approaching, food is becoming more and more precious. In a few days, maybe a loaf of bread can be exchanged for a woman to accompany you for a night. Shin Tongtong was also reading the messages in the group. Seeing the pictures sent by Sun Yuanchao, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva, but she knew that Sun Yuanchao was not easy to mess with, and she heard that he was a gangster. She sighed and decided to hold back and try Wang Li tomorrow. After all, Wang Li looked much better and more handsome than Sun Yuanchao. If she really needed to exchange her body for food, she would rather exchange it with Wang Li. The content of the group chats became increasingly monotonous, and Wang Li lost interest and stopped watching. Instead, he decided to watch short videos or read the news. "I wanted to watch some videos or read some news, but I found that all the websites were blocked. However, there was a forum that I could still open, and there were quite a few posts in it. Most of the posts discussed how the world had changed. The area had increased by at least 100 times, and a distance of 1 kilometer had now become 10 kilometers. Various plants had grown wildly, and towering trees had spread across the land, even blocking out the sky in some places. There are also some discussions about mutant beasts, and the posts classify the mutant beasts. The first category is the weakest mutant ants, flies, mosquitoes, etc. The second category is stronger, such as mutant mantises, cockroaches, locusts, etc. The third category is extremely strong, such as mutant cats, dogs, pigs, chickens, etc. Some people speculate that the fourth category of mutant beasts may be stronger, but it cannot be confirmed yet. Wang Li was secretly surprised. It turned out that not everyone could awaken. Only a few lucky ones could obtain the attribute panel. He felt that he was lucky. He successfully awakened when he killed the mutant ant. Time passed unknowingly, and it was 9 o'clock in the evening. Wang Li finished washing up and prepared to rest early to get enough rest for the next day's hunting. Not long after he lay down, the whole community suddenly lost power. The power was out. After holding on for so long, the power is finally cut off, and it may never be restored. Water, electricity, and food are out, and there are many powerful mutant beasts outside. The end of the world has completely arrived. Throughout the night, there were occasional screams of terror coming from outside. It must be that mutant beasts had broken into the building and eaten a lot of people. The next morning, Wang Li woke up, opened the braised mutton soup left over from last night, added some noodles, ate it with relish, and then prepared to go out. He walked to the window and looked outside, and found that the flowers, plants, and trees were more lush and taller than last night. However, the distance between the buildings did not increase and seemed to have stabilized. Chapter 9. Conflict. Before leaving, Wang Li picked up his phone and checked. Although a few websites were closed and could not be logged in, there were still people sending messages in the community owner group, but the number was significantly reduced. It was probably because the power outage affected the battery life of many people's phones. What should I do? My phone only has 1 bar of battery left. Who can give me something to eat? I'm willing to pay a high price. Then, someone in the group sent a message. Anyone want to go out together? We already have 6 people. If you want to join, please gather at the door on the first floor and bring your own weapons. Wang Li looked at the message and thought to himself, is someone finally brave enough to go out? On the one hand, it is to find food, and on the other hand, they also want to improve their strength and awaken their character attributes by hunting mutants. It's time for me to go out too. Wang Li thought to himself. He decided to work alone. Teamwork was not suitable for him, so he locked the door and went downstairs quickly. When he got downstairs, he saw 20 or 30 adult men. Sun Yuanshao was also in the crowd, holding a machete in his hand. There were 7 or 8 people beside him. It was obviously a small team. At this time, a young man came over. His hair was dyed yellow, and his earrings and tattoos looked quite conspicuous. Brother, do you want to join us? Brother Sun is leading the team. There are 9 of us in total, and you will make it 10. Wang Li shook his head. No, I don't want to form a team. The young man was rejected. His face darkened, and his attitude immediately became unfriendly. Boy, give Brother Sun some face. Wang Li frowned slightly. Why should I give you face? Get out of the way, don't block the way. The yellow-haired man was so angry that he grinned. You are so arrogant. Brothers, do you want to chop off one of his arms, or just kill him? Sun Yuanshao glanced at Wang Li and said calmly, kill him. Keeping him is a waste of food. The others retreated one after another, obviously afraid of getting into trouble, especially since Sun Yuanshao had a great reputation. Everyone knew that without any legal constraints, anyone could act recklessly. Several people familiar with the matter learned that 3 young women entered Sun Yuanshao's house yesterday and never came out again. Screams were heard from outside. Seeing that the group of people were about to attack, Huang Mao swung his machete towards Wang Li. Wang Li thought, and a shotgun appeared in his hand. What is this? Huang Mao was stunned for a moment, and the others were also stunned. Wang Li didn't care how they reacted and pulled the trigger. Bang! There was a loud bang. The distance was so close that there was almost no time to react. All the steel balls hit the yellow-haired man. In an instant, the yellow-haired man's chest was smashed to pieces. His body was flung away by the huge impact force and hit the wall heavily, without any movement. There was silence all around, and everyone was stunned. They had never expected that the gun in Wang Li's hand was real, and he shot the yellow-haired man to death without hesitation. Almost everyone was frightened and stepped back. Wang Li slowly turned to Sun Yuanshao and asked coldly, tell me, should I give you face? Looking at the muzzle of the gun in front of him, Sun Yuanshao's heart tightened, and he forced a smile. No, no need. You are the boss. You are the master. You don't need to give us face. Wang Li warned, don't provoke me again in the future. If you see me, avoid me. Remember? Remember. Remember. We will definitely avoid me. Sun Yuanshao agreed hurriedly. Get out of the way. Everyone made way for Wang Li and watched him leave. Only when he disappeared at the entrance of the corridor did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Some even quietly wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. No one noticed that after Wang Li left, a hint of coldness appeared in Sun Yuanshao's eyes. He thought to himself, when I wake up, I will come and deal with you and make you live a life worse than death. After a while, Sun Yuanshao waved his hand and said, let's go out and kill the mutant beasts. Someone reminded him, Brother Sun, what should we do with Huang Mao's body? Sun Yuanshao said impatiently, Drag it out and throw it away. It will be troublesome if we keep it." So, the 8 of them walked out of the building and went outside the community. The community today is no longer what it used to be. It has become extremely open, with lush weeds everywhere and huge towering trees blocking out the sun, making it feel like entering a large forest. Sun Yuanshao ordered, "Let's kill the mutant ants first. Everyone should act together. Stop when they are almost killed. After I wake up, it will be Lao Lu and Lao Zhang's turn." He arranged the tactics, and everyone searched carefully with various weapons, and were too cautious to leave the community for fear that it would be even more dangerous outside. Although they did not find any mutant ants, they unexpectedly found a mutant mosquito. The mosquito was about 30 to 40 centimeters long, with wings as big as an adult's palm, and a needle-like mouthpart that was thicker than a pencil and shone with a metallic luster. Sun Yuanshao waved his hand and said, "Everyone, come together and attack with all your strength." They were still more than 10 meters away from the mutant mosquito, but the mosquito took the initiative and flew over at an extremely fast speed. Its thick needle-like mouthparts pierced one of their heads fiercely. The man screamed and fell to the ground immediately. The others reacted one after another and attacked with various weapons. After a fierce fight, they finally severely damaged the mutant mosquito at the cost of 2 injuries. Seeing that the mosquito was dying, Sun Yuanshao shouted triumphantly, "Stop! Come here! Don't move!" He chopped several times with a machete and finally killed the mutated mosquito. After the mosquito turned transparent, it quickly disappeared into the air. "Brother Sun, how is it? Brother Sun, have you awakened?" Sun Yuanshao's face was gloomy. He found that he had not awakened and said angrily, "What they say on the internet is completely deceptive. Hunting mutant beasts can't awaken any attribute templates at all." The eyes of the people around him began to become subtle when they looked at Sun Yuanshao. Everyone knew that the strong in the end times were the awakened ones, and those who could not awaken were destined to become waste. Chapter 10. Encounter. Wang Li walked outside the community, and the scene in front of him was more lush than yesterday. The weeds grew taller and denser, and the trees were taller. Fortunately, the gaps between the trees were not too small. If they were denser, the sunlight would have difficulty penetrating these branches and leaves. The field of vision was not bad. Wang Li took the sword and continued to search for the target. He simply ignored the level 0 and level 1 mutant beasts, and today's target was the level 2 mutant beast, such as the mutant rat. The stealth ability showed a huge advantage at this time. Without stealth, facing level 0 and level 1 mutant beasts, even if you can't kill them, you will have to spend a lot of time and energy, and your safety will be greatly reduced. However, Wang Li can accurately select targets and avoid those he doesn't want to kill. This is highly efficient and less dangerous. Along the way, Wang Li occasionally found some level 0 and level 1 mutant beasts, but he did not take action. After more than 10 minutes, he finally found the target. At this time, Wang Li was close to the police station he had been to before, and remembered that he had encountered a 2 or 3 meter long mutant rat there. Today, he saw a similar mutant rat again, but he didn't know if it was the same one that time. Walking closer, Wang Li pointed his Mo Dao at the mutant rat's head, and after finding the right position, he chopped it down with force. His strength had reached 24 points, and this blow almost cut off half of the mutant rat's head. With such a severe blow, the mutant rat lost its fighting power and almost fell to the ground. Another blow, and the rat was completely dead. Something fell out. Wang Li looked down, and almost at the same time, a card the size of a playing card appeared. He took the card and saw that it said food card, braised pork. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that hunting mutants would actually produce food. After using this card, a bowl of fragrant braised pork instantly appeared in front of him. Wang Li pinched a piece and put it in his mouth. It almost melted on the tip of his tongue. The taste was delicious. It was as if he had never eaten such delicious braised pork before. It seems that the end of the world is not all bad. Wang Li sighed. Although the drop rate is frighteningly low, from yesterday to today, he killed so many mutant beasts, but only got this Mo Dao and this braised pork. But at least, such a reward makes him look forward to the future. Wang Li put the braised pork into the space, picked up the Mo Dao, and continued to move forward. After more than an hour, Wang Li killed several mutant rats and clearly felt that level 2 mutant beasts were relatively rare, and the improvement of cultivation value became slower. His current cultivation value is 7/30ths, and the speed of improvement is not ideal. The ability of invisibility allows him to choose his hunting targets, but without invisibility, the speed of hunting mutants will be much slower and the danger will be greatly increased. While resting, Wang Li heard some movement ahead, so he quickly and quietly approached, using the tall weeds and trees around him to cover himself, and observed that there were 7 people ahead. Among the 7 people, there are 5 men and 2 women. 3 of the men are wearing security uniforms, and the others are in plain clothes. They seem to be a team from a nearby community or company, and they are obviously hunting mutant beasts outside. Their target was a mutant locust, and after some effort, they finally killed it. At this time, the middle-aged man who led the group saw Wang Li and said loudly, "Young man, why are you here? It's very dangerous outside. Go home quickly." Obviously, he thought Wang Li was just a local who was out looking for food and was lucky not to encounter mutant beasts. Wang Li responded calmly, "No, I plan to take another look." The middle-aged man glanced at him and said, "Why don't you come with us? It'll be safer." Wang Li sneered in his heart. The most dangerous people in the end times are these overly enthusiastic people. The so-called kindness will often kill themselves. At this time, a young man noticed the ammo down in Wang Li's hand and walked over with an envious look in his eyes. "This sword is good. Do you want to sell it? I'll pay a high price." Wang Li shook his head and said, "No." The young man seemed a little unwilling and said, "How about I offer 20,000? 30,000? How about 30,000? Wang Li couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In the end times, money is worthless. 30,000 yuan can only buy some food or water. It is simply a fantasy to want to use this kind of waste paper to buy your own weapons. A young woman in the team frowned and scolded. "Lu Hao, others don't want to sell at all. Stop talking nonsense." Wang Li then noticed that the woman had an extremely outstanding figure, fair skin, and outstanding temperament. She was the kind of beauty that could not be ignored. Although Shen Tongtong was beautiful enough, she was still a little inferior to the woman in front of him. Lu Hao was obviously the woman's liquor, and he could only angrily answer, "Okay, if you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it." His eyes still greedily stayed on the Mo Dao. Seeing that Wang Li was unwilling to join the team, the middle-aged man in the lead still reminded him enthusiastically, "Young man, it's really dangerous outside. You must be careful and go home early." Wang Li nodded slightly to express his gratitude. He did not have any more interactions with this group of people. After all, being able to be invisible was his secret. This group of people has begun to go out in groups to hunt mutant beasts. Wang Li guessed that in the future more courageous teams will gather together to look for supplies and even hunt mutant beasts to improve their own strength. He ignored the group of people and turned to walk in the opposite direction. He walked for 2 or 3 kilometers, but still did not find any level 2 mutant beasts. He occasionally saw a few level 0 and level 1 beasts, but he did not take action. He wondered if he was too unlucky or if there were just too few level 2 mutants. As he continued to search, he finally saw a giant mutant dog in the distance. The dog was almost the same size as a cow, weighing at least 1,000 pounds. Its mouth was slightly open, dripping with foul saliva, its sharp teeth gleaming, and its limbs strong and powerful. Even from a distance, Wang Li could sense the strong sense of danger brought by the mutant dog. He thought to himself, "This shouldn't be a level 2 mutant beast. It should be at least level 3, or even level 4. Should I challenge it?" Chapter 11. Yamaha. Wang Li approached the mutant dog and looked at it carefully, but decided to give up. The dog looked like a level 4 mutant beast, and his current cultivation was only level 2, so it was almost impossible for him to defeat it. Although upgrading the backpack artifact to level 2 might help, it was currently only level 1, with only one buff, invisibility to all mutant beasts. As long as they didn't actively attack, no mutant beast would be able to detect Wang Li's presence. If the backpack artifact is upgraded to level 2, Wang Li will get the second buff, which is paralysis with every strike. Every strike when attacking the mutant beast has the potential to paralyze the enemy. Before traveling through time, Wang Li had upgraded his backpack artifact to the top level. At that time, it was almost invincible and could easily deal with any monster. But now it's different. Upgrading backpack artifacts no longer requires Krypton gold, but relies on killing monster points. Every time you kill a mutant beast with a level equal to or higher than your own, you can get a point of killing monster points. From yesterday to today, Wang Li has killed more than 30 mutant beasts and accumulated a monster killing value of 35 out of 100. He approached the mutant dog and even made a few moves with the sword, but he still chose to give up. After all, safety is the most important thing. You only have one life, so don't take risks unless you are 100% sure. In the next few hours, Wang Li continued to search for level 2 mutant beasts, and his cultivation value continued to increase. From morning to noon, and then to afternoon, Wang Li's cultivation value reached 21/30. He knew that he might not be able to reach the level 3 goal today, so he would try harder tomorrow. Now, he was one of the few people with a high level of cultivation in this area, and his progress was still very good. In addition to the increase in cultivation value, Wang Li also obtained a lot of supplies. 2/3 of the 100 cubic meters of the space have been used up, and there are all kinds of food, drinks, and daily necessities. At noon today, he went to a grain and oil store and put all the cooking oil, rice, flour, noodles, etc. into the space, which occupied almost 20 cubic meters. Although hunting mutants can drop supplies, the drop rate is frustratingly low. From morning to night, except for a bowl of braised pork at the beginning, no useful items dropped. The drop rate is very low. Normally, it is possible to drop supplies once after hunting 100 mutants. Supplies are still the most important. Wang Li thought to himself, especially in the early days of the apocalypse, food and water are the key to survival. At this time, Wang Li knew that he should go back. He had walked far enough today. It was estimated that the distance to the community where he rented was at least 10 kilometers, and it would take about 2 hours to walk. If he encountered a level 2 mutant beast on the way, he would have to stop and hunt it, which would waste even more time. Wang Li was thinking in his mind that he would try to get back before dark. He had been outside all day today and really missed the bed in his room. Of course, you can also choose not to go back and find a room or hotel nearby to stay for the night. Anyway, the streets are empty now and no one dares to go out easily. However, Wang Li thought that it was not long since the end of the world began, and almost every household had survivors, so this place was not suitable for staying overnight. In a few days, as the death toll increased, the mansions and villas would become empty, and it would not be too late for him to find a good place to live by then. Wang Li walked for more than 10 minutes, and suddenly his eyes lit up and he found a motorcycle store. He just needed a motorcycle. This store had obviously been attacked by mutant beasts. There were corpses at the door and inside the store, and the ground was covered with dried blood. This is a Yamaha motorcycle store. It is quite large and has several models of motorcycles that are quite expensive, but now it is a 0 yuan purchase model. Wang Li picked out the most expensive and beautiful black and gray motorcycle without hesitation and placed it in the most conspicuous position in the store. It costs more than 200,000 yuan, but to him, it is nothing. After he selected the motorcycle, he first filled up the tank and stored the remaining gasoline in the space. After thinking about it, he realized that there was still 20 to 30 cubic meters of space left, so he selected 2 more motorcycles and stored them in the space for future use. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a motorcycle starting was heard, and Wang Li rode the motorcycle quickly towards the community. The distance that would have taken nearly 2 hours to walk only took him more than 10 minutes on a motorcycle. It felt so great. Wang Li rode all the way to the gate of the community, stopped his motorcycle, put it into storage, and then walked into the community. To his surprise, there were quite a few people gathered in the lobby on the first floor today. It seemed that some people had started to form a team to go out and hunt mutant beasts. Originally, there were many mutant beasts in the community, and everyone hid at home and did not dare to come out. But as the number of mutant beasts decreased, more and more people began to dare to gather here, preparing to go out and hunt mutant beasts. Chapter 12. Shun Tong Tong. Wang Li put his motorcycle and Mo Dao into the space, and only carried a simple bag. When he walked into the community, he still attracted a lot of attention, especially Aunt Lu from the neighborhood committee. When she saw Wang Li enter the door, her eyes immediately lit up, and she hurriedly walked up to ask, "Wang Li, did you go out to find food? Come on, open your backpack and let me see it." Wang Li didn't bother to pay attention to her, and walked directly into the building, ready to go upstairs. However, Aunt Lu obviously did not intend to let him go, and reached out to grab him. "Wang Li, many people have not eaten today and have been hungry. Since you have something, please share some with us." Yes, share some with us. I don't want more, just give me 2 buckets of instant noodles. I want 2 buckets too." Sun Yuanchao was also in the lobby on the first floor. He went out with 7 or 8 people today and hunted more than a dozen mutant beasts. Although he paid the price of 1 death and 3 injuries, he still failed to awaken the attribute panel. However, 2 people in the team awakened. With the support of the awakened, Sun Yuanchao became bolder, especially when he thought of Wang Li shooting Huang Mao in the face this morning, and he had been holding back a bad temper in his heart. He looked at the crowd's anger and knew that this was an opportunity, so he said loudly, "Our request is not high. Open the backpack and show it to us first." "Yes, show us the backpack. Don't worry, we only want half of the stuff and we'll leave the other half for you." Aunt Lu also echoed. Wang Li noticed Sun Yuanchao, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He thought, "I let this guy go this morning, but I didn't expect him to dare to jump out. This kind of person must be dealt with." This time, Wang Li did not use a gun, but a thought came to his mind, and a Mo Dao appeared in his hand, and he walked towards Sun Yuanchao. Seeing this, Sun Yuanchao hurriedly shouted, "Lao Lu, Lao Zhang, hurry up." Lao Lu and Lao Zhang have both awakened their attribute panels and are awakened. They usually have a good relationship with Sun Yuanchao and should obey his orders. However, these 2 people know that with the end of the world coming, they are no longer tools to obey orders. How can they be ordered by people who cannot be awakened? Seeing that Lao Lu and Lao Zhang did not move, Sun Yuanchao's face suddenly turned livid. He finally realized that from now on, these two people would no longer obey his orders. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Seeing Wang Li approaching step by step, he suddenly felt fear and begged for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Will being wrong help? Wang Li sneered and swung his sword without hesitation. The sword chopped down directly and instantly split Sun Yuanchao in half. Screams suddenly rang out all around, and Aunt Lu screamed in fear at a high decibel. Murder, murder! Wang Li glared at them and shouted coldly. Shut up! Do you believe I will kill you with a knife? Aunt Lu was so scared that she quickly shut up. Her face turned pale and her whole body trembled. Old Lu and Old Zhang were frightened by this scene and hurriedly said in unison, We are not familiar with Sun Yuanchao. We really are not familiar with him. Wang Li did not kill them, but just gave them a warning look and then walked upstairs. The people around him made way, their eyes full of awe. Although Sun Yuanchao was once a fierce and evil man in the community, he became a dead man after Wang Li chopped him down with a knife. Wang Li's actions made everyone realize that no matter who you are, if you provoke him, the only result is death. Wang Li ignored the gazes of these people. There was no elevator after the power outage, so he had to walk up the stairs until he returned to his door. He took out the key and opened the door to find that everything in the room was the same as before. It seemed that no one dared to come in. After all, he put all the food in his own space. After being out all day, Wang Li was a little tired and sat on the sofa to look around the room. Although the environment here was average, he decided to stay for another 2 or 3 days and wait for a chance to move to a better and more comfortable place. After a short rest, Wang Li thought about it, and the bowl of braised pork appeared in his hand instantly. Although a whole day had passed from morning to now, the bowl of braised pork was still hot, because in space, time was still. Unless it was a living thing, anything put in would remain the same after a long time. Just a bowl of braised pork was not enough, so Wang Li decided to cook a few more dishes to reward himself. After all, he only had a pack of biscuits and some water at noon today, and basically didn't eat anything all day. Knock knock. There was a soft knock on the door, and Shun Tongtong's voice came in. Brother Wang, do you want a wife? No. Shin Tongtong obviously didn't plan to give up. Brother Wang, how about I be your wife? I eat very little, and I'm easy to feed. Shin Tongtong had been hungry all day. There was no mineral water at home, and because of the water outage, she knew that if she continued, she would either die of thirst or starvation. Some male owners in the community had food at home, but she was not interested and was waiting for Wang Li to come back. Finally, she heard Wang Li's movement, and her heart was shocked. She quietly opened the door and stuck her head out. After confirming that there was no danger, she walked over and knocked on the door. Brother Wang, please, give me something to eat. I can help you with housework, washing clothes and cooking. Wang Li replied from the room. Can you really cook? This kind of fair-skinned, long-legged beauty usually doesn't have anything to do with cooking, but Shin Tongtong actually said she could cook. Wang Li's mind was moved. He was too lazy to cook. If she had decent cooking skills, he could ask her to help with cooking, washing clothes, and doing some housework. It would be a good choice. I'm a very good cook. I guarantee you'll want to eat more after eating. Shin Tongtong said hurriedly. Then come in. You'll be responsible for washing clothes, cooking, and housework. I'll give you a few days of probation. If you don't meet the requirements, you'll be fired. Wang Li said indifferently. Okay, I will definitely satisfy Brother Wang. Shin Tongtong agreed quickly. Wang Li opened the door. Shun Tongtong came in immediately, closed the door, and put the bolt on it. Chapter 13 Good Craftsmanship. He was very alert and knew to close the door as soon as possible, and the first thing he did was to put the bolt on. Wang Li looked at her. She is estimated to be about 1.72 meters tall, with a slim figure, a little thin, but some parts of her body are unusually plump. I really don't understand how she does that. Her skin is very white, tender and delicate. Her facial features are exquisite. She is definitely a great beauty. If it was before the end of the world, Wang Li would not have dared to have any extravagant hope of having any contact with a beauty of this level. But now, she has come to him on her own initiative. Damn it. Entering the end times is not completely useless. Shin Tongtong was a little nervous, but when she saw the bowl of braised pork on the table, she was completely attracted to it and swallowed unconsciously. Wang Li said, Don't watch it anymore. Cook the rice first, then stir-fry 2 dishes. If you perform well, I'll give you a reward. Brother Wang, I'll cook now. She quickly got into the role, and it was obvious that she cooked often. She first cooked rice, then stir-fried vegetables. One was mapo tofu, and the other was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Seeing her busy and skillful movements, Wang Li nodded slightly and said, "Let's wait and see her performance. We'll talk about it if she performs well." He took out his cell phone and checked it. It had run out of battery and turned off automatically. There was a power bank in the space, but Wang Li knew that there was a power outage all over the world and the cell phone had become a decoration. The radio should help. I went out today and collected a lot of supplies, including several radios. I picked up one of them, turned it on, and slowly adjusted the frequency, and finally I could receive a sound. This is the central broadcasting station. I will now tell you about mutant beasts and awakening. After listening for 20 to 30 minutes, Shin Tong Tong had already prepared the meal. "Brother Wang, it's time to eat." The food was already on the table, the rice was served, the chopsticks were ready. All Wang Li had to do was sit down and eat. Not bad, and quite smart. He knew to prepare everything before calling me to eat. I just listened for 20 or 30 minutes and gained a lot. For example, I learned that the drop rate of mutant beasts is about 1%, which means that hunting 100 mutant beasts can result in one thing dropping. This thing may be supplies, weapons, armor, or even a skill book, etc. It was said in the broadcast that some lucky people had gotten skill books, while others were even luckier and got weapons or armor. The broadcast also talked about awakening. Not everyone can awaken. The probability is only 1 in 10, which means that only 1 person out of 10 can awaken. Wang Li secretly said that he was lucky as he was one of the people who could awaken, and his current cultivation level had reached stage 0, level 2. It should not be a problem for him to reach level 3 tomorrow. It would be great if a skill book or a piece of armor could drop tomorrow. After turning off the radio and sitting down to prepare for dinner, he found that it was getting dark outside and the light in the room was also dimming. Wang Li had an idea and took out an emergency light from the space and turned it on. Suddenly, the room became bright. Shin Tong Tong was very curious and couldn't understand why an emergency light suddenly appeared out of nowhere, but she was smart and knew not to ask questions that she shouldn't ask. Wang Li picked up the bowl, picked up the chopsticks and ate, and said, "You eat too." After getting permission, Shin Tong Tong started to eat and looked at Wang Li with gratitude. At this moment, she felt so happy. After being hungry for 2 whole days, she could finally have a full meal. She was a smart woman and knew the rules well. Although she really wanted to taste the braised pork, and based on her years of experience, she knew that the braised pork must be delicious. She did not pick up her chopsticks and kept picking up the mapo tofu or the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After eating a few pieces of braised pork, Wang Li felt it was absolutely delicious, worthy of being something that exploded from a mutant beast. Seeing Shin Tong Tong behaved well, he nodded with satisfaction and put a piece of braised pork in her bowl. "This is a reward for you. Be good in the future. Brother Wang, I will perform well and will definitely satisfy you." When Shin Tong Tong took a bite of the braised pork, the wonderful flavor bloomed in her mouth. She almost moaned, but she held it back. It was so delicious, the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. She really wanted to eat another piece, but she knew that it was already very good that Wang Li gave her such a piece, and she couldn't have any more extravagant wishes. After eating 2 large bowls of rice, Shin Tong Tong felt that she had never been so satisfied. This feeling of satisfaction was simply extraordinary. Without being told, she washed the dishes after dinner and then cleaned the house, making the room, which was originally a little messy, tidy and clean. Looking at the watch on his wrist, Wang Li said, "It's not too early. You should go back to bed." Shin Tong Tong was a little surprised. She had prepared herself mentally to sleep with Wang Li, but Wang Li asked her to go back to her own room to sleep. "Brother Wang, let me sleep in your room." I'm scared." This was not a lie. She was really scared. Every night, there were always shrill screams heard from time to time. It seemed that at night, the mutant beasts were more active and always entered residential buildings. Many residents were killed and eaten. "Brother Wang, let me sleep here." She hugged Wang Li's arm and acted coquettishly, and her 2 big balls rubbed against each other from time to time, showing amazing elasticity. Wang Li hesitated for a moment, and then felt that he shouldn't be worse than an animal, so he agreed. "Okay, sleep here with me tonight, but be honest and obedient." "Don't worry, Brother Wang. I'm very obedient." After saying that, she took off her clothes and got into the quilt naked and clean. The following content belongs to the VIP chapter. Please recharge before reading. The whole night was not quiet. There were constant screams outside, and there was a woman who, for some unknown reason, was screaming in pain for a long time. A mutant rat entered the building and started killing people everywhere. At least dozens of residents were killed by the rat. The corridors and some rooms were filled with blood or broken limbs. When the sun rose, Wang Li woke up early and felt more energetic than ever before. This didn't seem like the hundreds of rounds of battle last night. In fact, the second brother was still full of fighting spirit. Seeing the beautiful woman sleeping soundly in his arms, Wang Li couldn't help but pull her over. It saves tens of thousands of words. It was already past 8 in the morning. Wang Li patted Shin Tong Tong, and she understood immediately. She got up and dressed immediately, first helping Wang Li wash his face and brush his teeth, and then making breakfast, a hearty and delicious breakfast. Shin Tong Tong's craftsmanship is really good, and Wang Li is very satisfied. After breakfast, Wang Li ordered, "I'm going out. Lock the door. No one should open the door until I come back." "Okay, Brother Wang, please be careful." She had already guessed that Wang Li was out hunting mutant beasts. To be honest, she really wanted to go with him. If she could awaken, she would be a superior person in the future. But she was smart, and she would never bring it up if Wang Li didn't ask. Chapter 14, Mutated Vegetables and Fruits Cannot Be Eaten. Wang Li went out. "The 5th floor where I live is fine. There are no major abnormalities. However, the situation is different on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Many residents' doors have been violently damaged, and there are huge, shocking scratches on the walls. There were bloodstains everywhere on the ground and walls, and some broken limbs could be seen on the ground. It was a horrific sight. Last night, a giant mutant rat entered the building and wreaked havoc, killing an unknown number of people. It looked like it must have killed at least dozens of people. The mutant rat is a level 2 mutant beast. It is invincible to almost everyone and can only be killed. The situation on the 1st floor is even worse. The residents living on the 1st floor may have been wiped out. At this time yesterday, there were already quite a few people on the 1st floor preparing to form a team to go out and hunt mutant beasts, but now there is no one in sight. Wang Li wondered if the mutant beasts would be more active or more violent at night. Judging from what happened last night, it was very likely. After leaving the community gate, Wang Li took out a motorcycle from the space. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the motorcycle sounded, and he gradually went away. With a motorcycle, you can go further. After riding for dozens of kilometers, we came to a park. The trees almost covered the sky, the area became extremely huge, and there were many mutant beasts inside. It's still the old rule, safety first. If you feel unsure or think there are dangerous mutant beasts, don't provoke them for the time being. Only kill those you are sure of. From morning to afternoon, he killed dozens of mutant beasts in total, and his cultivation level reached level 3 of stage 0, not far from level 4. Open the properties panel, and the information is clear. Name, Wang Li. Age, 20. Strength, 29. Constitution, 8. Agility, 6. Spirit, 5. Skills, none. Level 0, level 3. Cultivation, 22/40. Remaining attribute points, 0. The level of cultivation was raised from level 0 to 2 to level 0 to 3, and 10 free attribute points were obtained. After a little thought, 5 points were allocated to strength, 3 points to constitution, and 2 points to agility. Why allocate it like this instead of adding full strength points like the previous 2 times? Because Wang Li felt that his strength was enough for the time being. After adding 5 points of strength, the strength attribute increased from the original 24 points to 29 points. An adult male generally only has 4 or 5 points, so this strength is equivalent to 6 adult men. The feeling is also very obvious. With one knife, the head of a level 2 mutant rat can be split in half, killing it instantly. I increased my constitution by 3 points, and I feel a little stronger than before. I increased my agility by 2 points, and I feel my reaction speed is a little bit faster. Although there are quite a few mutant beasts here, their cultivation level has been raised to level 322/40, and can be raised again by gaining 18 points of cultivation. But today I was quite unlucky. I killed dozens of mutant beasts, but nothing came out. Not even a supply card, let alone weapons or armor cards. In addition to the improvement in his cultivation level, what comforted Wang Li a little was that his monster killing value had reached 79 out of 100. If he worked harder tomorrow, he should be able to upgrade his backpack artifact to level 2, and would gain the second buff of paralysis with every strike. Seeing that it was getting late, Wang Li rode his motorcycle back to the residential area where he lived. When he reached the gate of the community, he put away the motorcycle and walked in. When I entered the lobby on the 1st floor of the building, I was a little surprised. There were actually quite a few people here, probably about 20 to 30, both men and women, and there were several large cucumbers and tomatoes on the ground. These are obviously not ordinary cucumbers and tomatoes, because they are much larger. For example, the cucumbers are 2 or 3 meters long and almost as thick as a bucket. One cucumber weighs hundreds of kilograms. Some of the tomatoes were ridiculously large, with an estimated diameter of about 30 to 40 centimeters, and each weighing several dozen kilograms. Aunt Lu acted like a leader and said loudly, "All the things are here. Divide them among the households." They actually wanted to share these cucumbers and tomatoes. Wang Li heard on the radio yesterday that mutated fruits and vegetables should not be eaten as they are poisonous. At the very least, they will cause a stomachache, which can cause weakness, and at the worst, they can kill you. The official said in the broadcast that you must not eat mutated fruits and vegetables, and warned that for safety reasons, you should stay away from any mutated things as they will poison you to death. How ignorant and fearless they are to share these mutated cucumbers and tomatoes. Wang Li warned, "You'd better not eat this. It's poisonous and can kill people." Aunt Lu immediately got angry and shouted, "Wang Li, stop talking nonsense. How could such good cucumbers and tomatoes be poisonous?" Wang Li shook his head gently and did not argue with Aunt Lu. "If you want to eat, I won't stop you. Your life is your own. Not everyone listens to the radio. These days, few people have a radio. Even if some mobile phones have a radio function, they are probably rarely used, or the phone simply turns off automatically when it runs out of battery. That's right, don't talk nonsense. How could it be poisonous? Wang Li, there is no place for you, so don't affect us." Aunt Lu asked Wang Li to leave. "I was so scared yesterday that I almost peed my pants. After a day, either the wound healed and I forgot the pain, or I felt that there were so many people behind me, so I was no longer afraid of Wang Li." Wang Li ignored them. Since they didn't want to listen, they could just eat. "I would go upstairs and go home to have dinner later." Most people were delighted when they were given cucumbers and tomatoes, but a few backed off. After all, these cucumbers and tomatoes were abnormal and too big. What if they were really poisonous? Thinking that they still had some food at home and could last for another day or two, they did not distribute the cucumbers and tomatoes. They wanted to wait and see how the others would react after eating them. If nothing happened, it would not be too late to eat these things later. In the community, some elderly men have reclaimed some land and quietly planted some things. There seems to be no shortage of mutant vegetables, fruits, and melons, so there is no need to rush in a day or two. These were smart people, and they escaped without being poisoned. Wang Li went upstairs to his door, knocked on it, and said loudly, "It's me. Open the door." Shin Tongtong opened the door immediately, and when she saw Wang Li, she was surprised. She rushed over and hugged Wang Li's neck, almost hanging on Wang Li. Wang Li hugged her and kissed her hard, then said, "I'm hungry. Can you make pickled fish? I want to eat pickled fish." "That's no problem. Pickled fish is my specialty," Shin Tongtong said confidently. She was very smart. She figured that Wang Li would be back soon, so she had already cooked the rice, and all she had to do was stir-fry the dishes. Wang Li took out a grass carp weighing 3 or 4 pounds from the space, which he bought from a small supermarket, and also took out a bag of sauerkraut and some seasonings. "I did gain something today. I visited a fresh food supermarket and replenished a lot of things in the space. 80 or 90 cubic meters of the 100 cubic meters of space are already filled with things, and there is not much space left." Wang Li was also wondering whether this space could be improved and how to improve it, but he had no idea. "At the beginning, I thought that 100 cubic meters of space was not small, but now I feel that it is a bit insufficient. I can buy things for free outside, and I want to put many things into the space." Chapter 15. Take a comfortable hot bath. Shin Tongtong's eyes were wide open, almost shining. She saw another magical scene. Large, fresh frozen grass carp, pickled cabbage, various seasonings, etc. appeared like magic. Although she was extremely curious, she still resisted the urge to ask. She deeply realized that Wang Li was a super thigh. In this doomsday, if she wanted to survive, she must hold on to this thigh tightly. She began to process the grass carp, removing the scales, internal organs, slicing it, etc. Her movements were very skillful. You really wouldn't have guessed that such a beautiful girl could also be such a great cook. Wang Li was sitting on the sofa, turning on the radio and listening to the broadcast. In addition to some news and current affairs, there is more popular science knowledge about the end of the world, which I find very useful. It even contains some good news that the authorities have concentrated their efforts on selecting sites and building several large shelters. The nearest shelter to his city is more than 1,000 kilometers away, so Wang Li is not very interested in the shelter. Shin Tongtong was making pickled fish in the kitchen. The tempting smell wafted out of the window and was smelled by many neighbors, especially those living on the 4th and 5th floors. "It smells so good. This is pickled fish." "Who is this? It's so immoral. He's actually making pickled fish. I only ate a pack of instant noodles today. It seems to be floating over from the 5th floor. Could it be that Wang Li is making pickled fish?" Wang Li didn't know how these neighbors would react. Even if they knew, they probably wouldn't care. It was the end of the world now, and they had to rely on themselves for everything. It was impossible for them to get food from him. A large pot of pickled fish, served in a stainless steel basin, was steaming and full of color, aroma, and taste. Let me try it first to see how it tastes. Wang Li picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. He quickly gave a thumbs up and said, "Well, it tastes really good, like a great chef." Shin Tong said, "Brother Wang, I'm relieved if you think it tastes good. I was really worried that you wouldn't want me and would chase me away." Wang Li said, "As long as you behave well, I can let you stay." Shin Tong quickly assured, "Don't worry, I will perform well again tonight." Wang Li was stunned and thought to himself, "Beauty, you misunderstood. What I meant by good performance is to wash clothes and cook well and listen to me, not that kind of performance. Count the birds, it's up to you to understand it." After the meal, I was full, and there was about 1/3 of the sauerkraut fish left, which I saved to make noodles with tomorrow morning. The water and electricity have been cut off. At night, the entire community is pitch black. Occasionally, there are the roars of mutant beasts, which is very scary. In such a large community, only Wang Li's house has lights on. Unable to check his phone or watch TV, Wang Li thought to himself that the conditions here were a little poor. Should he consider moving to another place? When he went out tomorrow, he would take a look to see if there were any large, luxurious single-family villas. If so, he would move there. After being out all day today and killing mutant beasts all day, Wang Li was sweating all over, so he prepared to take a hot bath. An idea came to his mind, and he took out a large double bathtub from the space. He bought it for free at a bathroom store. It usually costs tens of thousands of yuan, and it is a very high-end one. The bathroom was too small to accommodate him, so Wang Li placed him directly in the center of the room. He then took out several barrels of mineral water from the space and poured several barrels into the room. He waved his hand and said, "Go and boil a barrel of hot water. I want to take a hot bath later." When Shin Tong saw this large double bathtub and half of it filled with clear mineral water, her eyes sparkled. The water and electricity have been cut off, and many people have problems with drinking water. However, Brother Wang actually wanted to take a hot bath and used so many large barrels of mineral water. Okay, I'll go boil some water right away." He turned on the gas stove to the maximum, boiled water, and poured it into the bathtub. After testing the water temperature, Wang Li prepared to take a comfortable hot bath, while Shin Tong pulled the curtains. "Brother Wang, how about I wash you and rub your back?" "Okay, you can come in and take a shower too." The two soon became frank with each other. Wang Li lay comfortably in the bathtub, letting Shin Tong's little hands rub him. It felt so good. The following is VIP content. Please recharge before reading. Early in the morning, Wang Li was awakened by bursts of crying. It wasn't just one person crying, but many people were crying. Last night, many people ate the mutated cucumbers and tomatoes. Most of them were poisoned to death, and a few suffered terrible stomachaches. Although they did not die, they would probably not recover within 3 to 5 days. They carried the bodies of their relatives outside, crying, and buried them in pits dug inside the community. This time, at least 100 or 200 people died. Fortunately, the community is large enough to bury as many people as possible. Compared with before, the area has expanded 100 times, and the distance between buildings has expanded 10 times. The entire community seems very empty. The nearest 2 buildings are each over 100 meters away, and some buildings are only 300 to 500 meters apart, which is very far away. Wang Li knew what was going on just by looking out the window. A lot of people had died. There were several strong young men digging a pit. Many people were crying nearby, and there were many corpses. Most likely, there is a big pit to bury all these bodies. In this apocalyptic world, there can't be so many details. After watching for a while, Wang Li finished his breakfast and prepared to go out again. In addition to hunting mutant beasts to improve your cultivation, today's task is to upgrade the backpack artifact to level 2 and obtain the paralysis buff of every sword strike. When Wang Li was killing mutant beasts in the park yesterday, he encountered a very terrifying mutant willow tree. It was at least 50 or 60 meters tall, almost as tall as a 20-story building, and it took several adults to hug the trunk. The terrifying thing about this willow tree is not how tall it is, but that each of its branches, which are dozens or even hundreds of meters long, have barbs on them. When a branch hits it, Wang Li sees that a rockery is turned into powder. It is so terrifying. Wang Li suspected that it was not an ordinary mutated plant, but might be a boss. At that time, he just looked at it from a distance and knew that he was no match for it, so he had no intention of hunting it. If you have a paralysis function with every strike, combined with invisibility, it will be different. You can sneak up on it, paralyze it with one strike, and then kill it with every strike. If it is really a boss, I don't know how much cultivation I can gain and what good things it can drop. It is very exciting. In addition to upgrading the backpack artifact to level 2, today's task also includes finding a good place, the best single-family luxury villa. Of course, I also considered the presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, but that is not a long-term solution. In the event of a water and power outage, the presidential suite would probably not be comfortable to live in. In addition, since it is a 5-star hotel, it is probably going to be a mixed bag, so it is not the first choice. I'm going out. Be careful. Remember, no matter who you are, don't open the door. Remember. Before going out, Wang Li repeatedly reminded Shin Tongtong. Chapter 16 Skills, Heavy Attack. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Li set off on his motorcycle, his destination being a famous villa district, filled with the finest single-family villas. Before the end of the world, it was only 4 or 5 kilometers away from the rental house where he lived, which was not very far. But now, it should be about 40 or 50 kilometers away. If Wang Li encounters a level 3 mutant beast on the road, he will stop the car to kill it. On the one hand, he can gain cultivation points, and on the other hand, he can accumulate cultivation points. The road leading to the villa area has become extremely wide. It was only 20 to 30 meters wide before, but now it has become 200 to 300 meters. There were some sparse weeds growing on the asphalt road, about 1 meter high, with stems thicker than fingers. The trees planted on both sides of the road were some 20 to 30 meters short and some 30 to 40 meters tall, which required several people to hug. After killing 2 level 3 mutant beasts and driving for more than 10 kilometers, Wang Li saw another mutant dog. It was taller than a human and weighed at least 1,000 pounds. Its claws were thick and sharp, and its fur was like steel needles. This guy looks like someone who is not easy to mess with. When his cultivation level was level 0, level 2, Wang Li took a detour. Now he is level 0, level 3. His strength, physique, and agility have all improved, so he wants to give it a try. We should be able to beat it, at least 70 to 30. He put away the motorcycle, held the mo Dao in his hand, and walked over step by step. If he was not invisible, he would be discovered by the mutant dog from dozens of meters away. It would take the initiative and pounce on him at an astonishing speed. Wang Li was invisible, so this would not happen. He walked step by step to the mutant dog, looked at it again, and looked at the surrounding environment, thinking about how to escape and where to run if he couldn't defeat it. He used the mo Dao to move it on the mutant dog's head. As usual, he chopped off the head first. He hoped that with the mo Dao and the 29 points of strength attribute, he could chop off the big dog's head. He used all his strength and chopped down fiercely with the knife. Although it was not like looking at the stone at a glance, I could feel its surprising hardness, and the depth was shallower than I expected. The mutant dog screamed and blood spurted out like it was free. While the mutant dog was screaming and had not yet reacted, Wang Li chopped it down with his second knife, still hitting the mutant dog's head hard. The mutant dog was enraged and pounced on Wang Li at a very fast speed. Wang Li's reaction was not slow either, probably because of the 2 points added to his agility attribute. He rolled on the ground to avoid the bite, then swept out with his knife with force. The 1.8 meter long mo Dao swept out a large fan-shaped pattern, then chopped on the mutant dog's belly, almost cutting it open. A man and a dog confronted each other. No one dared to move as everyone realized they had met their match. Wang Li held a mo Dao in his hand and was about 10 meters away from the mutant dog. He had a ferocious look on his face, staring at the enemy in front of him. Blood was dripping onto the ground, and the ground was covered in blood. This situation is favorable to Wang Li. The longer it drags on, the more advantageous it is. If the other party does not move, Wang Li will not move either. This is how the confrontation continues. Time passes by minute by minute. After several minutes, the mutant dog finally couldn't bear it anymore. It roared, kicked its hind legs, and pounced over with its mouth wide open. Without the added 2 points of agility, Wang Li might not have been able to dodge it. Even so, Wang Li only barely dodged it, and his arm was still affected. A dog paw swung out and brushed past Wang Li's arm, causing a burning pain. His sleeve was torn and blood was flowing. This was the first time Wang Li was injured, and he was furious. He chopped hard with his sword, and the mo Dao hit the hind legs of the mutant dog. With 29 points of strength and a level 2 mo Dao, the sword almost cut off the dog's leg, and the mutant dog let out a painful howl. MMP, its vitality is really strong. After being slashed several times, it still has the ability to fight back. The mutant dog pounced on it again. Its eyes were red and fierce, which completely aroused its ferocity. I won't fight you head on. Wang Li started running. As soon as he thought about it, a motorcycle appeared. He got on the motorcycle, stepped on the accelerator to the maximum, and drove at lightning speed. The mutant dog caught up and almost grabbed the motorcycle with one claw, but the motorcycle was accelerating, and the distance between them was getting larger and larger. Probably because its hind legs were almost chopped off, The mutant dog's speed was significantly affected and it couldn't catch up with the motorcycle at all. It could only watch the motorcycle getting farther and farther away. After completely getting rid of the mutant dog and looking in the rearview mirror, Wang Li slowed down. After there was no trace of the mutant dog, he turned the car and drove towards the direction of the mutant dog again. After creating a sufficient distance, the invisibility state was triggered. If he went over, the mutant dog would not be able to see Wang Li and he could take the initiative. This time, instead of chopping off the dog's head, they chopped off its legs. Cut off one of its legs and see if it can still catch up with you. Sure enough, Wang Li had already arrived in front of the mutant dog on his motorcycle, but the dog didn't notice it. It probably heard the sound of the motorcycle and looked around in a daze. The motorcycle was parked on the side without turning off the engine. Wang Li walked over with Mo Dao and chopped hard at the other hind leg. Then he ran away without any hesitation. This blow almost cut off the other hind leg. The mutant dog let out a scream, and when it saw Wang Li, it was ready to chase after him and bite him. However, its two hind legs were badly injured, so it had no chance of catching up and was soon completely thrown off by Wang Li. The dog was so angry that he almost went crazy. This is too much bullying to the dog. After a while, Wang Li came again, still in invisible state. He chopped once and ran away. He chopped one of the mutant dog's front legs. He repeated this several times, chopping the dog and then running away, and then coming back again. It was a completely unethical way of doing things, and he finally killed the mutant dog. The cultivation value +3 sounded in my mind. It actually increased its cultivation by 3 points. I originally thought that this mutant dog was 1 level higher than me, and killing it should increase my cultivation by 2 points. But it turned out to be 3 points. It seemed that its level was 2 levels higher than me. It should be a level 5 mutant beast of stage 0. If other awakened ones encounter it, they will probably just be killed. Fortunately, I have invisibility, so I can use this unethical fighting method, running away and coming back, fighting and then running away. When Wang Li was surprised, after the mutant dog died, a palm-sized book emitting a faint glow floated in front of him. He quickly picked it up and took a look. Skill book, heavy attack. There is no damage description, no consumption description, and no cooldown time description, only a very simple introduction. Heavy attack, hit the target hard, causing heavy damage. The skill book finally came out. Wang Li heard from the radio that some awakeners had obtained skill books. He was very envious. This time it was good. The first skill book came out. It was not bad to kill them. Use skill books. This skill book emitted a faint golden light and then quickly disappeared. Wang Li felt that he had an extra skill in his mind, which he could use as long as he thought about it. After acquiring his first skill, of course he couldn't help but find a mutant beast to try it out. After riding a motorcycle and searching for a while, I saw another mutant beast, a mutant cat, as big as an adult tiger. I had killed several of them before. They were level 0, level 3 mutant beasts. It's you. Holding Mo Dao in his hand, Wang Li walked towards it. Chapter 17 Aunt Lu is courting death. Find a level 3 mutant beast to try out the new skills. Wang Li walked over, took out his Mo Dao, and chopped it down hard without thinking, using the heavy attack skill. This knife almost cut the mutant cat's head in half. Oh my god, is it so powerful? After his cultivation level was raised to level 3, the mutant cat had killed several animals, but it had never been like this. One blow was enough to deal a serious blow to the mutant cat, causing it to fall directly to the ground. The second strike did not use the heavy attack skill, but a normal strike, killing the mutant cat, and the cultivation value increased by 1. He headed towards the village area, paying attention to the mutant beasts he encountered along the way. After killing a few of them, his cultivation level was finally raised to level 0, level 4. Gain 10 more free attribute points. Considering that the backpack artifact will soon be upgraded to level 2 and will have a second buff of paralysis, you don't have to pursue the strength attribute blindly. You can start to properly improve the 2 attributes of physique and agility. There are a total of 10 free attribute points, adding 5 points of strength, 3 points of constitution, and 2 points of agility. The properties are as follows. Name, Wang Li. Age, 20. Strength, 34. Constitution, 11. Agility, 8. Spirit, 5. Skill, heavy attack. Level, level 0, level 4. Cultivation, 0/50. Remaining attribute points, 0. Both physical fitness and agility have been slightly improved. Wang Li feels that his physical fitness is better, he can withstand more damage, his body resistance is stronger, and his reaction speed has also increased a little bit. To upgrade from level 4 to level 5, 50 points of cultivation are required. In addition to the cultivation level being raised to level 4, the monster killing value required for the backpack artifact has also reached 92 out of 100, which is very close to upgrading. Wang Li rode his motorcycle towards the village area, killing any mutant beast he encountered on the way. Level 0 and Level 1 mutant beasts were the most numerous, with fewer levels 2 and 3, and even fewer level 4 mutants. Along the way of dozens of kilometers, he only encountered 3 level 4 mutant beasts, all of which were killed by Wang Li with just 2 swords. With the skill of heavy attack, his efficiency was much higher. Wang Li didn't know that when he went to the villa area, a big thing was happening in the community where he lived. Led by Aunt Lu from the neighborhood committee, a few people were knocking on doors every house. Last night a mutant rat entered the building and slaughtered everyone. Almost all the people living on the first floor were killed, and many people on the second floor were also affected. Many people wanted to move to the safer 4th and 5th floors. Aunt Lu and her people knocked on doors one by one, notifying everyone to check in on the 4th and 5th floors, and asked them to take an inventory of every household supplies. She said that all food and drink should be gathered together, distributed and managed in a unified manner. She picked a house on the 5th floor and moved in with her family. She secretly embezzled a lot of the food and drinks that were obtained through coercion and hid them in the house on the 5th floor. She is a neighborhood committee Andy, but she is not stupid. She knows that various supplies are the most important, especially food and drink. Now, she was knocking on the door of Wang Li's room with a few strong men. Open the door. Open the door. Shen Tongtong took a nap at home and thought to herself, Brother Wang went out alone. He won't be in any danger. God bless him. He must come back safely. Open the door. Open the door. There was a loud knock on the door and Aunt Lu shouted to open the door. Shen Tongtong did not open the door, but asked through the door, Who are you? Why are you knocking on my door? If you have anything to say, please talk outside. I'm Aunt Lu from the neighborhood committee. According to our latest resolution, those living on the 4th and 5th floors will be assigned new residents. In addition, we need to count the supplies of each household, distribute them uniformly, and manage them uniformly. Shen Tongtong remembered Wang Li's words and responded through the door, Wang Li is not at home. We'll talk about everything after he comes back. Aunt Lu was secretly delighted. Wang Li's absence was just what she wanted. She felt excited when she thought that there must be a lot of food at Wang Li's house. She even thought about taking most of the food away and making it her own. As for what to do after Wang Li comes back, she is not afraid at all now. This is a collective decision made by the residents of the entire building. Wang Li can't become an enemy of everyone in the building. Of course, the so-called collective decision is the decision made by a few people like Aunt Lu. Other residents are either intimidated or deceived. Open the door. Open the door. After knocking hard a few times, seeing that there was no sign of the door opening, Aunt Lu waved her hand and said, Kick the door open. One of the strong men nodded and kicked the door hard. After a few kicks, the door was kicked open and Aunt Lu and others entered Wang Li's room. The first thing they did was to search for things, but to their disappointment, there was almost nothing to eat or drink. It was completely clean. Shen Tongtong said anxiously, You can't do this. This is our room. What right do you have to do this? Aunt Lu gave her a disdainful look and said, Keep her under control and search her again. I don't believe there is really nothing to eat. After another search, there was indeed nothing there, not even a grain of rice, a packet of instant noodles, or a bottle of mineral water. It was cleaner than any other store. Aunt Lu's face looked a little unhappy. You bastard, where are you hiding the things? Take them out quickly. Shen Tongtong said, Wait for Wang Li to come back. Wait, you will be miserable. Perhaps because they were afraid of Wang Li, Aunt Lu and a few others searched again, but when they found nothing, they left cursing. All that was left was the messy room and the door that was kicked in. Seeing this scene, Shen Tongtong's eyes turned red and she almost cried. This was too much of a bully. Misfortunes never come singly. I don't know if it was because Aunt Lu and the others made too much noise, or if this building was just unlucky, but several mutant beasts actually appeared in the community and then headed towards this building. The mutant beast is coming. Everyone, close the door and hide. There were loud warnings and also shrill screams. In front of these mutant beasts, the residents in the building had no choice but to be slaughtered. When Shen Tongtong heard the noise, she quickly realized what was going on. The first thing she did was to close the door, but the door had been kicked in and was severely deformed, so it couldn't be closed at all. She was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. There was really no other way, so she had to push the old sofa. However, as a woman, how could she have that much strength? She tried her best and only moved it a little bit. There was still a long way to go before she could push the sofa behind the door and prop it up. A mutant mantis had reached the 5th floor and was jumping around in the corridor, looking for a target. Suddenly, it saw that a door was not closed and there seemed to be a smell of living people in the house, so it jumped over immediately. Wang Li rode a motorcycle, killed another mutant beast on the road, and finally arrived at the villa area. He was quite familiar with this villa area. He had worked as a security guard here for a few months. However, he was fired and lost his job because he offended a fairy owner. When I came to this villa area again, I was secretly shocked when I saw the scene in front of me. The area of the entire villa district is 100 times larger, with towering trees sparsely dotted here and there, the kind that several people need to hug together. The villas in the villa district also appear to be very far apart. Villa number 1 is the largest and most luxurious one in the entire villa area. The owner is a hidden tycoon who rarely comes to stay here throughout the year. The house is basically idle, and only the property staff keeps the house clean on a regular basis. Riding a motorcycle, Wang Li went directly to villa number 1. A few minutes later, they arrived at the gate of the villa. Seeing the closed door, it seemed that no one lived inside. Wang Li was secretly happy. Chapter 18 Super Luxurious Villa. Before the end of the world, Lu Ming was a security captain and a veteran. Because he had practiced before, his martial arts skills were relatively high, and he had a group of brothers, so he was doing okay after the apocalypse. He had already awakened, and his cultivation level had reached level 2. Several of his awakened brothers were all at level 1. A group of 9 people, including Lu Ming's girlfriend Zhang Xiaoman, were hunting mutant beasts on this street which had become extremely wide, and getting some survival supplies. "Brother Lu, look." Lu Ming looked over and was surprised. A mutant mantis was hopping towards this side not far ahead, and it was holding a person, a woman, in its mouth. I don't know if this woman is still alive. Brothers, get ready to rescue people. Everyone was ready for battle, and Lu Ming rushed forward with a blast shield in one hand and a machete in the other. There was almost no suspense in the battle, it was just a level 1 mutant beast. "Brother Lu, she is still alive," Zhang Xiaoman said in surprise. Lu Ming took a look and nodded. He is indeed still alive, but his injuries are quite serious. After a slight hesitation, Lu Ming said, "Let's rescue them. This place is not far from where we live. It won't take much time. Let's rescue them first." Zhang Xiaoman said, "I agree. Save people first. This villa belongs to me from today on." The gate of the villa was locked with a high-end combination lock, but this did not pose a problem for Wang Li. He did not go through the gate, but put the motorcycle into the space, swiftly climbed up to the second floor, and with some effort, opened a window on the second floor and entered the villa. The villa is quite large, with 3 floors above ground and 1 floor underground. The area of each floor is about 200 to 300 square meters. The living room on the first floor alone is larger than many people's entire houses. It is extremely luxurious and spotlessly clean. The imported floor is so smooth that you can almost see a person's reflection in it, and the crystal chandelier above is worth a lot of money. I checked every floor and found that the villa had everything it needed and was ready for moving in. The only regret is that the villa has no water or electricity, and all electrical appliances, including its security monitoring system, are unusable. After Wang Li visited the big villa, he found that the problem of water and power outage could be easily solved. For example, the problem of water outage. Although there is no tap water, the villa has a special large water tank, which is more than 10 cubic meters. As long as the tank is filled with water, the problem of water outage will be perfectly solved. The basement floor of the villa is a storage room, wine cellar, etc. There is even a power room with a gasoline generator and several barrels of gasoline, enough to last for a long time. Next time when you go out, just collect some gasoline and there will be no problem, and the electricity problem will be perfectly solved. The more I watch it, the more I like it. Before the end of the world, this would definitely be a luxury villa worth hundreds of millions of yuan. From now on, it is a bargain for me. I will stay here tonight and experience the life of the rich. There is also a safe in the villa, a very large safe. Wang Li can't open it, nor does he want to open it. It probably contains some cash, jewelry, gold, and other things, which are of no use in the end times. What was a surprise was that I found a user manual, which contained the operating instructions for the villa's security door and security monitoring system, including some passwords and so on. After Wang Li looked at the manual, he easily opened the password door of the villa, reset the password, and set his own fingerprint so that he could unlock the door with his fingerprint. I stayed comfortably in the big villa for an hour or two, and even made a simple lunch in the kitchen. After eating, I prepared to go out. Search for some supplies that can be used in the big villa, such as a large number of bottled mineral water or gasoline for power generation, etc., and kill some mutant beasts by the way. Try to upgrade the backpack artifact to level 2 today and get the buff of paralysis with every strike. After locking the door, Wang Li set off on his motorcycle. First, I took a walk around this huge villa area and obtained a lot of information. There was blood, broken limbs and arms at the doors of some villas, and even the doors were broken and open. They must have encountered mutant beasts. The doors of some villas were tightly closed, and there was no blood at the door. There might be someone hiding inside and did not come out. There are also mutant beasts wandering around the villa area, most of which are level 0 and level 1, and the highest level is only level 2 found so far. These are not Wang Li's cup of tea. The target is the big park we visited last time. It feels like there are more mutant beasts there, and their levels are also higher. The key is that there is also a terrifying big willow tree, which I suspect is a big boss. Wang Li only dared to watch from a distance before. He could feel an invisible pressure whenever he got closer. If the backpack artifact could be upgraded to level 2, with the ability to paralyze with every sword strike, he planned to give it a try and kill this big boss, hoping to get some good stuff. He went out on a motorcycle, and the roar attracted the attention of some people. People hiding in the villa looked around, and when they saw someone riding a motorcycle so ostentatiously, some people couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking that this was a typical act of seeking death. They knew very well how terrifying mutant beasts were. In one of the villas, there were several people standing on the large open-air balcony on the 3rd floor. One of the sturdy men had a scar on his face that extended almost from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. You could tell from his appearance that he was not someone to be trifled with. Someone nearby said, "Brother, that guy seems to have come out of Villa number 1. Looking at the motorcycle, Scarface snorted coldly, very dissatisfied. Villa number 1 was the one he had his eyes on, and it was much better than his current villa, but he had not yet moved in to occupy it. On the one hand, there was some food in his villa, and on the other hand, Villa number 1 was quite far away, about 1 or 2 kilometers away. If it were normal times, it wouldn't take long to walk 1 or 2 kilometers, but now it's the end of the world, and no one knows where the mutant beasts are hiding. What if a few mutant beasts jump out? That would be very dangerous." Scarface has a total of more than a dozen people, all of whom used to hang out with him. In the past few days, they have also gone out to kill some level 0 mutant beasts, 3 of whom have awakened, including Scarface himself. He planned to kill some more mutant beasts, raise his cultivation level to level 1, or level 2, and then move to Villa number 1. However, he never expected that Villa number 1 seemed to have been occupied by Wang Li. Watching the motorcycle go away until it could no longer be seen or heard, Scarface waved his hand and said, "Notify the brothers, bring your weapons, we will go out and kill the mutants," approaching the direction of Villa number 1. "It would be best if we can kill all the way to Villa number 1. After a while, they went out with a variety of weapons, including machetes, axes, iron rods, etc. 3 of them were carrying hot weapons bought at high prices on the black market, including Scarface himself, who was holding a shotgun and carrying a machete on his back. The park was a bit far away, and Wang Li rode for almost an hour. In addition to killing 2 or 3 mutant beasts on the road, he also encountered several groups of people, all of whom were teams out to hunt mutant beasts. There were as few as 7 or 8 people, and as many as 10 or 20 people. Entering the end times, as time goes by, it can be seen that more and more people dare to come out, and the number of awakened people is gradually increasing. It is estimated that some people's cultivation has been upgraded to level 1 or even level 2. By the way, he also collected some supplies, which were of various kinds, including all kinds of food. He was lucky enough to pass by a mineral water distribution station. Wang Li put all the large barrels of mineral water inside into his own space. The 100 cubic meters of space was almost full, and the remaining space was only a few cubic meters at most. Wang Li had thought more than once about how to upgrade the space and make it bigger, but he had no idea for the time being. "I hope it can be upgraded. If it cannot be upgraded, even 100 cubic meters will become less and less sufficient. What should I do if I encounter some supplies in the future? Should I collect them or not?" Finally, I arrived at the park entrance, put the motorcycle into the space, took the MO and walked inside. Before the end of the world, this park was quite large, and now it has become even larger. It is estimated to be over 100 square kilometers, which is much larger than the urban area of many 3rd and 4th tier cities. There hasn't been much change since the last time I came here. There are still towering trees, but the distance between each tree is not too close, and they don't block out the sun. There are sparse weeds on the ground, more than 1 meter high, and all kinds of mutated flowers and plants. Not long after walking, Wang Li stopped. Not far ahead, there was a team of 7 or 8 people holding weapons, fighting a mutant mantis. There are a few familiar people in this team, and they are considered old acquaintances of Wang Li. Chapter 19. Paralysis by Knife. It was obvious that each of the opponents was a master, and their cultivation level was probably level 1 or even level 2. Especially the beautiful woman, who was holding a big stick in her hand. It looked like it was no ordinary item, and it should be a weapon that exploded from a mutant beast. A stick hit the mutant mantis, causing huge damage. The mutant mantis let out a shrill scream, and soon, this level 1 mutant beast was killed. The leader was the kind-hearted middle-aged man met last time. They were all a little surprised to see Wang Li. The middle-aged man said, "Young man, we meet again." Wang Li said, "Yes, we meet again. It seems that you have all awakened. Congratulations. We are lucky. Several of us have awakened. Those who cannot awaken can stay at home. We have also absorbed several awakeners to join us. Young man, it seems that you are also an awakener. Are you interested in joining us?" Wang Li declined. No, I still want to work alone. The beautiful woman came over with a big stick and invited. It's dangerous to work alone. There is strength in numbers. Even if we encounter a higher-level mutant beast, it won't be a big problem. How about joining us? Even though the beautiful woman invited him, Wang Li still declined. He could kill the mutant beast by himself, and he also had a big secret, which he didn't want to reveal so early, so he still declined politely. Thank you. I have no plans to join the team yet. I'll talk about it later. The beauty said, My name is Yu Wanning, the deputy captain of this team. You are always welcome to join us. Well, when I plan to join in the future, I will take the initiative to find you. After chatting with them for a few sentences, I felt that each of them was nice. The young man who had made me hate him last time and wanted to pay for my Mo Dao was not here. Could it be that he could not awaken and stayed at home without coming out? If you can't awaken, then you were just a waste. Thinking of this, Wang Li was in a good mood. After waving goodbye to them, he walked towards the depths of the park with his Mo Dao. Yu Wanning said a little worriedly, Uncle Sun, it would be very dangerous for him to go in there alone. Sun Dalong looked at Wang Li's back and said, Not necessarily. I guess he has reached level 2 or even level 3. The weapon in his hand is not ordinary either. It may be higher in level than yours. The others gasped. Everyone worked hard, but only Yu Wanning and Sun Dalong's cultivation reached level 2, while the others were basically still only level 1. Even at level 1, it seems very difficult, and it is already much stronger than ordinary people. As for level 3, they dare not even think about it. I wonder how they would react if they knew that Wang Li's cultivation was level 4. Wang Li continued to go deeper into the park. The huge park seemed boundless and open, and there were more mutant beasts than in other places. Level 1, 2, or even 3 mutant beasts are not Wang Li's target. He is looking for level 4 mutant beasts. How to distinguish them? First, look at the size. Generally, the larger the size, the higher the level. If they are of the same size, you can rely on feeling. For example, among the mutated rats, most are level 2, but a few have evolved to level 3, and there are even level 4 rats. Level 4 rats are about the same size as level 2 rats, just a little bit bigger, but some details are different. Their claws are sharper, and their fur is also different, with each hair like a steel needle. There is a big mutant rat in front, which looks to be level 4. It is Wang Li's target. He walked over and first struck a heavy blow. The Mo Dao chopped fiercely on the mutant rat's head, causing huge damage and making the rat scream miserably. Before the rat could counterattack, he delivered another heavy blow, directly injuring the mutant rat. The heavy attack seems to have no cooldown, and 2 or 3 heavy attacks in a row are possible. This is simply a magical skill in the early stage. If you don't have this skill, it may not be possible to kill a level 4 big rat with 4 or 5 hits. Now 2 heavy attacks are enough. The rat fell to the ground dead, and soon became transparent and disappeared. Cultivation +1. Wang Li has gotten used to not having anything produced. After killing the mutant rat, Wang Li continued to walk inside for another 20 or 30 minutes. He killed several level 4 mutant beasts on the way, and his monster killing value finally reached 100. The backpack artifact flashed with golden light, and the second buff was activated. Every knife is paralyzing. Each attack can paralyze the target for 5 seconds and is effective against any target. Wang Li was overjoyed. It was not easy. He finally collected 100 monster killing points and finally got the second buff. With the paralysis of every hit, everything would be easier. No matter how high the level of the monster is, just rush up and fight it. Every hit with your sword can paralyze the target until it dies, and your own safety is sufficiently guaranteed. It is effective against any target. I don't know if it works on humans, but if it can numb people, then it would be invincible. When playing the game before traveling through time, the backpack artifact could paralyze the player. Once paralyzed, there was only one result, and that was to wait for death on the spot until being killed by Wang Li. I hope it can numb people. While I was happy and excited, I also looked at the monster killing value required for the next level. It was 1,000 points, a 10-fold increase. It seems that upgrading the backpack artifact to level 3 will not be a short thing. 1,000 points is 1,000 points. You will always get enough. Now you have invisibility plus paralysis with every strike, which is basically enough for a long time. With the second buff, Wang Li wanted to try out its effect. Level 4 or higher mutant beasts are difficult to find, but level 2 and 3 ones are relatively easy to find. I soon saw a mutant beast, which should be level 3. Wang Li walked over with the Mo Dao in his hand. He did not use any heavy attack skills, nor did he gesture towards the mutant beast's head. He just casually chopped at it. It should be a level 3 mutant beast. It was severely injured with one blow. The blow was so deep that the bone was visible. The mutant beast was also paralyzed and could not move at all. This is better. You were like a fish at the mercy of others. With the second blow, the mutant beast was killed. Its cultivation level did not increase because its level was lower than Wang Li's. After discovering that the paralyzing knife technique was effective, Wang Li continued to move forward, continuing to look for his target, heading towards the mutant willow tree. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they killed several mutant beasts. Some of them increased their cultivation by 1 point, while others did not. The level of the mutant beast depends entirely on luck. It is not clear what level it is before killing it. Wang Li guessed that there should be skills such as identification or insight that can be used to identify the information of mutant beasts, but he has not figured it out yet. Ahead is a huge, almost endless lake. It used to be just an artificial lake in the park, but after its area increased 100 times, it became a huge lake. The big willow tree grows right beside the lake and can be seen from a distance. It is at least 50 or 60 meters high, with a trunk so thick that it takes several people to hug it. The bark is hard and rough, and the branches are thick and tens of meters long, covered with huge barbs that shine with a metallic luster. It gives people a sense of oppression from a distance. Undoubtedly, this should be a boss-level monster. Chapter 20. No one can get rich without unexpected fortune. If it weren't for the paralyzing knife, Wang Li would definitely not dare to attack it and would just run as far away as possible. Now there is no pressure at all. The only question is how long it will take me to kill this big guy, 5 minutes or 10 minutes. No matter how long it takes, be sure to give it a try. What if something good comes out? My cultivation level should be considered among the top few. If I didn't have invisibility and paralysis with every strike of my sword, I would be no match for this big willow tree and would be killed instantly. In other words, up to now, no one has been able to kill such a boss-level monster. If you can kill it yourself, it will definitely be the first boss kill. Anyone who has played online games knows that the first kill of a boss often has a very impressive drop rate. Although this is not a game, it has a semi-gamified tendency. Wang Li guessed that if he killed it, he would surely get some good stuff, so he couldn't let it go. Resisting the pressure emanating from the willow tree, Wang Li walked towards the big willow tree step by step with his Mo Dao in hand, and finally arrived in front of the big willow tree. He looked at the big willow tree again, then chopped it down heavily with the first blow, using the heavy attack skill. Ding dong! Sparks flew everywhere, as if he was chopping on steel. Even if he used the heavy attack skill and it was a level 2 Mo Dao, the depth of the cut was very limited. MMP, it's so hard. Fortunately, the knife was paralyzing. After the first cut, the big willow tree froze instantly. Even the branches that were originally swaying gently stopped moving, as if an acupuncture point had been hit. The color of the whole tree also changed from green to gray. Paralysis takes effect. Wang Li worked hard, one cut after another. Although he was hitting iron with every cut, he still persevered and used heavy hitting skills with every cut. After making 20 or 30 cuts in a row, he felt exhausted, as if his whole body had been hollowed out. Heavy attacks also have consumption. This time it was confirmed, and I know that my limit should be to use heavy attacks 30 times in a row. He did not use heavy attacks anymore, but switched to normal slashes, continuing to strike hard with the clanging sound of the blows. After 5 minutes, he finally broke the skin. The hard bark of the willow tree was cut open, revealing the trunk inside. The hardness seemed to be reduced, and each cut could only cut into about 1 or 2 inches. After another 5 or 6 minutes, the whole tree was shaking slightly. Every time it was chopped, it shook slightly. But because it was in a paralyzed state, it only shook like that and was unable to fight back against Wang Li. After more than 10 minutes, the big tree finally collapsed with a loud bang, then quickly became transparent and disappeared, and many things floated in front of Wang Li. It wasn't easy. It took nearly half an hour to kill him. Wang Li, who was originally a little exhausted, suddenly became energetic when he saw so many things coming out. With a sweep of his hand, he collected all of them into his own space, and then looked at them one by one. There are the most supplies, enough for several carts. Delicious egg fried rice times 10. Sweet 1.5 L mineral water x8. Fragrant meat buns times 2. This batch of supplies is enough for me to eat for about 10 days, and because they are produced by mutant beasts, they have the effects of recovering injuries and relieving fatigue, and they generally taste very good. This is a weapon card. A weapon appears. The Mo Dao in his hand can easily kill ordinary mutant beasts. Even a level 4 mutant beast can be killed with 2 sword strikes if combined with a heavy attack. But it would be a bit difficult to kill a boss-level monster like the one just now. Without saying a word, Wang Li immediately materialized this weapon card. Weapon: Excellent Tang Horizontal Sword. Length: 1.5 meters. Level: 0 level 10. It turned out to be a level 10 weapon. His own Mo Dao was only level 0, level 2, which was 8 levels higher. Surprised, Wang Li put the Mo Dao into the space without saying a word and waved the Tang Dao a few times in his hand. It is longer than the ordinary Tang Horizontal Sword. Wang Li likes long ones. It is very exquisite and has a very high appearance. The blade is also wider and thicker than the ordinary Tang Horizontal Sword. It emits a cold light and is extremely sharp. After admiring the new weapon, Wang Li continued to check the fruits of his harvest. He took out a thumb-sized, translucent, grayish-white object, like a slightly inferior gem. This is a first-level boss crystal core. After holding it in your hand for more than 5 minutes, you can start absorbing it, which can increase your cultivation value by 10 points, and there is no level limit. In other words, no matter whether you are at level 0, stage 0, or level 10, absorbing it can increase your cultivation value by 10 points. This is a good thing. Wang Li wants to absorb it now. I looked at my cultivation value 21/50ths. I remember that it was originally 11/50. After killing this first-level boss, my cultivation increased by 10 points, and it suddenly reached 21 points. If he absorbs this crystal core again, his cultivation value can be increased to 31/50ths, which is not far from raising his cultivation level by one small level. But Wang Li was soon attracted by its second description. Using it, it can provide 1 cubic meter of space for space equipment. 1 cubic meter? Do you want to use it? My own personal space is a little small. If I increase it by 1 cubic meter, I can always put more things in it. As for the 10 points of cultivation value, I can get them by hunting mutant beasts, and increasing the space by 1 cubic meter seems to be a good idea as well. Use and improve space. As Wang Li thought about it, the boss crystal core in his hand disappeared. Then, his mouth opened wide in surprise, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. It was said that the space equipment could be increased by 1 cubic meter, but when it came to me, it became 100 cubic meters. The original 100 cubic meters of portable space became 200 cubic meters, and I could hold a lot of things. I've decided that when I get a boss crystal core in the future, I'll use it to upgrade my own personal space first. Looking at his personal space with satisfaction, Wang Li took out the last thing that exploded from the big willow tree, which was also a small card. The difference was that the card emitted a faint golden light. All attribute cards, all attributes +1 after use. This is awesome. All attributes +1. So what are you waiting for? Use it immediately. So all 4 attributes are increased by 1 point. The attributes are as follows. Name, Wang Li. Age, 20. Strength, 35. Constitution, 12. Agility, 9. Spirit, 6. Skill, heavy attack. Level 0, level 4. Cultivation, 21/50ths. Remaining attribute points, 0. Although this trip was exhausting, the gains were enormous. All attributes +1, portable space +100 cubic meters, level 0, level 10 excellent tang horizontal sword, better supplies, etc. It is true that a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot grow fat without night grass. Next time you encounter a boss, no matter how high its level is, you must not let it go and must kill it. The harvest was really great, but it was also really tiring. After chopping with the Mo Dao for nearly 30 minutes, he felt a little thirsty. He took out a bottle of sweet mineral water that had just popped out, opened the cap, and Wang Li drank several big gulps. It was really sweet. After drinking a few big gulps of mineral water, Wang Li felt that all the cells in his body came alive. He was recovering quickly and his fatigue was obviously subsiding. After a few minutes, I felt full of energy and my condition almost reached its peak. Wow, this humble mineral water is so awesome. Chapter 21 Killing to Establish Authority. This trip was quite rewarding. Seeing that it was not too early, Wang Li prepared to go back to his rental house, take Shen Tong Tong, the cook, with him, and then return to the big villa tonight. He rode his motorcycle straight towards the park gate, and after riding for a few kilometers he met Yu Wanning and her group. Seeing that Wang Li was riding a motorcycle and making such a big noise, her eyes widened and she became more and more curious. How did he do it? Wasn't he worried about attracting the mutant beast around and getting besieged? Also, how could he come and go freely here without any obstruction? The more he thought about it, the more curious he became. His eyes followed Wang Li until he disappeared. Sun Dalong said with a joking smile, Wan Ning, don't look anymore. They have already gone far away. Yu Wanning blushed slightly, changed the subject, waved her hand and said, let's fight for another hour, try to improve each of us a few points, and then go back. It won't be too late. Even though their team is strong, they dare not stay outside at night. Once night falls, the mutant beasts will become extremely active, which is too dangerous. They continued to kill mutant beasts here, mainly level 1 or 2. When they encountered level 3 mutant beasts, they would stay away from them. If they really couldn't avoid them, they would have to attack them together, often at the risk of getting injured to take down a level 3 mutant beast. Boom boom boom. Wang Li rode his motorcycle at a very fast speed. The original 4-lane or 6-lane street became extremely wide. Even though there were some sparse weeds more than 1 meter high, it did not hinder driving. He arrived at the entrance of the community in less than an hour. Looking at the time, there was still at least an hour before dark, so it was still relatively early. I rode my bike directly into the community gate and drove all the way to the bottom of the building. Only then did he put away the motorcycle and walked up the stairs, one floor at a time. Wang Li felt a little bit strange. There was no one on the first or second floor. There was no one on the third floor either. There should be quite a few people on the fourth floor. The doors of every household have been reinforced, as have the windows. Some windows are even nailed with thick wooden boards. The entrance to the corridor on the fourth floor is also blocked with tables and sandbags, leaving only an entrance for one person to pass through. There were several people guarding behind the entrance, holding a variety of weapons, including kitchen knives, machetes, iron rods, etc. The situation on the fifth floor was the same. Every household was reinforced, and the entrance to the corridor was blocked with sandbags and tables. There was only an entrance for one person, and it was also guarded by several people. It's only one day's work, and the change is so great. Not knowing what would happen to Shin Tong at home alone, Wang Li stepped through the entrance. The people guarding the entrance probably recognized Wang Li and took a few steps back. Wang Li ignored them and walked straight towards his home. Soon, his face turned ugly. His house was in a mess, the door was severely deformed and almost crumbling, and there was no sign of Shin Tong at all. What is going on? Wang Li's face quickly darkened, and he walked to the opposite side and knocked on the door. Brother Zhao, open the door, please open the door. After knocking a few times, Zhao Jun opened the door. His eyes were a little evasive, and a look of obvious fear appeared on his face. Wang Li, what's the matter? Even his speech was trembling. Wang Li saw that there were many more people in the apartment. He remembered that Zhao Jun's family had a total of 4 people, but now there were at least 10 people, some living on the second floor and some living on the third floor. Although the situation was rather strange, Wang Li did not interfere. What he needed to find out now was what was going on in his family and where Shin Tong had gone. Brother Zhao, let me ask you something. You say. Can you tell me what's going on in my family? I don't know. Zhao Jun's eyes were evasive. I stayed at home the whole time and didn't even open the door. I don't know. This was obviously a lie. They were on the same floor and the 2 houses were very close. There was no way he didn't know that. Wang Li decided to use courtesy before force. After all, they were neighbors before and had a pretty good relationship. He took out 2 buckets of instant noodles and said, just tell me what's going on, and these 2 buckets of instant noodles will be yours. Seeing the 2 buckets of pickled cabbage instant noodles, Zhao Jun swallowed his saliva. After all the supplies were confiscated by Aunt Lu, he only ate a little bit today. I really don't know. It was a little surprising that when faced with the temptation of 2 buckets of instant noodles, Zhao Jun still said he didn't know. Wang Li knew that the matter was probably quite serious and must have been man-made, so Zhao Jun didn't dare to offend that person. You really don't know? I really don't know. Please don't force me. After saying that, Zhao Jun prepared to close the door. Wang Li used his toes to push against the door, preventing him from closing it, and his expression turned completely cold. Brother Zhao, do me a favor and tell me, how about adding another bucket, so I can give you 3 buckets of instant noodles? There were quite a few people in the room, both men and women. Among them was a bald man with eye-catching tattoos on his arms and a thick gold chain around his neck. He took a few steps forward angrily, pointed at Wang Li and said loudly, "Who are you? Get out of here and stop making such noise." It seems that he doesn't even know Wang Li. Wang Li didn't know him either, but he could tell from his appearance that this bald man was not a good person. It was just right that he could use him to establish his authority. Zhao Jun must know the truth, but he just doesn't dare to say it. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Wang Li had a shotgun in his hand. He pointed the black muzzle of the gun at the bald man and pulled the trigger without saying a word. Bang! The sound of a gunshot should have been heard by the entire building. Because the distance was too close, the bald man was shot and killed. Screams rang out. Several women screamed at high pitch. The sound was very piercing. Wang Li turned the gun muzzle and said to them, "Shut up." These women seemed to be strangled by the neck. They dared not scream anymore. Their faces turned pale and they trembled. Wang Li held the gun and did not put it away for the time being. He continued to ask, "Brother Zhao, what happened in my family? Do you really not know?" Zhao Jun really wanted to say, "I don't know," but he was so scared just now that he dared not continue to say he didn't know. He spilled the beans out of the bamboo tube. "MMP, it's that Annie surnamed Lu again. Shin Tong was actually taken away by a mutant beast. I'm afraid she's in great danger and most likely met with an accident. He actually dared to set his sights on me. He really wants to die." Wang Li went downstairs to the 4th floor with a shotgun. For ordinary people, a shotgun is more useful than a Mo Dao or even a Tang Hong Dao. If they were given a knife, they might not be that scared, but if they were given a gun, they would be scared to death. There were several people guarding the entrance to the corridor on the 4th floor. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked strong and held a machete in his hand. Seeing Wang Li coming, the middle-aged man shouted, Who are you? You can't come in. Wang Li asked. You are Gao Zhizhuan. Yes, I am Gao Zhizhuan. Who are you? I just learned from Zhao Jun that it was Gao Zhizhuan who kicked open the door of my house, and that he was one of Aunt Lu's lackeys, and he actually had an improper relationship with Aunt Lu. Chapter 22. Dangerous Situation. If you are Gao Zhizhuan, then you can go die. Wang Li took a shotgun and shot Gao Zhizhuan, killing him with one shot. Seeing this, the others were so scared that they dropped their weapons, put their hands on their heads, and stood against the wall. Wang Li didn't even need to teach them what to do. Aunt Lu now lives on the 4th floor, number 408, which is the largest apartment on this floor, with an area of more than 160 square meters and is decorated in a very high-end style. Of course, the house is not hers. Her house is on the 2nd floor and is only about 60 or 70 square meters, much smaller than this one. In the name of unified management, her family all moved here, occupying 3 of the 5 rooms. The original owner's family could only squeeze into one room, and the other room was occupied by a family on the 3rd floor. This was a bit overbearing. She occupied more than half of someone else's house, a total of 3 rooms, but the original owner did not dare to do anything and had to swallow her anger. Even the food and drinks in the house were looted and moved into Aunt Lu's room. Aunt Lu and her family were preparing to have a sumptuous meal, all of which was looted under the guise of unified management. There was a bang of a gunshot outside. She was slightly stunned and thought to herself, this can't be a gunshot. Who actually has a gun? This won't do. I must put it away tomorrow. Soon, another gunshot was heard. Aunt Lu was a little restless and was about to get up to take a look. Who was so bold as to shoot here without her consent? The bullets were free. As soon as she stood up, the door was kicked open. Wang Li walked in with a shotgun in his hand and a dark face. When he saw Aunt Lu, he pointed the gun directly at her. You old bastard, you brought people to my house, kicked the door, beat Shin Tong Tong, and searched everywhere, didn't you? Seeing the black muzzle of the gun, Aunt Lu was a little scared, but when she thought of the large group of supporters behind her, she became a little braver. Wang Li, the authorities will kill all those people outside soon, and order will be restored soon. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Wang Li said loudly, stop talking nonsense. Did you bring someone to my house this morning? I went there, so what? Do you dare to shoot? A life for a life. After order is restored, the authorities will settle accounts with you. Bang! What a lot of nonsense. Wang Li didn't want to continue talking nonsense with this old man. He even wanted to fool him, saying that order could be restored. We have already entered the end of the world, and the situation will only get worse. Aunt Lu was beaten to pieces and shot dead. Her appearance was horrible. Oh! Someone screamed in fear, but when Wang Li pointed his gun at her, the woman was so frightened that she dared not scream anymore. She trembled and her face turned pale. There were 2 young men in the room. They were Aunt Lu's 2 sons. They had been enjoying the things Aunt Lu had embezzled these days and had been living a good life. Seeing their mother being shot to death by someone, the 2 men did not think about revenge or say something like, I will fight you to the death. Instead, they just knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. It's none of our business. Everything was done by my mom. It's really none of our business. If Aunt Lu hadn't died, I wonder how she would have reacted when she saw her 2 useless sons betraying her like this. They are 2 pieces of trash. It's a waste of food to keep them. He took the shotgun and shot at them, killing both of them with one shot. It was truly a close combat weapon, killing 2 people with one shot. After looking at the situation in the room, he smelled a strong smell of urine. It must be someone who had peed himself out of fear. Wang Li frowned slightly and left with the spray gun. But he didn't expect that an interesting thing happened just after he left. The original owner of the house exploded and took a kitchen knife to kill Aunt Lu's 2 daughters-in-law and 2 grandsons. It seems that the original owner was bullied badly by Aunt Lu. After killing Aunt Lu, Wang Li knocked on several doors again, but did not kill anyone again. He asked about the original situation, and what he said was basically the same as what Zhao Jun said. He sighed softly, knowing that Shin Tong Tong was most likely in danger. Well, such a good person is gone just like that. This is the end of the world. Wang Li was also very helpless. He rode away on his motorcycle and headed for the big villa. There was nothing left to remember here. It was completely dark when Wang Li finally arrived at the villa. I used my fingerprint to open the door lock and entered the villa. Everything inside was exactly the same as when I left this morning. There should be no one in. First go to the basement and start the generator. Soon, the villa becomes bright. Then pour almost all the large barrels of mineral water received today into the large water tank. The water level reaches 2/3 of the tank, which is enough for at least 10 days to half a month. There is water and electricity. It's just that there was no one to cook for him. Although the kitchen in the villa was large and high-end, and most of the kitchen utensils were imported. He was too lazy to cook for himself. Wang Li took out a bowl of fried rice and a bottle of mineral water and started to eat dinner. It's worthy of being something exploded from the boss. The egg fried rice was extremely delicious. After taking a bite, you felt like you were flying on the spot. The taste was simply indescribable. Wang Li had never eaten anything so delicious in his life. It was much more delicious than the bowl of braised pork that exploded from the mutant beast last time. This bottle of sweet mineral water is also special. After drinking a sip, you will feel rejuvenated and all the fatigue of the day will disappear. From today on, I will only eat and drink things that explode from mutant beasts. Not only are they delicious, they also have many positive effects. After dinner, Wang Li took out the radio and started listening to the content. Without the internet, radio became the best tool to understand the outside world, especially the official radio stations, where you can hear a lot of useful things every time. After listening to the radio for a while, Wang Li walked into the bathroom of the master bedroom and took a comfortable hot bath in the large bathtub. While taking a bath, I couldn't help but think of Shun Tong Tong again, especially the scene of her scrubbing my body. Alas, such a beautiful woman. She is gone just like that. What a pity. At night, the entire villa area was pitch black, and every household was dark. Only a few villas had a little light coming through. There was absolutely no villa as brightly lit as Villa Number 1. 1 or 2 kilometers away from Villa Number 1, there was a faint light in a villa. It was a candle. Scarface and his friends live in this villa. This morning, they headed towards Villa Number 1, but turned back halfway. The level 0 mutant beasts were okay and they could deal with them, but the level 1 ones were a bit difficult. They had bad luck today and encountered several level 2 mutant beasts in succession. Fortunately, they were alert and did not let these level 2 mutant beasts discover them and walked around them from a distance. However, they were unable to get close to Villa Number 1 until the afternoon. Boss. Scarface was thinking whether to continue going to Villa Number 1 tomorrow when a younger brother came running over with an excited look on his face, shouting, "Yellow hair, what's the matter? You look so happy." Chapter 23 Preemptive Strike. Boss, come and take a look. Villa Number 1 is brightly lit. It's ridiculously bright. Really? Scarface was slowly filled with surprise, and with a little disbelief, he hurried to the large open-air balcony on the 3rd floor of the villa. He stood high and could see far, and it was night time, so the light in the distance was like a bright lamp. It really is Villa Number 1. It was actually brightly lit. Thinking that there was no water or electricity here, and he could only light a candle in the middle of the night, and even this candle was only a few left, he couldn't last for a few days, so Scarface's face gradually became gloomy. I originally wanted to go to Villa Number 1 this morning, but I was unlucky and encountered several level 2 mutant beasts along the way, so I failed. The yellow-haired man standing nearby said with envy, "Boss, Villa Number 1 must have a backup generator, water, electricity, and probably food and drink. We not only have no water and electricity, but we also only have a few buckets of instant noodles left for food." Scar waved his hand and said, "Tell the brothers to rest early. We will go to Villa Number 1 early tomorrow morning. This time, we must succeed." Okay. Huang Mao went to inform everyone excitedly. "Where's Wang Li?" After taking a comfortable hot bath, I lay on the big bed in the master bedroom of the villa in a soft and comfortable bathrobe, looking very enjoyable. This bed is really big. It can easily accommodate 4 or 5 people. The mattress is not ordinary. It is said to cost more than 10 million yuan. The quilt is made of velvet. It's a pity that I'm the only one in the whole villa. It would be better if there were some more beauties. I don't know when I fell asleep. I heard a slight snoring sound in the bedroom. I slept until dawn and looked at the time. Oh shit, it's already past 9 in the morning. It's just that this bed is so comfortable to sleep on. It's worthy of being a top-notch luxury house and a mattress worth more than 10 million. After getting up, I washed up, changed into clean clothes, and ate 2 big meat buns and a box of milk, all of which were dropped from killing the first level boss yesterday. These 2 big meat buns are white and big, and the taste is simply first-rate. The milk is also special, with a strong milky flavor. I have never tasted such delicious milk. After eating, Wang Li thought about today's plan. The portable space has expanded to 200 cubic meters, which has doubled. Today's main task is to collect various supplies and basically fill up the 200 cubic meters of space. After entering the end of the world, as time goes by, the number of awakened people will gradually increase, and more people will go out to look for supplies. Some stores, large supermarkets, etc. will gradually be emptied, so you must collect supplies as early as possible. In a few days, the supplies that can be collected will become less and less, and some things will even spoil, such as fruits and vegetables, fresh meat, etc. Of course, in addition to collecting supplies, Wang Li also wanted to try out this level 10 excellent Tang horizontal sword and see what it would be like to use it to kill mutant beasts. Can you kill it in one blow? He was thinking about today's plan. A few hundred meters away from Villa Number 1, Scarface and more than a dozen people, holding a variety of weapons, were approaching here. Huang Mao said excitedly, "Boss, Villa Number 1 is just ahead, not far away." Very good. Scarface couldn't help but sigh that his luck was really good today. After they set out early, everything went very smoothly. They basically encountered level 0 mutant beasts. There were very few level 1 mutant beasts, only 3 of them. They did not encounter any of the level 2 mutant beasts that they feared, and they advanced more than 1,000 meters very smoothly and were very close to Villa Number 1. While feeling happy, Scarface looked at his own cultivation level. He was already halfway to level 1. When he reached level 1, he gained 10 attribute points. And just now, a weapon like a large baseball bat exploded from a level 1 mutant beast. It is longer, thicker, and much heavier than a baseball bat. Name: Ordinary Iron Rod. Level: 0 Level 2. Length: 1.2 meters. Weight: 100 kilograms. After adding a few points of strength to himself, Scarface felt that this weapon was very easy to use. Although it was an ordinary iron rod, it had considerable lethality. With one hit of the rod, a level 0 mutant beast was killed instantly. When facing a level 1 mutant beast, one hit from a stick will make it scream miserably, and a few hits will be enough to kill a level 1 mutant beast. Boss is awesome. Boss, after your cultivation reaches level 2, you will probably be able to kill a level 1 mutant beast with one blow. A level 1 mutant beast is nothing. I think the boss can kill a level 2 mutant beast with one blow. In their opinion, a level 1 mutant beast was a very powerful creature, but now Scarface could kill it with just a few hits. We are finally close to Villa Number 1. Huang Mao reminded. Boss, there seem to be people inside, but I don't know how many people there are. Scarface relied on his new weapon. His cultivation level was almost 2 levels higher, and he had a dozen followers, 2 of whom had reached level 1. So he felt that he was not afraid of any number of people in the villa. Today, he decided to book Villa Number 1. The people inside either get out or be killed. Yellow hair, go knock on the door and tell the people inside to get out. Everyone, bring out your weapons and shoot him if necessary. They had a total of 4 or 5 firearms, which they had bought at a high price on the black market before the end of the world. They included 2 shotguns, 2 double-barreled shotguns, and Scarface had an imitation Type 54 pistol in his hand. Because of these hot weapons, he had a great advantage when hunting mutant beasts at the beginning. Scarface's cultivation level has even been upgraded to level 1. If he kills a few more level 1 mutant beasts, his cultivation level can reach level 2. But he didn't wait. He didn't plan to kill the mutant beasts to improve his cultivation first. He felt that his level 1 cultivation level was enough, and he could handle even if there were more people inside. He didn't believe that the people inside had a higher cultivation level than him. The yellow-haired man walked to the gate of the villa with a big machete, knocked it hard a few times with the back of the machete, and shouted loudly, "Everyone inside, get out. Our boss wants this villa." Wang Li had heard the noise a long time ago and could see the situation of the group of people clearly through the window glass. He was on the 3rd floor, looking down from above, holding a compound bow in his hand. Although such a compound bow is very powerful, it is a bit difficult to use it to kill mutant beasts. At most, it can only deal with level 0 mutant beasts, and the damage it causes to level 1 mutant beasts is relatively limited. But using it to kill people is definitely a powerful weapon. Hiding behind the window, Wang Li said loudly, "This villa is mine now. It has an owner. You guys should leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "Oh, you're still pretty cool, aren't you?" the yellow-haired guy said loudly. "Come out on your own initiative and we'll spare your life. Otherwise, we'll kill everyone inside." They haven't figured out how many people are in the villa yet, thinking there are at least a few, but in fact, there is only Wang Li. Since the other party wants to occupy my villa and kill people, don't blame me for taking the initiative. I aim at the yellow-haired guy and shoot an arrow. It is indeed a compound crossbow with extremely high technological content. It not only has a sight, but also has great power. The arrow hit the yellow-haired man's head accurately and directly penetrated his skull, with almost half of the arrow going in. This scene left everyone, including Scarface, stunned. How dare you? How dare he take the initiative? Chapter 24. Scarface is really unlucky. After they realized what was happening, they all looked for cover. After they hid, Scarface said softly, "Monkey, go break down the door. Break it open." The monkey nodded. He had a big shield, which had helped him block several fatal injuries when he was hunting mutant beasts in the past 2 days. So what if the opponent has a compound crossbow? Can it shoot through my shield? This is a bulletproof shield that even pistol bullets can't penetrate. After shooting an arrow, Wang Li moved to another place, restringed the bow, and then looked at the situation outside through the glass. He saw someone holding a large shield and coming towards the door of his villa. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Can't they shoot you if you have a shield? Then I won't use a shield this time, and will use grenades instead. How about that? There are several grenades in the portable space, which were found in a police station. They have never been used, but they can be used now. He took out a grenade, pulled the safety, and threw it at the monkey holding the shield. The grenade drew a parabola in the air and landed behind the monkey instead of in front of the shield. Scarface and the others saw this scene clearly. Damn, what is this thing? Oh shit, it looks like a grenade. He was startled, and when he was about to warn the monkey, it was too late. There was a loud bang, and the monkey fell to the ground without even a scream, killed in the explosion. The flying steel balls affected the people nearby, because they were less than 10 meters away from the monkey and were completely within the killing radius of the grenade. Several screams. Wang Li was delighted to find that the grenade was so useful. He took out another one and threw it down, and several screams were heard again. MMP, I hit a brick wall. The other party actually has something like grenades. Scarface waved his hand and said, let's go quickly. However, one of the subordinates said in a trembling voice, boss, you, look. The subordinate was so frightened that his face turned pale and he was trembling, because a mutant beast was flying towards him quickly. Judging from its level, it was at least a level 3, or even a level 4 mutant beast. This is a mutant dog. It is larger than an adult bull, with hair like steel needles, a slightly open mouth, and huge, sharp teeth that flash with a cold light. Apparently, the movement here just happened to attract the attention of this level 4 mutant dog. Seeing the living humans here, its eyes lit up and it immediately ran over. The distance of more than 100 meters was reached in a few seconds. Scarface had no time to deal with Wang Li and shouted loudly, fire, fire. 2 shotguns, 2 double-barreled shotguns, including Scarface's pistol, all fired fiercely at the level 4 mutant dog running towards them. But it doesn't matter, it seems to have no effect. Using such a weapon to fight a level 4 mutant beast is simply a joke, it won't even break its skin. The mutant dog rushed over, pounced on a man and knocked him down with one bite, biting his head to pieces. It was a horrible sight. Then he pounced on and bit another person. Scarface knew that running was useless because his speed was no match for this mutant dog. Even though he had added a few points of agility and was a little faster than the world 100-meter sprint champion, he was still a long way behind the level 4 mutant dog. If you can't run away, you'll have to fight for your life. Before he died, Scarface became extremely ferocious, took a big stick, hit the mutant dog hard, and shouted, brothers, fight it, otherwise, we will all die. Wang Li stood on the 3rd floor, watching the wonderful drama in front of him. It was impossible to save them. All you have to do is watch the show. In less than 2 minutes, more than 10 people led by Scarface were killed. The mutant dog did not leave, but started to eat the corpses on the ground. It could eat a person in just a few bites. It was very ferocious. A level 4 mutant beast that came right to his doorstep meant a level of cultivation that came right to his doorstep. Wang Li would certainly not let it go. He walked out of the villa with Tang Hungdao in his hand and came in front of the mutant dog. Kill with one strike. The level 4 mutant beast that was eating had its head chopped off with one knife. It fell directly to the ground and then turned transparent and disappeared. Cultivation value, +1. There were all kinds of things scattered on the ground. Wang Li picked them all up and put them into his personal space. There were machetes, iron rods, an imitation Type 54 pistol, 2 shotguns, 2 double-barreled shotguns, etc. Hey, this is the weapon dropped by the mutant beast. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to get such a reward. This group of people also dropped a weapon, a big stick, which was the same one that Yu Wanning had seen before. When facing level 1 or 2 mutant beasts, this is a powerful weapon for killing monsters. As for level 0 mutant beasts, it can basically be killed with one hit. He put the things into his own space, thought for a while, found paper and pen, wrote a few big words, and pasted them on the door of the villa. The villa has an owner, please do not disturb. After pasting these words and locking the door of the villa, Wang Li rode away on his motorcycle, rumbling away into the distance. As for the corpses on the ground in front of the villa, don't worry. They will soon attract all kinds of mutant beasts, and they will be eaten clean in no time, leaving nothing behind. Wang Li rode his motorcycle out of the gate of the villa area in a few minutes and headed towards a wholesale market. It was the largest fresh food wholesale market in the vicinity, selling all kinds of vegetables, fruits, seafood, and meat. That is Wang Li's target. I originally wanted to go somewhere 2 days ago, but considering that I had put a lot of things in my space and the remaining space was limited, I didn't go for the time being. I wouldn't be able to put much stuff in it even if I went. Now that I have 200 cubic meters of portable space, I can put a lot of things in it. It took me a full hour and a half of riding to reach the gate of the wholesale market. There was no other way. After entering the apocalypse, the world has become bigger. The original distance of only 7 or 8 kilometers has become 70 or 80 kilometers. I also killed several level 4 mutant beasts along the way, all with one strike. Now I like this weapon more and more. It's simply awesome. We also met several small teams, with the least number being a dozen or so people and the most being 20 or 30. It seemed that everyone understood that unity is strength and they all started to form groups. However, Wang Li always walked around them from a distance, trying not to disturb them if possible. After riding for 70 or 80 kilometers, we finally arrived at our destination. This wholesale market originally covered an area of only a few hundred acres, but now it has become enormous. For example, the logistics parking lot, which used to be used for large trucks to unload goods, was the size of a football field, but now it has become almost invisible. It was a vast area, with some sparsely growing thick wild grasses over 1 meter high, and some towering trees. The distance between each tree was at least tens of meters, and at most 100 or 200 meters, so it was not considered dense. Wang Li rode his motorcycle to look for his target, and soon found a large truck filled with bags of large potatoes. In the end times, potatoes are a good thing. There were as much as 40 or 50 tons. Wang Li put them all into the space, and then he saw a large truck full of bundles of lettuce, all of which were rotten. It was such a pity. It has been several days since the end of the world began. Fresh vegetables have a limited shelf life and are likely to have rotted, unless they are kept in a cold storage. I don't know how long the cold storage can maintain the low temperature after the power outage. Chapter 25: Encountering a first-level boss again. A villa. This is where Lu Ming and his group stayed. Today, a group of people went out to hunt some mutant beasts and brought back some supplies. As soon as he came back, someone told him that the beautiful woman had woken up and was clamoring to leave, saying that she wanted to find her boyfriend. Lu Ming took Zhong Xiaomen upstairs, and Shin Tongtong was arranged in a room on the second floor. Because she drank the mineral water produced by the mutant beast every day, and Lu Ming and his team had a doctor, Shin Tongtong had been awake for 2 hours, and the first thing she wanted to do was to go back to her original community to find Wang Li. Lu Ming pushed the door open and said with concern, "You finally woke up. You've been in a coma for several days." Shin Tongtong was not stupid. She knew that it was these people who saved her. She expressed her gratitude and then told them about her situation, especially the community where her boyfriend lived. After listening, Lu Ming said, "Your injuries are still quite serious. How about I take someone to that community to take a look? It is still early now. The hour Shin Tongtong mentioned is not very far, about 10 kilometers. There is still enough time, and we should be able to get back before dark." Shin Tongtong told him Wang Li's building and room number and expressed her gratitude. Lu Ming led the group and set off, hunting mutant beasts while heading towards the residential area. After some effort, I finally got there and found the room that Wang Li rented, but it was obvious at first glance that no one lived there. The whole room was in a mess, and the doors and windows were damaged. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming took out a piece of paper and a pen, left a note, and then pressed it with something before leaving. This logistics parking lot, which stretches as far as the eye can see, had about 20 to 30 large trucks parked here before the end of the world, where various transactions were conducted. After the end of the world, this place has become extremely huge, and the distance between each truck has also increased, with some trucks being several hundred meters apart. Riding on a motorcycle, Wang Li checked these 20 or 30 large trucks. About half of the trucks were empty, and the other half were filled with various things, mainly fresh vegetables, fruits, and most of them had rotted. The one loaded with potatoes was the one just mentioned. In addition, there was another truck full of garlic seeds, and Wang Li collected dozens of bags. After my portable space reached 200 cubic meters, it still felt a little small. Garlic seeds will not go bad in a month or two, so I will collect a dozen bags first and collect more later. There is a row of buildings in the distance, which appear to be cold storages. Most meat wholesalers and wholesale markets have cold storages, which are generally small in scale, only a few dozen square meters, or at most 100 or 200 square meters. Wang Li rode over and saw that the doors of several cold storages were open and emitting a foul smell. It was obvious that the things inside had gone bad. There are also some cold storages with their doors tightly closed. I don't know what will happen to the things inside after the power outage, and whether they will become smelly. When I opened the door of one of the cold storages, a cool breeze hit me in the face. Although there was a power outage, the insulation effect of the cold storage was very good and the temperature inside was still maintained at a low temperature. Although it was not -10 or 20 degrees, it was still around 0 degrees. The cold storage area is not large, only a few dozen square meters, and it is filled with whole slabs of pork, beef, etc. Because the temperature inside is relatively low, you can even see unmelted frost, so the meats are well preserved and very fresh. What are you waiting for? Pork and beef are both good things, much better than instant noodles, sausages, and those packaged foods. Wang Li put them all into his own space. The 200 cubic meters of space is basically full, with less than 10 cubic meters of space left. The carry-on space is still a little small. I don't know when I can encounter another first-level boss and another boss crystal core. While others pray not to encounter high-level mutant beasts, and even less hope to encounter a first-order boss, Wang Li is eager to encounter one right now. After collecting the things in this cold storage, Wang Li looked at several other cold storages. They were basically filled with meat, including chicken, duck, and fish. There was even a cold storage that contained boxes of processed animal offal, including chicken intestines, duck intestines, chicken gizzards, etc. Wang Li closed the door tightly. It shouldn't break down in 2 or 3 days. He would try his best to upgrade his portable space within 2 or 3 days and come back then. If he couldn't upgrade his portable space within 2 or 3 days, it would be a pity for these things as they would all become smelly. After looking around here, Wang Li was a little surprised that there was not a single mutant beast or living person. Today's mission is not only to collect supplies, but also to kill mutant beasts. The things have been almost collected, and they are all high-value items. The next step is to hunt mutant beasts and raise the level of cultivation to a higher level. It's just strange. What about the mutant beasts? How come there is not even one? This is a bit abnormal. Although this was obviously abnormal, Wang Li was not afraid. Holding the sophisticated Tang sword in his hand, he began to look for targets everywhere. I guessed in my heart that it was unlikely that all the mutant beasts in this area were killed by the Awakened Ones. If a team of Awakened Ones really came and killed all the mutant beasts here, why didn't they take so many supplies away in the end times? These are very precious things. In addition, there didn't seem to be any signs of an awakened person having been here, nor were there any signs of a battle. Wang Li had a bold hypothesis in his mind. Some kind of big monster must have appeared, and the low-level mutant beasts nearby had fled, or were killed by this big monster. Thinking of this possibility, he felt slightly excited. Others might not want to see big monsters, and would like to avoid them when they see them, but Wang Li was different. What he hoped most was to encounter a high-level mutant beast, preferably a boss. After searching for a few minutes, we made a discovery when we were approaching the aquatic area of the wholesale market. The area of this aquatic area is not small to begin with, and now it has become even larger. Wang Li heard a sound, as if something was eating. Following the sound, I soon saw the target. It was an extremely huge crab. Its claws were as big as a car, and its total height was as high as 2 or 3 stories high. I could feel the pressure from it from afar. This is the largest mutant beast Wang Li has ever seen. Undoubtedly, this is a boss-level monster, possibly a first-level boss. Thinking about the many things that exploded when he killed the mutant willow tree last time, Wang Li felt slightly excited. He was lucky today to have encountered this big guy. This huge crab was eating and had no idea that Wang Li was walking towards it step by step with a Tang sword in his hand. Because Wang Li was invisible, it couldn't detect him. Walking up to the big crab and looking up, Wang Li chopped it down with great force under the invisible pressure. It is worthy of being a level 10 weapon. After combined with a heavy blow, the lethality is still good. The seemingly hard crab shell was actually cut several inches deep. There was no feeling of sparks flying when cutting on metal. It just felt harder, but it could be cut into. After a few heavy strikes, Wang Li no longer used the heavy attack skill, but switched to normal slashing, one blow at a time. Every knife is paralyzing. The big crab was completely paralyzed, motionless, and its whole body turned gray. After a few minutes and several hundred cuts, Wang Li thought the crab was about to die. Sure enough, after a few more cuts, the huge crab died, quickly turned transparent, and disappeared. The last time I chopped down the mutated willow tree, it took me 30 minutes. This time it only took a few minutes. Level 10 weapons are indeed different. Wang Li felt that if he used the same MO Dao as before, it might take him more than 30 minutes to kill the big crab. A big crab is hanging. The corpse disappeared, and a pile of things appeared in front of Wang Li. As usual, he didn't care about anything and just put them all into his personal space with a sweep of his hand. Then look at them one by one slowly. The most abundant thing was still various supplies, including food and drinks, enough for Wang Li to eat and drink for 10 days or half a month. The things that exploded from the mutant beasts were not only delicious, but also had various positive effects. For example, among the drinks, in addition to some good bottled mineral water, there were also milk and beverages. Wang Li took out a bottle of Red Bull, opened it, and drank it in big gulps. He felt that it tasted many times better than the Red Bull bought on the market. The effect was also very obvious. He felt that it was much more effective in relieving fatigue and restoring spirit than mineral water. In addition to food and drinks, there are many other good things. It seems like there is another boss crystal core, which is like timely help. I was just worrying that my portable space was a little small and couldn't hold a lot of supplies, so here I get one. Chapter 26 Strength Improvement. Why hesitate? Use it now. This first-level boss crystal core disappeared and was absorbed by the portable space. The original 200 cubic meters of portable space was increased to 300 cubic meters, which could hold a lot of good things. So cool. Take away all the meat in the cold storage, whether it is chicken, duck, chicken gizzards, duck intestines, etc. Take them all away. In addition to this first-level boss crystal core, there is also an attribute card with all attributes +1. Wang Li guessed in his mind that for a first-order boss, the crystal core and attribute card would definitely explode. The attribute card exploded by a first-order boss would have all attributes +1. The second-order one would have all attributes +2. The third-order one would have all attributes +3, and so on. I just don't know if there is a limit on the number of times each person can use it. It would be awesome if everyone could use all attribute cards unlimitedly. Of course, this full attribute card was used immediately. All 4 attributes increased a little, and Wang Li felt that his strength had become stronger. The properties are as follows. Name, Wang Li. Age, 20. Strength, 35-36. Constitution, 12-13. Agility, 9-10. Spirit, 6-7. Skill, heavy attack. Level 0, level 4. Cultivation, 47/50. Remaining attribute points, 0. The cultivation value has reached 47 points. Killing this big crab has increased the cultivation level by 10 points. Killing a few more mutant beasts will increase the cultivation level. My luck was pretty good this time. In addition to a bunch of supplies, boss crystal cores, and all attribute cards, I also got a skill book. Name, Body Shield. Introduction, passive skill, external damage received, is halved. This is a very powerful skill. Not only is it a passive skill, but the damage can be reduced by half. If you are seriously injured, with this skill, you may only suffer a minor injury. The injury that was originally going to be a minor injury may be reduced to a slight injury or a few skin abrasions. As expected of a boss product, this skill is really amazing. Wang Li used it without hesitation. Now he has 2 skills, namely heavy attack and body shield. With only a few points left to improve his cultivation, Wang Li, holding Tang Hung Dao in his hand, went deeper into the wholesale market. Moreover, in the first 1 or 2 kilometers, he did not find any mutant beasts, let alone level 4 or 5 mutant beasts. There were not even level 0 ones. After walking 2 kilometers, we finally saw a mutant beast, also a big crab, not small, about the size of a car. It should be a level 4 mutant beast. Wang Li walked over, gave it a heavy blow, and then a flat slash, and the mutant beast was killed. His cultivation level was +1, so it was indeed a level 4 mutant beast. It took about 10 to 20 minutes to find 2 level 4 mutant beasts. After killing them, his cultivation level was improved. Cultivation level 5, 0/60. 10 free attribute points. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Li decided to allocate 5 points of strength, 3 points of constitution, and 2 points of agility. There was no need to pursue strength blindly. The current strength was enough. With the paralysis of swords, there is no such thing as an immortal mutant beast. It is just a matter of time. With the increase of physique and agility, the survivability will undoubtedly be greatly improved. If you lose your life, there is no need to talk about anything. After adding points, Wang Li's attributes are as follows. Name, Wang Li. Age, 20. Strength, 36-41. Constitution, 13-16. Agility, 10-12. Spirit, 7. Skills, heavy attack, body shield, passive. Level, 0 level 5. Cultivation, 0/60. Remaining attribute points, 0. I feel that my strength has improved significantly. I am stronger, more physically fit, and have faster reaction speed. I should be among the top few among all the awakened people now. Looking at the time, it was already afternoon. Today's task was overfulfilled, so Wang Li prepared to collect some meat and then go back early. It takes an hour and a half to go back from here by motorcycle. If you encounter a mutant beast of level 5 or above on the road, and stop to kill it. It will take even longer. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a motorcycle was heard. Wang Li first went to the cold storage to collect a lot of things, almost filling up the 300 cubic meters of space, and then rode away. I also encountered some teams of awakened people on the road, but I didn't want to have any interaction with them, so I rode past them quickly on a motorcycle. I also encountered quite a few mutant beasts. It seemed that their number was increasing and their levels seemed to be higher. On the first day of the apocalypse, and even the second day, the mutant beasts were basically level 0 and level 1, but now there are quite a few level 2 and even level 3 mutant beasts. Could it be that mutant beasts will also evolve? As time goes by, the levels of some mutant beasts will also increase. Wang Li feels that his inference should be very reliable. For example, mutated rats are generally level 2. Now some of them have reached level 3 or even level 4. In a few days, a small number may reach level 5. If Wang Li encounters a mutant beast that he thinks is level 5 along the way, he will stop and kill it. For example, now you encounter a mutant dog. It looks a little different from ordinary mutant dogs and looks like it is level 5, while mutant dogs are generally level 3, with a few being level 4. At the beginning, when Wang Li's cultivation level was 2, he took great pains to kill a mutant dog and even got injured. It's much easier now. After getting off the car, Wang Li walked up to the mutant dog with a tang sword in hand and hit it hard with a single blow, without even a heavy blow being effective. The cultivation level has reached level 5, and all attributes have been comprehensively improved. It is also a level 10 weapon, so it is normal to cause serious damage with one blow. One more blow, and the mutant dog would be dead. Cultivation value, +1. Unfortunately, nothing came out. The probability of an ordinary mutant beast dropping something is only 1%, which means that you have to kill 100 mutant beasts of the same level or higher level than yourself before you can get something. Such things could be supplies, skill books, weapons, or other things. It all depends on luck. Mounting his motorcycle, Wang Li headed towards the big villa, which would take about 30 to 40 minutes to arrive. I thought to myself that after I get back, I would take a comfortable hot bath, then have a delicious meal, and then think about tomorrow's plans. After riding for about 10 minutes, Wang Li stopped because he saw a group of people running towards him in panic, and there seemed to be something very scary behind them. As the group of people got closer, Wang Li spotted several old acquaintances. Sun Delong and Yi Wanning were both in that group of people. Behind them was a large mutant beast, which was actually a giant scorpion. Its body was 4 or 5 meters long. If the length of its tail was included, the total length would be 8 or 9 meters. Wang Li had killed several mutant scorpions before, but none were this big. There were both level 2 and level 3 ones. This one was obviously more than level 3. Conservative estimates would suggest it was level 5 or even higher. No wonder there are such a large group of people, estimated to be 20 or 30 people, and they seem to be awakened ones, being chased by this giant mutant scorpion. When Yi Wanning saw Wang Li, she immediately shouted, "Run, run, that's a level 6 mutant scorpion, run as fast as you can." What? Level 6 mutant scorpion, what a good thing. This is the cultivation value that comes right to your doorstep, so you can't let it go. Chapter 27 News about another first-level boss. Seeing that Wang Li did not run away, but instead walked towards the mutant scorpion with a tang sword in hand, Yi Wanning became even more anxious. "Wang Li, don't go. You are no match for it. Run." Sun Delong also ran and shouted, "Wang Li, danger, run." There were more than 20 of them, and many of them were level 2 awakeners. Sun Delong, Yi Wanning and others had even reached level 3. So many people were far from being a match for this mutant scorpion. Wang Li, alone, would just be a wasted effort. Wang Li didn't think so. In his eyes, this was cultivation value that was delivered to his doorstep. So how could he let it go? It's not easy for me to find a level 6 mutant beast. Amid everyone's surprised, puzzled, anxious, and worried gazes, Wang Li trotted forward and slashed at the giant mutant scorpion with a knife. Heavy hit. With a strength attribute of up to 41 points, plus a level 10 weapon and a heavy attack, what can a level 6 mutant beast do? It can be severely damaged with just one blow. The second knife, a heavy blow. After 3 consecutive heavy blows, no one had time to react. The mutant crab was killed, quickly turned translucent, and then disappeared. Wow, something exploded. An equipment card appeared in front of Wang Li. He grabbed it without saying a word and used it immediately. He wanted to see his luck and see what kind of equipment he could get. Don't use weapons. There is no shortage of weapons now. There is a level 2 big stick in the space he carries with him, which is the same type as the one Yi Wanning is holding, and a level 2 Mo Dao. The tang sword in his hand is of level 0, level 10, which was dropped when he killed a level 1 boss. Although this is a level 6 mutant beast, if the weapon had dropped as a weapon, it is definitely not as good as his Tang sword. It's not a weapon, it's a ring. Name, Storage Ring. Introduction, the storage space is 1 cubic meter. Time stands still in the space. Living things cannot be stored there. It can be upgraded with boss crystal cores. This is rare equipment. Storage rings are extremely rare and difficult to obtain. I didn't expect that I had such good luck to get a storage ring. However, I have my own space, and a first-level boss crystal core can increase the space by 100 cubic meters instead of 1 cubic meter. This storage ring seems a bit useless. The group of people who were fleeing gradually came to their senses from their dazed state, and their eyes gradually became slightly different when they looked at Wang Li. Oh my god, this is so powerful. It only took 3 strikes to kill this mutant giant scorpion. Look at the weapon in his hand. It's definitely not an ordinary one. He was able to kill this mutant giant scorpion so easily. It must be because of the weapon in his hand. It seems something exploded, I don't know what it was. Yi Wanning came over first and said gratefully, Wang Li, thank you. If it weren't for you, several of us might have died. Sun Dalong also came over. Wang Li, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You killed this mutant giant scorpion with just 3 strikes. Others also gathered around, but did not dare to get too close, keeping a distance of 10 to 20 meters. Perhaps it was because of the natural respect for the strong. A young man came over and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Lu Wingguang, the deputy captain of this team. Something just exploded. Wang Li did not hide it. Many people saw it anyway. He nodded and said, yes, a storage ring exploded. It has 1 cubic meter of storage space. What? Storage ring? Lu Wingguang's eyes lit up, and he became eager. He immediately said, you also know that we were the first to discover this mutant beast. The things that exploded should belong to us. Can you give me the storage ring? This is a bit shameless. A group of them were being chased by this giant mutant scorpion and were running for their lives. If they hadn't taken action themselves, who knows how many of them would have died. Now he actually asks me for this storage ring. Although Wang Li looked down on the ring, he didn't want to give it to Lu Wingguang and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Yi Wanning spoke first and said loudly, Lu Wingguang, that was a mutant beast that was killed by someone else. It's not appropriate for you to do this. Lu Wingguang said shamelessly, what's wrong with that? We were the ones who discovered this mutant beast. That's a fact. Sun Dalong couldn't stand it anymore and scolded, Lu Wingguang, shut up. You have no right to speak here. He was the captain and had the final say in everything. Lu Wingguang and Yi Wanning were only deputy captains. Hearing what the captain said, Lu Wingguang had to shut up, but it was obvious from his eyes that he was unwilling to accept this. Storage ring. If he had this ring, he could put a lot of things inside it without having to carry a big mountaineering bag, which was very inconvenient. He had wanted to throw it away a long time ago. Seeing that Lu Wingguang didn't say anything, Sun Dalong said apologetically, Wang Li, I'm sorry, I apologize to you on his behalf. We didn't mean to take this storage ring at all. Wang Li nodded slightly and wanted to put the ring into his personal space, but found that he couldn't put it in at all. It should be that the space equipment cannot be put into the personal space. Then he could only wear it on his hand for the time being, as an ordinary ring. Probably because he saw that Wang Li was very strong, Sun Dalong wanted to win him over again, and took the initiative to invite him enthusiastically. Wang Li, are you interested in joining us and serving as the deputy captain of our team? Wang Li shook his head just like last time. No, I still like to be alone. Sun Dalong obviously didn't want to give up just like that. After joining us, you can act on your own and don't have to act with us. If we encounter danger or a big boss, you can just help us. After hearing this, Wang Li was actually a little tempted. But in the end, he said, let me think about it. I still don't want to join now. By the way, why are there so many of you here today? Wang Li asked with a little curiosity. This was the 3rd time I saw Sun Dalong. Each time, the number of people in their team was not so large, only 7 or 8 people or 10 people. This time, there were as many as 20 or 30 people. Talking about this matter, Sun Dalong had a bitter face, sighed softly, and replied, we originally had more than 100 people, among which there were more than 40 awakened ones. We lived in the Dahua Hotel, which was our base, but a big incident happened yesterday. Wang Li knew that the Dahua Hotel was a 5-star hotel with 30 or 40 floors, beautifully and luxuriously decorated. It was said that an ordinary room there cost more than 2,000 yuan per night. Sun Dalong continued, a mutant giant python suddenly appeared. No one knew where it came from. It was several dozen meters long, and its head was as big as a car. It attacked the hotel, and we suffered heavy casualties. Only less than 30 people escaped. We just encountered this mutant giant scorpion, and 3 more people died. They have nowhere to go now. After dark, they really don't know where to go. There is not much to eat, just the little food in everyone's backpack. As for going back to the hotel, there were still a lot of things there. Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to go back. That mutant python was too scary. Wang Li was not interested in how many of them were left. What interested him most was this mutant python. He thought to himself, could this be another boss? Chapter 28, Killing the Third First-Level Boss. Wang Li is very interested in this mutant python. Captain Sun, can you tell me the details of this mutant python? Sun Dalong said, yes, this mutant python is very huge, with a head as big as a car. Its scales have a metallic luster and should be extremely hard. It killed many of us. It has been lurking in the hotel. We originally thought it had left, so we sent people back quietly, but only one person escaped. Through his narration, Wang Li obtained a lot of information. This should be a first-level boss. If you can kill it, you will probably get attribute cards, boss crystal cores, and the like. Wang Li said in surprise, Captain Sun, are you saying that this mutant python is still entrenched in the Dahua Hotel? It should still be there. You can ask Wan Ning about the specific situation. She knows more about it than I do. Wang Li looked at Yi Wanning with a questioning look in his eyes. Yi Wanning explained, I do know more about that mutant python than Old Sun, because I have a skill called Insight, which can tell some information about the mutant beast, including its level. This girl actually has the skill of Insight. This is the skill that Wang Li has always wanted to possess, but the skill book has never been discovered. The skills he currently possesses are Heavy Attack and Body Shield. Yi Wanning said, I used my insight to look at this mutant python. It is a first-level boss, not an ordinary mutant beast. It should still be entrenched in the Dahua Hotel. It's really a first-level boss. Wang Li became eager. No one can get rich without unexpected fortune. Wang Li knows very well what gains can be gained by killing a first-level boss. He will definitely not let this first-level boss go. Since they told him about a first-level boss, Wang Li said, Captain Sun, you don't have anywhere to go for the time being. Yes, we originally planned to use the Dahua Hotel as our long-term base. After this mutant python appeared, we had to find another place. Wang Li said, I have a nice place. I am staying there temporarily. You can go there if you want. Really? That's great. Sun Dalong was surprised. Yi Wanning and others also looked at Wang Li. They were worried that they had nowhere to go tonight. Wang Li provided them with a place, which was like timely help. Wang Li said, you know Platinum Palace. Of course I know this. The most upscale villa community in the area. Each villa is worth tens of millions, and some are worth hundreds of millions. Wang Li said, you can go there. Many villas are empty. You can pick a villa to live in. I am currently living in villa number 1. Just don't pick my villa. Sun Dalong quickly assured, don't worry, we won't take villa number 1. Wang Li nodded and said, it's getting late. You guys should go to Platinum Palace. I won't go with you. After saying that, he started the motorcycle and drove away with a rumbling sound, heading towards the Dahua Hotel. Sun Dalong was stunned and thought to himself, that is the direction of Dahua Hotel. He wouldn't be going there to attack the mutant python. No, absolutely not. That's a first-level boss. Not to mention him, even dozens of them are no match for it. At this stage, a first-level boss is invincible. It's useless to pile up people against it. Yi Wanning said, Uncle Sun, he's not going to the Dahua Hotel, is he? Sun Dalong shook his head. I've told him that it's a first-level boss. He won't go. Maybe he has other things to do. Lu Wenguang said sarcastically, he probably guessed that a lot of our supplies were left at the Dahua Hotel and wanted to take those supplies. This is simply courting death. That mutant python can swallow him in one bite. Yi Wanning was inexplicably angry. Lu Wenguang, just shut up and don't talk. Lu Wenguang snorted twice and said nothing else, but his gaze lingered on Yi Wanning for a moment. Seeing her almost perfect curve, he felt a little hot in his heart and thought to himself, little bitch, sooner or later I will let you know how powerful I am. Sun Dalong checked the time and waved his hand. Let's go to Platinum Palace. Keep in formation and watch out for high-level mutant beasts along the way. They headed cautiously towards the Qingshan International Mansion Villa area. Where is Wang Li? Of course, he rode a motorcycle and headed towards the Dahua Hotel at a very fast speed. He was worried that if he arrived too late, the mutant python would have left, which would be a big loss. About half an hour later, Wang Li rode his motorcycle to the front of the Dahua Hotel, a 30 or 40-story building with a beautiful glass exterior, a 5-star hotel. However, the area in front of the hotel was a mess, with various damaged cars, a large number of broken limbs, and a lot of dark red bloodstains on the ground. The building's glass exterior was also damaged in many places and was in a mess. Wang Li put away his motorcycle, picked up his Tang Hongdao, and walked towards the hotel. Ignoring the mess of broken limbs at the door, he walked into the first-floor lobby of the hotel. As soon as I came in, I was secretly surprised. MMP, it's really big. The hall on the first floor was estimated to be over 1,000 square meters in size, very large. Inside the hall, the mutant python was coiled there, occupying almost half of the hall's area. The head was really as big as a small car, and it was covered with dense black scales with a metallic luster and seemed extremely hard. Wang Li was in invisible state, so of course it didn't notice him. If it were any other awakened one, it would have discovered him from a long distance and would have attacked him immediately. But facing Wang Li, it did not do that and did not notice anything at all. Wang Li walked towards it step by step, despite the pressure emanating from it, until he was right in front of it. He gestured with his tang sword, wondering whether to chop off its head or its vital point. To kill a snake, you have to hit it at its most vulnerable part. Wang Li decided to cut it at its most vulnerable part. The first blow hit the mutant python's neck hard, penetrating 3 inches into the flesh, but it still didn't feel like cutting on metal, it just felt very hard. The mutant python was paralyzed before it even had time to react. Its entire body turned gray, and it couldn't move at all, becoming nothing more than fish to be slaughtered at will. The first level boss is now invincible. In front of Wang Li, he could only be hacked to death without any ability to fight back. One knife, and another knife. The first few strikes used heavy attack skills, and the rest were just normal attacks. With a strength attribute of 41 points and a level 10 excellent Tang horizontal sword, this almost invincible mutant python was killed in just a few minutes, quickly becoming transparent and disappearing. A bunch of things exploded in front of Wang Li, almost all of them floating in the air in the form of cards. Without saying a word, he followed the old rules and put them all into his personal space. This time, I should get rich again. You still have to kill the boss. The benefits are extremely high. Chapter 29, Yuaning's New Home. The most common thing is still various supplies. There is everything to eat and drink, at least enough for one person to eat and drink for more than 10 days. For example, there are several kinds of beverages. A boss crystal core. A card with all attributes +1. This once again confirms Wang Li's guess that the boss will definitely drop crystal cores and all attribute cards, and the first level boss will drop all attribute +1 cards. The second level boss should definitely drop all attribute +2 cards, and so on. The boss crystal core is used immediately, and the portable space is increased to 400 cubic meters. All attribute cards are also used immediately, increasing each of the 4 attributes by 1 point. Name, Wang Li. Age, 20. Strength, 41-42. Constitution, 16-17. Agility, 12-13. Spirit, 7-8. Skills, heavy attack, body shield passive. Level 5. Cultivation, 13/60. Remaining attribute points, 0. Another weapon exploded. Name, Saber. Level, 0 level 6. Length, 1.3 m. This is a good thing. Although it is not as good as the weapon in his hand, many people will be jealous of it as a level 6 weapon. Put it in your personal space first as a backup weapon. At this point, Wang Li already has 4 weapons, the 10th level Tang horizontal sword in his hand, the level 6 saber that just exploded, a level 2 big stick, and a level 2 Mo Dao. Many people don't even have a weapon. They hold kitchen knives, machetes, etc. Those with better conditions have a machete or a machete. These knives are okay for dealing with level 0 mutant beasts, but they are barely effective against level 1 mutant beasts. They dreamed of getting a weapon from a mutant beast, but it was not that easy, it was too difficult. It's better to have something than nothing. Wang Li originally hoped for a piece of armor, but ended up getting a weapon. He was a little disappointed, but could only comfort himself that at least it was a level 6 weapon, which was not bad. After taking a look at the messy hotel, Wang Li had no interest in staying. He got on his motorcycle and drove towards Qingshan International Mansion. It's time to go home, have a good rest, and think about tomorrow's plans. Sun Dalong, Yuaning, and their companions killed a lot of mutant beasts along the way, including level 0 and level 1, as well as a small number of level 2 and level 3, and finally arrived at the villa area before dark. They pushed open the door of villa number 2. This villa is well preserved, and there is no one in it. It must be cleaned by a special person on a regular basis. The villa is smaller than villa number 1 and 1 level lower, but its selling price should be tens of millions. Compared with ordinary houses, it is still very luxurious. After taking a look at the villa, he found that there was no one there, and it was an ownerless villa. Sun Dalong breathed a sigh of relief and arranged for everyone to move in. The men live on the 1st and 2nd floors, and the women live on the 3rd floor. After these arrangements are made, food, water, etc. are distributed to everyone. Because everyone escaped from the Dahua Hotel in a hurry, they did not have much food, only enough for about 2 or 3 days. Sun Dalong thought to himself that starting tomorrow, in addition to hunting mutant beasts to improve his cultivation level, He also had to collect some survival supplies. He discovered that the villa had a basement floor, which was not very large. It had a wine cellar and a storage room of more than 100 square meters, which could hold a lot of things. The materials collected in the future could be placed in this storage room. I was secretly grateful to Wang Li in my heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have a place to stay tonight, let alone such a comfortable villa. The key is that you feel extremely safe living in this villa, because it is not far away. Only 100 or 200 meters away is Villa Number 1, where Wang Li lives. A level 6 mutant beast can be killed with just 3 sword strikes. In his opinion, Wang Li is a great master. With such a great master nearby, he must feel very safe. There were only 4 women, and there were 7 or 8 rooms on the 3rd floor. Yuaning was in a room alone. She took out a wet tissue and wiped her face and hands carefully. Washing face or taking a bath became a luxury, and even drinking water became a problem. Unless it is bottled water, all water from outside is no longer drinkable. Some people may feel uncomfortable, have diarrhea, or even die after drinking the water that originally looked very clear and clean. It cannot be used to wash your face or hands, as it will cause redness, swelling, and itching of the skin. You can only use bottled water, and as time goes by, the amount of bottled water will become less and less. The lights in Villa Number 1 are on, and they are brightly lit. Wang Li should be back. Wang Ligong came back and started the generator. The whole villa was brightly lit. Then he filled a bathtub with water and soaked comfortably in the bathtub. There was a radio next to him, playing something. The official has announced that since entering the end of the world, the death toll has reached nearly half, and called on everyone to stick together and work hard to survive. The radio also revealed a piece of news that some places have begun to build doomsday survival bases. For example, on the outskirts of Beijing, a large survivor base that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people is under construction and is beginning to take in survivors. After listening to the radio for a while, Wang Li began to think about tomorrow's plan. First of all, he collected various survival supplies. His personal space increased by 100 cubic meters, which could hold a lot of things. I even considered temporarily placing some things that are not easy to spoil, such as potatoes, rice, flour, packaged food, etc., in the storage room on the underground 1st floor of the villa. Wang Li had seen this storage room before. It was rather empty but not small in size, approximately 200 square meters, with a height of about 4 meters, and could hold a lot of things. The only hidden danger is that it is not safe enough. If you are unlucky, other survivors may break in and take away some things. Of course, without means of transportation and space to store equipment, what can be taken away would be limited. In addition to collecting survival supplies, the most important thing is of course to kill mutant beasts and work hard to improve your cultivation level. It would be great if you can kill a 1st-level boss. But this thing is hard to come by, and it's purely luck that I have come across these ones one after another. After taking a comfortable bath and eating and drinking, Wang Li lay on the bed. He first thought about tomorrow's plan, then he couldn't sleep alone and unconsciously thought of Shintongtong again. These days, everything was fine during the day. I was hunting mutant beasts, but when night came, I couldn't help but think of Shintongtong. Oh, what a nice person. Just like that, it's gone. Wang Li felt sad again, and it took him a long time to fall asleep. I slept very late the next day and woke up at around 8 in the morning. He first took out a portion of fragrant egg-fried rice, which tasted so good that he almost swallowed it with his tongue. He drank a bottle of milk, and after he was full, Wang Li cleared some of his personal space. Almost all the things that are not easy to deteriorate and can be preserved for a long time are placed in the huge storage room on the underground 1st floor, and the door is locked with a big lock. After checking and finding no problems, Wang Li left the villa and prepared to search for supplies and kill some mutant beasts. After the portable space is emptied, it can hold a large amount of things again. Today it is best to collect some rice, flour, potatoes, and the like. These things can be stored for a long time and are not easy to mutate. After getting them back, you can put them in the storage room. After leaving the villa and locking the door, Wang Li saw Sun Dalong, Yiwaning, and a large group of people outside Villa Number 2. Chapter 30 asked Wang Li for help. Wang Li took a look from a distance and thought they were assigning tasks for today, so he didn't pay any attention and rode away on his motorcycle. They're indeed assigning tasks for today. As the team leader, Sun Dalong was making a series of arrangements. Due to the shortage of food, there was only enough for 2 or 3 days, so the first priority was to find food and drink. One team member said that there is a store specializing in wholesale grain and oil about 2 or 3 kilometers away from Platinum Palace, or now it should be 20 or 30 kilometers away. If no one patronizes it, there should still be a lot of grain, cooking oil and the like there. Sun Dalong was very excited to receive the news. After everyone finished breakfast, he began to make a series of arrangements. More than 20 people were divided into 2 groups. Those of low level, such as level 0 and level 1 awakeners, stayed in the big villa, with villa number 2 as the center, killing level 0 and level 1 mutant beasts nearby. He and 2 deputy captains led the team of more than a dozen people, all of whom were level 2 or even level 3 awakeners, such as himself and gnawing, who were both level 3. Their mission today was to go to that grain and oil store. After the tasks were assigned, a group of more than a dozen people set off. 30 or 40 kilometers is not close, but fortunately we are all awakened and have good attributes, so we don't feel tired. When we meet high-level mutant beasts along the way, we avoid them from afar and kill those that can be killed, which can help us gain some cultivation. It took about 3 hours and we finally reached the destination at noon, but we stopped far away. There was a big monster in front of the store. Yuaning used her clairvoyance to take a look from a distance. Name, mutated giant rat. Level, 0 level 6. A level 6 mutant beast is definitely not something they can deal with. The limit for a dozen people is to deal with a level 4 mutant beast, and there is a risk of someone getting hurt. Yuaning said, Uncle Son, what should we do with a level 6 mutant beast? After a long journey, we finally arrived here. This grain and oil store is right in front of us. We can see that there are neatly stacked rice inside. There are at least dozens of tons if not 100 tons. It is really unwilling to give up like this. Sundalong said, don't alarm it yet. Let's go kill some monsters nearby and come back after an hour or two. Maybe it has already left. Many mutant beasts roam everywhere, and only a very few have a sense of territory and always stay in a relatively fixed range. I hope this is a mutant beast wandering around, otherwise, it can only look at the rice with envy and be unable to do anything. In 1 or 2 hours, they killed some mutant beasts within a radius of 2 or 3 kilometers, gained some cultivation to a greater or lesser extent, and then came here again. From a distance, my heart sank. The level 6 mutant giant rat is still there, but its position has changed a little. 2 hours ago, it was at the main entrance of the grain and oil store, but now it is about 30 or 40 meters away from the main entrance. The distance is too close. As soon as we get close to the grain and oil store, we will definitely be discovered. After killing so many mutant beasts, they knew that the mutant beast alert range was generally related to their levels. The alert range of Stage 0 mutant beasts was around 20 to 50 meters, and Stage 1 was about 100 meters. Currently, no Stage 1 mutant beasts have appeared. This is a level 6 mutant beast of Stage 0. Its alert range is probably 40 to 50 meters. Once you enter this range, it will pounce on you quickly. Sundalong said helplessly, wait another hour. If it still doesn't leave, we can only give up. It would take about 3 hours to get back on the road, and we had to get back to the Platinum Palace Villa before dark. It was too dangerous to be outside at night. After waiting for another hour, the mutant beast still did not leave. It moved a little but did not go far. Sundalong looked at the time and said helplessly, let's go back. The group of more than a dozen people were a little shocked. They had made a wasted trip and returned almost empty-handed except for killing some mutant beasts. It takes at least 3 hours to walk on the road because you always have to stop to kill mutant beasts. There are some mutant beasts that you have to kill, even if you have no cultivation value. For example, some level 0 or level 1 mutant beasts will run towards you at a high speed once you enter their alert range. If you don't kill them, they will bite you. This is quite annoying. Even though it has no cultivation value, and it doesn't produce anything, you have to kill it. You have no choice. No one dared to drive or ride a motorcycle because the noise would attract mutant beasts. The mutant beast alert range varies from tens of meters to hundreds, but if the sound is a little louder, mutant beast 1 or 200 meters away will be attracted. People are not yet at the point where they can ignore the large number of mutant beasts. For safety reasons, they cannot drive or ride motorcycles. They can only walk and take the number 11 bus. In the evening, they finally returned to Villa number 2. They were all quite depressed. Undoubtedly, today was a day of failure. They had just eaten something in the morning and were already hungry, so Sundalong began to distribute food to everyone, giving each person a bucket of instant noodles. There were still some bottled mineral water, but there was no electricity or gas, so we couldn't boil water. Everyone could only eat instant noodles and drink a few sips of mineral water. Even so, there is not much food and drink left. What should I do after I finish the little I have? One team member swallowed a mouthful of instant noodles with difficulty and then said, Uncle Son, that grain and oil store has so much rice, enough for us to eat for 1 or 2 years. Why don't we try again tomorrow? Yes. There is so much food here, it is really hard to give it up. But Sundalong was more rational. He shook his head and said, that is definitely not a mutant beast that roams around all the time. It has a fixed range. It will always be there. We have no hope. More than half of them are level 1 awakeners, with a few level 2 awakeners, and only Sundalong and Yuaning are level 3. Even if there are more than 20 people, they have no chance of winning against a level 6 mutant beast. They are simply going to be eaten. The atmosphere was a little solemn for a moment. Some people even became pessimistic. What should they do when all the food in their hands is eaten? Do they really have to kill mutant beasts on an empty stomach? Yu Wanning saw that there seemed to be a light coming through Villa Number 1, and knew that it must be Wang Li who came back. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind, and she reminded him, Uncle Sun, we don't have the strength to kill that level 6 mutant beast. We can invite Wang Li to join us. Hearing this, Sun Dalong's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't he think of Wang Li? He still remembers clearly the scene of Wang Li killing the mutant giant scorpion with 3 knife blows yesterday. Okay, let's go invite Wang Li to attend. Wan Ning, you come with me. The two were about to go out, and Lu Guangwen volunteered, Old Son, I'll go with you too. He had long envied Villa Number 1. Although he had never been inside, he was envious when he saw the bright lights at night and guessed that the conditions there must be much better. However, Yu Wanning said, you don't have to go with me, just stay here. Lu Wenguang stopped abruptly and looked at Sun Dalong for help. Sun Dalong also said, Wan Ning is right, you stay here and don't go over there. He knew that Wang Li had a bad impression of Lu Wenguang, and it would be useless to bring Lu Wenguang with him, and it might even have the opposite effect. Lu Wenguang was devastated, like an eggplant wilted by frost. Chapter 31 I want half of the supplies. Sun Dalong and Yu Wanning arrived at the door of Villa Number 1. Wan Ning, knock on the door. Yu Wanning nodded, knocked on the door a few times, and said loudly, Wang Li, are you home? We need your help with something. At this time, Wang Li had just finished a comfortable bath, was wearing a loose and comfortable bathrobe, and was preparing to eat in the restaurant. A serving of braised pork, a serving of egg fried rice, and a serving of pork rib soup, all dropped from killing a first-level boss. Not only are they delicious, but they also have powerful positive effects such as restoring spirits, relieving fatigue, and recovering from injuries. Hearing the sound outside the door, Wang Li walked over, opened the door and said, come in, what's the matter? Yu Wanning and Sun Dalong hurriedly thanked him. After entering, they were secretly shocked. Villa Number 1 was indeed much more luxurious than Villa Number 2. The key point was that it was brightly lit instead of dark like Villa Number 2. Seeing Wang Li wearing a bathrobe, Yu Wanning thought to herself, he might have just taken a shower. It shouldn't be possible. No one has so much water for taking a bath, it's good enough if it can meet the drinking water needs. She hasn't taken a shower for several days. At most, she would pour a little water and wipe herself with a towel. She also wanted to take a shower, but the conditions did not allow it. After coming in, the two saw everything in Villa Number 1. It would be a lie to say they were not envious, especially when they saw the situation on the dining table. Their eyes almost popped out. What? The two saw what was on the dining table and were stunned again. There's really no comparison. Just now, their dinner was a bag of instant noodles, and there was not even hot water to make the noodles, so they could only finish the bag of instant noodles with mineral water. Wang Li is here. Braised pork, pork rib soup, and golden fried rice. You can smell the tempting aroma from a long distance away, and it makes your appetite increase at the first sight. Sun Dalong couldn't help but ask, This is your dinner? Wang Li said, yes, I was just about to eat something to fill my stomach, and then you guys came. Is this just a casual snack? This is too rich. Sun Dalong swallowed quietly, with difficulty retracted his gaze from the dining table, and sat down on the sofa. Wang Li, sorry to bother you. I came here in a presumptuous way, mainly because I want to ask you for help with something. Wang Li took 2 cups and poured a cup of tea for each person. This was also exploded from the first-level boss. It was black tea, 1 liter per bottle, and there were several bottles. Well, have some tea first, Wang Li said. The two of them thanked him gratefully. As they entered the end times, food and drink became increasingly precious, and for many people it was becoming increasingly difficult to even get a sip of water. Yu Wanning took a sip of the tea and her eyes lit up. Wang Li, this tea is not ordinary, is it? Could it be that it exploded from a mutant beast? They killed so many mutant beasts and some things dropped, including a weapon, the weapon Yu Wanning was using now, a skill book on insight, and some food and drinks, including a few bottles of mineral water. Yes, it was exploded by a mutant beast. Really? Such a good thing is actually used for entertaining. Yu Wanning was full of gratitude. Wang Li, thank you. This thing is so precious. After taking a sip, I felt like I was fully revived. Just with this small sip, the fatigue of the whole day quickly subsided, and my whole mental state seemed to be different. It's okay, just a cup of tea. Wang Li said, tell me, what do you need my help with? Yu Wanning briefly explained the situation. After listening to it, Wang Li also showed great interest. There was actually a grain and oil wholesale store with at least dozens of tons, or even hundreds of tons of rice, as well as some peanut oil, soybean oil, seasonings, and the like. These are all good things. What does dozens of tons of rice mean? They can feed 10,000 people for a week and 1,000 people for 2 or 3 months. The distance is not far, only about 30 kilometers. A level 6 mutant beast is nothing. It only takes 2 or 3 cuts to deal with it, and you can also gain 2 points of cultivation. After thinking for a while, Wang Li agreed, I can help you kill this mutant beast, but I want half of the things in that store. Sun Dalong was the captain of their team, and he agreed immediately. Sure, no problem. Let's make it happen. We'll take half of the stuff each, and leave early tomorrow morning. Wang Li nodded. Yes, let's put it this way. With so many things, we definitely can't move them back with manpower. You'd better find a few cars. But Sun Dalong was a little hesitant. It would definitely be best to use cars. It would not be difficult to find a few cars because after entering the end of the world, there would be ownerless cars everywhere. But no one dared to open that thing because it would make a loud noise and would attract mutant beasts within a radius of 100 or 200 meters. Don't worry, just listen to me. We'll find a car first, and then we'll drive over tomorrow and empty out that grain and oil wholesale store. Wang Li said. All right. Sun Dalong nodded, but he had no confidence at all. He could only pray in his heart, hoping that he would not encounter high-level mutant beasts tomorrow. Even if he did, there should not be too many of them, so that Wang Li could deal with them. The two sides chatted for a while, and then Sun Dalong and Yi Wanning politely stood up and said goodbye. No words were spoken that night. Wang Li slept very soundly. This mattress, which cost more than 10 million yuan, was really good. You get what you pay for. The sleeping comfort and effect were not comparable to those of ordinary mattresses. The first thing to do when you get up is wash your face with hot water, brush your teeth, and then sit down to eat breakfast. 2 big, white meat buns and a bottle of milk, simple and easy. This is simple, but that is not simple. In Villa number 2, everyone was also having breakfast. Each person had only a piece of bread and some water. A bottle of mineral water had to be shared by 3 or 4 people. Sun Dalong thought to himself, I hope this time he can succeed and move all the things there back, otherwise, we will run out of food tomorrow. Each person ate a small piece of bread and drank a few sips of water. Sun Dalong waved his hand and said, the few people with level 0 cultivation can stay here to look after the house. You can team up to kill some mutant beasts near the villa area. The others can come with me to empty the grain and oil wholesale store. Good. Great. Looks like I can have a full meal this afternoon. After a while, everyone was ready to set off, and Wang Li was also invited over. There were 8 cars in total, leading with a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, followed by a Toyota Cruiser, then a Wrangler, and then followed by 5 trucks. This is the car that Sun Dalong and his team got early this morning. This G-Class was bought in the villa area. In the entire villa area, there are cars parked in the garage of every villa or in front of every villa, and many of them are luxury cars. Considering that there were quite a few mutated plants along the way, especially 1-meter-high weeds, we did not choose those cars with lower chassis, but an off-road vehicle. Wang Li took out a few walkie-talkies and said, Old son, distribute them. If anything happens along the way, use these to communicate. This is a good thing. Sun Dalong was slightly excited. Wang Li, I didn't expect you to have such a good thing. That's great. Then the communication and exchanges of our entire team will be much simpler. Wang Li nodded, went to the passenger door of the first car, sat in the passenger seat of the Mercedes-Benz G, and waved, let's go. Chapter 32 Lucky Girl. The person driving was Yi Wanning. Unexpectedly, a girl has good driving skills, better than many male drivers. The convoy set off, with a total of 8 cars, and left the villa area after more than 10 minutes. The street, which was originally more than 10 meters wide, has become more than 100 meters wide. Cars can drive as they please, and they can crush the 1-meter-high weeds all the way. The only things they need to worry about are mutant beasts. The noise was quite loud, and there were always mutant beasts attracted here, including level 1 and 2, and occasionally even level 3 mutant beasts. Everyone can deal with level 1 and 2 mutant beasts, but level 3 mutant beasts are more difficult and often require several people. Sometimes Wang Li also helps. It was relatively safe along the way. He had encountered several level 3 and 4 mutant beasts. Whenever it was a level 4 mutant beast, Wang Li would get off the car and basically kill it with 2 swords. Wang Li, another level 4 mutant beast. Wang Li nodded slightly, and at the same time felt a little envious of Yi Wanning. It was good to have insight. For example, this mutant cat that was attracted by the sound and ran over from a distance. Wang Li couldn't tell whether it was level 3 or level 4. But Yi Wanning was different. She could tell at a glance. A level 4 mutant beast is not something Yi Wanning and her friends can deal with. Wang Li got out of the car and saw the mutant beast rushing over. He chopped it down with a single blow without using a heavy blow, and said to Yi Wanning, you come and kill it. Killing a level 4 mutant beast would neither increase his cultivation nor drop anything. This is only one reason why it was left to Yi Wanning to kill. Another, and more important, reason is that Yi Wanning's explosion rate for killing mutant beasts seems to be very high. 7 or 8 level 3 mutant beasts were killed along the way, and it was basically Yi Wanning who delivered the final blow. Surprisingly, two things dropped one after another, a bottle of mineral water and a self-heating rice. This explosion rate is extremely high. Wang Li felt that he was quite lucky. He would have to kill dozens or even hundreds of mutant beasts to get one thing, but Yi Wanning only needed to kill a few. In order to prove whether Yi Wanning is the real European emperor, Wang Li plans to do an experiment. The level 3 and level 4 mutant beasts fight each other half to death, and finally Yi Wanning kills them. If it was someone else, they would definitely rush over to kill him if he got the cultivation value delivered to them. However, Yi Wanning did not do that and reminded him, "Wang Li, don't you want the cultivation value?" Wang Li said, "My cultivation level has surpassed this mutant beast. Killing it will not increase my cultivation value." Knowing that Wang Li's cultivation level should be higher than his, he thought it should be level 4, but it turned out that he might be as high as level 5. Oh my god! How did he achieve level 5 cultivation? So awesome! In addition to feeling a little curious about Wang Li, Yi Wanning also felt a little more admiration for him at this moment, admiration for the strong. "What are you still standing there for? Come over here and kill it." "Thank you, Wang Li." After saying thank you, Yi Wanning came over, pulled out his big stick, and smashed it hard at the level 4 mutant beast. Now, the mutant beast was still in a paralyzed state, unable to move, and was smashed to death by Yi Wanning with a few sticks. It turned translucent and quickly disappeared. Something really came out. An equipment card, emitting a faint golden light, appeared in front of the two people. Wang Li said, "Let's take a look and see what kind of equipment has appeared." Yi Wanning was a little excited. Although she had always been lucky in luck, she had only gotten one weapon so far. The rest were various supplies, such as mineral water, iced black tea, instant noodles, self-heating rice, braised spare ribs, and the like. There were quite a few of them, ranging from 4 or 5 to 8 or 9 mutant beasts, and there was always one thing that came out. Seeing that something seemed to have happened here, Sun Dalong and several others who were riding in the Toyota SUV at the back got out of the car and walked over excitedly. Yi Wanning materialized this equipment card, and suddenly, a beautiful weapon appeared in her hand. The blade was shining coldly and seemed to be extremely sharp. This weapon was of a high level. Name, Yinling Knife. Level, 0 level 5. Length, 1.26 m. It's actually a level 5 weapon. No wonder the blade is shining with cold light. Such weapons are enough to make many awakened people jealous. From the end of the world to now, more than 99 of the awakened people do not have a weapon dropped by mutant beasts. They use machetes, and even watermelon knives and kitchen knives made by industrial civilization. Knowing the abnormality of the weapons dropped by mutant beasts, almost all awakened people dream of owning such a weapon. However, the drop rate of mutant beasts is really too low. On average, only after killing 100 mutant beasts that are equal to or higher than one's own cultivation level will one item appear. It could be supplies, equipment, skills, or something else. It is very difficult to make a weapon. Very difficult. Besides, this is not a level 1 or 2 weapon, but a level 5 weapon. If it were someone else, their face would probably turn red with excitement. Yi Wanning didn't, and handed over the Yinling knife. "Wang Li, this weapon is for you." Wang Li looked at her approvingly. She was pretty, had a good figure, good skin, was capable, not greedy, had a positive outlook on life, and was very European. Girls like her were extremely rare and almost impossible to find. "The weapon is yours. After all, you got it when you killed the mutant beast." If Wang Li were to kill it, not a single hair would be exposed. A level 5 cultivator killing a level 4 mutant beast would not produce anything, and even the cultivation value would not increase. This is too expensive. I can't take it. It's okay. It was because you killed the mutant beast that it dropped. It must belong to you, Wang Li said. Sun Dalong also advised, since Wang Li said so, "Wan Ning, this weapon belongs to you. With a good weapon, the strength of our team can be greatly improved." "Well, okay then," Yi Wanning said. "Wang Li, thank you." Wang Li nodded, looked at the big stick, and suggested, "You have this level 5 Yinling knife, so give this big stick to Lao Sunday. His big machete is broken." As a level 3 awakener, holding a large machete with a broken blade is indeed a bit too shabby. Sun Dalong is a good person with positive values, which is why Wang Li made this suggestion. Otherwise, he would definitely not say such a thing. He gave his machete to a team member next to him who was holding a machete. Holding the big stick, Sun Dalong was very excited. He waved it a few times and wished he could find a level 3 mutant beast to try his skills. If he didn't have this weapon, he felt it would be difficult for him to fight a level 3 mutant beast alone. Now he felt that there was a high probability that he could kill it. At the same level, because the Awakeners at this stage lack weapons and equipment, and lack skills, their chances of winning a single-player battle against mutant beasts are not great. and it often takes 3 or 5 people working together. This is why there are very few awakened people acting alone, and they always work in teams of several people, or even 1 or 20 people. After killing this level 4 mutant beast and obtaining a level 5 weapon, everyone seemed to be in a good mood. They all got into the car and continued to move towards their destination. A few minutes later, some mutant beasts were killed on the road, including level 1 and 2 ones, and even level 0 ones. There was no need for Wang Li to do anything, as everyone could handle it. It even attracted a level 3 mutant beast. Sun Delong fought alone, and after some effort, he finally killed the level 3 mutant beast. This made him in a good mood as he could finally fight a level 3 mutant alone. Chapter 33 Wang Li's Secret. After a few more minutes, we arrived at our destination. The convoy stopped. Less than 100 meters ahead was the grain and oil wholesale store. Judging from its size and area, it was quite large. At the door stood a mutant giant rat that was much taller than a human and 4 or 5 meters long. If the tail was included, it might be more than 10 meters long. Yuaning said, "It's that mutant beast, a level 6 mutant giant rat. Be careful. We will help from the side and beat it together." "No, you guys stay in the car. I'll be fine by myself." Are you sure? That's a level 6 mutant beast." Yuaning reminded. "It's okay. You guys stay in the car and don't get out for now. Don't enter its alert range until I kill this mutant beast." After saying that, amid everyone's worried and nervous gazes, Wang Li walked towards the level 6 mutant beast, holding the level 10 Tang Hongdou in his hand. Everyone's heart almost jumped into their throat. This is a level 6 mutant beast, an extremely terrifying existence, enough to easily wipe out more than 20 of them. Can Wang Li really do it alone? Yuaning was the same. She was nervous and worried, and at the same time, she was thinking, can he do it? Wang Li walked up to the mutant beast and chopped it down hard with his sword. The mutant giant rat couldn't even scream or howl. It was paralyzed and couldn't move at all. The level 6 mutant beast was indeed much more powerful than the level 5 mutant beast. It took 3 or 4 heavy blows and 3 or 4 normal slashes before it died. As expected, he is a non-emperor and cannot compare with Yuaning. He killed monsters above his level, so his critical hit rate should be higher, but in the end he got nothing. Sun Delong and his companions had been watching from a distance. When they saw that the mutant beast was killed with only 7 or 8 hits, they almost wanted to cheer, but they knew that this might attract other mutant beasts nearby, so they held back. "Oh my god. Kill him right away." "Awesome." Seeing everyone standing there in a daze, Wang Li shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Drive the car over here and load all the things in the store into the car." At this time, everyone reacted, drove their cars over, and started moving things onto the cars. Yuaning looked at Wang Li with sparkling eyes. Wang Li was too powerful. At the same time, she was even more curious. Why did the mutant beast not react at all when he walked over and clearly entered the alert range of the level 6 mutant beast? Why after one blow of the knife, this level 6 mutant beast seemed to have its acupuncture points pressed, and it remained motionless, and its entire body turned gray until it was chopped to death and disappeared. Although she was curious, she was smart and knew that this should be Wang Li's secret. If he didn't tell her, she would keep her curiosity in her heart and would never ask. Sun Delong couldn't hold back his curiosity and finally asked, "Wang Li, although I know it's rude to ask this question, I still want to ask it to satisfy my curiosity." Wang Li seemed to have guessed something and nodded slightly. "Old son, what do you want to ask?" Sun Delong said, "Why did it seem like it didn't notice you even though you had clearly entered the alert range of this level 6 mutant beast? Why did it remain motionless when you chopped it and didn't fight back at all?" Wang Li had already thought of his excuse. "You know that your invisibility and paralysis will be discovered by others sooner or later, unless you always act as a lone ranger and never interact with others. Humans are social animals and have social circles." Wang Li, who has been a lone ranger for a long time, feels that he is not able to do it yet. He has been thinking about what to say if his invisibility and sword paralysis are discovered. In response to Sun Delong's question, Wang Li replied, "Old son, I'm lucky. I got a piece of equipment that can make me invisible to mutant beasts and paralyze them. There is actually such equipment. This is too outrageous." Sun Delong was surprised and envious, and so were the others. However, no one dared to attack Wang Li. On the one hand, killing an awakened person would not cause anything to explode. When an awakened person dies, all the things on his body will disappear. On the other hand, Wang Li's strength was there, and no one dared to provoke him. It was precisely because he knew these 2 points that Wang Li made the excuse that he had a piece of equipment that could make him invisible to mutant beasts and paralyze them. In fact, this makes all mutant beasts invisible, no matter they are ordinary mutant beasts or boss-level mutant beasts, and no matter how high the level of the mutant beast is, they are all invisible. Paralysis is not a probability-based paralysis, but a per-hit paralysis. In addition to these 2 buffs, there will be a third buff when the monster killing value reaches 1000. In the future, there will be a fourth and even a fifth buff, all the way to the ninth buff. However, Wang Li did not dare to hope that he could activate so many buffs. The third buff required 1,000 monster killing points. Activating the fourth buff might require 10,000 monster killing points. The fifth one required 100,000 monster killing points. The difficulty increased tenfold as time went on. No one dared to make a move on Wang Li. They were just envious of him, and then began to move things into the car excitedly. Wang Li, Sun Delong, and Yu Wanning don't need to do this kind of physical work, and they don't even need to give any instructions. They can just chat on the side and watch everyone work. There were more things in the store than expected, including more than 100 tons of rice, more than 10 tons of flour, a lot of cooking oil, and some seasonings. Fortunately, there were 5 large trucks in total, otherwise, they might not be able to fit so many things. It took 1 or 2 hours to empty all the things and load them into the trucks. Everyone is an awakener. The lowest is level 1, and more than half have reached level 2. They have powerful attributes, and their physical strength and power are much stronger than ordinary people. Doing such work is not only efficient but also not tiring. All the things had been moved. Looking at the carts full of things, Sun Delong was a little excited. Finally, he wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. He could eat as much as he wanted tonight. Yu Wanning's eyes were filled with gratitude. Wang Li, thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to obtain so many supplies. Wang Li looked at the beauty in front of him. Thinking that she not only had insight but also had super European attributes, his heart moved slightly and he said, if you really want to thank me, starting tomorrow, we will team up together and I will give you 20 of the items that are dropped. As for the equipment and skills, I will choose first. How about that? Without hesitation, Yu Wanning agreed. Okay, let's make it like this. I'll be satisfied if you give me 10 of the stuff. She is really not greedy and thinks 10 is already a lot. Okay, then 10 will set off together tomorrow. You can also ask around to find out where the mutant beasts are of a higher level. We'll go there to kill the mutant beasts tomorrow. After chatting for a few words, the two got in the car. Yu Wanning was still driving, and the Mercedes-Benz G-Class was in the lead, driving in the front. In case any high-level mutant beasts were attracted, Wang Li could deal with it. The long convoy drove along the extremely wide road towards the Platinum Palace Villa district. After driving for about 10 miles, Yu Wanning stopped and said in surprise, look, over there. Chapter 34 Sun Delong and his friends finally had dumplings. The route back was a little different from the route coming here. I could have gone straight at a crossroads just now, but Wang Li said I could turn right and still get back to Platinum Palace, but I would have to take a detour of more than 10 kilometers. Why not return by the same route, but instead take a new route, even going a dozen kilometers further? The main thing is that if you return by the original route, you will basically not encounter mutant beasts of a higher level, because they were basically all killed when you came here, and there won't be any more in a short time, at least until tomorrow. It's still early now, so why go back so early? Anyway, there is plenty of time, so I can take a new route and try to get some new gains, such as encountering 1 or 2 level 5 or level 6 mutant beasts. There are more level 1 and 2 mutant beasts now, fewer level 3 ones, even fewer level 4 ones, and even fewer level 5 and 6 ones. It all depends on luck, and you may not encounter one in half a day. Unlike people who hope that the level of mutant beast is lower, Wang Li believes that the higher the level of mutant beasts, the better. It was only 2 or 3 kilometers from the intersection, but Yu Wanning was surprised. Look, over there. That's obviously a large supermarket. But the entrance was in a mess, as if a big battle had taken place there. The walls and the door were all badly damaged, and there was dried blood on the ground, which was shocking. Big supermarket. That means there might be a lot of supplies. Although it looks like it has been visited by someone and a major battle took place there, there may still be some stock left. Yu Wanning parked the car and suggested, let's go in and take a look. It's still 50 to 50. How about giving you half of the supplies? Okay, go in and take a look. There are still at least 2 or 3 hours before dark, so why not go in and take a look? If there really are some stock left inside, we can move them all into the car. The entire convoy stopped, and Sun Delong's voice came from the intercom, everyone, stand by. Captain Yi and I will go to this supermarket to take a look. Some people stayed in the car, while most people got out and stood guard around, taking out their weapons one after another. Wang Li walked in front, and Yu Wanning and Sun Delong followed. Because there was a power outage, the light in the supermarket was not very bright even in broad daylight, and was a little dim. Yu Wanning and Sun Delong both took out their weapons and moved cautiously, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Wang Li was much more relaxed. He walked in front and looked around the supermarket. It was not very big, but not small either. It was estimated to be over 1,000 square meters. It was a mess inside, and it must have been visited many times. But there are still a lot of things left on the shelves, including various beverages, packaged foods, snacks, instant noodles, etc. Wang Li may look down on these things, but Sun Dalong's eyes light up. In his opinion, these are all good things with a long shelf life, can fill the stomach and save lives. The largest amount left was various daily necessities, including pots, pans, buckets, mops, hardware, etc. What was a pity was that all the fruits and vegetables had rotted and were completely inedible. Sun Dalong rummaged through the vegetables for a while and said reluctantly, "What a pity. They're all rotten." However, Yuaning's surprised voice came over. "There are still apples here. They are not rotten." Sun Dalong went over immediately and saw that there were more than a dozen boxes of big apples under the container. They looked very fresh, and not a single one was rotten. Great. There are apples to eat. I've been eating instant noodles and biscuits for several days in a row, and I'm really fed up with it. Having apples can be considered an improvement in my diet. Wang Li saw several large freezers containing a lot of meat, such as chicken, duck, pork, fish, etc. Unfortunately, due to the power outage, the meat had begun to smell a little. Sun Dalong also saw it and came over excitedly. He picked up the things in the freezer and smelled them. He said happily, "It's not bad. It has a little taste at the beginning and it's edible. If it were before the end of the world, no one would eat meat with the smell and would just throw it into the trash can. But after the end of the world, everything is precious. Not to mention having a little smell. Even if it is a little smelly, many people will treasure it as a treasure. There are no mutant beasts in the supermarket. I don't know if they have all been killed or if there have never been any. It is very safe." Sun Dalong immediately went outside to call people, and everyone began to move all the things they could take away into the car, not wanting to leave anything behind. We even found a truck nearby to load all these things. Most of the things were packaged foods, and there were also small amounts of rice, flour, seasonings, and the like. Along the way, almost everyone was talking and laughing. We arrived home safely in about 30 to 40 minutes. The convoy first stopped at the door of Villa Number 1 and unloaded half of the things from the cars. Then we drove to the door of Villa Number 2, and everyone unloaded the things happily. "There is food." Sun Dalong announced that they would make dumplings tonight. Several female comrades began to knead the dough and chop the dumpling stuffing. Everyone worked together and the scene was very lively. We haven't had this experience for a long time. There is no need to worry about food for the time being, and it is relatively safe here. All the mutant beasts within a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers from the villa have been basically cleared out, including level 0 mutant beasts, which were killed by a dozen awakened people who were left behind to watch over the house. There were also some bottles of mineral water, more than a dozen in total, which were found and moved from the supermarket, enough for everyone to drink for a while. Of course, washing face and taking a bath do not meet the requirements for the time being. Sun Dalong and his friends were making and eating dumplings, and Wang Li was also enjoying a sumptuous meal. On the table, there was a serving of rice, a portion of braised carp, a portion of steamed pork with rice flour, and a portion of stir-fried loofah, both meat and vegetarian. Before the end of the world, this would have been a sumptuous meal. The key is that these things are exploded by mutant beasts. They are extremely delicious, even better than those made by 5-star chefs, and they also have powerful positive effects. It's so rich that I can't even imagine it. If Sun Dalong and the others saw this, they would definitely feel that their dumplings no longer tasted good. Just as we were about to have dinner, there was a knock on the door of the villa. When I opened the door, it was Yuanning. She was holding a bowl of steaming dumplings, and it seemed that she had brought them specially for Wang Li. "You haven't had dinner yet, right? We made some dumplings. They taste pretty good. You can try them." "Well, come in first," Wang Li said. "I'm just about to have dinner." After coming in, Yuanning saw the sumptuous dinner on the table and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that she was disturbing others as the dinner was very sumptuous. Yuanning was a little embarrassed. Wang Li smiled and said, "It's okay. You guys are kind enough to give me some dumplings. I accept them. You haven't eaten yet, right? Why don't you sit down and have some?" Seeing so many delicious foods, she really wanted to sit down and eat some, but she shook her head and said, "No, I'll go back first. Everyone is waiting for me to come back and eat dumplings together." "Okay, be careful on the road then." After watching Yuanning leave, Wang Li returned to the restaurant and sat down to enjoy dinner. He first ate 2 steaming dumplings. Well, it's stuffed with pork and green onions, and it tastes pretty good. Then he put the bowl of dumplings into his personal space and started enjoying this big meal tonight. Chapter 35, Killing the Mutated Beast with Yuanning. The next day, Wang Li got up early in the morning, had a hearty breakfast, then made a pot of hot tea and sipped it leisurely while listening to the radio. "Today I will team up with Yuanning to kill mutant beasts. I am actually a little bit looking forward to it. She is a European lady, and I don't know what she will reveal today. Besides, she is also a great beauty with a good figure and a pretty face." Just after drinking tea for a few minutes, there was a knock on the door and Yuanning came in. Come, have some tea with me first." Wang Li waved. Hearing this, Yu Wanting's eyes lit up slightly. There is even tea to drink. After sitting down and taking a few sips of tea, her eyes became brighter. Wang Li, this tea is special. After taking a sip of it, I feel more energetic. Wang Li said, the tea leaves are ordinary tea leaves, but the water used to make the tea is not ordinary. It is made by boiling the mineral water that exploded from the mutant beast. I see. After she finished her cup of tea, Wang Li refilled it for her. Let's set off after we finish our tea. I told you yesterday to pay attention to the information on the radio. Where are the mutant beasts of higher levels and more numerous? Have you found any clues? There is some clue, but the journey is quite far, perhaps more than 200 kilometers. Even if you have a car, it will take 3 or 4 hours. Someone in the local area finally set up a radio station and released a series of news, such as telling everyone that the local population has decreased by 30 to 40% since the end of the world, encouraging everyone to stick together and form teams, and saying on the broadcast that they have begun to establish a survivor base, etc. In addition to these things, everyone is repeatedly warned that the Jigong Mountain area has become very dangerous now. The density of mutant beasts is much greater than other areas, and there are a large number of high-level mutant beasts. Everyone is advised not to go to that area and stay away from it as much as possible. Last night, Wang Li also listened to the radio for nearly an hour and heard the news that a large number of mutant beasts had appeared in Jigong Mountain. You are talking about Jigong Mountain. Yes, it's Jigong Mountain. The radio said that there are a lot of mutant beasts there, especially many high-level mutant beasts. Yi Wanting said, Wang Li, is it too dangerous? Otherwise, let's go to another place. Others may be in danger, but Wang Li certainly won't. How can I give up such a good place? Wang Li waved his hand and said, let's go to Jigong Mountain. Yi Wanting was slightly surprised. Are we really going there? Wang Li, can you handle it? Wang Li said, you'll know if it works if you try it. Fuck you. You're taking advantage of me. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. Let's go after we finish our tea. Yi Wanting reminded. It may be more than 200 kilometers from here to Jigong Mountain. Do you want to prepare some things, especially food and drinks also? What should we do at night? The distance is so far that it is unlikely that we can return tonight. We will most likely need to spend the night in Jigong Mountain area, so we need to bring some things, such as tents and other survival supplies. Wang Li said, don't worry, you don't need to bring anything. Just sleep with me at night and hold me tight. I promise you will be fine. Go away, you're taking advantage of me again. Okay, we'll set off after we finish drinking tea. Don't worry about the survival supplies. I have them all, Wang Li assured. After a while, the two set off. Yi Wanting was going to drive the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. With Wang Li, there would be no problem even if she encountered a high-level mutant beast. Wang Li should be able to handle it. If she were alone, with her cultivation level only at level 3, a level 4 mutant beast could threaten her life, so she absolutely could not drive. Wang Li waved his hand and said, we won't drive an off-road vehicle, we'll ride a motorcycle over there. Motorcycles have their own advantages, and they can navigate certain areas and terrains better than off-road vehicles. The key is, a man and a woman, riding a motorcycle, you all know. Like magic, a Yamaha off-road motorcycle appeared in front of him. Wang Li got on the motorcycle skillfully. Why are you still standing there? Get on the motorcycle and hold on tight. I'm going very fast. Yi Wanting rolled her eyes at him, then got on the motorcycle, hesitated for a moment, and then hugged Wang Li's waist. Hold on tight. I told you the car was going very fast. What if you fall off? Safety first. Yi Wanting's face turned slightly red, and she hugged him a little tighter. Feeling the strong masculine aura emanating from Wang Li, her face turned a little redder. The motorcycle started, roar, roar, and went away quickly. The speed was really fast. Speed all the way. Traffic jams are impossible. The streets that were originally 20 to 30 meters wide have become 200 to 300 meters wide. You can ride your bike however you want. Just pay attention to the big trees and don't hit them. Wang Li, there are at least a dozen mutant beasts following us, chasing us fiercely. Perhaps because of Yi Wanting on board, the mutant beasts were alarmed and started chasing after him. This had never happened before when Wang Li rode a motorcycle alone. The car speed increased a bit. Wang Li said loudly, I'm speeding up, pay attention. Yi Wanting hugged him a little tighter, almost sticking to Wang Li's back. Wang Li could feel the amazing elasticity of the two balls. If there was an emergency brake or something like that, the elasticity would be even more obvious. After a few minutes, those mutant beasts were basically thrown away, and only 2 were still chasing them. They were either level 4 or level 5 mutant beasts. Mutant beasts of level 3 or below should not have such fast speeds and had been left far behind long ago. Can you ride a motorcycle? Wang Li asked loudly. Yi Wanting said, of course I can. My skills are no worse than yours. Okay, I'll kill these two mutant beasts. You take a look at their levels. After I kill them, you come ride the motorcycle and encounter the mutant beasts chasing us. I'll kill them again. Yi Wanning used the insight technique and said loudly that mutant giant cat is a level 5 mutant beast, and that mutant giant rat is a level 4 mutant beast. Nowadays, cats don't even catch mice. They all chase Wang Li's motorcycle. With an emergency brake, the tires made a sharp sound as they rubbed against the ground, and the motorcycle almost didn't stop. Wang Li took out his level 10 Tang sword and rushed towards the two mutant beasts. 1 against 2. I have killed so many mutant beasts, but never in a 1-on-2 situation. Today is the first time. Others all look for weak targets, but Wang Li is different. His first target is the level 5 mutant giant cat, and he gives it a heavy blow head-on. The mutant giant cat was paralyzed for 5 seconds. Wang Li ignored it and turned around to strike the mutant giant rat with a heavy blow. Obviously, even if Wang Li rushed towards them, the two mutant beasts did not notice him. They only had Yi Wanning in their eyes. The mutant giant rat even ran past Wang Li, but was paralyzed by a heavy blow from Wang Li when he turned around. It could not move at all. It still maintained a running posture, but it just couldn't move, as if time had stopped for it. What are you still standing there for? This mutant giant rat is in your hands. I will kill this mutant giant cat. The mutated giant rat is level 4. Killing it will not improve Wang Li's cultivation, nor will it drop anything, nor will it increase the monster killing value. But it will be different if Yi Wanning kills it. Maybe something good will drop. Chapter 36. You ride the bike, I hug your waist. Oh well. Yi Wanning was stunned for a moment, then rushed towards the mutant giant rat with the goose feather knife in her hand and slashed it head-on. After several slashes, the mutant giant rat died. Even when facing a level 4 mutant beast, she said she did not feel any pressure at all, because the level 4 mutant beast was paralyzed and did not move at all, allowing her to chop and kill it. It's better to kill monsters with Wang Li. If it were her, she would have to avoid a level 4 mutant beast. Even with a level 5 Yinling knife, it would take a lot of effort to fight a level 3 mutant beast alone. It wouldn't be as easy as it is now. I could just rush forward and chop it hard. This level 4 mutant beast would be killed with just a few cuts. Hey, something came out. Wang Li killed the level 5 mutant giant cat with 3 heavy blows, without even a hair being exposed, but he saw something happened on Yi Wanning's side. What's coming out? Yi Wanning said a little excitedly. It's actually a storage ring. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Storage ring. Very rare and precious. While she was excited, she realized that the two of them had agreed in advance that the explosives would be split 20 and 80 respectively, with her taking 20 and Wang Li taking 80. Here's the thing for you. Yi Wanning handed over the storage ring. To be honest, Wang Li was a little calm. It was just a storage ring, and it was in its most original state, without any upgrade. He already had one on him. Without taking the storage ring, Wang Li said, "Here you go. You happen to not have a storage ring." Yi Wanning said, This, I can't have it. So precious. How dare she ask for it? Wang Li looked at her with appreciation. This woman is not greedy and has positive values. Not bad, not bad. Why, you don't want it? If not, I'll keep it and give it to someone else later. I want it. Don't give it to anyone else. When she heard that it was going to be given to someone else, Yi Wanning finally said she wanted it. She put the ring on her hand excitedly and looked at it again and again. With a thought in mind, he put the goose feather knife into the ring. The 1 cubic meter space was enough to hold the weapon and some other things. The amount of things that could be stored was enough to match several large mountaineering backpacks. Wang Li, thank you. Wang Li jokingly said, Just a verbal thank you. That won't work. Then tell me how to thank you. At least you have to pledge your love to me. Fuck you. Yi Wanning cursed with a smile. After the two chatted and laughed for a while, Wang Li said, You ride the motorcycle, and I'll kill the mutants. After a slight hesitation, Yi Wanning agreed. Okay, I'll ride the bike. After saying that, he got on the motorcycle. After riding on the motorcycle, Yi Wanning revealed her amazing hip-to-waist ratio. The curves, the hips, and the thin waist were simply invincible. Wang Li almost got hot in his heart when he saw it. She probably didn't notice that Wang Li was almost bleeding from the nose and shouted, What are you still standing there for? Get in the car. Okay, get in the car. Wang Li got on the motorcycle with a little excitement, then hugged Yi Wanning's slender waist with both hands. The feeling, the experience, could not be described in words. Feeling Wang Li holding her waist, Yi Wanning stiffened slightly. She had never been treated like this by a boy in her life. Her face turned a little red in an instant, but she did not take Wang Li's hands away, which was considered as her consent. He started the motorcycle, and it rumbled forward. His movements were skillful, and his speed was not slow. His driving skills were indeed good. Smelling the fragrance emanating from Yi Waning's body and her soft hair, Wang Li was really a little distracted and couldn't help but hug her a little tighter. Why? Why are you holding so tight? The car was going so fast, I was afraid I would fall off. Yi Waning didn't say anything else, but her face blushed again, and she rode her motorcycle quickly forward. After riding for less than 2 minutes, she said, "Don't move. It's so itchy. I'm ticklish." It turned out that Wang Li was not satisfied with just hugging her slender waist, and his hands were a little dishonest. "Okay, I won't move. There's a mutant beast chasing us from behind. I don't know what level it is." Yi Waning looked back and said, "Level 5 mutant beast. Should we kill it?" "Of course I have to kill him." This mutant beast had already chased for several hundred meters. Wang Li guessed that its level might be quite high, as other mutant beasts of a slightly lower level had long been left behind. "Slow down a little." Wang Li was holding a crossbow. When he saw the mutant beast chasing him and the distance between them was only about 20 or 30 meters, he took aim and shot an arrow. I don't know if ranged attacks can paralyze this mutant beast. Before crossing over, he was playing a warrior character, which had no ranged attack skills, only melee skills. He didn't know whether ranged attacks could also trigger sword paralysis. Long-range physical attacks should be able to work, but I'm not sure. Long-range magic attacks definitely won't work. This time I'll just try out some long-range physical attacks. Aim and fire. The mutant beast's target was very large, and this crossbow had an aiming function and an optical sight, so the arrow hit the target right away. Such a crossbow arrow is enough to shoot through an ordinary person, and can also shoot through a 2 or 3 inch thick wooden board, but if it is used against a level 5 mutant beast, it will not be able to break through it. But the paralysis is still triggered. The paralysis buff ignores defense, as long as it is a physical attack. Both short range and long range are acceptable. The level 5 mutant beast that was running after him seemed to be frozen in time, motionless. Wang Li put away the crossbow, holding the level 10 Tang horizontal sword in his hand, and nimbly jumped off the moving motorcycle, then gave the mutant beast a heavy blow. The mutant beast was killed with just a few strikes. Cultivation value +1. Not bad, not bad. Without waiting for Yi Waning to stop the car, he jumped onto the motorcycle again, hugged her slender waist, and ordered, "Keep driving." Yi Waning accelerated and the motorcycle moved quickly forward again. This time, when Wang Li hugged her slender waist again, he was not so stiff. The journey to Jigong Mountain is more than 200 kilometers long and takes much longer than originally expected because we encountered level 4 or 5 mutant beasts chasing us from behind and had to stop to kill them. A motorcycle can be ridden at a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour and can leave behind mutant beasts of level 3 or below, but it is a bit difficult to leave behind mutant beasts of level 4. Level 5 mutant beasts can reach a speed of 120 to 130 kilometers per hour, and some can reach a speed of up to 150 kilometers. It is difficult to leave them behind by speed, so the only option is to kill them. By noon, we had driven nearly 200 kilometers. We originally thought we could reach our destination before noon, but we kept stopping to kill mutant beasts, which took a lot of time. Along the way, he killed 20 or 30 level 4 mutant beasts, more than a dozen level 5 mutant beasts, and 2 level 6 mutant beasts. Yi Waning's cultivation level has increased from level 3 to level 4, and Wang Li is also about to reach level 6, and his current cultivation level is level 5 and 47/60ths. The dozen or so level 5 mutant beasts, including the 2 level 6 mutant beasts, were all killed by Wang Li, but his face was too dark and nothing came out. Yi Waning killed all 20 or 30 level 4 mutant beasts. Wang Li would usually start by slashing the beast with his sword or shooting an arrow to paralyze it. Then Yi Waning would take her goose feather knife and slash at it until the mutant beast was killed. These 20 or 30 mutant beasts dropped a lot of things. Basically, every 4 or 5 of them would drop one thing. In addition to various supplies, such as food and drink, the things that dropped also included a level 3/8 melon iron hammer and a level 2 big stick. This is the real European emperor. Wang Li even thought that as long as he took Yi Waning with him to kill mutant beasts in Jigong Mountain for 2 or 3 days, he would definitely become rich. The skill books, protective gear, etc. that you want will definitely not be available. Chapter 37: The Lucky Tattooed Man. Shin Tongtong's injuries have improved a lot and she can get out of bed and walk around. She has decided that in a few days, when her injuries have healed a little, she will go out with Lu Ming and the others to hunt mutant beasts. Although it is very dangerous, she wants to awaken and become stronger. After you become stronger, you can look for Brother Wang. She wanted to wait until she had enough financial resources before going to take a look at the community where she and Brother Wang lived. What if Brother Wang came back and still lived in that community? It was almost noon. The harvest was pretty good. My cultivation points increased a lot, and a lot of things dropped, including 2 weapons. Following this trend, within 2 days, Wang Li will have the skill books, armor, etc. that he wants. Are you hungry? Do you want to stop and eat something? Seeing that the mutants chasing behind were gradually being left behind, Wang Li suggested taking a short break and eating something. It has been 3 or 4 hours since I came out this morning. I am indeed a little hungry. Yu said, okay, I'll take a break too. Except for Wang Li who was riding at the beginning, it was Yu who was riding at the back. She also wanted to take a short rest. There were still about 100 kilometers to Jigong Mountain. After a good rest, she would try to reach the destination in the afternoon. After riding for more than 100 kilometers, we have already left the city. This place is in the suburbs. There are fewer tall buildings, and we can see vast vegetable fields and farmland. All the vegetables in the vegetable garden have mutated. Many of them have grown to 3 or 4 meters tall. A pumpkin weighs several hundred kilograms, and a cucumber is 1 or 2 meters long. We met quite a few people along the way. Most of them were teams working together to hunt mutant beasts. Many houses were empty, although not 9 out of 10 were empty, at least 4 or 5 were. Since we want to have lunch and take a short rest, we must find a place. There are some scattered houses and even private villas here. The distance between each building ranges from 1 or 200 meters to several hundred meters. The entrances of many buildings are in a mess, obviously having been visited by mutant beasts. After riding for several more kilometers, the two stopped in front of a 2-story private villa. The villa looked pretty good. There were no broken limbs or dried bloodstains. It looked very clean. Wang Li knocked on the door and asked loudly, "Is anyone inside?" I knocked several times and called out to several people, but there was no movement from inside. The door was only ajar and not locked, and it opened with a slight push. There is a large living room when you enter. It is well decorated and very neat, without any clutter. Wang Li sat down on the sofa and waved, "Just take a rest here and have something to eat." A lot of mutant beasts were killed along the way this morning, and a lot of supplies were dropped. Wang Li took 2 clay pot rice and 2 bottles of milk from his storage space. Let's just have a simple meal, take a rest, and then continue on our way. Well, everything is up to you. The clay pot rice was still hot and had good color, aroma, and taste. After the meal, Yu felt like she was fully revived, without any feeling of tiredness at all. These things were all exploded by mutant beasts. Wang Li has become very picky now. He won't eat ordinary things and only eats things that explode from mutant beasts. After dinner, the two sat on the sofa to rest and chat. Suddenly, Wang Li stopped and reminded, "There is movement outside. Someone must be coming." After a while, Yu also heard it and said softly, "I wonder if they are just passing by or will enter this villa." Hopefully just passing by. Wang Li didn't want to be disturbed. He just wanted to rest here for a while and then continue his journey, trying to reach Jigong Mountain as soon as possible. The radio said that the area was very dangerous and there were many advanced mutant beasts. Wang Li really wanted to go and see what the levels of the mutant beasts there were. If there were many level 5 or level 6 mutant beasts, he would make a fortune. But things went against my wishes. I didn't want to be disturbed, but I was disturbed anyway. That group of people saw the villa, walked straight over, and pushed the door open. There were 5 of them in total, all men. The leader was tall and sturdy, obviously a strong man, with a fierce look on his face, and the tattoo on his arm was a bit scary. "Hey, there's someone." The leading man was slightly stunned, but when he saw Yu, his eyes lit up. This girl is simply top-notch. He had never seen such a beautiful girl, with a good figure and good looks. If the full score for appearance was 100, he would give it 98 points. The 2 more points were because he was afraid that the girl would be too proud. "Beauty, what should I call you?" The tattooed man in the lead asked with a teasing expression, the heat in his eyes not concealed at all. The others are basically the same. One man even said blatantly, "Brother, this chick is top-notch. Let me play with her after you're done." They're not ordinary, so they are fearless and completely ignore Wang Li and Yu. They had the advantage in numbers, a total of 5 people, all of whom had weapons dropped by mutant beasts, and the tattooed man in the lead had a ghost head knife that was a level 3 weapon. They were not good people either. They were originally serious prisoners in a prison. After the apocalypse broke out, they killed several prison guards, stole a few guns, escaped, and then formed a team to hunt mutant beasts. There were originally more than a dozen people, and with guns, it was basically not difficult to hunt level 0 mutant beasts. A total of 5 people successfully awakened. The other few people who could not awaken were kicked away. They have always been a team of 5, and their current cultivation levels are very high. 4 of them are level 3, and the leading tattooed man has reached level 4. They also have weapons dropped by mutant beasts. They have always been arrogant and have no regard for any legal constraints. Dozens of people have been killed by them in the past few days, and many girls have been raped. When he saw such a top-notch person like Yuaning, his eyes simply lit up. The leading tattooed man came over and stretched out his hand to touch Yuaning's face. Don't be afraid, little girl. Follow me from now on, and I promise you will have a good life. Yuaning took a step back. Get lost. Oh, this girl is quite fierce. I like girls with such fierce tempers, and I like to conquer such little wild horses, said the tattooed man. The other men laughed wildly, their eyes wandering over Yuaning's body, as if they wanted to see through her clothes. 36D, at least 36D. These long legs are so strong. This butt is so round, and the waist is so thin, a real little goblin. Listening to what these men said, Yuaning's face turned pale, and she held a goose-feather knife in her hand, ready to chop people at any time. One man said, Brother, look at the weapon in her hand. It's not ordinary, at least level 4, or even level 5. Yes, this healing knife is very exquisite and beautiful. The blade is like a bay of autumn water, shining with a cold light. You can tell at first glance that it is not an ordinary item. The tattooed man felt even more excited. With such a beautiful girl and such a weapon, he was so lucky today. Beauty, your weapon is great. How about giving it to me? I will take care of you from now on. After saying that, he started to grab it. Wang Li couldn't stand it anymore, so he slapped the tattooed man's hand away and said coldly, You guys are going a bit too far. Is that too much? The leading tattooed man took out a pistol and pointed it at Wang Li. There are even worse ones. If you don't want to die, get out of the way and don't get in the way of me. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun, Yuaning's face turned slightly pale, and she was wondering in her heart whether she could dodge it at her current speed. She soon discovered pessimistically that it was difficult to dodge and her agility was still not enough. Perhaps she could improve it by upgrading a few more levels. Seeing the other party pointing a gun at him, Wang Li's eyes turned cold and murderous intent emerged in his heart. Chapter 38. Is this considered indirect or something? Facing the black muzzle of the gun, Wang Li remained calm. When his cultivation level reaches level 5, his body shield reduces damage by 50, and his physique is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. A mere pistol bullet should not cause much damage to him. The tattooed man was also a ruthless person. After pointing the gun at Wang Li, he pulled the trigger without saying a word. Bang! A gunshot was heard, and the bullet shot towards Wang Li. Wang Li reacted quickly and barely dodged the bullet. At the same time, a level 10 fine tang horizontal sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the tattooed man. Bang! Seeing the knife coming, the tattooed man pulled the trigger first, fired the second shot, and then started to dodge. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself and only dodged a little bit, and his entire arm was chopped off. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't move at all, as if his acupoints had been hit. His body seemed not to belong to him, yet his consciousness was very clear, especially the severe pain from his broken arm, which made him want to scream, but no sound came out. Every knife is paralyzing. It is not only effective against mutant beasts, but also against humans. Anyone attacked by Wang Li will be 100 paralyzed for 5 seconds. With a kick of his foot, the tattooed man's pistol that had fallen to the ground fell into Wang Li's hand. Without even aiming, he quickly fired 4 shots in a row. Bang, 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 bang. Every shot hit the target and avoided the vital parts. The 4 men were not killed because they were holding weapons exploded by the mutant beasts and could not be killed. What are you still standing there for? Bring their weapons over. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Lixian snatched the ghost head knife from the tattooed man's hand. This was a level 3 weapon. Although it was a little ugly, it was still pretty good. Yuaning finally reacted and snatched the weapons from 3 of the men, while Wang Li took the weapon from the man closest to him. If the awakened are killed, everything they carry will disappear, including weapons, supplies, etc. Killing 300 or 500 mutant beasts may not necessarily yield a weapon, so these weapons cannot be wasted. These 5 people all have weapons, and some of them may have been stolen from other awakened people. Otherwise, it would be impossible for everyone to have a weapon. The 5-second paralysis time was up, and everyone, including the tattooed man, was finally free of the paralysis and could move, but now they were unarmed. The tattooed man knew that he had met a powerful person, especially since he was unable to move just now, and it was so scary. He didn't have any courage at all and just knelt on the ground with a plop. Brother, spare me, spare me. The other 4 men had the same reaction and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. But was it possible? Wang Li held a knife in his right hand and a pistol in his left hand. He took one look at the tattooed man and cut him in half with one blow. Then with another blow, the head of the man closest to him flew off. Seeing this, the other 3 men immediately ran as fast as they could because they knew Wang Li would not let them go. No matter how fast you run, can it be faster than a gun? Besides, Wang Li had a relatively high agility attribute and a quick reaction speed. He fired 3 shots in total, and every shot hit the target. To be honest, the pistol doesn't do much damage to the awakened ones. After being shot, the 3 men were only slightly injured, which did not affect their escape. However, They were 100 paralyzed and could not move, as if they were frozen. Unable to move their bodies, their eyes were filled with complete terror. Wang Li didn't care. He suddenly thought about it and put the pistol into his personal space. Then he used his knife to kill them all, one by one, leaving no one alive. There were 5 bodies on the ground, all covered in blood. It was a horrific sight. Yuaning ignored all this and asked anxiously, Wang Li, you were shot. Are you okay? Wang Li looked at the location where he was shot. It was on the chest. His clothes were torn and pierced, but there was no bleeding, and it didn't hurt much. It should be fine. Yuaning walked over with concern, looked at the place where the gunshot wound occurred, and wanted to take a look, but she was a little embarrassed because the gunshot spot was in Wang Li's chest. Wang Li put away the tang sword in his hand and took off his shirt. There was a hole in the shirt already, so he would definitely not wear it again. Hey, why are you taking off your clothes? Seeing Wang Li's muscles, especially his 8-pack abs, Yuaning blushed a little. Wang Li smiled and said, your clothes are torn, are you still wearing them? Come here and let me see the wound. Yuaning came over with a red face and looked at the location of the wound. The bullet did not hit deep and was embedded in the muscle, with 1/3 of the bullet head exposed. Carefully pinching the tail of the bullet, I carefully pulled it out. The wound was only about 1 centimeter deep, not too deep, and there was a little bleeding. You're bleeding. What should we do? Yuaning said worriedly. Wang Li took out a medical box from his personal space, which contained cotton wool, gauze, Yunnan Biao, and other things. Yuaning poured some Yunnan Biao on the wound, and then carefully bandaged it with gauze. How is it? Does it still hurt? Wang Li took a shirt and put it on, and said, it's basically fine. I think it will be fine in 2 days. The physical attributes are several times that of ordinary people, so the recovery is fast. In addition, if you eat some delicious food and drinks dropped by mutant beasts, the recovery will be even faster. Wang Li took out a bottle of sweet mineral water that was exploded by the first-level boss, took a few big gulps, and felt relieved when he felt that his wounds were recovering. We also know that as the awakened person's cultivation level increases, especially the improvement of physical attributes, the ability to withstand damage is greatly improved. If an ordinary person was shot in the chest, he would die instantly, but I only suffered a minor injury and the bullet could hardly penetrate. I thought to myself, if my cultivation level could be raised by 1 or 2 levels, and a few more points of physical attributes, coupled with my own body shield to reduce damage, I could basically ignore the damage of ordinary bullets. This water is good. Would you like to have a drink? Seeing that Wang Li had just drunk the mineral water, Yuaning was a little hesitant. Was this an indirect kiss? But it was obvious that this mineral water was not ordinary stuff. Don't worry, I don't have any saliva. It's very clean. Drinking this water will be very good for you. Take a couple of sips. We still have to ride more than 100 kilometers later. After hesitating for a while, Yuaning took the bottle of water and drank 2 sips. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. After drinking these 2 sips of water, she felt that all the cells in her body were cheering and her whole body was refreshed. This water is really not simple. After taking the bottle of water from Yuaning and seeing that there were still a few gulps left, Wang Li drank it all in one breath, which made Yuaning blush slightly again, because she had just drunk this water. Wang Li threw the empty bottle away without paying attention to the corpses on the ground. In less than half a day, they would be eaten clean by the mutant beasts. Let's go. It's still the same old rules. You ride the bike and I'll be responsible for killing the mutants. Yuaning nodded and got on the motorcycle. Wang Li got on and skillfully put his arms around Yuaning's slender waist. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. The motorcycle quickly got onto the main road and drove quickly towards the highway leading to Jigong Mountain. Such a big commotion inevitably attracted the attention of some mutant beasts, which chased after it hard. Chapter 39, Level 0, Level 6, Encountering a first-level boss again. The two ignored it. Yuaning was driving very fast. Wang Li hugged her slender waist tightly. Through her clothes, he could clearly feel her amazing hip-to-waist ratio. With this feel and this elasticity, Wang Li wanted to hold her like this forever. But there are always mutant beasts causing trouble, and some high-level mutant beasts are hard to get rid of. Now, there is another level 5 mutant beast chasing us relentlessly, and it has been chasing us for 2 or 3 kilometers, and the distance is getting closer and closer. Wang Li, the one chasing us, is a level 5 mutant beast. Old rules, slow down. I'm going to kill it. Yeah, Yuaning slowed down the car. The level 5 mutant beast chased after her, and the distance quickly decreased from more than 100 meters to 20 or 30 meters. Wang Li was very skilled in the operation. He just shot an arrow at the beast with the crossbow, paralyzing it. Then he jumped off the motorcycle and rushed over to slash it with a few knives. Cultivation value +1. Unfortunately, I was not lucky enough, and nothing dropped. Seeing Wang Li's dark face, Yuaning giggled. Wang Li jumped on the motorcycle, put his arm around her waist, touched her, and said, "To make you laugh. Don't move, you're disturbing my driving," Yu Wanning said coquettishly. Now she is more open. As long as Wang Li doesn't touch her private parts, she generally won't get angry. At most she will say something like, "Don't move." It was still more than 100 kilometers to Jigong Mountain, and it took the two more than 2 hours. The destination was already in sight, and they could see the vast mountains and forests ahead. Originally, the area of Jigong Mountain was only about 10 to 20 square kilometers. It was a tourist resort with mountains, forests, valleys, rivers, grasslands, and some resort hotels. Now the area has expanded 100 times and appears vast. There are also towering trees, some of which require more than a dozen people holding hands to surround them. A lot of mutant beasts were killed along the way, and some things dropped. Wang Li's cultivation level reached 58/60, and he would be able to upgrade to level 6 of stage 0 soon. Wang Li, look ahead. 200 or 300 meters ahead, there is a huge monster, taller than a 2-story building. It is a mutated pangolin, and it looks like a first-level boss. Next to this first-level boss, there is a smaller one, estimated to be at least a level 6 or 7 mutant beast. You can feel the pressure from a distance. Yu Wanning stopped the car and said nervously, "We can't deal with mutant beasts like that. Let's take a detour and stay away from them." Wang Li shook his head gently, and there was even some excitement in his eyes. "How can I give up so easily such a good thing that has been delivered to my doorstep? Wait here for me, I'll go kill them." "No, that's too dangerous." Yu Wanning was anxious. "Don't worry, your man is very capable," Wang Li said with a smile. "Fuck you, you're taking advantage of me again." Yu Wanning scolded with a smile, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. She asked, "Wang Li, are you really okay with this?" "No problem, don't worry," Wang Li said confidently. "Stay here for now, don't come over. Wait until I call you over, and be careful of other mutant beasts that may attack you." Okay, I will pay attention to safety. You have to be careful," Yu Wanning said. After all, it is a big monster. It looks as tall as 2 stories high. It has an imposing aura from such a distance, and its body is covered with scales, like metal. When the knife is cut, it is like striking iron, and sparks fly everywhere. Wang Li gently patted Yu Wanning's little hand, gave her a reassuring look, then walked over step by step with the level 10 excellent Tang horizontal sword in his hand. First, there is the small one. I guess it is at least a level 6, or even a level 7 mutant beast. If I kill it, my own cultivation level will reach level 6. He walked over and chopped it down with all his might. It was indeed a level 10 weapon. Even though the mutant beast was covered in scales, every cut of the sword was so deep that you could see the bone. It wasn't difficult at all. After several consecutive slashes, the mutant beast was killed. Cultivation +3. This was actually a level 7 mutant beast. No wonder it took 7 or 8 blows to kill it. Wang Li's cultivation level has also reached level 6, and he has obtained 10 free attributes, with 5 points for strength, 3 points for constitution, and 2 points for agility. His character attributes are as follows. Name, Wang Li. Age, 20. Strength, 42-47. Constitution, 17-20. Agility, 13-15. Spirit, 8. Skills, heavy attack, body shield, passive. Level 6. Cultivation, 1/70th. Remaining attribute points, 0. With the improvement of his cultivation level and attributes, Wang Li felt that he had become much stronger. He was full of strength, his reaction speed was higher, and his physique was stronger. Unfortunately, he was still unlucky. Even though he hunted mutant beasts of higher levels, nothing dropped. When hunting mutant beasts of the same level, generally only one thing will drop out of every 100. If you go above the level, the drop rate will be higher. The higher the level, the more obvious the increase in the drop rate will be. If nothing drops, then we will put our hopes on this larger mutant beast, hoping that it is a first-level boss, rather than a level 9 or 10 mutant beast. Without insight, the level of mutant beasts can only be guessed. Yu Wanning was too far away, beyond the range of insight, and she didn't know what level this mutant beast was. Wang Li felt that it should be a first-level boss, full of hope. Holding a level 10 sophisticated Tang sword in his hand, he walked over step by step until he came in front of the huge mutant beast that was taller than 2 floors. The first thing he did was to deliver a heavy blow to the mutant beast. The knife felt very hard, and the target seemed extremely solid. Although there were no sparks flying, the depth of the cut was limited. Never mind, just chop it one by one. If 10 minutes is not enough, chop it for 20 minutes. If still not enough, chop it for 30 minutes. Anyway, you will kill it by wasting time. Every knife is paralyzing. This giant mutant beast seemed to have been hit by an acupuncture point. It remained motionless and kept the same posture. Its entire body turned grayish-white. Wang Li chopped and waved at the same time. Yi Wanning, you can come over now. Yi Wanning walked over nervously and looked up at the mutant beast that was as big as a hill. Wang Li, you are so amazing. Wang Li said, I am already very good, and you will find out in the future that I am even better in some aspects. Go away, you're taking advantage of me again. The two chatted and laughed, and Wang Li did not stop, chopping with his sword. Seeing this, Yi Wanning suggested, do you want me to help? Let's chop together. Hers is a level 5 weapon, which is considered a very good weapon. With a cultivation level of 4, it should be able to break defenses. Okay, let's work together and try to kill it as quickly as possible. Also, use your insight to see if this is a first-level boss. In fact, Wang Li was already 80 to 90% sure that this was a first-level boss, because it exuded the pressure that only a first-level boss could have. In addition, its defense was extremely high, and when he chopped it down with all his strength, the depth was surprisingly very limited. Yi Wanning nodded, then cast an insight spell over and shouted excitedly, oh my god, it really is a first-level boss. Chapter 40 Hongxing Erk Sports Shoes. This was her second encounter with a first-level boss. The first time was in the big hotel that served as their base at the time. The mutant python had a head as big as a car and a body over 100 meters long. They fled in panic and lost a lot of people. This time it was different. Yi Wanning was able to kill this first-level boss with a knife. She chopped hard. Her weapon had no problem dealing with ordinary mutant beasts and had great destructive power. However, it was a little difficult to deal with this first-level B0SS. The destructive power was relatively limited, a bit like scraping. Even so, Yi Wanning still worked very hard, completely immersed in the excitement of killing the first-level boss. At the same time, I also admire Wang Li more and more. He can even paralyze a first-level boss. This is too awesome. I should hold on to this thigh tightly. Thinking of this, Yi Wanning's face inexplicably turned slightly red, and she secretly spat in her heart, wondering what she was thinking about. So messed up. The two men hacked at each other fiercely. After 2 or 3 minutes, Wang Li said again, take another look at the health bar of this boss. Tell me if there is a little blood left. Insight. Throw it at the boss again. Not only can you see the name and level of the boss, you can also see the long blood bar above the boss's head. Although there is no number displayed, you can see that 2/3 of the blood is gone. There's about 1/3 left, and it might take a few more minutes to kill it. Well, let's work harder, or change positions. I like to stand at the back. Yi Wanning didn't understand what it meant. She was doing a good job, so why did she have to change positions? Without thinking much about it, she stood in front and became the main force. Wang Li stood at the back and delivered a fierce attack. It felt really good. After another 2 or 3 minutes of hard work, Wang Li said, don't stop using the insight technique. Keep an eye on the health of this boss. Well, don't worry, I've been paying attention. Yi Wanning replied. Why should we always pay attention to its health? Because Wang Li has a plan. Yi Wanning will deliver the final blow to this boss. With her European attributes, the boss will definitely explode greatly. If he is the one who kills it in the end, the things that will be dropped will definitely be much less. Being killed by Yi Wanning, he only lost 10 points of cultivation value. He could get them by killing some mutant beasts casually. It could be ignored. After another minute or 2, Yi Wanning said, Wang Li, there is only a trace of blood left. Okay, increase your strength, and you will kill this boss. Yi Wanning was smart and understood what it meant immediately. She gave Wang Li a grateful look and then worked hard to output. What Wang Li needs to do is to attack occasionally, using the back of the knife with very light force, as long as he can keep the boss in a paralyzed state. After dozens of consecutive hits, the boss was finally killed. There was a big explosion, and a lot of things appeared in front of the two people. Some cards even emitted a faint golden light. Oh, that's not right. The golden light of one card is obviously much stronger. There are as many as 20 or 30 cards, most of which are supply cards that can materialize various supplies, 5 equipment cards, 2 skill cards, a first-level boss crystal, an all-attribute +1 card, and a special supply card. This is the real European Emperor. So many things came out at once. Wang Li had killed a total of 3 first-level bosses before, including the first kill of a first-level boss, but far from revealing so many things. Each time, only 1 or 2 pieces of equipment would drop at most, but this time, there were 5 pieces of equipment and 2 skill cards. Awesome crass. Wang Li decided that unless there were special circumstances, he would basically always bring Yi Wanning with him, so that he would not have to worry about supplies and equipment. First materialize these 2 skill cards. 2 skill books, 1 for heavy attack and 1 for insight. When Wang Li saw the insight skill, he was delighted. He finally had the insight skill and could see the level and health of all mutant beasts. No matter what, Just use it first. But it actually didn't work. On the cover of this book of insight, there was a line of handwriting. Sorry, a level 0 awakener has a maximum of 2 skills. For every level of cultivation that increases by 1, 2 more skills can be added. That is to say, Wang Li, who is now at level 6 of stage 0, can only have 2 skills. If he wants to learn insight, he must be at least at level 1 of stage 0. Well, I can only put this skill book away temporarily and wait until my cultivation level reaches stage 1 level 0. Anyway, I have you wanting, so if I encounter a big monster, she can just use her insight to get rid of it. 2 skill books were dropped, one for heavy attack and the other for insight. Do you want the heavy attack book? You can only have 2 skills at each level. You are now at level 0, level 4. You already have insight, and you can learn at most 1 more skill. Yi Wanting thought about it, and then said, anyway, I'll follow you. It doesn't matter if there is a heavy attack or not. I won't learn this skill for now. I'll learn it later when there are other more suitable skills. Okay. Wang Li put away the 2 skill books. Then start to materialize these 5 equipment cards. 3 weapons and 2 pieces of armor are all good stuff, and of very high levels, worthy of being produced by a first-tier boss. Perhaps this has a lot to do with Yi Wanting's European attributes. Level 0, level 8, excellent machete. 0 level 10 fine tang horizontal sword. This is the same model as the one Wang Li currently has in his hand. There is another one, which is actually a level 1, level 6, excellent Mo Dao. It's still a Mo Dao, but the previous one was very ordinary, and its level was only grade 0, level 2. This one is completely different. It's grade 1, level 6. The appearance is completely different as well. It looks more exquisite and domineering, with a higher appearance value. The blade exudes a cold light, as if it can cut anything with 1 stroke. Name, excellent Mo Dao. Level, tier 1, level 6. Length, 1.80 m. The handle is 80 centimeters long, and the blade is 100 centimeters long. It feels very comfortable to hold in the hand. Wang Li excitedly waved it a few times and liked it more and more. The weapon level is stage 1, level 6, which is extremely high. There will be no need to change weapons for a long time in the future. Ordinary mutant beasts below level 1 can probably be killed in 1 second with 1 sword, and those above level 1 can probably be killed with 3 or 5 swords. If you encounter a level 1 boss again, you can probably kill it in 2 or 3 minutes. This level 10 fine tang horizontal sword is for you. There was such a tang horizontal sword before, and now another one is dropped, which is just right for Yi wanting to change her weapon, although the level 5 Yinling sword in her hand is like a divine weapon in the eyes of many awakened people. With this level 10 Tang Hungdao, Yi Wanting will find it much easier to kill a first-level boss next time, without having to put in so much effort. Wang Li, thank you. Holding this weapon, she felt happy. There are 5 equipment cards in total. In addition to 3 weapons, there are 2 pieces of armor. Name, Hongxing Erk Sports Shoes. Equipment level, tier 0, level 8. Effect, reduce damage by 10. Introduction, breathable and heat insulating, self-cleaning. This is another good thing, especially the 10 damage reduction, plus the 50 damage reduction from the body shield. The damage reduction effect reaches 60. The damage done by mutant beasts or awakened ones of the same level to oneself is very limited, and mutant beasts or awakened ones of a lower level than oneself basically cannot break the defense. Next, it is necessary to talk about damage reduction. Chapter 41 I Hate Genes. After entering the end of the world, the whole world has become semi-gamified. The damage setting is also very unique. For example, if you reduce damage by 50, it only means that you are reducing damage by 50 to mutant beasts or awakened people of the same level. If the opponent's level is higher than yours, there is a level suppression. The damage reduction effect may be 45 or 40 for every small level higher the opponent is. The damage reduction effect will be weakened. Therefore, a 100 reduction does not mean that you will no longer receive damage, but it is relative and depends on the opponent's level. Second piece of armor. Name, Women's Jeans. Level, 0 level 6. Damage reduction, 8. Introduction, comfortable, breathable, heat insulating, and self-cleaning function. This is also a good thing. It not only reduces injuries by 8, but is also breathable and heat insulating. Even in the cold winter, you won't feel cold wearing one. On the contrary, you will feel very warm. It is self-cleaning, so you don't have to worry about it getting dirty. It will stay clean by itself. It's a pity that they are women's jeans. It would be fine if they were men's. These jeans are for you. Yi Wanting happily took it, and after taking a look, she was extremely surprised. Such a good thing. Really give it to me. Thank you. A verbal thank you isn't enough. Give me a kiss. Wang Li leaned forward with his cheek. Originally, he was just joking and didn't expect Yi Wanting to really kiss him. But who would have thought that Yu Wanning actually gave him a quick kiss on the cheek and then happily went behind a big tree? Don't peek. I'm going to change into these jeans. She was wearing a pair of ordinary sweatpants, and now she must change into this pair of jeans. Not to mention the comfort, the 30 damage reduction effect will provide a greater degree of safety. The world is full of dangers. Safety is the most important thing. After a while, Yu Wanning came out from behind the big tree with a slightly red face. Suddenly, Wang Li's eyes lit up. This shows off her figure too. I was wearing an ordinary pair of sweatpants before, and it wasn't so obvious. But after putting on this pair of jeans, the curves are very obvious. Those damn thighs, those damn buttocks. Wang Li felt that he was almost bleeding from the nose and quickly looked away. He had to calm down. If he kept staring like that, his nose would bleed uncontrollably. I hate jeans. Yu Wanning was a little nervous. Is it ugly? Then change back to the sweatpants you just wore. No, it looks good. No need to change it back. Wang Li said. Really? I thought it was ugly. Wang Li took another look. How could it be ugly? It just showed off her figure so well. It was pleasing to the eyes. Very pleasing to the eyes. That is, provided you don't have a nosebleed. Just now, while you were changing your pants, I took a look at the things that this first-level boss dropped. In addition to a large amount of supplies, 2 skill books, and 5 pieces of equipment, there was also a boss crystal core, an all-attribute +1 card, and this special supply card. This card can materialize a water purifier. Name, Water Purifier. Introduction. Purify all kinds of polluted water at a purification rate of 500 liters per hour. This is a good thing. 500 liters per hour can satisfy thousands of people if it is only for drinking needs. Almost all water sources in the world are polluted, except for bottled water and barreled water. Once the water is contaminated, ordinary water purifiers cannot purify it. Drinking contaminated water can cause diarrhea at the very least, or death at the worst. You can't even wash your face or hands with this kind of water. Your skin will become extremely itchy. Drinking water has become a problem for many people. Yu Wanning really wanted to ask if this special material card could be given to her, but she didn't ask because in her opinion, this thing was too valuable. After putting away the special material card, Wang Li used the boss crystal core to increase his personal space from 400 cubic meters to 500 cubic meters, an increase of another 100 cubic meters, allowing him to store more things. All attribute cards are also used. All attributes +1. The character attributes are as follows. Name, Wang Li. Age, 20. Strength, 47-48. Constitution, 20-21. Agility, 15-16. Spirit, 8-9. Skills, heavy attack, body shield, passive. Level 6. Cultivation, 11/70. Remaining attribute points, 0. All attributes +1, a little stronger. Wang Li waved his hand and said, let's go into Jigong Mountain. Jigong Mountain was not far ahead. Yu Wanning was still riding a motorcycle. When she got on the motorcycle, her amazing hip-to-waist ratio almost made Wang Li unable to take his eyes off her. She was so attractive. Boom, boom, boom. The motorcycle headed towards Jiming Mountain. The noise attracted some mutant beasts to chase after it, but they were almost all left behind. Yu Wanning was driving very fast. 20 or 30 minutes later, the two entered Jigong Mountain. The first thing they saw was a huge valley that was extremely open. The valley is open and flat, mostly covered with weeds, with a few scattered towering trees that require a few or a dozen people to hug. Among the weeds, an asphalt road dozens of meters wide extended towards the depths of the valley. Undoubtedly, the asphalt road that was originally only a few meters wide had become an astonishing width of dozens of meters. There are obviously many more mutant beasts here, with a density 2 or 3 times that of other places, and the levels of the mutant beasts are generally higher. Level 0 and Level 1 mutant beasts are almost invisible. The lowest are Level 2 or 3, and even Level 4 are relatively common. The two did not ride the motorcycle again, but went deeper along the asphalt road, because the movement of the motorcycle would attract a large number of mutant beasts around. Wang Li didn't care because he had invisibility, but Yu Wanning was afraid that it would be more dangerous. Even though she had genes that reduced damage by 30 and a level 10 fine tang horizontal sword, her cultivation level was only level 4. She could not deal with multiple level 4 mutant beasts at the same time, let alone level 5 ones. The two men went deep into the valley, trying not to kill low-level mutant beasts if possible. If they came across a blind one that insisted on rushing over, they would just kill it with a single sword. Look, another mutant beast rushed towards Yu Wanning. It should be a level 3 mutant beast. Yu Wanning killed it with a knife without hesitation. This blow almost cut the mutant beast's head in half. Wang Li, level 10 weapons are really useful. It feels great to kill instantly. More mutant beasts are coming, 3 in total. Wang Li reminded. The density of mutant beasts here is really high. There are always mutant beasts that are alarmed and run towards the two of them, sometimes just one, sometimes 2 or 3. Yi Wanning cast an insight spell on one of them because she thought this mutant beast might be of a higher level. Brotherly, the leading one is a level 6 mutant beast. The other two are one level 5 and one level 4. Help me. She was a little nervous. Of course, there is no problem in fighting a level 4 mutant beast alone, but if there is a level 5 and a level 6 mutant beast added, there is no chance of winning at all. Wang Li nodded slightly, took out a crossbow, shot an arrow at the mutant beast, paralyzed it, then rushed to the level 5 mutant beast and kicked it, paralyzed it again. Yi Wanning was not bad either. She took the level 10 Fine Tang horizontal sword and slashed at the level 4 mutant beast. The mutant beast was about to fight back, and a crossbow arrow shot at it, paralyzing the level 4 mutant beast. The 3 mutant beasts couldn't move at all. Wang Li said, I leave them all to you, kill them. Yi Wanning understood what he meant, and now she and Wang Li cooperated more and more tacitly. She used her Tang sword to hack the level 4 mutant beast to death with a few strong blows, and then moved on to the next target. Wang Li is mainly responsible for controlling and keeping the remaining 2 mutant beasts in a paralyzed state. Cultivation +1. Cultivation +2. Cultivation +3. After killing the 3 mutant beasts, Yi Wanning shouted excitedly. Chapter 42. The first long-range weapon. Brotherly, my cultivation level has reached level 5. It's level 5. They are already a small group of people at the top of the pyramid. At this time, most of the awakened ones are level 1 or 2, and there are very few level 3 ones. In addition to the level upgrade, something else was revealed. This girl is really European. After killing 3 mutant beasts, something appeared, and it was equipment. An equipment card floated in front of the 2 people. Wang Li grabbed the card in his hand and said happily, another piece of equipment has appeared. Let me see what it is. Without saying a word, he showed up in front of Yi Wanning's mask. It turned out to be a crossbow. Name, crossbow. Level, 0 level 3. Introduction, automatic winding, continuous shooting, unlimited arrows, effective range of 50 meters. Unlimited arrows, this is awesome. He had a crossbow and a compound bow in his personal space, but the arrows were very limited and would be used up sooner or later. Especially when he used the crossbow to paralyze mutant beasts from a distance, the arrows would be used up even faster. Now you don't have to worry about it. It has unlimited arrows and can automatically reload. All you have to do is aim and pull the trigger. This crossbow that exploded from the mutant beast looks more refined and has much greater lethality. Ordinary crossbows can only deal with level 0 mutant beasts, and the damage is relatively limited. If this crossbow is used against a level 0 mutant beast, it will definitely kill it instantly. A level 1 mutant beast can also be killed instantly. A level 2 mutant beast can be killed with just a few arrows. This is also the first time that a ranged weapon has been released. In the past, there were only melee weapons. Qin Chuan once doubted whether there were only melee weapons or not. It turned out that there would also be long-range weapons. If it weren't for Yi Wanning, the lucky guy, it would be hard to say when a long-range weapon would be available. Wang Li was so fond of the new weapon that he first wanted to test its power, so he shot an arrow at a big tree about 30 or 40 meters away. Bite! The crossbow arrow penetrated the tree directly. Its power was really extraordinary. Wang Li even thought about finding a smaller tree to try it, such as the kind that 2 or 3 people could hug together, to see if he could shoot through such a tree with one arrow. Let's go on. We'll continue inside, hoping to encounter some high-level mutant beasts. The cultivation level has reached level 6, and Wang Li urgently needs a mutant beast of level 6, or even above. The two went deep into the valley and walked for several kilometers. The level of the mutant beasts was obviously higher, and they found several level 6 mutant beasts. If it is not necessary, neither of them will kill mutant beasts below level 5, unless they rush over to die. Brotherly, there are 4 mutant beasts, and the leading one is level 7. Wang Li also saw 4 mutant beasts rushing towards Yi Wanning. Wang Li said, be prepared for battle, leave the level 6 and 7 mutant beasts to me. As soon as the voice fell, he pulled the trigger, and crossbow arrows flew out and hit the target, paralyzing them all. Wang Li's mind moved, and he put the crossbow in his hand into his personal space, and rushed forward with the first level 6 excellent Mo Dao. I have killed several level 6 mutant beasts. In front of this high-level weapon of stage 1, level 6, I can basically kill them in one hit. This feeling is so great. After this weapon was discovered, Wang Li killed a level 7 mutant beast for the first time. He rushed forward and delivered a heavy blow, almost killing the beast instantly, and then he gave it another blow. Cultivation value, +2. The mutant beast was killed without stopping. The level 6 mutant beast next to the target was also hit hard. However, this mutant beast was one level lower and was killed instantly. Cultivation value, +1. Gnawing is also good. Holding a level 10 excellent Tang horizontal sword, she can basically kill a mutant beast with 2 sword strikes. Both of them are level 5 mutant beasts. It is worthy of being the place that everyone was repeatedly advised not to come to in the broadcast. The deeper you go, the more mutant beasts there are, and their levels are also higher. By the evening, both of them had killed a lot of mutant beasts, obtained a large amount of supplies, and a weapon. Among them, a large value supply card was revealed. Not long ago, when killing the first level boss, more than 20 supply cards of various kinds were dropped, basically food and drink, including large value supply cards. That is to say, together with Yuaning, the European Emperor, Wang Li had also dropped many supply cards before, but none of them were such large value supply cards. Now another one has been revealed. Name: Ordinary Rice 1000 kilograms. Description: This card can directly materialize 1000 kilograms of ordinary rice. This is an incredible price. 1000 kilograms of rice is not a small amount. Qin Chuan knows that although it is ordinary rice, the things that explode from mutant beasts will most likely not be ordinary. The two went deeper and killed many mutant beasts. The sky began to gradually darken, and they needed to find a place to spend the night. Wang Li said that he had no problem spending the night in the wild because he was invisible to the mutant beasts and was very safe. Yuaning can't do it. For safety reasons and to get a good night's sleep, we must find a suitable place. This is a resort area, so there should be resort hotels or BBs, but this area has become very wide, 100 times larger, and the two have not found any hotels or BBs yet. Another mutant beast was killed. Cultivation +1. Cultivation value, 35/70. He is halfway closer to raising his cultivation level and should be able to reach level 7 tomorrow. This place is very dangerous for others, but it is a holy place for Wang Li. We'll walk forward for half an hour. If we still don't find a suitable place, we'll have to camp where we are. Hearing this, Yuaning was a little worried. At night, the mutant beast would become very active and violent, and it would be unsafe in the wild. Looking at Wang Li, she suddenly felt a little safe and nodded. Well, everything is up to you. They continued to go at least 7 or 8 kilometers deeper, killing a dozen mutant beasts each, and finally made a surprising discovery. Brotherly, look there. Wang Li saw that there was an exclusive hotel right by the river, which looked quite good. Let's go. It's getting dark. Let's hurry up and get there. It's more like a beautiful 3-story villa than a resort hotel. No bodies were found, just some dried bloodstains at the gate. Overall, the situation was pretty good. The people inside had either run away or died. Wang Li shouted several times, but there was no response. The hotel doors were open. When he entered, he saw the hotel lobby. Due to the water and power outages, it was a little dark inside. Wang Li took out a flashlight and shone it around. The hall was very clean and tidy. It was probably because all the people in the hotel had left early and it had not been visited by mutant beasts. After closing and locking the hotel door, the two went directly to the 3rd floor. For safety reasons, they also moved some tables, furniture, and other things to block the stairs leading to the 2nd and 3rd floors. There is also a lobby on the 3rd floor, which is carpeted and very luxurious. A night's stay in a hotel like this might cost several thousand yuan, and it is a high-end resort hotel. There are 7 or 8 large bedrooms on the 3rd floor, as well as 2 suites. The so-called suite has 2 rooms, a living room outside, a large bedroom inside, a bathroom, and a large balcony. Standing on the large balcony, you can see the clear river next to it through the glass. It was probably just a small stream before, but now it has become a river with a width of tens of meters. You sleep in this suite tonight, and I'll sleep in the one next door. Wang Li said. Yuaning hesitated for a moment. Her face slightly reddened. Li, brotherly, why? Why don't we all sleep in this suite? I'm a little scared. Chapter 43, Living in the Same Room. Wang Li was slightly stunned. I thought I heard it wrong. A single man and a single woman in the same room? Yuaning blushed. That's not what I meant. I'm just scared. I'll sleep on the sofa, and you can sleep on the big bed in the bedroom. Of course, Wang Li would not refuse a beautiful woman's invitation to sleep together. He readily agreed. Okay, then we will sleep in this room tonight. It was getting darker outside, and the room was already a little dizzy and dim. Wang Li took out a battery and plugged in a light. Then a lamp was placed in the bedroom and the bathroom, and the entire suite became bright. I guess the light could be seen from kilometers away. Don't worry about the light. The mutant beasts are not sensitive to it. But if it is a louder sound, it can attract mutant beasts within 100 or 200 meters. As for whether there are any awakened people in this area, will it attract other awakened people? Won't. The entire Jigong Mountain area is too dangerous. I believe that no awakened team dares to come here. We didn't meet anyone in this area during the day, which is a good proof. The lighting problem in the suite was solved. Wang Li took out a few supply cards, which materialized into one of each. A portion of stir-fried beef, a portion of braised fish, a portion of winter melon and pork rib soup, a portion of stir-fried vegetables, and 2 portions of white rice. Looking at the things on the table, Yu Wanning was slightly excited. Wow, dinner is so sumptuous. These past few days, she couldn't eat or sleep well, and even washing her face was a luxury. Sometimes she only had a packet of instant noodles or a few biscuits all day. Wang Li said, "We just had a light meal at noon and a big meal at night. After a hard day, we can treat ourselves. This is more than just ordinary abundance." If other survivors saw this, they would probably be envious. Many people find it difficult to even drink a few sips of water or eat 1 or 2 biscuits. But here the food is so rich, with both meat and vegetables, and even soup. Eat it. Wang Li picked up the chopsticks and started eating first. As expected of something that exploded from a mutant beast, it tasted delicious. After a few mouthfuls of food, it seemed as if all the fatigue of the day had disappeared and I felt revived. I don't know if it was because she didn't want to waste food or because she hadn't had such a big meal for several days, but Yu Wanning was very thrifty with the food. She ate everything and was reluctant to waste even the soup. After dinner, Wang Li chatted with Yu Wanning for a while, then stood up and said, "I'm going to take a bath first." "What? Can I take a bath here?" Not to mention taking a bath. Even washing the face has always been a problem. The most Yu Wanning could do was use a piece of paper towel dipped in a little water to simply wipe her face. She reminded, the water supply should have been cut off. Besides, even if there is water, it cannot be used for bathing. Wang Li walked into the bathroom and turned on the faucet. There was indeed no water. However, the thing that was most in short supply in his portable space was water. There were at least hundreds of barrels of mineral water. As expected of a luxury suite that costs thousands a night, the bathroom is huge, with a shower and a large bathtub. The bathtub was very clean, at least 90 new. Despite this, Wang Li still poured a large bucket of mineral water into it, carefully scrubbed it with a towel, rinsed it, and then poured more mineral water into it. I poured several buckets of water in a row, then poured in boiling water to adjust the temperature. When I felt the water temperature was about right, I prepared to take a bath. The boiling water was already prepared in Villa Number 1, and there is still plenty of it in the portable space, just for the convenience of taking a comfortable hot bath in the wild. "I'm going to take a shower, don't peek." "Go away, who wants to peek at you?" Although she said this, Yu Wanning did not move her eyes away, because she was very curious about how Wang Li had so much water, even hot water. It was not until the bathroom door was closed that Yu Wanning withdrew her gaze, and even thought to herself, it would be nice if I could also take a hot bath. But she knew that this was a luxury. As for asking her to take another bath in the remaining bath water after Wang Li finished taking a bath, she couldn't do that. Men usually take a shower quickly, and even for a bath, Wang Li only took about 20 minutes. The bathroom door opened, and Wang Li said, "Come over and take a bath too." Yu Wanning quickly said, "No need, I'll just forget it. Don't be polite with me. I've prepared a new bath for you. It's very clean. It would be a waste if you don't take a bath." "What?" "Prepared new bath water, not the leftover water from Wang Li's bath." Yu Wanning was a little surprised. She walked over to take a look, and sure enough, the big bathtub was half filled with clear bath water that was still steaming. Clean, clear, and transparent. It's really a hot bath prepared again. Yu Wanning was instantly touched. "Brotherly, thank you. Why are you being so polite to me? Here are shower gel, shampoo, and a new towel. Here are new pajamas. I wonder if they fit your size." This is a set of pink women's pajamas. When Wang Li was in a large supermarket, he collected a lot of things, including women's pajamas and even women's underwear. At the time, I thought that since there was enough space in my carry-on space, I might as well put it in there and use it in the future. She didn't take out her underwear, fearing that Yu Wanning would be embarrassed, so she only took out a set of pajamas. With these things, Yu Wanning was a little touched again. "Brotherly, I'll take a shower then." "Well, you don't have to close the bathroom door, so I can watch the beautiful girl taking a bath." Wang Li joked with a grin. The little touch that rose in her heart disappeared instantly, and Yu Wanning said, "Go away." Then, with a bang, the bathroom door closed tightly. Wang Li smiled silently, sat on the sofa, turned on the radio, and listened to some news. I don't know if it was because she hadn't taken a bath for a long time or because she didn't want to waste the bath water, but Yu Wanning took almost an hour to bathe. When she came out, she was wearing pajamas and her face was slightly red. Because the pajamas were too revealing, The cleavage of her chest was almost exposed. Feeling Wang Li's gaze, Yi Wanting's face turned even redder. Wang Li, it's getting late. Let's go to bed early. Wang Li said, okay, you go to the bedroom and sleep on the big bed. I can sleep on the sofa. After all, she was a girl, and a beautiful one at that. So Wang Li showed some masculine style and asked to sleep on the sofa. Yi Wanting was a little embarrassed. No, I'll sleep on the sofa and you sleep on the big bed. Wang Li joked. In that case, how about we all sleep on the big bed? Go away, you're trying to take advantage of me again. After saying that, she smiled and rolled her eyes at Wang Li. Then she actually went to the master bedroom inside. This glance was so charming that it took Wang Li a long time to come back to his senses. Hey, the bedroom door is not locked, and there is a gap. Should I sneak in the middle of the night? Lying on the sofa, with all these thoughts in his mind, Wang Li fell asleep before he knew it. Chapter 44. There is a big battle tonight. Even though it was a comfortable and soft big bed, Yi Wanting couldn't sleep. I was thinking, the bedroom door is not locked, should I lock it? If I don't lock it, will he sneak in at night? If he does, what should I do? Lying in bed, unable to sleep, with all sorts of thoughts running through my mind. It seemed like not long had passed. When Yi Wanting was struggling over whether to lock the bedroom door, she heard Wang Li's light snoring. This guy fell asleep so quickly. Yi Wanting gnashed her teeth in anger. I still tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. I don't know if I was angry that Wang Li fell asleep so quickly, or if I was just used to the new environment and bed. After tossing and turning for 2 or 3 hours, Yi Wanting finally fell asleep, but soon woke up because the outside world was becoming increasingly uneasy. The mutant beasts became more and more active, and the noise outside became louder and louder. The roars of the mutant beasts could be heard clearly. Some of them seemed not far away, and there seemed to be large mutant beasts moving around, and the ground was shaking slightly. It felt like being in a mutant beast's lair. Yi Wanting couldn't fall asleep anymore, and was even a little scared. She tightened the quilt and shrank her body. Maybe girls are naturally timid in this regard. Anyway, Yi Wanting felt very scared. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a giant mutant beast was walking past the villa. With every step it took, the ground trembled slightly. Yi Wanting was really scared. After hesitating for a while, Yi Wanting got up and walked to the sofa in the living room. Just as she was about to gently shake Wang Li to wake him up, Wang Li had already opened his eyes. What's wrong? I can't sleep. Yi Wanting said, I'm a little scared. Can you come inside and sleep? What? There is such a good thing. Wang Li suddenly cheered up and waved his hand. Don't be afraid. I'll take care of everything. Let's go to the bedroom. Yi Wanting's face turned a little red, and she was very nervous. She had never slept in the same bed with a boy in her life. Today was the first time. Boom, boom, boom. There was a really loud noise outside, and the ground was shaking slightly. I wondered what was making such a loud noise. Wang Li walked to the large balcony and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Then he saw an astonishing scene. Only a few hundred meters away, under the cover of night, a huge monster, like a small hill, was passing by. It's so big, it's most likely a first-level boss. Thinking that this was a boss, Wang Li's eyes lit up and he wanted to grab his sword right away, but now it is late at night, which is when the mutant beasts are most active and most violent. Their alert range will more than double. For example, if the alert range during the day is 100 meters, it is now 200 meters. If I take Yi Wanting with me, will it attract a lot of mutant beasts? I will be fine, but she will be in danger. See that big guy? I see, it's huge. Yes, it is really big, just like a small mountain. Wang Li said, I think it is a first-level big boss. You stay here, I will kill it and come back. You have to kill it. Yi Wanting was stunned for a moment, then said, No, this is too dangerous. You don't have to worry about me. Just protect yourself and stay here. Tonight, there will be a big battle. A battle between myself and this mutant beast. After giving Yi Wanting a few words, Wang Li jumped directly from the large balcony on the 3rd floor. His movements were very agile and light, and his strong physique meant that such a short height was nothing to him. After jumping down, he took out the motorcycle from his personal space, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly drove towards the mutant beast. Because of his invisibility, he did not alarm any mutant beasts. Even the first-level boss that was as big as a hill did not notice Wang Li. He continued to move forward step by step, and the ground trembled slightly with every step. The distance of several hundred meters was reached in a flash. Putting the motorcycle aside, Wang Li rushed forward with his level 6 grade 1 excellent Mo Dao and delivered a heavy blow head-on. It is worthy of being a level 6 weapon of stage 1. Although it feels hard, it is still okay. The knife cuts very deeply, and the mutant beast as big as a hill is paralyzed and motionless. Wang Li worked hard, one cut after another, with fierce output. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the mutant beast was hacked to death, quickly turned transparent, and then disappeared. In front of Wang Li, 7 or 8 supply cards appeared, as well as a skill card, a first-level boss crystal, and an all-attribute +1 card. Without Yi Wanning, the drop rate is much lower. There are only a few things. Fortunately, the boss crystal core and all-attribute cards are sure to drop. The supply cards are all for food and drinks. There are no large-value supply cards. Wang Li's eyes stopped on this skill card, and then he chose to materialize. Name: Sword Assassination. Introduction: ignore up to 80 of the target's damage reduction effect. This is pretty awesome, ignoring the damage reduction effect. For example, if the opponent is at the same level as you, and his level is reduced by 100, then the damage you can cause to him will be limited. It's different with Assassination Swordsmanship. You can directly ignore up to 80 of the damage reduction and cause huge damage with one blow. The opponent's 100 damage reduction is equivalent to only 20 damage reduction. This is a magical skill. It will be very useful whether it is for killing people or mutant beasts. Put it away for now and wait until it reaches stage 1 level 0. The first level boss crystal was used immediately, and the portable space increased by another 100 cubic meters, from 500 cubic meters to 600 cubic meters. Attribute +1 card is also used, and the character attributes are as follows. Name: Wang Li. Age: 20. Strength: 48-49. Constitution: 21-22. Agility: 16-17. Spirit: 9-10. Skills: Heavy Attack, Body Shield, Passive. Level: Level 6. Cultivation: 45/70. My strength has improved a little bit. I gained 10 points of cultivation by killing this first-level boss. Overall, it is still very good. Worried about Yi Wanning's safety, Wang Li rode his motorcycle back to the villa quickly. Yi Wanning was completely relieved to see him return safely. Brotherly, you're so fast, you finished in 5 minutes. After he finished speaking, he realized that this sentence seemed ambiguous and his face turned slightly red. Wang Li smiled and said, "It was mainly because I was too powerful. I dealt a lot of damage and the boss died. But not much was dropped. It was mainly some supplies and a skill book." Yi Wanning did not ask what the skill was. She was very sensible. Since Wang Li did not explain in detail, she would not keep asking. "Okay, it's getting late. Let's go to bed early." Yi Wanning nodded and lay down on the bed, feeling very nervous. Brotherly shouldn't do anything rash, right? What if he wants that thing? Should I give it to him or not? Chapter 45 from today on, You Are My Woman. Should I give it or not? Yi Wanning was very nervous, and her delicate and beautiful face felt a little hot. Because I was nervous, I tightly grasped the quilt with both hands. My mind was full of random thoughts, and I didn't know how much time had passed, maybe a few minutes, maybe more than 10 minutes. She found something wrong. Wang Li seemed to fall asleep as soon as he got into bed. Brotherly, brotherly. After calling out softly twice, it was basically confirmed that Wang Li had indeed fallen asleep and even started to snore slightly. This guy, how can he sleep so well? Yi Wanning, who was a little angry, glared at Wang Li fiercely. She was so angry that she kicked him lightly. Then she turned around, turned her back to him, and fell asleep angrily. There were still mutant beasts roaring outside, and the noise was very loud all night long. It really felt like I was sleeping in the mutant beast's lair. Perhaps it was because Wang Li was right beside her. Although Yi Wanning was angry, she still felt very safe and slept till dawn. After waking up, I found something was wrong. It felt like a huge rock was pressing on my chest, and my legs felt the same way, as if they were all numb. When he opened his eyes, his face turned red. Wang Li was sleeping soundly, but this guy had one hand on his chest and one thigh on top of his thigh. No wonder he felt like he was being pressed down by something. This guy, really, he can't sleep well at all. Gently taking Wang Li's hand away and tidying up the messy clothes on her chest, Yi Wanning moved Wang Li's thighs away and looked at the time. It was already past 7 o'clock in the morning. It's time to get up. After breakfast, we have to go kill mutant beasts. There was such a loud noise last night, especially in the depths of the valley, as if there were more mutant beasts, and the terrible roars never stopped. Getting up quietly, trying not to wake Wang Li, Yi Wanning took out a 5-liter bottle of mineral water from the storage ring, poured some out, and washed her face and brushed her teeth. After a while, Wang Li also woke up. "You woke up so early. How did you sleep last night?" Yi Wanning smiled and rolled her eyes at this guy. "You still say that, but you are not honest at all, always moving around." Hearing this, Wang Li cried out, "What a pity. Damn it. I slept so deeply at night. How come I didn't feel anything?" Yi Wanning smiled happily. Brotherly, if you want to sleep with me again tonight, you have to be honest and don't move around. I will definitely not move. You can rest assured. Wang Li almost patted his chest and guaranteed. A man's words are always full of lies. Wang Li doesn't think so. If they sleep together again tonight, they can't fall asleep right away. The two washed up, had breakfast, and then set off, continuing deeper into the valley. The further they went inside, the more mutant beasts they found, and their levels gradually increased. At noon, the two of them rested under a big tree. Wang Li's cultivation level reached 7, and he obtained 10 free attribute points. He still added points according to 5 strength, 3 constitution, and 2 agility. After adding points, he felt that his strength had risen to a higher level. After eating a little and drinking some water, the two continued to go deeper. It seems that I'm addicted to hunting mutant beasts. That feeling is really great. In the evening, when the sun was setting, Wang Li's cultivation level increased by 1 level to level 8, and Yi Wanning also reached level 6. Still using the same method of adding points, Wang Li's attributes are as follows. Name, Wang Li. Age, 20. Strength, 54-59. Constitution, 25-28. Agility, 19-21. Spirit, 10. Skills, heavy attack, body shield, passive. Level 8, 0. Cultivation, 7/90ths. Although he didn't know what the highest level of other awakeners was, Wang Li was confident that no one's cultivation level would be higher than his. It's getting late, and there's still about an hour before dark. We have to go back to the holiday villa we stayed at yesterday. When it was getting dark, the two came back. It was still a sumptuous dinner, and then everyone took a comfortable hot bath and listened to the radio for a while. The two of them slept in the same big bed like last night. Yi Wanning was a little nervous again and even glanced at Wang Li secretly. Wang Li seemed quite excited and not sleepy at all. After chatting for a few words, he naturally put his arms around Yi Wanning's slender waist. Thunder and lightning struck the earth. It's out of control. The following 50,000 words can be read by recharging. The next day, both of them got up late. Wang Li didn't want to get up. Holding such a beautiful and fragrant woman in his arms, no one else would get up so early. Yi Wanning was very tired and slept soundly. She hasn't woken up yet. It was not until after 10 o'clock in the morning that the two finally got up, but they played games for more than an hour before getting up. After more than an hour of playing the game, he felt a little tired, but it didn't matter. After drinking a few sips of the sweet mineral water that the mutant beast burst out, Wang Li felt that he could fight for a few hundred rounds again. From today on, Yi Wanning already belongs to his woman. There will be plenty of opportunities to play games with her in the future, so there is no need to rush. They went to the bathroom together and took a hot bath. The two of them stayed in the big bathtub for a long time. Yi Wanning even washed Wang Li's hair with a blushing face, washing it clean and carefully. Before they knew it, it was noon. The two sat down and had a hearty lunch, then left the resort hotel and prepared to go back home. The main reason is that Yi Wanning is a little worried about Sun DeLong and the others. Having been out for 2 days and 2 nights, Wang Li said he could go back. The gains from this trip were huge. Not only did my cultivation level increase from level 5 to level 8, greatly improving my strength, but I also obtained a large amount of supplies, various equipment, several skill books, and so on. The harvest is enormous. After leaving the holiday villa, Yi Wanning was still riding the bike, and Wang Li sat on the back seat. The car was driving very fast, and the two were heading towards the Platinum Palace Villa area. There were always some mutant beasts chasing him along the way. Even if they were level 4 or 5 mutant beasts, Wang Li didn't want to kill them. It was a pure waste of time. Seeing the mutant beasts chasing after him, Wang Li took out his crossbow and shot an arrow, paralyzing them for 5 seconds. By the time the paralysis time was over, the motorcycles had already gone far away. There are very few level 6 mutant beasts. Yi Wanning encountered a few of them before leaving Jigong Mountain. They were paralyzed and killed by her. After leaving Jigong Mountain, we rode for more than 200 kilometers in 3 or 4 hours, and only encountered 2 level 6 mutant beasts. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the motorcycle finally drove into the Platinum Palace Villa area. Wang Li said to himself, "I'm back." A few minutes later, the motorcycle arrived at the gate of Villa Number 1, and Villa Number 2 was not far away. What made Wang Li feel a little strange was that there were a lot of people in Villa Number 2. There were not more than 200 people, but at least several hundred people, including men and women, young and old. What is going on? Chapter 46, Killing Lu Guangwen. Wrong. Why is the door of my Villa Number 1 open? There seems to be some movement inside, so there must be quite a few people there. Suddenly, Wang Li's face darkened. Probably hearing the noise of the motorcycle, Lu Wenguang walked out of Villa Number 1 and just happened to see Yi Wanning and Wang Li. Seeing Wang Li and Yi Wanning riding on the same motorcycle, with Wang Li's hand around Yi Wanning's slender waist, and thinking about the fact that the two of them had been out for 2 days and 2 nights, there was an obvious flame of jealousy in her eyes. Wang Li got out of the car, took 2 steps over, and asked with a serious face, "Lu Wenguang, was it you who opened the door of my villa? So what if it's me?" Lu Wenguang was not afraid at all. 2 or 3 days ago, he might have been a little scared, but now it is completely different. The number of people in their team has increased many times, and now there are nearly 200 people, including 50 or 60 awakened people. Now the army is strong and powerful, and Lu Wenguang, as the deputy captain, is more confident. He basically dares to bet that no matter how powerful Wang Li is, he cannot offend the public and dare not do anything to him. "It was you who really opened the door to the villa." "I opened it," Lu Wenguang said. "Our team has added many people, and villa number 2 can't accommodate them. Since your villa is big, I arranged for dozens of people to live in your villa. Don't worry, there is a bedroom reserved for you on the 3rd floor of the villa." Wang Li looked at him as if he was a dead person. Yi Wanning was very angry and shouted, "How could you do this? This villa belongs to Brother Li. You opened the door without Brother Li's consent and arranged for so many people to move in. You are so infuriating." Lu Guangwen hadn't realized anything yet, and he was still confident. It's a waste for him to live in such a big villa alone. So many people have nowhere to live. Is it wrong for me to arrange for them to live in it? UMMP. Wang Li didn't want to waste time talking to him. It was impossible to reason with such a person, so he could only use his fist. Without saying a word, he slapped him in the face. Lu Guangwen is a level 3 awakener. Although his physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people, he is too late to react in front of Wang Li, who is level 8. This slap hit him hard on the cheek. Lu Guangwen wanted to fight back, but he found himself as if an acupuncture point had been hit, and he couldn't move at all. Then, the second slap came hard. With a pa sound, he slapped Lu Guangwen on the other cheek. Not only that, Wang Li took out his Mo Dao and split the guy in half with one stroke. Yi Wanning's eyes lit up, and she almost gave him a thumbs up. Brother Li is so domineering and manly. I like him so much. After chopping Lu Guangwen with a knife, Wang Li walked into the villa with a Mo Dao in his hand. There were several people sitting on the sofa in the living room, talking and laughing, looking very happy. There were a few more people, led by a bald man, who were coming up the stairs from the basement and just happened to see Wang Li walking into the living room. They were all stunned for a moment, but it was only a moment, and then they continued doing what they were supposed to do. After being away for 2 days, there were so many people in my villa. Wang Li was furious, especially when he saw the few people coming up the stairs from the basement. They all had a lot of supplies in their hands. In the storage room on the basement, Wang Li put a lot of things, because the original portable space was a little small and couldn't hold them all. The bald man had the most things in his hands. He just glanced at Wang Li, ignored him, and then prepared to go upstairs with the people behind him. He occupied the largest bedroom on the 2nd floor, which was a master bedroom, about 40 to 50 square meters, with a separate bathroom and dressing room. However, they had just come in and had only been here for 10 minutes at most, so they hadn't had time to enjoy themselves yet. Then someone said there was a large storage room on the underground 1st floor, but it was locked. The bald man was a level 2 awakener, and he also had a level 1 hatchet that exploded from a mutant beast. Upon hearing that there was a storage room, he immediately went over there. Without saying a word, he chopped the lock with a knife and pushed the door open to take a look. What an inexplicable surprise. This is a huge storage room of about 200 square meters. About 2/3 of the area is filled with things, all kinds of food and drinks. He alone took a lot of instant noodles, sausages, boiled eggs, some packaged food, drinks, mineral water, etc. He also took a few packs of cigarettes and filled 2 large plastic bags. Seeing Wang Li walking in with a sullen face, he thought that he was also preparing to move into the villa like him. So he ignored him and went upstairs with his people and things. Wang Li called out to him, "Stop right there." The bald man stopped and said, "Boy, who are you and what are you going to do?" Wang Li said, "This villa is mine. Put down all your things and get out." "I don't want to say it a second time." The bald man sneered, "If you say it's yours, kid. Don't make it difficult for yourself." After saying that, he ignored Wang Li and prepared to go upstairs. Wang Li was too lazy to talk nonsense. Some people had clearly given them opportunities, but they just didn't cherish them. With a thought in his mind, the crossbow in his portable space appeared in his hand, and then he shot an arrow at the bald guy. The distance was less than 10 meters. With such a short distance, and the fact that this was a weapon dropped by a mutant beast, the bald guy didn't even have time to react before being shot through by an arrow. Wang Li shot 3 or 4 arrows at him. The level 2 awakener was nothing but trash in front of Wang Li and was killed to the point of being deader than dead. Murder. Among the people sitting on the sofa in the living room, there was an old lady who was talking and laughing just now and looked very happy, but now she started screaming. Wang Li frowned, aimed the crossbow at her, and shot an arrow directly through her head. The others were almost frightened to death, especially those people who took things from the underground storage room, put the things on the ground with pale faces. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Li rewarded each of them with an arrow and warned them that if they dared to take his things, they would have to pay with their lives. Quiet. The whole villa fell completely silent. Everyone was stunned and terrified. Wang Li's voice rang out in the villa. Everyone listen, I give you 30 seconds to leave. The countdown starts now. If you haven't left after 30 seconds, don't leave. If he hadn't killed anyone just now, probably no one would care about Wang Li. We finally get to live in such a luxurious villa, and now you want us to leave just like that? That's wishful thinking. It's different now. When we hear that there are only 30 seconds, everyone is scared to death for fear of being slow, and they leave in a hurry, trying to leave as fast as possible. Wang Li stopped a few people and said, "Drag the body away and don't dirty my villa." These people dragged all the bodies away and even wiped the bloodstains on the ground clean. Soon, the villa became quiet. Wang Li checked the villa and found that it was basically the same as before. This group of people must have just moved into the villa and had not had time to do anything. Yi Wanning looked apologetic. "Brotherly, let me ask Uncle Sun later whether it was his idea or Lu Guangwen's idea to arrange for these people to move in." Wang Li nodded. "If this is what Sun Delong meant, then we will cut off all ties with him from now on, and there will be no cooperation or contact between us." After a while, Sun Delong and his group came back. When they went out, there were more than 20 people, all of whom were awakened. When they came back, there were dozens more people, almost a team of 100 people. As soon as he came back, he heard what happened in Villa Number 1. Chapter 47. No support, no opposition. Sun Delong came back with a large group of people. They also brought back a large amount of various supplies. They drove out in several cars. They didn't dare to drive before because the noise would attract a large number of mutant beasts to swarm in. But with the increase in level 2 and level 3 awakeners, many people have weapons and they have become bolder. But I didn't dare to go too far. The farthest was only about 10 kilometers. Collecting various supplies and gathering survivors became Sun Delong's main tasks in the past 2 days. Hunting mutant beasts and improving his cultivation level were put on the back burner. Early this morning, more than 20 of them went out together. At the cost of several people being injured, they finally brought back several trucks of supplies and dozens of survivors, including more than a dozen awakened people. As soon as he came back, Sun Delong heard about what happened in Villa Number 1. What? Lu Guangwen opened the door of Villa Number 1 and arranged for dozens of survivors to live in it. How can this be? This is going to be a big deal. Sure enough, Lu Guangwen was killed, and several people living in Villa Number 1 were also killed, and the rest were all driven out. This Lu Guangwen is so stupid. How could he do such a thing? He deserved to die. Although it was Lu Guangwen who did it, Sun Delong felt that he should go to his house to explain and even apologize. Thinking this in my mind, I went to Villa Number 1. Wang Li had just taken a hot bath and was wearing a loose and comfortable bathrobe. Yi Wanning was also wearing pajamas. In order to save some money, they took a bath together and rubbed each other's backs. The bath took nearly an hour. If Sun Delong had come earlier, the two of them would still be taking a shower. At this time, they had just finished taking a shower and were sitting on the sofa in the living room. Before the two of them had chatted for a few words, there was a knock on the door. "Wang Li, Wan Ning, are you two here?" Hearing the voice, Yi Wanning said, "It's Uncle Sunday. He's probably here for Lu Guangwen's matter. Should we open the door?" "I'll open the door." Wang Li really wanted to know whether it was Lu Guangwen's idea or Sun Delong's instruction to have so many people move into his villa. The door of the villa was opened, and Sun Delong changed into slippers at the door before walking into the villa hall. The first thing he did was to apologize. "Wang Li, I'm sorry. I just came back and didn't expect something like this to happen." It can be seen that the apology is very sincere and truly comes from the heart. Wang Li asked, "You really don't know about this? It wasn't your idea to have so many people live in my big villa." I guarantee with my integrity that I really didn't know. Before I left this morning, I repeatedly told Lu Guangwen not to try to get Villa Number 1. I didn't expect him to ignore my words. You killed him, and he deserved it. It seems that this was not Sun Delong's instruction. Lu Guangwen was also killed. These people had been in his villa for less than 10 minutes, and now they have all been driven out. So let's just consider this matter over. Wang Li warned, "Today's matter ends here for now. If something like this happens again next time, I will not just kick them out, I will kill them all and not let anyone go." Don't worry, there won't be a next time, Sun Delong promised. He apologized again and again, and then asked about Wang Li and Yi Wanting's situation over the past 2 days. Wang Li didn't elaborate, of course. He just said a few words, then changed the subject and asked, "Why are there so many of you now? Almost 200 people, right?" Sun Delong sighed softly. The world has become such a mess. The authorities have completely disappeared. We have to protect ourselves. A large number of people die every day, either killed by mutant beasts or starving to death. When we go out, we always encounter many survivors asking for help. At first, we didn't plan to save them, but seeing how pitiful they all were, we brought them all back. Many of them are awakened ones. Today, we brought back another 40 to 50 people, and there are more than a dozen awakened ones. What I mean is, in such an apocalypse, we must stick together to survive. The more awakened people there are, the greater the possibility of survival. I plan to continue taking in survivors. I also want to build a survivor camp here so that all the survivors around can come here, unite, and work hard to survive. He talked for a long time. He talked about his plans and intentions for building a survivor camp. Wang Li just listened without interrupting. To be honest, he had no interest in building a survivor camp. After telling his plan and intention, Sun Delong invited again. "Wang Li, please join our team. I can even give you my position as captain. You can be the captain, and I can be the vice captain." Wang Li shook his head and said, "I'm not interested in this. I have no objection to you building a survivor camp, but I won't support it either. Also, just don't disturb me." Sun Delong was a little disappointed, but thinking that Wang Li had no objection, at least the survivor camp could be built. "Don't worry, I won't disturb you. I will give orders that no one should get close to Villa number 1 within a few dozen meters," Sun Delong said. After thinking for a while, he continued, "I want to enclose a total of 5 villas, including your Villa number 1, and build a circle of tall walls. This way, we can at least resist mutant beasts of level 2 or 3. The entire villa area is mainly populated by level 0 and level 1 mutant beasts. The density is not high. There are relatively few level 2 mutant beasts, and it is difficult to encounter level 3 mutant beasts. Building a survivor camp here is indeed a good choice." Wang Li had no objection to enclosing his villa number 1 within a wall, as long as he was not disturbed. The entire villa area was not small to begin with, and it is even larger now. Although Sun Delong and his group now have at least 70 or 80 awakened ones, and almost 1/3 of them have reached level 2, it is definitely impossible to build a high wall around the entire villa area. In this case, the workload is too large. We will first build 5 villas, and then build a bigger wall when we have the strength in the future. We will first build a smaller wall inside and a larger wall outside to form a U shape. After sitting here for a while and chatting, Sun Delong left tactfully. After returning, I called a meeting of everyone, formulated rules and regulations, unified management, and allocated the current personnel to live in villas number 2 and number 3. The nearby villas number 4 and number 5 are temporarily unoccupied because safety would be much lower if the people were too dispersed. The personnel are relatively concentrated. Although it is a bit crowded, with even 7 or 8 people living in an ordinary room, there are 30 or 40 awakened people in each villa, and even level 3 mutant beasts can be dealt with. After seeing Sun Delong off, Wang Li and Yi Wanting began to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. The situation of Sun Delong and his group is much worse. Only 100 or 200 meters away, their food mainly consists of instant noodles, biscuits, and several large pots of porridge. There is white rice porridge made from rice. Last time, I invited Wang Li to help transport the things from the grain and oil wholesale store, which was 20 or 30 kilometers away. They have nearly 100 tons of rice, which is enough to cook porridge for a while. The awakened ones were better off, but the ordinary survivors were almost in tears as they finally had something to eat. Although Sun Delong said that the ordinary survivors had to work every day and start building the wall from tomorrow. Chapter 48, There is something big. The next day, after breakfast, Wang Li took Yi Wanting and prepared to go out. We have entered the end of the world, and there is no shortage of supplies, so improving the level of cultivation is the first priority. I originally wanted to go to Jigong Mountain, but the distance is too far. The two learned from the radio yesterday that a terrifying mutant beast had appeared in the zoo, and reminded everyone to stay away from that area. Wang Li guessed that this so-called terrifying mutant beast might be a first-level boss. Of course, the rewards from hunting a first-level boss are much greater than those from killing ordinary mutant beasts. The boss crystal core and the full attribute card alone are not comparable to those from killing ordinary mutant beasts. The two men left Villa number 1 and prepared to ride a motorcycle. The distance was about 70 or 80 kilometers. If everything went well, it would take more than an hour to arrive, which was not very far. Just as they were about to get on the motorcycle and leave, they were slightly stunned. There was a lot of commotion in the area of Villas 2 and 3. At least 100 people were working there, building a wall. The ordinary survivors are the main force of work. Except for a few women and children, most of them are middle-aged men. As for the awakened ones, except for the 20 or 30 people taken away by Sun DeLong, the other 40 or 50 awakened ones were divided into several small teams to hunt the mutant beasts around and protect these ordinary survivors. A small section of the wall has been built, made of wood rather than reinforced concrete. As the end of the world approaches, a large number of plants have mutated. The thing that is least lacking is wood. There are big trees everywhere that require several, or even more than a dozen people to hug. They got a chainsaw and a crane from somewhere and were building a wooden wall more than 10 meters high. Wang Li just looked at it, showing little interest, and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go to the zoo." As usual, Yi Wanning rode the motorcycle and Wang Li sat behind her, holding her waist, and the motorcycle sped away. Destination: the zoo. Wang Li had been to the zoo several times and was quite familiar with it. One time he went there with a girl, but in the end the girl didn't like Wang Li and the two didn't continue their relationship. Sitting in the back seat, hugging Yi Wanning's slender waist, and smelling the pleasant fragrance emanating from Yi Wanning, Wang Li thought to himself, it's a good thing it's the end of the world, otherwise, there would be no way he would have a chance to have a top beauty like Yi Wanning. It took about an hour and a half to ride about 70 or 80 kilometers. There were always some mutant beasts chasing the motorcycle on the road, but they were basically shaken off. Those that could not be shaken off were chopped down by Wang Li with a knife. The zoo is in front. This large zoo has now become extremely huge, with towering trees inside, and the entrance is in a mess. Obviously, a big battle had taken place there. After putting away the motorcycle, the two men walked into the zoo on foot, weapons in hand. The plant density in the zoo is obviously higher than outside, and because of the towering trees, the light is slightly dim. Seeing that there were many towering trees and the field of vision was a little obstructed, Wang Li reminded, "Be careful, pay attention to safety, and follow me." Well, you should be careful too. After entering the zoo and walking for several hundred meters, I didn't find any mutant animals. This was a bit abnormal. Could there be a big guy nearby? After having this guess in his mind, Wang Li felt slightly encouraged. It was really good luck to meet such a big guy as soon as he arrived. The two walked another 1 or 200 meters. Suddenly, Yi Wanning screamed in pain, and then quickly retreated at least 10 meters. Wang Li asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Wanning said, "Something suddenly popped out from the ground, and I was injured." Wang Li walked over with concern. "Where are you injured?" "My feet." Sure enough, her left foot was injured, her shoe was punctured, and the sole of her foot was bleeding. Wang Li took off her shoes and socks. There was a lot of blood on her white and tender feet. There was a 2 or 3 centimeter cut on the sole of her foot, and it was a little deep, but fortunately, it was not very deep. Maybe it was the damage-reducing effect of the genes, plus Yi Wanning's own cultivation level was not low, or there might be other reasons. Wang Li took out Yunnan Baiyao, gauze and other things to bandage her wound, and reminded her, "Drink some of the drink that the mutant beast exploded to speed up recovery." "Yeah." Yi Wanning nodded, took out a bottle of drink, drank half of it, and felt much better. The thing that could injure Yi Wanning, who was at level 6, must be a big creature, not something like iron nails or spikes on the ground. Those things could not break Yi Wanning's defense. Understanding this, Wang Li reminded, there should be a big thing in this enclosure, maybe a mutant tree or something like that. Very few mutated trees will actively attack humans, such as the first-level boss mutated willow tree that was killed before. I stood there and looked around, but found nothing for the time being. After waiting for 10 or 20 minutes, Yi Wanning recovered a lot. "Brotherly, I can walk now." Yi Wanning tried to take 2 steps. The awakened ones are different. After adding points to their physical fitness, their recovery is much stronger than that of ordinary people. After drinking the beverage exploded by the mutant beast, such a minor injury was almost recovered in 1 or 20 minutes. "You stay here, be safe, I'll go take a look ahead." "Okay, be careful too." Wang Li nodded, holding his first-order level 6 excellence Mo Dao and walking slowly forward. He observed as he walked, and after walking 200 or 300 meters, he finally made a discovery. This is a towering tree, so huge that it requires more than 20 people holding hands to surround it, and the crown of the tree looks like an enormous umbrella. This is not the main point. The key is that this tree is completely different from other big trees because its trunk is covered with densely packed thorns. Each thorn is 1 or 2 feet long. The tip of the thorn has a metallic luster and looks extremely sharp. This is definitely a big one. It must have been its ground spikes that attacked Yi Wanning just now. Anyone who enters within 300 meters of this mutated tree will be attacked. The farther the distance, the weaker the attack, and the closer to the mutated tree, the stronger the attack. Yi Wanning had just walked into the attack range of the mutant tree and was only slightly injured. If she had been closer to the tree, the injury would definitely not have been a minor one. Thinking it must be a boss, Wang Li took the Mo Dao and slashed at the tree trunk. It was very hard. With a level 6 Mo Dao at stage 1 and his own strength of 59 points, he could only cut into it 3 or 5 inches. Every knife is paralyzing. The first cut paralyzed the mutant tree, and it was safe. While chopping, Wang Li shouted to Yi Wanning, "It's safe. Come over and chop together. This is a big one." Hearing the shouting, Yi Wanning came over. Seeing such a towering tree, I was slightly stunned. I have seen such huge towering trees before. I have seen several of them in the Jigong mountain area, but none of them are as scary as this one. This tree is covered with sharp thorns, and the tips of the thorns flash with cold light. It also gives people a sense of invisible oppression, which makes people scared from the bottom of their hearts. After a slight pause, Yi Wanning cast an insight spell over. Then he exclaimed, Chapter 49 Invisibility Ring. Yi Wanning screamed with excitement. Crap, crap, crap. 3 consecutive "Wokao" can represent her mood at the moment. Wang Li said, "What's wrong? Why are you yelling like that?" Yi Wanning said "fuck" again before replying. Brotherly, this is incredible. This is a second-level boss. I just cast an insight spell and saw some information. Name, Dryad. Level, second-level elite. The so-called second-level elite is a second-level boss. The previous first-level bosses were all first-level elites. Wang Li was stunned, a little bit unbelievable. It's really a second-level boss. You are not mistaken. Yi Wanning cast another insight spell and said with certainty, "That's right. It is indeed a second-level elite. That is, a second-level boss. There is actually a second-level boss. This luck is a bit against the sky." Wang Li knew that the mutant beasts were evolving, and as time went on, some of them would advance to higher levels. A very small number of ordinary mutant beasts would advance to become first-level bosses, and some first-level bosses would advance to become second-level bosses. I just didn't expect that it would be so fast that a first-level boss would advance to a second-level boss. My luck is extremely good. Coming to the zoo today is definitely the wisest choice. Since it's a second-level boss, there's nothing else to say. Just work hard and deal a lot of damage. After fighting fiercely for more than 10 minutes, the health bar of this second-level boss was barely halfway reduced. With a level 1, level 6 excellent Mo Dao and his own strength attribute of 59 points, if it was a first-level boss, it could be killed in 3 to 5 minutes. This boss is really difficult to beat. Fortunately, I have the ability to paralyze with every sword. If it were any other awakener, this second-level boss would be invincible. Even if I used a lot of people to fight against it, it would probably be difficult to kill it. Honey, let's switch positions. It was a bit boring to always do it in the same position, so they changed positions, with Yi Wanning in front and Wang Li behind. Another 10 minutes passed, and Yi Wanning cast an insight spell and reminded him, "Brotherly, less than 1/10 of his health is left. Keep an eye on the health bar. We'll work together for 2 more minutes, and then I'll leave it to you." Of course, the same old rules apply, and Yi Wanning is the one who finally blows it up. The drop rate of killing above the level is higher, and she is also lucky, so she hopes that some good things will come out. 2 minutes later, Wang Li changed his weapon to a level 0, grade 1 hatchet, the lowest level weapon. He basically only used it once every 3 or 4 seconds, mainly to keep the tree monster paralyzed. Yi Wanning used her level 10 excellent Tang horizontal sword to chop fiercely. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the tree demon was chopped to death, quickly turned transparent, and disappeared. A pile of cards appeared in front of the 2 of them, some of which emitted a faint golden light, and one of which emitted a dark golden light. It must be something good. Wang Li put all these things into his personal space, and then looked at them one by one. There are the most supply cards, more than 30 in total, 3 of which are large value supply cards, including 1,000 bottles of sweet mineral water, 1.5 liters, 100 bags of high-quality flour, 50 kilograms, and 1,000 kilograms of ordinary pork. With so many supplies, you will have no worries about food and clothing for the next 10 years. There are 2 skill cards, which become healing and severe attack after they are materialized. Another book on heavy attack appeared. Wang Li put it into his personal space, and then took a closer look at the book on healing. Name, Healing, Rare. Description, can quickly recover from all injuries. It's awesome. It's actually a rare skill, and its function is extremely powerful. It can quickly heal all injuries. No matter how seriously injured you are, as long as you still have a breath, It can save you and make your injuries fully recovered in a few minutes, or at most 10 minutes. This skill is extremely powerful. No wonder it is a rare skill, and it is probably difficult to get it. Wang Li looked at Yi Wanning and thought to himself whether he should keep this skill for himself or give it to Yi Wanning now. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to keep it for now. There are 3 ordinary equipment cards, which are all weapons after they are materialized. They are all level 0 or below level 10. Compared with rare skills like healing, they seem a bit mediocre. The highlight, however, is the rare equipment cards. This equipment card emitted a faint dark golden light. Wang Li was a little excited and immediately materialized. Name: Invisibility Ring, rare. Introduction: the wearer becomes completely invisible to mutant beasts below his own level. It's actually an invisibility ring. This is absolutely amazing stuff, especially the complete invisibility. What is complete invisibility? It means that even if you walk, run, or even make a loud noise, you are invisible to the mutant beasts. The first buff of Wang Li's backpack artifact is complete invisibility. The only difference is that it ignores the level of the mutant beast and is completely invisible to any mutant beast unless you actively attack the mutant beast. Such a heaven-defying thing is enough to drive other awakened people crazy. With such a good thing, the safety factor rises sharply, and mutant beasts with lower levels than oneself cannot see oneself at all. But for Wang Li, this is a bit useless. After a slight hesitation, Wang Li said, "This thing is good. I'll give it to you." When Yi Wanning took it and looked at it, she immediately became a little excited. She hugged Wang Li and kissed him hard several times. "Thank you, husband. Thank you." Wang Li said, "Thank me well tonight. I want to unlock new postures." Yi Wanning blushed, and without saying "fuck you," she nodded for the first time. This is agreed. Suddenly, Wang Li was looking forward to the evening arriving earlier, but when he looked at the time, it was just a little past 10 in the morning, which was very early. Never mind. Let's talk about this tonight. In addition to supply cards, equipment, and skills, as expected, a second-level boss crystal core and a card with all attributes +2 were also discovered. This completely confirms Wang Li's guess that a first-level boss will definitely drop a first-level crystal core and a card with all attributes +1, and a second-level boss will definitely drop a second-level crystal core and a card with all attributes +2. First, use the all attributes +2 card. Suddenly, Wang Li's 4 attributes are improved a little bit. The attributes are as follows. Name: Wang Li. Age: 20. Strength: 5961. Constitution: 2830. Agility: 2123. Spirit: 1012. In addition to the all attribute +2 card, there is also a second-level crystal core. If the second-level crystal core is used for absorption, it can increase the cultivation value by 20 points, and it ignores the level. No matter what level you are, you can increase the cultivation value by 20 points. Wang Li still uses it to increase his personal space, which is currently 600 cubic meters, not small, but he hopes it can be bigger so that he can hold more things. It is safest to keep things in your personal space, and they are of good quality and will not go bad no matter how long they are kept. In the past, the portable space was relatively small, so some supplies were placed in the basement storage room of Villa Number 1. As a result, the door was smashed open by someone, and some of the things were almost taken away. Wang Li had an idea about using the second-order crystal core. This second-order crystal core shrank in the portable space, and then the portable space expanded. Only this. When Wang Li saw the enlarged portable space, he was a little scared. It was completely different from what he had expected. Chapter 50 follow up, and take a look. A first-level crystal core can increase the portable space by 100 cubic meters. Wang Li had speculated in his mind that the second-order crystal core should be able to increase the space by 200 cubic meters, but this was not the case at all. My guess was totally wrong. After using this second-level crystal core, the original 600 cubic meters of space suddenly expanded to 1,000 cubic meters, and the total space size reached 1,600 cubic meters. Whereas the lifting of 200 cubic meters, it increased by 1,000 cubic meters. Now the space is much bigger and can hold a lot of things. On the way here today, Wang Li found some supplies, but thinking that 2/3 of his 600 cubic meters of space had been filled, he didn't think of taking these supplies. From now on, you don't have to worry about running out of space on your phone. If you are lucky, you can kill 1 or 2 second-level bosses, then the space on your phone will be even larger. It's sent. The space has increased by 1,000 cubic meters. In the future, we will focus on boss. We will not only have cards with all attributes for boss, but also boss crystal cores. Come on, let's keep going inside. As soon as I entered the zoo through the main gate, I encountered a second-level boss. What about the deeper part of the zoo? It really makes me look forward to it. The two continued to go deeper. They encountered a lot of mutant beasts along the way, but because she had an invisibility ring, any beasts with a lower level than Yi Wanting could not find her, which saved her a lot of trouble. When the two of them were in Jigong Mountain before, there were always a lot of mutant beasts rushing over. There were all levels, and some were only level 1 or 2, but you had to take the time to kill them. If you didn't, they would never stop coming, which was very annoying. There is a certain degree of danger when there are too many of them. It is possible that an ant could kill an elephant. Even if you are level 7 or 8, you may not be able to escape unscathed when facing dozens or hundreds of low-level mutant beasts. It's much better now. Any mutant beasts below level 6 won't move at all. Just now, the two of them passed by a level 5 mutant beast, but the mutant beast didn't even pay attention to them. If it didn't have an invisibility ring, it would have rushed towards them even though it was dozens of meters away, as if it didn't care about its life. This is much better, as the two of them can hunt mutant beasts without interference, which is much more efficient. All level 6 and 7 mutant beasts were left to Yi Wanting to kill. Her lucky attribute is there. Every time she kills 3 or 4, or at most 6 or 7, something will drop. By noon, at least 20 or 30 level 6 and 7 mutant beasts had been killed, and a dozen level 8 mutant beasts had also been killed. Although this is a zoo, the radio said there were many high-level mutant beasts, but that was relative to other places. There are indeed quite a few level 3, 4, and even 5 and 6 ones, but not many level 7 and 8 ones. Only one level 9 one was killed, and there are even fewer mutant beasts like this. At noon, the two found a place to rest for a while, ate something, and then continued. It almost goes through the entire zoo and is located a little close to the back gate of the zoo. You can exit from the back gate of the zoo in a few kilometers. Wang Li was a little disappointed. He didn't encounter any more bosses, not even a first-level boss. Suddenly, there seemed to be movement ahead. Yi Wanting also heard it and reminded, "Brotherly, there seems to be someone in front. Let's go over and take a look quietly." The two men walked one in front and one behind, using the cover of trees and weeds, for about a few hundred meters, and finally saw clearly what was going on. 200 or 300 meters ahead, there was a large group of people, a dense group of at least 200 or 300 people. All of them were awakened, holding a variety of weapons. So many people. This was the first time Wang Li saw so many awakened people since entering the end times. This was undoubtedly a large team, led by a young man whose cultivation level should be quite high, holding a compound bow in his hand. This shouldn't be an ordinary compound bow. It must have exploded from a mutant beast, so its level is probably not low. He was giving a series of instructions, and then a dozen men holding shields walked in front, followed by the man with various weapons, and finally there were about 60 or 70 people following, all with long-range weapons. Judging from the situation, they are going to kill the big boss. The leading young man was called Dong Xiaojie. He had a level 0 compound bow at level 10 in his hand, with unlimited arrows and great power. Their team is composed entirely of awakened people, and they have also established a survivor camp of thousands of people. They came here today with only one mission, which is to hunt down a second-level boss. As for the first-level boss, they have hunted 3 of them. The first one was quite difficult and even cost the price of several people. As everyone's cultivation level increases, more equipment is dropped, and the overall strength increases, making it much easier to defeat the second first-level boss. Yesterday, they hunted another boss and were very lucky. A rare skill called healing was discovered, which can easily heal injuries. Even if the wound is serious, one healing spell can recover in 5 minutes at most and be full of life again. They also accidentally discovered that there was a second-level boss here. After they had the healing skill, they wanted to give it a try and see if they could kill this second-level boss. They had originally arrived here yesterday afternoon and entered from the front of the zoo, but for some reason, some spikes suddenly appeared on the ground and several people died, but no one could figure out what kind of mutant beast it was. Today they went through the back door. The mutant beasts in the back door area were basically cleared out by them. After all, with 200 or 300 people, even the level 8 or 9 mutant beasts could not hold out for long. The second-level boss is not far ahead, less than 1 kilometer. After Dong Xiaojie had divided the tasks and explained how to defeat this second-level boss, 200 to 300 people marched forward in a mighty manner. Wang Li said softly, "Let's go and take a look." The 2 men followed quietly behind, fearing to be discovered, so they did not dare to follow too closely, and at least kept a distance of more than 200 meters. After a few minutes, I finally saw the second-level boss. This is a mutant gorilla, which is estimated to be over 10 meters tall as 3 or 4 floors. It is a completely smaller version of King Kong. When they were still more than 300 meters away from the mutant gorilla, Dong Xiaojie first signaled everyone to stop and prepare for the attack, then waved his hand. Brothers holding shields, charge forward and use your ranged weapons to attack with all your strength. Those who are injured should retreat, and Yao Yao will be responsible for healing them. The Yao Yao he mentioned is a young woman with the skill of healing. Yesterday morning when they were hunting the first level boss, several people were seriously injured. They were all healed by Yao Yao. Now you can't tell that they have been injured at all and they are full of life. Following Dong Xiaojie's order, a dozen men with shields rushed to the front, followed by more than 100 awakened people holding various melee weapons. Dozens of awakened people holding long-range weapons, including Dong Xiaojie himself, aimed at the mutant chimpanzee. Dong Xiaojie shouted when he saw a dozen men with shields rushing to the chimpanzee, and the chimpanzee also rushing towards him. Release your arrows, attack vigorously, don't stop. A large number of arrows shot at the gorilla like rain, and the dozen men rushed forward with shields and chopped it fiercely. Chapter 51. If you can't do it, I'll do it. Wang Li and Yu Wanning were at least 200 meters apart, hiding behind 1-meter-high weeds, watching the exciting drama in front of them. It can be seen that the one they are besieging should be a second-level boss. This was also the second time Wang Li saw a second-level boss. Second-level boss. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. Yu Wanning said softly, brotherly, that should be a second-level boss. Can they defeat it? I think it will be difficult, Wang Li said. As soon as the voice fell, a man holding a shield in front was slapped away by a palm, flew more than 10 meters away, and fell heavily to the ground. Yao Yao, help! Dong Xiaojie shouted, and the beautiful young woman named Yao Yao took a few steps forward and cast a healing spell on the shield man. A magical scene happened. The man was originally seriously injured, with several broken bones and bleeding from his mouth. After receiving this healing technique, he was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He could even get up by himself, walk to a seat closer to the side, and then take out a bottle of water and drink most of it. This must be the mineral water that exploded from the mutant beast. It can help to recover from injuries, but the effect is n times slower than healing magic. If the injury is serious, it will take 3 to 5 days to recover. Another man was knocked flying and also seriously injured, and Yao Yao performed another healing spell. In just 2 or 3 minutes, 30 or 40 people were injured. Some were seriously injured. All the seriously injured were treated with a healing spell. Those with slightly less serious injuries just drank a few sips of mineral water and could only recover slowly on their own. After another healing spell, Yao Yao felt as if she was hollowed out and could barely stand. She did not dare to delay and gulped down half a bottle of mineral water. Brother Jia, I can't take it anymore. I've reached my limit. Although healing magic is good, it consumes a lot of energy. Yao Yao's cultivation level is level 4, and her mental strength is not much. At most 8 or 9 healing magics can drain her. What to do if you're drained? You can only recover slowly. Even if you drink mineral water, it will take at least 1 or 2 hours to fully recover. No, this can't go on. Seeing that there were already 30 or 40 people on his side injured and Yao Yao couldn't use healing magic, Dong Xiaojie became a little impatient and shouted loudly. Cast an insight spell and see how much health is left. A man nearby cast a clairvoyant spell and shouted, Master Jia, at least 3/4 of your health is left. There are still so many, the blood volume is not ordinary thick. Dong Xiaojie looked at his side. Although no one was dead yet, there were many injured. Among the dozen awakeners holding shields, only one was left. It was a middle-aged man who was always at the front. Why is it so powerful? Because he not only has a shield that can reduce damage, but also a leather jacket that can reduce damage, and also has a very rare skill, the body shield, which reduces damage by 50. This skill is not only rare, but also extremely powerful. Otherwise, how could he bear it? Even so, after being hit a few times, the injuries were not light, but he just gritted his teeth and held on. He would probably fall down if he was hit 2 or 3 more times. Dong Xiaojie thought to himself that if there was one more person with healing skills, or one more person with a protective shield, the situation would probably be much better. But both of these are rare skills. There were 200 or 300 of them, and after killing so many mutant beasts, including a first-level boss, they only got 1 copy each. It would be too difficult to get another one. Seeing the last awakener holding a shield being seriously injured and falling to the ground, Dong Xiaojie could only give up helplessly. Everyone retreat in an orderly manner. We will come back in a few days. He wasn't worried about this second-level boss running away. Whether it is a first-level boss or a second-level boss, it has a territory and is active in a relatively fixed area. If you come back after a few days, it will still be there. As for being killed by other people, that is absolutely impossible. If they can't kill 200 or 300 awakened ones, who else can? As far as he knew, the entire Jiansheng was a big city with a population of more than 10 million before the end of the world. There might be hundreds of thousands of awakened people, but there were few powerful forces like his. Jiancheng has now become extremely huge, with its area expanded 100 times. Even if there is a powerful force like his, the distance is very far, possibly hundreds of kilometers away. Retreat, retreat. Dong Xiaojie retreated a little embarrassedly. The mutant gorilla chased him for about a kilometer and then returned to its original place. Yu Wanning was a little excited. Brotherly, they're gone, let's go up and do it. She now has full confidence in Wang Li, knowing that Brotherly has invisibility and paralysis with every strike of his sword, so it is only a matter of time before he kills this second-level boss. Wang Li nodded and said, wait a little longer, until those people are far away. Wang Li didn't want Dong Xiaojie and his men to come back when he and Yu Wanning were fighting vigorously. There were only two of them, facing 200 or 300 people, and they had no chance of winning. This wait lasted for half an hour. After making sure they would not come back, Wang Li waved and said, I'll go first, wait for me to wave, and then you come over. It is true that Yu Wanning has an invisibility ring, but it can only make her invisible to mutant beasts of a lower level than her. This is a second-level boss, whose level is much higher than hers. If she goes over, once she enters the warning range of this second-level boss, she can be seriously injured or even killed instantly with a slap from this boss. She knew this very well and warned, Brotherly, be careful then. Wang Li nodded, holding a level 6 Mo Dao in his hand, and ran towards the mutant gorilla which was more than 300 meters away at a very fast speed. He ran up to the mutant gorilla and struck it hard without thinking. The damage caused by the blow was not small. Although it felt very hard, it at least penetrated 5 or 6 inches. Every knife is paralyzing. The gorilla was paralyzed without even a scream and could not move. Wang Li chopped it a few more times and then waved towards Yu Wanning. Yu Wanning trotted over, holding her level 10 Fine Tang horizontal sword, and started slashing, and the two of them fought fiercely. 10 minutes later, Yu Wanning cast another insight spell and reminded him, Brotherly, at most only 1/10 of your health is left. Okay, I'll chop it for another minute or two, and then I'll give it to you. After more than a minute, only a little blood was left on the mutant gorilla. Wang Li changed his weapon and took a low-level hatchet, which was only a level 0, grade 1 weapon. He chopped it every 3 or 4 seconds, mainly to paralyze the mutant gorilla. Yu Wanning chopped it dozens of times, and the mutant gorilla finally died. It turned translucent and soon disappeared. Cultivation value plus 20. Yu Wanning said in surprise, Brotherly, my cultivation value has reached 67 points, and I am only 3 points away from level 7. When she first entered the zoo, she killed a second-level boss, and halfway through she killed more than 20 ordinary mutant beasts of level 6 or 7. Now there is another second-level boss, and she will soon reach level 7. Perhaps because she was too excited, she took the initiative to hug Wang Li and kiss him. Brotherly, I will thank you when I go back tonight. Don't make trouble. I'll collect the things that exploded first. This time it was another big explosion, with at least 30 cards of various kinds, a second-level boss crystal core, and a card with all attributes plus 1. One of them emits a faint purple light, which must be a good thing. Just as he was about to take a look at what had exploded, Wang Li's ears suddenly moved and he whispered, Let's go. Someone is coming. Yu Wanning turned around and glanced over there, thinking to herself, could it be that those people from before have come back again? Chapter 52 Village Construction Order. Get out of here. Get out of here quickly. The two of them had a tacit understanding and left immediately, almost jogging all the way, and their figures soon disappeared into the depths of the zoo. Within a few minutes, a group of 30 or 40 people arrived here, all of them holding weapons. The leader held a goose feather knife in one hand and a large shield in the other. Boss, there should be a boss nearby. We all need to be careful. The leading man nodded and led his men to search the area nearby. Apparently, they had also heard that there was an elite mutant beast here, so they came to give it a try. But they were obviously overthinking it. This was a second-level boss, not a first-level boss. With only 20 or 30 of them, they were just here to deliver food. After searching for a while, there was no sign of the boss. The leading man was slightly dissatisfied. Monkey, your information is fake. The thin man named Monkey said, No way, I saw it from a distance yesterday. It was indeed a big boss. How come it disappeared? As their cultivation level increases, some teams begin to target first-order bosses. These teams usually consist of dozens or hundreds of people. It is rare to see teams with 30 or 40 people like them. After searching for a while, they found nothing, but there were quite a few ordinary mutant beasts, including a level 7 mutant beast. After a hard battle with 30 or 40 people, they finally killed the level 7 mutant beast at the cost of 2 people being seriously injured and several people being slightly injured. The leading man knew that perhaps a first-level boss was not something they could handle, so he left with his men reluctantly. Wang Li and Yu Wanning walked 2 or 3 kilometers in one breath, and after making sure that there was no one nearby but only mutant beasts, they began to check what the second-level boss had dropped. The largest amount is still various supplies, including food and drinks. Among them, there are also several large-value supply cards, including rice, flour, beef, etc. 6 equipment cards, 3 weapons after materialization, up to level 0, level 8, and a shield. Name, Defense Shield. Level, 0 level 10. Effect, damage reduced by 20. This shield is pretty good. Its level has reached level 10 of stage 0, and the damage reduction has reached 20 if other Awakeners have such a shield. That can definitely take the lead. Wang Li was not very interested in it, and was still used to using two-handed weapons, such as this level 1, level 6 excellent Immodal. He did not need to fight monsters at all and put away his shield for the time being. 2 pieces of armor were released. Name, Excellent Men's Cotton T-Shirt. Level, 0 level 10. Effect, reduced damage by 12. Introduction, comfortable, warm, and self-cleaning. This thing is good. Not only does it reduce damage by up to 12, it is also comfortable and warm, and it won't get dirty at all. No matter how long you wear it, it will always be clean, and you don't need to wash it at all. Such a good thing. I must wear it. Without saying a word, Wang Li began to take off his clothes. Yuaning said coquettishly, "Brotherly, what are you doing? We are in the wild. What if someone comes?" Obviously, the girl had the wrong idea and thought that Wang Li took off his clothes because he was eager to do that kind of thing. Wang Li smiled and said, "What the hell are you thinking? I just changed my clothes. Did you see the good stuff that the second-level boss just dropped?" As soon as he took off his shirt, his healthy and beautiful masculine body was revealed, with 8-pack abs, a dog-like waist, etc., which made Yuaning's face slightly hot. As expected, it is a pure cotton t-shirt dropped by a second-level boss. It is very comfortable to wear. Apparently, it will automatically adjust the size and fits the body very well. After putting on the t-shirt and then the jacket, Wang Li felt that he had become stronger. Especially since his damage reduction was as high as 72. The damage to him from awakened people or mutant beasts of the same level was already relatively limited. Wang Li also materialized the second piece of armor. Name, Branded Women's Underwear. Level, 0 level 7. Effect, reduce damage by 8. Description, powerful shaping effect, promoting secondary development. This function is very powerful. Let's put the damage reduction aside for now. The body shaping effect is probably what many women dream of. If it is a pair of fairies, with this branded underwear, it can slowly grow into B or C. Yuaning should be C+, not D yet. If she wears this bra every day, she will probably reach D in 10 days or half a month, and then D+. Here, this is for you. Yuaning took the lace underwear and her face blushed slightly, but after seeing its properties and functions, her eyes lit up. "Thank you, brotherly. I will wear it tonight." "Yeah," Wang Li said. "I want to see how you look wearing it tonight." This request can be met. Yuaning was very happy and took the initiative to kiss Wang Li. A pile of supplies, a total of 6 pieces of equipment, and a purple card, which is also the first time I get a card emitting purple light. Wang Li materialized it with a little excitement. Name, Village Building Order, Rare. Introduction. Use the village construction order to build a first-level village with an area of 1 square kilometer and a reinforced concrete protective wall 30 meters high. Please check the village committee for specific functions. Oh my god. There is such a thing. This may be the world's first village construction order. Yuaning is indeed a lucky guy, as she can even get such rare things. Some forces are already building survivor camps, but their safety and protection cannot be compared with the villages built by the village construction order. The two are not on the same level. The village built using the village construction order is a first-level village. It seems that the village can be upgraded and will be a second level, third level, or even higher level in the future. Not knowing what functions the village would have after it was built, Wang Li became a little excited and wanted to select a site to build a village immediately. With 30-meter-high reinforced concrete protective walls all around, it can be imagined that the village is as safe as it can be, and people living in the village no longer have to worry about mutant beasts. "Brotherly, what is this?" Wang Li showed it to her, and Yuaning suddenly became a little excited. "Oh my god, there is actually such a thing. Well, I didn't expect that there would be an order to build a village." The two chatted excitedly for a few words. Wang Li put away the precious and rare village construction order, and then used the second-level boss crystal core. The portable space has been expanded by 1,000 cubic meters, from 1,600 cubic meters to 2,600 cubic meters. This card with all attributes +2 is also used, and its attributes are as follows. Name, Wang Li. Age, 20. Strength, 61-63. Constitution, 30-32. Agility, 23-25. Spirit, 12:14. The strength has increased a little bit. Wang Li's current attributes are enough to make almost all awakened people envy and look up to him. Wang Li didn't know that it was quite far from here, about 30 or 40 kilometers. Under the leadership of Lu Ming and others, Shen Tongtong took some effort and finally killed the first mutant beast. Zhong Xiaoman asked with concern, Tongtong, how is it? Have you awakened? I'm awake. Shen Tongtong almost cried for joy. She also became an awakener. She planned to work hard to kill the mutant beasts and strive to improve her cultivation level. She decided to go find Wang Li when her cultivation level reached about level 2. Chapter 53, Level 1 Village. Let's go and continue hunting mutant beasts, Wang Li said. The two of them searched for mutant beasts everywhere in the park, intending to keep killing them until dusk before returning. Platinum Palace Villa area. At least 100 people, holding various tools, including saws, axes, etc., were building a wooden wall, which was estimated to be more than 10 meters high. However, progress is extremely slow and difficult. Half an hour ago, several mutant beasts rushed over. Although they were only level 0 and level 1 mutant beasts, these people were ordinary survivors and caused several casualties in an instant. Fortunately, there are more than 20 awakened ones left here, led by a level 3 awakened one. They are temporarily safe only after clearing out these mutant beasts. Now, several more mutant beasts rushed over. Seeing this, the survivors who were building the wall panicked, and soon several of them were thrown to the ground and eaten by these mutant beasts, causing them to scream in pain. After a lot of effort, we finally killed all the mutant beasts. Not long after, Sun Delong and his friends came back. After hearing this, Sun Delong fell silent. Building the wall was much more difficult than he had imagined. What would happen to these people if there were no wall to protect them? Many of them are just ordinary survivors. They are a little better during the day, but at night, the mutant beasts are very violent. Their safety is a big problem. Even if they all hide in a big villa, they are not 100% safe. Sun Delong knew that many teams were building survivor camps. Some of the camps were already of a certain size, with a few hundred people at the least and 1,000 or 2,000 people at the most. Some teams already had 200 or 300 awakened people. He doesn't want to fall behind in this regard. Having a strong team is the key to survival in this doomsday. Only, why is it so difficult to build a wall? Are you just going to give up like this? He was really a little unwilling. In the evening, someone reminded him, Uncle Sun, Wang Li and Deputy Captain Yi are back. Sun Delong looked over quickly and saw that it was. The two men were riding on a motorcycle and had just stopped at the gate of Villa Number 1 and were about to get off the motorcycle. Sun Delong immediately walked over quickly. Wang Li, you're back. Wang Li nodded and asked, It seems that the progress of your wall construction is very slow. What's the matter? What difficulties have you encountered? Sun Delong sighed and briefly explained the situation. Alas, we are always attacked by mutant beasts. Several survivors who built the wall have died. Wang Li waved his hand and said, Since building a wall is so difficult, there is no need to build it. That's not a problem. Sun Delong said worriedly, Without the protection of the wall, everyone's safety will become a big problem. Wang Li said, I think the protection effect of the wall you built is very limited. Just enclosing villas 1 and 2 is a huge project. It will take at least a month. It is impossible. Some mutant beasts are evolving. The mutant beasts here now are mainly level 0 and level 1. It is estimated that in a week or so, the mutant beasts will mainly be level 2 and 3. After a month, mutant beasts of level the 4th and the 5th of may appear. How will you build the wall? Now that there is a village construction order, there is no need to waste time and effort to build such a rubbish wooden wall. Reinforced concrete wall, isn't it nice? Wang Li no longer kept the secret. We found a village construction order from the mutant today. It can build a village with an area of 1 square kilometer, surrounded by a 30-meter-high reinforced concrete wall for protection. What? There is such a thing. After being stunned for a moment, Sun Delong was pleasantly surprised. That's great. That's great. He said, that's great, twice, which shows how he felt at the moment. Wang Li nodded. Some things should be made clear in advance. I can use the village construction order here to build a survivor camp with an area of 1 square kilometer, but there are some conditions. First of all, everyone must obey my orders unconditionally. Of course, everything will be up to you, including me. We will follow your lead in everything. Sun Delong promised. Wang Li said, The second condition is that I will not provide anyone with survival resources if they live in my camp. They need to find their own food. The third condition. Wang Li stated more than a dozen conditions in one breath. After all, this is not charity. You can move into your own village, but you have to obey everything yourself and contribute to the camp. After writing down these conditions one by one, Sun Dalong said, I have no problem. I can agree to all of them. Okay, in that case, in half an hour, I will use the village construction order here to build a large survivor camp. Sun Dalong left happily and told the good news to all his team members. What? There is such a thing. Almost everyone was excited. Half an hour later, it was getting dark. Wang Li was also preparing to start using the village construction order. He took out the village building order and silently recited the command in his mind. Then an interface appeared in front of him. It was a map of the area within a radius of several kilometers. On this map, Wang Li can adjust the range of the wall, set the location and direction of the village gate, and make some other adjustments. Platinum Palace has now become very large, with an area far exceeding 1 square kilometer. The village built here is less than 1/10 of the area of the entire villa area, and there are only 5 villas included in it. After some minor adjustments and finding no problems, Wang Li clicked OK, and then a spectacular scene happened. A circle of majestic reinforced concrete walls appeared, 30 meters high as a 10-story building. The top of the wall was 20 meters wide, enough for several trucks to run side by side. The bottom of the wall was 30 meters thick. With such a height and thickness, any mutant beast can be blocked. This sense of security is simply overwhelming. Sun Dalong and the others were stunned. After they realized what was happening, many people cheered. They were safe now and no longer had to worry about being attacked by mutant beasts. In addition to the majestic tall walls, there is also a village committee. It is actually a 2-story building. No one can enter without Wang Li's permission. Wang Li was the first to enter the village committee and learn about some of the functions of this village. In fact, it is more like a small city than a village. The area of 1 square kilometer is not small and can accommodate tens of thousands of people. There is a hall inside the village committee with an area of about 100 square meters and the village chief's office. There is a large desk in the office with a large electronic touchscreen on it. Wang Li can make various settings, as well as view and retrieve various information. There is also a huge screen in the village committee hall, where Wang Li can post various tasks, set various rewards, and also allow villagers to enter the hall. Of course, you can only enter the hall, not other rooms, let alone the village chief's office. The first task Wang Li issued was to improve his cultivation level. The cultivation level is increased from level 1 to level 2, and 10 contribution points are rewarded. The cultivation level is increased from level 2 to level 3, and 20 contribution points are rewarded. Contribution points can be exchanged for weapons and equipment. For example, a level 1 weapon at level 0 only requires 20 contribution points. The awakened ones can apply to join the village. Once they join and become villagers, they can never betray. Only then can Wang Li feel at ease to take out those weapons that he thinks are rubbish and reward them in the future. In addition to improving the level of cultivation, a material collection task was also issued. Anyone who collected more than 10 tons of materials would be rewarded with 1 contribution point. The most important task is to collect information on elite mutant beasts. Any villager can take this quest. Anyone who can accurately provide the location of a first-level elite mutant beast will be rewarded with a level 1 to 3 weapon. Anyone who can accurately provide the location of a tier 2 elite mutant beast will be rewarded with a level 4 or 5 weapon. 90 of the awakened ones lack weapons. Some of the awakened ones have reached level 2 or even level 3, but they still don't have a weapon dropped by mutant beasts. They feel that hunting mutant beasts is becoming more and more difficult. They are very envious of those awakened ones who have weapons and even dream of having a better weapon one day. Wang Li can be sure. After this mission is released, as long as you pay some weapons that you think are rubbish, you can get a lot of information about elite mutant beasts. A first-level village can accommodate a total of 1,000 villagers, and Wang Li can check the loyalty of each villager. Of course, the number of villagers is very precious, and not everyone can apply to join. Wang Li has set it up so that only those who are awakened can apply. Ordinary survivors can live in the village, but they are not considered villagers. In the village, Wang Li is invincible and no one can hurt him, so there is no security problem. As the village chief, Wang Li has great power. He can punish anyone in the village or expel him from the village at any time. Chapter 54 News about the Elite Mutant Beast. Tonight is the safest night for the more than 200 survivors. Some people did not even return to Villa Number 2 to hide, but stayed outdoors until very late before returning to the villa to rest. The next morning, the survivors got busy. The first thing they did was to build houses. The thing they had the most was wood, so they would build wooden houses, 2 or 3 stories high. Wang Li said that not everyone can live in a villa, and one must have made certain contributions. A total of 82 awakened people, including Sun Dalong, all applied to join the village and became villagers. Wang Li can see the information of every villager, including their name, age, cultivation level, and even skills, equipment, loyalty, and contribution. After becoming villagers, they had no secrets from Wang Li. What is a little surprising is that Sun Dalong's loyalty is as high as 78, which is a bit outrageous. The loyalty of most awakened people is between 10 and 30. Less than 5 people have a loyalty above 30, and only a few people have a loyalty below 10. In addition to the village committee, there is also a warehouse in the village. It looks small from the outside, covering an area of about 200 square meters, but it can store 10,000 cubic meters of supplies, and the things stored in it will always be fresh and will not deteriorate. Wang Li authorized Sun Dalong to use the warehouse and store some supplies in it. As for storing supplies, any villager can do it. Depositing the supplies they bring back in the warehouse will earn them certain contributions, but they cannot take things out of the warehouse. For now, only Sun Dalong has this power. Personnel management is basically handed over to Sun Dalong because of his high loyalty and good abilities. This way, Wang Li felt much more relaxed. After a hearty breakfast, the first thing to do is, of course, to take a look at your own village. Wang Li and Yu Wanning held hands and climbed up the 30-meter-high reinforced concrete wall. From their vantage point, they had a very broad view. This is equivalent to standing on the 10th floor. Brotherly, this city wall is really majestic, and the view is so wide. There is nothing blocked in front, and everything within several kilometers can be seen at a glance. Wang Li nodded. I was also thinking in my mind whether to arrange some people to patrol on the city wall. However, there must be a few people standing guard at the gate of the city wall, and they must be awakened. The 2 men patrolled the city wall, and the village committee hall was in an uproar. A total of 82 awakened people applied to become villagers, and they also saw a series of tasks issued by the village chief. Wow, you can get contribution points by increasing your cultivation level. You can also earn contribution points by going out to get supplies and returning. Contribution points can actually be exchanged for weapons. A level 0, grade 1 weapon only requires 20 contribution points. I don't have a weapon yet. I must level up today and try to exchange for a weapon. Look, if you provide the location of an elite mutant beast, you can directly obtain a weapon reward. The village committee hall is very lively. Many people were excited. They had always dreamed of having a weapon, and now they saw hope. Some people even began to provide information on the location of elite mutant beasts. There are so many awakened people, and they have been basically hunting mutant beasts outside these days. A few of them have actually encountered elite mutant beasts and know their specific location information. Wang Li and Yu Wanning walked a long distance on the city wall, chatting as they walked. It took a while for the 2 of them to get down from the city wall. Let's go out together to hunt mutant beasts later. We already have a place to stay, and this will be our home for a long time in the future. The most important thing in the coming days is to work hard to hunt mutant beasts, improve your cultivation level, and enhance your strength. Just after coming down from the city wall, Wang Li saw that there seemed to be quite a few people at the village committee. He waved and said, "Let's go and take a look." Seeing Wang Li coming, everyone took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, brotherly. Boss, you're here." Facing everyone's warm and respectful greetings, Wang Li nodded slightly and then said with a little surprise, 3 people actually provided accurate information about elite mutant beasts. This is indeed a big surprise. As long as he had accurate information about the mutant beast, Wang Li would be confident that he could kill it. Elite mutant beasts all explode with large amounts of supplies, as well as equipment and skills. Most importantly, they have boss crystal cores and full attribute cards. Who is Qian Lixing? Boss, I'm Qian Lixing. This is a man of medium height in his 30s. He came over happily and you can see that he is a little excited. Wang Li pulled up a map on the big screen and said, "This is the information about the mutant beast you provided. Tell me in detail." Okay. Qian Lixing explained how he discovered the elite mutant beast, briefly described the situation of the mutant beast, and accurately stated its location. Okay, this weapon is for you. Wang Li took out a level 3 machete, which made the awakened people around him excited. Oh my god. This is a level 3 weapon. Using it to hunt mutant beasts is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Qian Lixing was filled with gratitude for getting the weapon he had always dreamed of, and kept expressing his gratitude. Wang Li nodded, then asked, "Who is he, Haidong?" A young man came over immediately and said, "Boss, I'm Haidong." Without saying anything, he explained the situation in a fluent manner, and said, "Boss, that is a 2nd-level elite mutant beast. If you want to organize everyone to kill it, I think you should wait a few days until everyone's cultivation level is higher." He felt that Wang Li collected information about elite mutant beasts in order to prepare to organize everyone to kill elite mutant beasts in the future. There are now more than 80 awakened people. If everyone works together, it is very likely to kill a 1st-level elite mutant beast, but there is almost no chance of killing a 2nd-level elite. Wang Li did not say anything like organizing everyone to kill elite mutant beasts. He just nodded and gave Yi Haidong a level 5 weapon. Suddenly, many people became jealous. Level 5 weapon. Yi Haidong was so excited that he almost knelt down and kowtowed to Wang Li to express his gratitude. Wang Li signaled him not to kneel, then asked the third awakener for information about the mutant beast and gave him a weapon. In this way, there is information about 3 elite mutant beasts, 2 of which are at the first level and 1 is at the second level. In the past, I would never have dared to think about it. Whether or not you can meet the boss depends purely on luck. From today on, you don't need to rely on luck anymore. The number of awakened people here will only increase. Today I provide information on 3 elite mutant beasts, tomorrow there may be 5, and the day after tomorrow there may be 10. In the future, I will have endless mutant beasts to kill. Now that we have obtained information about the 3 elite mutant beasts, we have something to do today. The first priority is definitely to hunt them. Walking out of the village committee hall, Wang Li took out his motorcycle and prepared to take Yi wanting to hunt the 3 elite mutant beasts. Judging from the location information they just provided, the distances are not that long. The farthest one is no more than 20 kilometers, so it won't take long to get there by motorcycle. As the two were getting ready to set off, Sundalong jogged over. He saw Wang Li and had something very important to report. Chapter 55 Mutant Beast will refresh. Boss, wait a minute. Sundalong shouted loudly even though he was still 20 or 30 meters away. He was in his 40s and used to be the boss of a large company. After retiring from the army, he started his own business and created this large company from scratch. Now he has completely put aside his boss's airs and calls Wang Li boss, without any sense of incongruity. Old son, what's the matter? Sundalong said, I have obtained important information and I feel it is necessary to report it to you. Tell me, what information? It's like this. I got some information. Mutant Beast will refresh. Ordinary Mutant Beast refresh every 2 days, and Elite Mutant Beast refresh every 5 days. In addition, if the mutant beasts are not killed, they will evolve from level 1 to level 2, and from level 2 to level 3. What? Mutated beasts can also be refreshed. Yes, there should be a refresh. These Tian Wang Li also noticed that in some places, the mutant beasts had been killed, but after 2 days, there would be many mutant beasts there again. As for the fact that mutant beasts can evolve, Wang Li had already guessed it. Now I have just received confirmation from Sundalong. Mutated beast will refresh, which is a good thing. For Wang Li, this is a great thing. It will refresh, which means that including elite mutant beasts will reappear after a period of time after being killed. I just don't know if the refresh location will be fixed. If the refresh location of the elite mutant beast is fixed, that would be awesome. You don't have to do anything, just go find these elite mutant beasts and kill them. Others didn't dare to think so. It was too difficult to kill an elite mutant beast. If they were not careful, the whole team would be wiped out. But Wang Li had no problem. The benefits of killing elite mutant beasts are far greater than those of ordinary mutant beasts. After chatting with Sundalong for a few words, Wang Li couldn't wait to set off, heading for the place where he killed the first elite mutant beast, more than 10 kilometers away. Set off. Let's go kill the boss. As for the 3 elite mutant beasts provided by the 3 awakeners just now, there is no rush for now. Let's first verify whether the refresh positions of the elite mutant beasts are fixed. 2 people rode on a motorcycle, one in front and one behind, and soon they were out of the gate of the village. In a park, Lu Ming and his group of more than a dozen people were hunting mutant beasts. Among these people, Shin Tongdong worked particularly hard. Her cultivation level has reached level 1, and she is working hard to reach level 2. She goes back to her previous rental house to take a look. She really misses Brother Wang. The ordinary iron rod she was holding was more than 1 meter long and thick. It was given to her by Lu Ming. It was not a weapon dropped by a mutant beast. Shin Tongdong killed another level 1 mutant beast and gained 1 point of cultivation. Cultivation value, 11/20. Finally halfway through, only 9 points left to upgrade to level 2. Wang Li's first target was the mutated big willow tree. At that time, this was the first boss I killed, and I remembered its location clearly. It was only a dozen kilometers, and there was no interference on the road. I reached my destination in less than half an hour, and I could see it from a few hundred meters away. Sure enough, it refreshed. The position has not changed at all, it is still the same position as before. Preliminary verification shows that the refresh of Elite Mutant Beast is basically fixed. After killing it, it will refresh at the original location after a few days. See that big willow tree in front? First level Elite. I'll go over first. Come over when I tell you to. You wanting saw it. It was a huge willow tree with a trunk so thick that it took at least several people to hug it. The branches swayed gently, and each branch had barbs that flashed with cold metallic light. Even from a distance of several hundred meters, one could already sense a faint sense of oppression. Okay, be careful. Yu Wanting took the initiative to kiss Wang Li. Wang Li nodded, holding the level 1, level 6 excellent Mo Dao, and walked quickly over to the front of the mutated big willow tree. Without thinking twice, he struck it with a heavy blow. I remember very clearly that my weapon at the time was an ordinary Mo Dao of level 0, grade 2. It could hardly break the defense of this mutant willow tree, and each blow only cut a little bit into it. It took me 20 to 30 minutes to kill this elite beast by myself. It's much better now. With one cut, the depth is more than 1 foot. After chopping 2 or 3 times, Wang Li waved to Yi wanting to come over. The two of them worked hard for 2 or 3 minutes, and Yi Wanting shouted excitedly, "Brotherly, you are so fast. This boss has less than 1/10 of its health left." "Okay, old rules. You come first." Yi Wanting is a lucky guy with a high drop rate. Yi Wanting nodded and continued to chop fiercely with the level 10 fine tank sword. Wang Li changed to a level 1 grade 0 hatchet and chopped occasionally to numb the big willow tree. In less than a minute, the mutated willow tree died, gradually became transparent, and then disappeared. Something exploded, and it was still a big explosion. A large pile of cards appeared in front of the two of them, estimated to be more than 30 cards. There are more than 20 supply cards, including 2 large value supply cards. There are 3 equipment cards, all of which are weapons. The highest is level 0, level 10. There is also a spear and an axe, which are level 0, level 5, and level 0, level 3 respectively. Name, Qifeng Sword. Level, 0 level 10. Wang Li said, "A level 10 weapon has appeared. Do you want it?" Yi Wanting said, "I still like this Tang horizontal sword. Brotherly, I'm level 7 now. I'm so happy." After killing this mutated willow tree, Yi Wanting gained 10 points of cultivation, and her cultivation level reached an astonishing level 7. She was only 1 level away from catching up with Wang Li. Wang Li said, "Congratulations, but I will be at level 9 soon." After obtaining a boss crystal, Wang Li did not plan to use it to increase his personal space, but to absorb it, so that he could gain 10 points of cultivation. The higher the level of cultivation, the fewer corresponding mutant beasts there are, and it is more difficult to obtain cultivation. Fortunately, there is the boss crystal core. If you want to increase your portable space, you can use the second level boss crystal core, which is much more cost-effective. 1 crystal core can increase 1,000 cubic meters. A boss crystal, a card with all attributes +1. Put them away first and don't use them for the time being. Wang Li took out a map of Jiangsheng City, opened it, and marked the location of the mutated willow tree with a red pin. Then, the locations of other first-level bosses and even the 2 second-level bosses in the zoo were marked. After marking and checking, Wang Li found that there was no problem. He put away the map and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go and kill the next boss." Jiangsheng City, Zoo. Dong Xiaojie came here again with more than 200 awakened people. He was very unwilling to accept the failure in hunting the second-level boss last time. His luck was pretty good. Not only did his team get some weapons and equipment, but some of their cultivation levels were also increased by 1 level, and they also got a book on healing skills. There are 2 awakeners who can use healing magic, plus there are several more awakeners holding shields, so he thinks he should be able to kill this second-level boss. Where is the second-level elite mutant beast? Just thinking about it makes people extremely excited. 200 or 300 people entered the zoo again in a mighty manner. Along the way, they killed anyone who stood in their way and all the ordinary mutant beasts they encountered. The second-level elite mutant beast is not far ahead. Everyone, keep information. Those with shields go forward first. Only. Dong Xiaojie was soon dumbfounded. Chapter 56 Unprecedented Huge Harvest. Not only Dong Xiaojie was dumbfounded. Everyone else was dumbfounded. It took several hours and dozens of kilometers to finally get here, but there was no sign of the second-level elite mutant beast. Many people looked around, but there was indeed no sign. Master Jia, will he be killed by someone else? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Dong Xiaojie shouted. He knew very well how powerful this second-level boss was. Last time, 200 or 300 of them couldn't kill it. So, who else has the strength to do so? Let's look for it again and expand the scope. The zoo was originally not small, covering more than 1,000 acres. Now its area has expanded 100 times and has become extremely huge. Dong Xiaojie hopes that this second-level boss has wandered to other places. The 200 or 300 of them were divided into 10 teams, each with 20 to 30 people. They dispersed in teams, hunting mutant beasts while searching for the trace of this second-level elite. But it was in vain. Nothing was found and Dong Xiaojie was almost going crazy. Another first-level boss. This was a mutant python with a head as big as a car. It was extremely powerful, but under the paralysis of the sword, it had no chance to resist and was hacked to death by the 2 men. It was another big explosion, with a large amount of supplies, weapons and equipment, a skill book, a boss crystal core, and an all-attribute +1 card. All the equipment cards materialized, and in addition to several weapons, a piece of armor was also released. Name, Men's jacket. Level 0 Level 6. Damage reduction 10. Introduction. Thermal insulation, breathable, comfortable, self-cleaning. This thing is good. Wang Li put it on without hesitation. In this way, he was wearing 3 pieces of protective gear. They are Hongxing Erg sports shoes, reduce damage by 10. Cotton t-shirts, 12 off. Jacket, 10 damage reduction. Together with the body shield, the total reduction reached 82. Wang Li guessed that there should be a limit on the number of protective gear that can be worn. Otherwise, if one wears more than 10 or 20 pieces, then he will be able to walk around with ease. Who can break through the defense? A skill book was published. Name, Basic Archery. Description, greatly increases the arrow's hit rate and slightly increases the arrow's damage. This is a good skill book. Those who are used to long-range attacks with bows and arrows should like it. However, Wang Li still likes to hack and chop fiercely. Besides, he already has 2 skills, which he cannot use for the time being. Put away the boss crystal core and all attribute +1 card for now and use them after returning to the villa. After killing this first level elite, Wang Li took out the map, looked at it, and then waved his hand and said, "Let's go to the next boss. Today we will focus on killing bosses. We will only kill ordinary mutant beasts of level 7 or above if we encounter them on the road. It's great to know the specific location of each boss. Wang Li only needs to determine the shortest and most reasonable route, and then kill them one by one." By around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, several first-level bosses were killed, and a large amount of supplies, equipment, and several skill books were harvested. Now, Wang Li and Yi Wanning are heading towards their next destination. According to the information provided by the villager, this is a second-level boss, and will be the 3rd second-level boss killed by Wang Li. Hopefully, some good things will come out of it. This is a mutant black bear. It was extremely huge, only as tall as a 3- or 4-story building, and it exerted a powerful pressure from a distance away. After about 10 minutes, the 2 of them worked together to kill this second-level boss and obtained a large number of supply cards, equipment cards, and a skill card. A second-level boss crystal core and a card with all attributes +2. The second-level boss crystal core was used immediately, and the portable space expanded from 2,600 cubic meters to 3,600 cubic meters, which became a lot larger in an instant. Put away the card with all attributes +2 first. The skill card materialized, revealing a protective shield. This is a very rare and precious passive skill that reduces damage by up to 50, which is enough to offset the damage reduction effect of several pieces of equipment. A book about body shield has come out. Do you want one? Yi Wanning took it with a little excitement, used it immediately, and took the initiative to kiss Wang Li. "Brotherly, thank you. I will reward you when I go back. Okay, let's take a bath together tonight and wash my hair." Hearing this, Yi Wanning blushed slightly and nodded gently. It was just washing her hair, and it wasn't her first time. Several equipment cards materialized. All of them were weapons, the highest level being a level 1, grade 2 compound bow. Name, Powerful Compound Bow. Effective range, 100 meters. Introduction. This is a very good compound bow with amazing lethality. It automatically generates arrows, so you don't have to worry about not having enough arrows. This is a good thing, especially the super high level of level 1, grade 2, which is only slightly lower than his level 1, grade 6 Mo Dao, and is the 2nd highest level weapon he has obtained. This long-range weapon, coupled with a book on basic archery, is enough to make one a great archer who can deliver powerful output. Are you interested in this compound bow? Yi Wanning shook her head and said, "I like close combat, not long-range attacks." Wang Li put the weapon into his personal space, then got in the car and headed to the location of the next boss. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Li and Yi Wanning returned. Today, we had an unprecedented huge harvest. We killed 5 first-level bosses and 1 second-level boss in total, and got a lot of stuff. After returning, Wang Li found that there had been great changes in the village. Several wooden houses are almost completed. They are all 2 stories high and of the same style. They look very good and should be under the guidance of professional carpenters. After returning, Yi Wanning returned to Villa Number 1, while Wang Li went to the village committee first. 2 more people provided information about first-order mutant beasts, and there will be another boss to kill tomorrow. Then he looked at the situation of the villagers. With more villagers, the total number increased from 82 to 106, and the loyalty of some villagers increased a lot. Only those who have awakened can apply to become villagers, and there are 106 of them in total. The number of ordinary survivors has also increased significantly today, reaching more than 300 people. An awakened person can bring several ordinary survivors to live in the village, but these ordinary survivors need to participate in various labors, build their own houses, and rely on themselves for food and drink. In addition to the increase in the number of villagers and their loyalty, Their cultivation level has also improved significantly. For example, there are 32 level 3 awakeners and 11 level 4 awakeners. Shin Tongtong finally reached level 2 and was lucky enough to get a level 2, grade 0 stick, which made it much easier to kill the mutant beast. Brother Lu, I want to go take a look at the neighborhood where I used to live. Lu Ming said, you want to see if your boyfriend is back? Well, I want to go find him. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment and said, then let's go with you. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Shin Tongtong was full of gratitude. Thank you, Brother Lu. A group of more than a dozen people arrived at the community before dark. The entire community was very quiet, and there were fewer people in the community. Some of them had been eaten by mutant beasts or had already left. Shin Tongtong went up to the 5th floor full of hope. I pray in my heart, God bless. Brother Wong must be there, he must be. Chapter 57, Strength Soars. Finally reached the 5th floor. When Shin Tongtong saw the open door, she felt instantly terrified. Normally, if someone is staying in the room, the door must be closed. Holding the last bit of hope in her heart, Shin Tongtong walked to the door of the rental house with heavy steps. When she saw the situation inside, her face turned pale. This place was almost the same as when he was carried away by the mutant mantis. Even the windows were broken and the room was in a mess. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Drop by drop, it drips onto the ground. Brother Wong, where are you? I miss you so much. Lu Ming and Zhong Xiaoman stood at the back. They shook their heads gently, and their moods became heavy. Wang Li returned to the big villa. I took a bath with you wanting first, and I couldn't help but think of Shin Tongtong again. It would be great if she was still there. Pity. My heart is bitter and even full of sadness. He knew in his heart that Shin Tongtong was most likely in danger, and her hope of survival was very slim. Now it was the end of the world, and he had no way to go looking for her. Moreover, most people were no longer around, and there was no way to find her. Perhaps he could only rely on time to slowly forget the longing in his heart. After calming down, Wang Li first took out one of the first-level boss crystal cores he had obtained today, held it in his hand, and began to practice after 5 minutes. Cultivation +1. Cultivation +1. Cultivation +1. The cultivation base can be increased by 1 point approximately every 10 seconds. After about 100 seconds, the boss crystal core is completely absorbed, with a total increase of 10 points. Then another one is taken out. There are 5 first-level boss crystal cores in total, which increase the cultivation value by 50 points in total. Hunting boss is still more rewarding. If you kill ordinary mutant beasts, it is impossible to kill 50 in a day because the levels of mutant beasts are generally low now, and there are very few ordinary mutant beasts of level 8 or 9. There are a total of 5 cards with all attributes +1 and 1 card with all attributes +2. After using all of them, all attributes increased by 7 points, and I felt a lot stronger. There are only 10 free attribute points for each level increase in cultivation. Now all 4 attributes have increased by 7 points, a total of 28 points, which is equivalent to almost leveling up by 3. The key is that spirit and agility have improved a lot. Wang Li felt that in addition to his increased strength and physical fitness, his reactions were faster and more agile, his mental strength was stronger, and his mind was clearer. The character attributes are as follows. Name, Wang Li. Age, 20. Strength, 6370. Constitution, 3239. Agility, 2532. Spirit, 1421. Cultivation, 67/90. Skills, heavy attack, body shield, passive. This attribute is extremely powerful. After looking at his attribute panel with satisfaction, Wang Li sorted out the supplies and equipment that had exploded today. The next day, after breakfast, Wang Li did not rush out, but checked the task acceptance status. Yesterday afternoon, 2 people provided information about elite mutant beasts, and from this morning till now, 2 more people have provided information about elite mutant beasts. This way we have the information about 4 elite mutant beasts. It's good to have more people. At least you can get much more information than when you worked alone. If it weren't for these people, I wouldn't have known that the elite mutant beasts would refresh every 5 days. It would have been impossible for me to kill so many mutant beasts yesterday and obtain the location information of 4 elite mutant beasts today. If there were more people, such as hundreds or even thousands of awakened people becoming your villagers, you would get much more information. Each of the 4 villagers who provided the elite mutant beasts was given a weapon, and they were overjoyed. Some people's contribution value has reached 20 or 30 points, mainly due to level increase. They also successfully exchanged for the weapons they wanted. For example, Yu Guangliang used 20 contribution points to exchange for a weapon. The weapon in his hand was a fire axe, which was almost scrapped and could barely kill a level 1 mutant beast. Now, with the weapon dropped by the mutant beast, he couldn't help but want to go out earlier to kill the mutant beast and improve his cultivation level. A total of more than a dozen weapons were exchanged. In Wang Li's opinion, level 1 and level 2 weapons were rubbish, but everyone else treated them like treasures. Wang Li discovered that the loyalty of these villagers who exchanged their weapons had increased significantly. After a while, Sun Delong came over. "Good morning, boss." "Well, Lao Sun, you have worked hard." No, it's not hard at all." The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Sun Delong began to report on his work, such as how much supplies he had harvested yesterday, how many people had joined, and today's plans. "Boss, we have a radio set and a few diesel generators. There is no problem with the power supply for the time being. I want to use this radio to release information to the outside world and notify more people nearby to come over. This is the most perfect shelter with an overwhelming sense of security. There is no need to worry about the threat of mutant beasts in the village. As long as the news is released to the outside world, people within a radius of dozens of kilometers will probably be attracted." Wang Li agreed. "Okay, but we also need to assess the quality of the people who join our big team. We won't accept any of those with poor quality, especially those with bad morals." "Why did you agree with Sun Delong's suggestion?" "It's very simple. The more people there are in the village, the more information can be collected, especially news about elite mutant beasts." In addition, Wang Li hoped that Shun Tongtong was still alive, in case she learned that there was a safe and huge camp here and came here by herself. Wang Li raised several requests and agreed in principle to release the news publicly to allow more awakened people to join in. Sun Delong almost guaranteed, "Boss, don't worry, I will manage these people well and strictly control the quality." After the two chatted for a few sentences, Sun Delong also revealed a problem, which was also a problem that he felt was very difficult. The population here is growing, and drinking water is gradually becoming a problem. Although there is still a lot of mineral water in stock, it is running out. Maybe it will all be finished in a week or at most 10 days. In addition to drinking water, many people would like to wash their face, rinse their mouth, etc., but this has always been a luxury, let alone taking a bath. "Boss, the problem of drinking water is getting more and more serious. We are going to organize a team of dozens of awakeners. The main task today is to go out and find water." He told me his plans for the day. Compared to going out to hunt mutant beasts and improve the level of cultivation, solving the problem of drinking water is particularly important. Try to search around. Maybe you can find bottled mineral water in some supermarkets or stores. Sun Delong found the issue of drinking water very tricky. Wang Li smiled easily. "It is not a problem for everyone to drink water. We can even reward those who perform well and work harder with more water. They can use it to wash their faces, rinse their mouths, or even take a bath." "Really?" Sun Delong looked at Wang Li with a little disbelief. Wang Li smiled slightly and took out a big thing from his personal space. Suddenly, Sun Delong was stunned. Chapter 58: The Largest Survivor Camp. "Oh my god, there is such a thing. This is a big rectangular thing with the 3 words, water purifier, on it, very eye-catching. Boss, this is a water purifier. It can purify polluted water, right? Almost all the water in this world is polluted, except for bottled or barreled mineral water. Drinking water has always been a big problem. Sun Delong now manages hundreds of people and started implementing a drinking water quota system yesterday. Each awakened person receives 2 bottles of mineral water per day, and each ordinary survivor receives 1 bottle per day. Even so, he counted the inventory and estimated that it could only last for 10 days at most. If more awakened people and survivors joined in, the time might be shorter. The worst-case scenario was that after a few days, no one had water to drink. Now it's okay. It's like a dream. It feels totally unreal. It's actually a water purifier. Wang Li introduced. This is exploded from the mutant beast. After being purified by it, the polluted water can be directly drunk, not to mention used for washing face and gargling. It can purify 500 liters of water per hour. With excitement, Sun Delong walked to the water purifier, stretched out his slightly trembling hand, and touched it, as if he was touching a treasure. Wang Li said, "Old Sun, this water purifier is now in your hands. Make sure it works as soon as possible." "Okay, no problem." Sun Delong tried to calm himself down, then called a few awakened people over. They carried the equipment away, installed it immediately, connected the water pipes, and soon water began to flow out of the outlet. Clear and pure water flowed out from the outlet. In less than 2 minutes, a bucket was almost full. Sun Delong took the lead and drank a few sips. "This tastes really good. It seems to be a little sweet." There were people gathered around, and when they saw Sun Delong take a few big gulps, everyone cheered. Drinking water is no longer a problem. Sundalong announced, starting today, drinking water rations will be doubled, and those who perform well and work hard will receive extra rewards. There was another round of cheers all around. Everyone was so happy that they no longer had to worry about drinking water. At this time, Wang Li and Yi Wanning had already gone out together. Because they solved the problem of drinking water for everyone, the loyalty of almost everyone was increasing. His main task today was to first hunt down the 4 first-level elite mutant beasts and collect some supplies. Not far from the village, about 20 to 30 kilometers away, there is a team of awakened people, more than a dozen people, who are resting after killing several mutant beasts. Captain, we need to find more supplies today. We are running low on water. Captain Yan Xiangyu nodded. He was very clear about the situation of the entire team. There was still some food, but not much to drink, which could only last for 1 or 2 days at most. Mutated beasts can indeed drop supplies, but the chance is too low. At most, they will drop 1 or 2 a day, which is not enough for more than a dozen people to eat and drink. After resting for about 10 minutes, the group continued to move forward, killing various mutant beasts. It didn't take long before someone became excited. Captain, there's a small shop ahead. Sure enough, it's just a small shop. What luck! They killed all the mutant beasts around, leaving 3 or 4 people outside to stand guard. The others, led by Yan Xiangyu, entered the store with surprise. However, after coming in, their mood sank to the bottom. It was very obvious that this was a multi-handed convenience store, which meant that it had been visited countless times by other people and there was not a single piece of food or drink left. They have encountered such situations several times. It is becoming increasingly difficult to find supplies. Many supermarkets and stores have been visited again and again. If you are lucky, there may still be some things left. If you are unlucky, there will be no wool at all. Today was another false alarm. Suddenly, someone said in surprise, Captain, there are still a few non-food batteries here. Batteries are a good thing. They were in great need of it. They originally had a radio, but because the batteries had run out, it was now just a decoration. The female team member happily collected all the batteries and put them into her backpack, then took out the small radio. I put in the batteries, started adjusting the channel, and soon received the message. Hello fellow sufferers, awakeners, everyone. We have built a 30-meter high concrete protective wall in our Platinum Palace survivor camp. We no longer have to worry about the threat of mutant beasts. After introducing the camp, the message continued. We sincerely ask the awakened ones to join us. Each awakened one can bring up to 5 ordinary survivors. In addition to ensuring everyone's safety, we can also provide 2 liters of pure drinking water per person every day. Everyone was shocked when they heard the contents. Yan Xiangyu even said, everyone calm down and listen again. The content on the radio was broadcast on a loop, and after listening to it again, almost everyone became excited. Oh my god, there is actually such an awesome survivor camp. A 30-meter high concrete protective wall, what a concept. It's as high as 10 stories. These days, Yan Xiangyu and his team have been wandering around, with poor food and drink. Even at night, they have to leave several people to take turns on duty, for fear that they might be attacked by mutant beasts in their sleep. Now there is such a good place right in front of us. The depressed mood just now disappeared all of a sudden. Yan Xiangyu waved his hand and said, who knows the direction of Platinum Palace? Let's go there now. I know. It's not far, about 20 to 30 kilometers. At our speed, we can get there in the afternoon. They are all awakened ones. Their physical strength and speed are much stronger than ordinary people. If ordinary people walk 20 or 30 kilometers in one breath, they will probably be very tired, but it is not a big problem for awakened ones. The group began to move towards the direction of Platinum Palace, killing mutant beasts as they advanced. Wang Li and Yi Wanning killed another first-level boss together, and a lot of things dropped. This is the second boss of today. There are 2 more to kill. Before setting off, Wang Li had planned the best route. If all went well, he could finish the hunt around noon. They also encountered some level 7 and even level 8 or 9 mutant beasts along the way, but there were not many of them, just a few of them, all attracted by the sound of the motorcycle. They were all killed by the 2 of them, and each of them increased their cultivation by a few points. As usual, first put all the cards into the personal space, and then check them one by one. It is still mainly various supply cards, a large pile of them, including 2 large value supply cards. There are 3 equipment cards, all of which are weapons. A skill card, which turns out to be a fireball spell after materialization. Awakeners who like long-range attacks should like it very much. Then, suddenly there is another special card, emitting purple light. Chapter 59 Big Brother, Spare My Life. It's another special card. What will it manifest? Wang Li found himself a little inexplicably excited and took a few deep breaths. Yi Wanning shouted excitedly, "Brotherly, where is the special card that emits purple light?" Wang Li nodded slightly, then materialized the card with excitement. Name, Village Level Up Stone. Description, can be used to upgrade the level of village or town. This is a good thing. Your village is currently only at the lowest level 1. If you have 2 level up stones, you can upgrade the village to level 2. The second level's existence area will be even larger. This thing is very precious. No wonder a purple rare card is required to open it. Wang Li, in a good mood, waved his hand and said, "Let's go to the next destination and kill the third boss." "Okay, Li Gu, get in the car and hold me tight. I'm going to speed up." Yi Wanning was riding a motorcycle at a very fast speed, and she would step on the accelerator from time to time. The engine made a rumbling sound that could be heard from a long distance away. Both of them were invisible, so the low-level mutant beasts would not be attracted at all. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, not a single one appeared. Along the way, we met several teams of awakened people. After hearing the sound, they looked over here and were all stunned. "This is so awesome. Dare to ride a motorcycle. The noise is so loud and the car is going so fast." The key point is that there was not a single mutant beast chasing them. Amidst these surprised, envious, and puzzled gazes, the motorcycle sped away along the extremely wide road. After a while, they encountered another team of awakened people. There were 6 people in total, all men. Each of them was holding a weapon and seemed to be of a high level. They chopped a mutant beast to death in one swoop, just like chopping melons and vegetables. "Boss, look." The leading man looked in the direction where the sound came from, and his eyes suddenly lit up. A motorcycle was driving towards this side quickly. The key point was that the beauty riding the motorcycle was incredibly beautiful, especially the jeans that perfectly outlined the curves of her legs and hips, which made people hot just by looking at it. The leading man said loudly, "Brothers, a beauty has come to our door." The other men all looked like LSPs, their eyes shining. "Stop the car! Stop the car!" These men waved weapons and shouted, asking Yi Wanning to stop the car. 2 of them even rushed in front of the motorcycle and would hit someone if they continued riding forward. Wang Li motioned to stop the car and said unhappily, "What do you want to do?" The leading man came over with a weapon and said disdainfully, "Kid, get out of here and I'll spare your life." A younger brother nearby added, "The beauty stays so that we brothers can have fun." The men around laughed unscrupulously and formed a circle, surrounding Wang Li and the other man from the front, back, left, and right. Wang Li glanced at them and said calmly, "What if I say no?" The leading man grinned and said, "In that case, we have no choice but to kill you first. Brothers, go ahead and chop him up." This is not the first time they have done something like this. When they meet other survivors or awakened people, they will take action as long as there is a female who is slightly pretty. After taking turns playing, they would usually chop the woman to death with a knife, which was completely inhumane. As soon as he finished speaking, the other men prepared to take action. Whoosh! An arrow shot over and hit the leading man in the chest. The arrow almost went in completely, with only a small half left outside. They reacted quickly, and Wang Li's reaction was even faster. He fired an arrow first, and then the leading man felt a sharp pain in his chest. He was furious and was about to fight back. He found that he seemed to be frozen. His mind was very clear, but his body seemed not to belong to him, and he could not move at all. He was horrified. He almost wanted to shout out, but he couldn't utter a word. He could only watch Wang Li jump over from the motorcycle. This jump was about 7 or 8 meters, and then he changed his weapon in midair. The compound bow in his hand turned into a long ammo dowel. The leading man was almost frightened to the point of peeing, but he couldn't pee and couldn't move at all. Split manhwa with force. The ammo dowel chopped down at the leading man's head, and with a loud bang, it split the man in half. The men around who were about to rush over with weapons in hand stopped abruptly when they saw this scene. Some people reacted quickly and turned around and ran as fast as they could. Their boss is a level 5 awakener, while they are all only level 3. Such a powerful boss was split in half by a single blow. Obviously, the opponent was much more powerful and was not someone they could afford to provoke. 2 people reacted a little slowly, but not too slowly. After they realized what was happening, they screamed in fear and ran away. They scattered like birds and beasts. 2 of them were obviously frightened silly. Wang Li rushed over and chopped one of them with a knife. The other one then reacted. His face turned pale. He threw away the weapon in his hand and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. "Brother, spare me, spare me." Wang Li didn't even look at him and chopped him down with a knife. He looked at the others and saw them running away in the blink of an eye. The fastest one was already more than 100 meters away. "I'm too lazy to chase them, they're just a few minions." He picked up the weapon on the ground, which was only level 0, and said with disdain, It's a rubbish weapon. He wanted to throw it away, but when he thought that many of his villagers didn't even have level 0, level 1 weapons, he reluctantly put it into his personal space. Mounting on the motorcycle and holding Yuaning's slender waist, Wang Li said, "Let's go and kill the boss again." Boom, boom, boom. Yuaning stepped on the accelerator a few times, and the motorcycle accelerated, heading towards the direction of the third first-level boss. They met several teams of awakened people along the way, but none of them had any intention of attacking Wang Li and the others. They probably knew that anyone who could ride a motorcycle so fast here must be very powerful, and they were not someone they could afford to provoke. After driving a few more kilometers, suddenly there was movement ahead. Yuaning slowed down and reminded, "Brotherly, there are a lot of people ahead." Ahead was a huge, almost endless square, a vast expanse of sparse trees and tall grass. There are towering trees scattered around, with the distance between each tree ranging from 100 meters to 300 to 500 meters. There are some sparsely growing weeds 2 or 3 feet high on the ground. That's not the point. The key point is that there is a group of people in front, about 20 or 30 people, running towards him in fear, as if they are being chased by something. Wang Li had good eyesight and could see several of them clearly from a distance. They are actually their own villagers. Yes, they were indeed his villagers. Wang Li knew several of them, especially Qian Lixing, who left a deep impression on him. Qian Lixing had once provided him with information about a first-level boss, and in return, he rewarded him with a weapon. What is going on? They were in a panic and ran so fast that even their formation was messed up. Could it be that some high-level mutant beasts were chasing them? Or were they being hunted by other teams of awakened people? Chapter 60 Golden Back Machete. There were 20 or 30 of them, running towards this side in panic. Soon, Wang Li understood what was going on. A huge mutant wild boar was chasing them from behind. The slowest runner was knocked to the ground by the wild boar, and his body was torn into pieces in 2 bites. Wang Li was too late to save him. After biting one person to death, the wild boar rushed over and used its nose to push another awakened person into the air. Even if he didn't die, he was probably seriously injured. Then, the wild boar rushed towards the 2 awakened ones running behind. An infuriating scene occurred. Wang Li saw it clearly. One of the awakened ones pushed the other one back hard, and he used the force to run forward quickly. The awakened one who was pushed was directly knocked to the ground. The wild boar rushed over and bit his head into pieces. Several awakened people running behind saw this scene, and each of them was extremely angry. "You Guangliang, you are not a human." Yu Guangliang ignored him completely and ran forward with all his might, even reaching out to pull another awakened person who was running in front of him. Fortunately, this awakened person was prepared and did not let him succeed. Wang Li remembered this awakened person who pushed people. He decided to save people first, kill the mutant beast, and then settle the score later. Such a person must die. Seeing the wild boar kill 2 or 3 people in succession, Wang Li did not dare to hesitate any longer. Holding the compound bow in his hand, he ran towards the wild boar while aiming accurately and shooting arrows once the boar was within range. Seeing this, Yuaning followed. The 2 of them cooperated very well. Qian Lixing saw a man and a woman running towards him and facing the big wild boar. He suddenly became anxious and opened his mouth to warn them, but soon he was surprised. "It's actually the boss. I am so lucky to have met the boss." "Boss, it's really you." Qian Lixing was inexplicably surprised. Wang Li ran towards the huge wild boar while shouting, "Hurry up, it's dangerous here. The farther you go the better. I'll take care of this big wild boar." "But," he wanted to say, "but if you do that, you are in great danger." But Wang Li was already waving at them, shouting, "Run, the farther the better, don't worry about us." Everyone saw Wang Li running towards the wild boar and taking the danger on himself. Suddenly, everyone was inexplicably moved. The loyalty value is rising rapidly. Finally entering the effective range of the compound bow, Wang Li shot the first arrow. Every arrow hit the target and paralyzed the wild boar. It was paralyzed and could not move at all, as if time had completely stopped for it. Yuaning followed behind, about 100 meters behind, and was also shouting, asking these people to run farther away, the farther the better. Qian Lixing and others were inexplicably moved. They gritted their teeth and ran forward. They didn't want to become a burden to the boss. He prayed in his heart, hoping that the boss was safe, that he could hold the big wild boar back, and that he would be able to escape. They all ran away quickly, while Yuaning ran to the front of the big wild boar. When she got closer, she realized that the wild boar was unusually big. It is at least 9 or 10 meters tall, and its hair is like steel needles. It is definitely a giant. She cast her insight spell and quickly saw the information about the wild boar. Name, steel-haired wild boar. Level, 2nd level elite. No wonder he is so powerful, he is actually a 2nd level elite. Brotherly, this is a 2nd level elite. Wang Li nodded and roughly guessed it, because the few arrows shot from the level 1, level 2 compound bow would cause very limited damage to it. If it was an ordinary mutant beast, even a level 8 or 9 mutant beast, a few arrows like this could cause it serious damage. After shooting a few arrows, Wang Li rushed to the wild boar and used several heavy blows. He felt that the wild boar's defense was very high. Each blow was like chopping on hardwood, and the depth was limited. Second level elite. What good luck. There are very few second level elites and they are hard to come by. So far, we have only encountered 3 of them. This is the 4th one. As for first level elites, we have killed more than a dozen of them. The 2 men were one in front and one behind. One chopped off the head and the other chopped off the wild boar's butt, and they fucked it hard. As for Qian Lishan and others, they had already run far away. No one noticed this astonishing scene. An extremely huge second-level elite lay motionless, like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Yu Wanning shouted excitedly, "Brotherly, only about 1/10 of your health is left." Wang Li said, "Let's work together for another minute, and then I'll hand it over to you. As usual, you'll have to kill it in the end." "Okay, thank you, Brotherly." The 2 of them fought fiercely for about a minute, and then Wang Li changed to the lowest level weapon, replacing the level 1, level 6 excellent Mo Dao with a level 0, level 1 hatchet. Such a low-level weapon, coupled with the fact that Wang Li didn't really use any strength, basically couldn't break the defense, it just paralyzed the steel-haired wild boar. After another minute or 2, the steel-haired wild boar finally died. A large number of various cards exploded, one of which emitted a dark golden light, and the light was quite dazzling, and another one emitted a faint purple light. It should be something good coming out again. Without thinking twice, Wang Li swept his hand and put all the cards into his personal space. After a rough look, there were about 30 or 40 cards, most of which were supply cards, including several large-value supply cards. There are several equipment cards, one of which emits a dazzling dark golden light. Wang Li first materialized the equipment cards that emitted a faint golden light one by one, including 5 weapons, the highest of which was level 9 at level 0, and a shield, which was level 0 at level 8. These are advanced weapons that other awakened ones envy and dream of, but Wang Li definitely looks down on them and thinks they are just rubbish. The dark gold card also materialized, and suddenly, he became a little excited, because it was actually a high-level weapon. Name, Golden Back Machete. Level, first level, 10th level. It turned out to be a level 10 weapon at stage 1. Surprising or not? Unexpected or not? In addition to its high level, this weapon is also very beautiful. There is a dazzling golden line on the back of the blade, like a golden dragon, and the blade emits a cold light, like a bay of autumn water. You can tell at first glance that it is no ordinary item. Wang Li played with it in his hand for a while, waved the knife a few times, and found it very handy. He liked it more and more. The level 1, level 6 excellent Mo Dao can be retired. From now on, your weapon will be this super good-looking golden-backed machete. Wan Ning, this Mo Dao of mine is pretty good. Do you want it? Yu Wanning hesitated for a moment. It's too long. I don't like it this long. I'd better use my Tang horizontal sword. The level 10 Tang Hung Dao at level 0 is also good. Yu Wanning likes it very much. Wang Li nodded, put the Mo Dao into his personal space, and prepared to take out the special card emitting a faint purple light, but he stopped immediately because he saw someone coming. Yu Wanning also noticed the movement and quickly turned her head to look over. Chapter 61 Come here. Yu Wanning also saw them. She reminded softly, "Brotherly, our people are back." There were more than 20 people in total, led by Qian Lixing, jogging towards this side. They originally ran 2 or 3 kilometers in one breath, but after they stopped they felt something was wrong. They were just busy running without thinking too much, and when the boss told them to run faster, they really ran forward without caring about their lives. Now that I'm safe, after calming down, I feel something is wrong. They all ran away. Will it be dangerous for the boss to face the mutant wild boar? Does he really have a way to escape? Qian Lishan became more and more worried, and shouted, "Everyone, the boss has held off the wild boar for us. We can't just leave him alone. Is there anyone willing to go back with me?" "I do. I'm willing to, count me in." Almost all of the 20 or so awakened people were willing to follow Qian Lixing back. Yu Guangliang was hesitant. He really didn't want to go back. That mutant wild boar was too terrifying. It could kill people instantly and could kill them with just one bite. But if he doesn't go back, where can he go alone? His cultivation level is only level 2, and he doesn't even have a weapon dropped by a mutant beast. He has been holding a steel chisel as a weapon. It is very dangerous for him to be here alone. A random level 2 or 3 mutant beast can eat him. Qian Lixing's gaze fell on Yu Guangliang. He saw with his own eyes Yu Guangliang pushing another team member towards the mutant wild boar. If it were in the past, he would have chopped Yu Guangliang to death with a knife. But now that I have joined the boss's team, there are new disciplines, that is, team members are not allowed to use violence at will. Any disputes must be reported to Sun Dalong or the boss for handling. Yu Guangliang, what about you? Yu Guangliang said, it's very dangerous for us to go there like this. I think we should not go there. Qian Lixing said angrily, what kind of bullshit are you talking about? The boss risked his life to help me hold off that mutant wild boar. Are we really going to abandon the boss and leave him alone? That's right. If the boss doesn't save him, he's really heartless. It doesn't matter if he doesn't go. We don't need him anyway. The other team members talked for a few minutes, and then Qian Lixing waved his hand and said, let's go and save the boss. Seeing that everyone was walking back, Yu Guangliang gritted his teeth and followed the back of the team. After walking a short distance, he felt unsafe at the back of the team, so he jogged a few steps and walked in the middle of the team. When Qian Lixing and his group of 20 or so people came over, Wang Li had already killed this second-level elite and a lot of things exploded. Not only did a Tier 1, level 10 gold-backed machete appear, but there was also a special card that emitted a faint purple glow. Just as Wang Li was about to materialize this special card to see what he could get, he saw Qian Lixing and others running towards him. Boss, you're okay. That's great. Where is that mutant wild boar? Where did it go? Seeing his fellow villagers, Wang Li felt warm at heart. They were all capable and had not abandoned him to escape. They had actually come back. Especially Qian Lixing, he is really good. Wang Li said, the mutant wild boar has been killed by the two of us. They're all his villagers, their loyalty is there, and there is no need to hide it. What? Everyone was stunned at first, and then they looked at Wang Li with great admiration. Wow, the boss is awesome. This is definitely an elite boss. It was killed by the boss so quickly. Boss, my admiration for you is like the surging waters of a river. Okay. Wang Li interrupted quickly. The words were too corny and he couldn't stand it. Looked at Qian Lixing. He was holding a knife and a shield in his hands. These weapons were obviously the rewards given to him yesterday because he provided accurate information about a boss. That shield is pretty rubbish. It's the explosion-proof shield used by special police and it's now very damaged. With this thought, Wang Li took out a small round shield from his personal space, which exploded from the mutant beast. It was level 0, level 5. Qian Lixing, you guys did a great job. This shield is for you. Suddenly, Qian Lixing was stunned. Others were full of envy. After realizing what was happening, Qian Lixing got a little excited. He took the shield and exclaimed, Boss, you gave me a level 5 shield with a damage reduction effect. Thank you, boss. Qian Lixing almost kowtowed to express his gratitude. Wang Li looked at the other people. They were all his villagers. Some of them obviously had not yet obtained the weapons from the mutant beasts. They were holding various junk weapons. Such weapons might have some power against level 0 mutant beasts, but they were barely enough to deal with level 1 mutant beasts, and they probably couldn't even break through the defense of level 2 or 3 mutant beasts. It was too difficult for them, fighting against mutant beasts with such weapons. That is to say, they have a large number of people, more than 20 people, and their attack is so small that it can be killed by an ant. If there are only 2 or 3 people, they probably won't be able to defeat even the mutant beasts of the same level. There are at least 20 level 1 and 2 weapons in the portable space. Wang Li said, I have good news for you all. After you go back today, you can come to the village committee to get weapons, but your loyalty must be above 50. Even though I have more weapons, if their loyalty is too low, and they have no sense of belonging to their village, I will not give them weapons. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's loyalty began to rise again. Everyone almost cheered. Thank you, boss. Boss is awesome. Wang Li nodded slightly, and when his eyes fell on Yu Guangliang in the middle of the team, Wang Li's eyes turned cold. What's your name? Come here. Yu Guangliang was extremely scared, his face turned a little pale, and he could only pray in his heart that the boss didn't see him pushing his teammates towards the mutant wild boar. My name is Yu Guangliang. It turns out that he is Yu Guangliang. This name is extremely familiar, because among all the villagers, Yu Guangliang has the lowest loyalty. Other people's loyalty is at least in the teens, most are in the 20s or 30s, and a few are over 50. What about Yu Guangliang? When you first join a village, your loyalty is only 1 point. Before going out this morning, Wang Li looked at the loyalty list of all the villagers again, and Yu Guangliang was still at the bottom. Originally, there was 1 point of loyalty, but this morning it dropped to -4 points. Loyalty is negative. What's the point of keeping such people? In addition, we just saw this guy pushing a teammate towards the mutant wild boar in order to escape. Such a person must not be kept. Wang Li's eyes turned cold. He looked at Yu Guangliang and waved, come here. How could Yu Guangliang dare to come over? Suddenly, he took a step and ran at a very fast speed. He regretted that his parents had not given him 2 more legs. He wanted to run as fast as possible. Everyone was stunned. This Yu Guangliang actually ran away. Chapter 62 Food Problem. Want to run? No way. Wang Li smiled coldly and took out his compound bell. This was a level 1, Level 2 advanced weapon with enormous destructive power. Aim at Yu Guangliang and shoot an arrow. Even though Yu Guangliang was running, the arrow still pierced him directly because the arrow was very fast, not much slower than a bullet. Thump. Yu Guangliang fell heavily to the ground and died. Wang Li retracted the compound bow and said in a loud voice, when facing danger, no one can push their teammates away in order to save their own lives. Yu Guangliang is an example. Everyone felt awe-inspiring. Wang Li added, we are now a team, brothers in the same trench. I hope everyone is worthy of the support of his teammates. Very powerful. In this end times, a team must not only be united, but also be trustworthy teammates who can fight for life and death. The motorcycle gradually went away, and everyone came to their senses. Qian Lixing was the first to speak loudly. Boss is right. We are brothers in life and death. We must unite and survive together in this apocalypse. Let's go hunt some more mutant beasts and work hard to improve our cultivation. After saying that, Qian Lixing walked in front. With this shield, he felt that he could stand in the front alone and withstand most of the damage. As for the broken SWAT explosion-proof shield, it was trash in Wang Li's eyes but a treasure in the eyes of others. It had already passed into the hands of another awakened person. Wang Li and Yu Wanning rode on motorcycles and killed all the elite mutant beasts they knew about, and also found a lot of things. It was still early, and the two searched a long circle, each killing several common mutant beasts, and returned to the village around 5 in the afternoon. At the entrance of the village, outside the majestic city wall gate, there were 6 awakened ones standing guard. The leader was level 4, and the others were levels 2 or 3. This was arranged by Sun Delong according to Wang Li's instructions. There are 3 shifts every day, each shift has 6 to 8 people. For example, the night shift has 8 people. Of course, the city gates are also closed, and everyone just needs to stand guard or patrol on the city wall. Each shift at each station not only has material rewards, but also contribution points. The accumulated contribution points can be exchanged for weapons and equipment at the village committee. Seeing Wang Li and Yu Wanning coming over on their motorcycles, the leader immediately said, "Hello, boss." Several other people greeted Wang Li one after another. Wang Li nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Then ride the motorcycle into the village, all the way to the door of Villa Number 1. It can be seen that there are a lot more people in the village. Not only the awakened ones have increased, but the ordinary survivors have reached a scale of 600 or 700 people. After hearing the news on the radio, they learned that there was a safe and reliable survivor camp here. People from a dozen kilometers nearby were risking their lives to come here, unless they were unaware of the news. Upon hearing that Wang Li had returned, Sun Delong immediately trotted over. "Boss, you're back." "Yeah." Wang Li nodded. "There have been a lot of changes here. Not only are there a lot more people, but we've also built several wooden houses. There is a long row of wooden houses, more than a dozen in total, each with 3 floors, which can accommodate a lot of people. Some have been built, and some are still under construction." Sun Delong reported, "Boss, this is the roster. Today we have 102 more awakened people and 377 ordinary survivors." Wang Li did not accept the roster. These small matters could be checked by Sun Delong. As for the awakened ones, they would all join the village and become villagers. Wang Li could not only see their names, equipment, skills, levels, and other information, but also their loyalty. As long as the awakened ones are managed well, ordinary survivors are easy to manage. However, eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating for so many people is a big problem. Ordinary survivors will all go to work and earn the food they need through labor, such as cutting trees, building houses, etc. Drinking water is not a problem. The water purifier solves a big problem. It can purify 500 liters of water per hour, which means 5,000 liters in 10 hours and 12,000 liters in 24 hours. With so much water, it is basically enough for thousands of people, let alone a few hundred. When there are more people, food becomes particularly important. There is still a lot of rice, flour, and various packaged foods in stock, but they are not enough to feed so many people. It is true that you will end up with nothing. Sun Delong was under a lot of pressure. "Boss, we specially organized 2 teams of awakeners to go out today. The main purpose was to find all kinds of food, but the harvest was very limited. It has been so many days since the end of the world began, and most of the stores, supermarkets, etc. have been visited, and there are fewer and fewer things to find. If you don't manage the household, you don't know how expensive firewood and rice are." Sun Delong is under a lot of pressure now. He dreams about how to get more food. Unexpectedly, Wang Li laughed easily. "Old son, food is not a problem. We killed a mutant beast today and got a good thing." "Oh." Sun Delong looked at Wang Li with hope. Wang Li did not keep the audience in suspense and directly explained the situation. Didn't a special card emitting a light purple color explode? It has already materialized, and it is 1,000 kilograms of high-quality potato seeds. Potatoes are a good thing. They can be used as both food and vegetable. After entering the end of the world, all the grains, vegetables, and fruits in the world cannot be eaten. Even if you have seeds, they will not survive at all, or even if they do survive, what grows cannot be eaten. The seeds that explode from mutant beasts are different. Not only is the quality better and the yield higher, but the growth cycle is also greatly shortened. The most important thing is that what grows is not only edible, but also delicious and has higher nutritional value. For example, these 1,000 kilograms of potatoes can be cut into pieces and harvested within a week after being planted. The yield per moo is easily more than 10,000 kilograms, which is an amazing output. I took a look at a potato. It was the size of a fist and had more than a dozen buds. According to these buds, cut a piece from each bud, and the potato can be cut into more than 10 pieces for planting. 1,000 kilograms of potato seeds are enough to plant more than 100 acres. At 10,000 kilograms per acre, more than 1 million kilograms can be harvested in a week. Food is not a problem at all. The area of the village is 1 square kilometer, which is a full 1,500 acres, so it would be no problem to open up several hundred acres of land. Sundalong called over a dozen people to carry the potato seeds away, and then arranged for hundreds of people to open up wasteland. They chose a place, removed the weeds, turned the land over, and started planting. The third floor of a hotel. Lu Ming and his friends closed the doors and windows, took out a small emergency light, and each of them had a pack of instant noodles, which they ate with mineral water, took a bite of the instant noodles, and drank a sip of water. Shin Tong Tong was also here, but she was in a bad mood today. Even though her cultivation level was already halfway to level 2 and level 3 was in sight, she was not happy at all. Lu Ming and his team planned to arrive at Platinum Palace today, but plans cannot keep up with changes. Today, they encountered several high-level mutant beasts in succession and almost lost someone. Now they can only stay here for one night. Seeing that Shin Tong Tong was in a bad mood, Zhong Xiaoman came over to comfort her. Tong Tong, we should be able to arrive at Platinum Palace tomorrow. It is a survivor camp with a very high security level. Maybe your boyfriend will be there too. Even if he hasn't come over these few days, he will come to this survivor camp sooner or later. I believe you will meet soon. Hearing this, Shin Tong Tong's eyes finally lit up. Really? Will I really be able to see him soon? Chapter 63 Rain. After giving all the potato seeds to Sundalong, Wang Li went to the village committee to check on the situation of the villagers. The number of villagers has exceeded 200, and the team is growing stronger. By the way, I also looked at everyone's loyalty. Dozens of people have loyalty levels over 50, and more than a dozen have reached over 60. Sundalong's loyalty level is as high as 86, which is a bit too high. Except for Yi Wanning, he is the tallest. Following closely behind is Qian Lixing, with a loyalty level of 71, followed by a dozen with a loyalty level of over 60. Everyone's loyalty has increased overall, and the team is getting bigger, but equipment is in short supply. At least half of the Awakeners don't have their first weapon yet. There are dozens of weapons and several skill books in Wang Li's personal space. Skill books are too precious and will not be given to others casually, but weapons can be authorized for use. Village has this function. The village chief can authorize some idle weapons and equipment to the villagers for use. If they want to take them back, they can take them back at any time. Well, first put all these weapons into the village warehouse and set the information to be visible so that the villagers can see the names, levels, and quantities of these weapons. Then they can apply for use and come for authorization early tomorrow morning. They did it right away. Dozens of weapons were put into the village warehouse, leaving only a few of higher levels. Villagers can see these weapons on the screen in the village committee hall and then operate on the screen and submit an application. After doing all this, Wang Li also went to see how the ordinary survivors were doing in the land reclamation process. They cleared the weeds that were half a person's height, then turned over the soil, cultivated it into farmland, and planted the cut potatoes. When Wang Li arrived there, they had already reclaimed several plots of land, each of which was about 1 acre in size and square in shape. It is true that there is strength in numbers. With hundreds of people working together, several fields were planted with potatoes in just over an hour. It was getting dark. Wang Li returned to his big villa. The warm bath water has been prepared, and the sumptuous meal is on the table. Yi Wanning said, "Brotherly, do you want to take a shower first or eat first?" Wang Li waved his hand and said, "Eat first. Only after eating can you have the strength to work. We will take a shower together later." "Okay, let's eat first, and I'll rub your back later." Wang Li said, "Not only did they scrub my back, they also helped me wash my hair. I felt it was a little dirty after not washing it for a day." "Okay, I'll satisfy you all. Do you have any other requests?" Yi Wanning said with a smile. If it were in the past, when the two of them had not yet broken through into a substantive relationship, if Wang Li had made such a request, she would definitely have said, "Go to hell," or "Get lost." But now that she is Wang Li's woman, she has become obedient and will do whatever he asks her to do. It's around 9 o'clock in the evening. Yi Wanning lay in Wang Li's arms. Her woman's sensitivity told her that Wang Li seemed to be worried about something. "Brotherly, what's wrong?" Wang Li said, "I'm thinking of someone." "What a pity." Yi Wanning asked curiously, "Who is this person that deserves Brother Li's concern?" Wang Li said, "A woman who is as young and beautiful as you. Would you be jealous?" Yi Wanning said frankly, "It would be a lie to say I'm not jealous at all, but since she's the woman Li Go likes, I can tolerate it." Wang Li kissed her, then fell into memories and said slowly, "Her name is Shun Tong Tong. She is a car model, and she lives opposite my house." Wang Li briefly explained the situation, and then said with a slightly depressed mood, "She should have been taken away by the mutant beast. I didn't see her body, but she hadn't awakened at that time, so she was definitely no match for the mutant beast. She was probably in great danger." Yi Wanning comforted him. "Brotherly, there is at least a glimmer of hope. Maybe she has had some adventure and is out of danger. I believe she is still alive, and you two will meet again sooner or later." "I hope so," Wang Li said. "I really want to see her sooner." As he spoke, he gently stroked the clean and smooth body of Yi Wanning. "Itchy, don't move." Wang Li smiled, turned over, and wrote on Yi Wanning. The following 10,000 words, VIP can read. In the second half of the night, it started to rain heavily. Until morning, there was no sign of stopping. Wang Li has already gotten up. Now he is actually beginning to like this apocalypse. Even if he has to fight several battles in one night, he can immediately be revived with full blood by drinking a few sips of the sweet mineral water exploded by the elite mutant beasts. This is simply a gas station for men. Seeing that it was raining heavily outside, Wang Li had no plans to go out for the time being. Through the glass, I saw many people working in the distance in the rain, continuing to cultivate the land and plant potatoes. Everyone fought hard for a bite of food. Although it is rainwater and looks clean and transparent, you cannot drink it. If it splashes on your body, a small amount is fine, but if it splashes on you too much or for too long, your skin will become itchy and red. Of course, the awakened ones will not be affected. Although they cannot drink such rainwater, they can use it to take a bath or wash their face. Many awakened people used basins and buckets to collect rainwater, preparing to take a good bath. Many people had never taken a bath since entering the end of the world, and their bodies had begun to stink. There is another benefit to rain. That is, there is no need to water the newly planted potatoes. These are potato seeds exploded by mutant beasts. This rain not only has no effect on them, but is also very beneficial to their growth. In the future, the potatoes will not only be large in size and high in yield, but also taste delicious and be more nutritious. After having breakfast with Yi Wanning, Wang Li ate 2 big meat buns, which were big and white and very delicious, and also drank 2 bottles of milk. The rain was much lighter, so Wang Li held an umbrella and went to check the potato planting situation first. The potatoes that were planted yesterday evening actually broke through the soil after just one night and grew to a height of about 2 or 3 inches. This is quite magical. It was just one night. Some of the people involved in potato planting were farmers. They said they had never seen such a situation in their lives. Such magical potatoes made them full of energy. They continued to cultivate the land and plant potatoes in the rain early in the morning. After looking at the situation here, Wang Li felt very relieved. He nodded with satisfaction and walked towards the village committee. Lu Ming, Zhong Xiaoman, Shun Tongtong, and a group of more than 10 people set off. Even though it was raining heavily, it did not stop us from going forward. It is really terrible that there is no safe place to stay. For example, last night, even though all the doors and windows were closed and several people were left to keep watch, we were still visited by several mutant beasts. It took everyone working together to kill them. Safety is not guaranteed, and even a good night's sleep has become a luxury. They wanted to reach Platinum Palace as soon as possible. The radio said that there was a 30-meter-high reinforced concrete wall there, and it was very safe. At daybreak, in the heavy rain, the group set out cautiously, some wearing raincoats and some holding umbrellas. After all, he was an awakened one. Although he was cautious, his speed was not slow. He just had to stop frequently to kill mutant beasts that blocked his way, which took some time. After more than 2 hours of trekking and walking more than 20 kilometers, the destination was finally in sight. Zhong Xiaoman excitedly shouted, "Look, what a magnificent city wall." What the radio said is true. Chapter 64 Authorized Use. The village committee hall is very lively. Several people provided information about elite mutant beasts, waiting for the boss to come and reward them with weapons and equipment. More people were looking at the rules for the authorized use of weapons and equipment, as well as the catalog list of these weapons and equipment on the big screen. Oh my god, so many weapons and equipment. The highest is level 8. If I had a level 8 weapon, I could easily chop down mutant beasts. The name, level, and quantity of each weapon and equipment are clearly listed. I've already applied for it. That level 6 spear is pretty good. I like spears. The hall was bustling with activity. Many people were excited, and even more had already submitted their applications, waiting for the boss to come and approve their use. After a while, Wang Li walked in. The originally bustling hall suddenly became quiet. Wang Li first looked at the information about elite mutant beasts provided by several villagers, a total of which provided information on 6 mutant beasts. After checking this information, Wang Li marked the location on the map and felt slightly excited. With a total of 6 elite mutant beasts, he could make a fortune again. In order to fulfill the promise, weapons and equipment were distributed as rewards to the 6 villagers. 5 of them chose weapons, and 1 chose a level 3 shield. After distributing the rewards for providing information, Wang Li said loudly, "Everyone has seen the information on the big screen. There are dozens of weapons and equipment in total, which can be authorized for everyone to use. After you have these weapons and equipment, you must work hard to improve your cultivation level and enhance your strength. If your performance is too poor, I will take back these weapons and equipment. Also, everyone must be careful when going out. If you see an elite mutant beast, stay away from it. Remember its location and come back to tell me." After speaking for a while, Wang Li walked into the village chief's office, closed the door, and began to check who had applied for the use of weapons and equipment. I was shocked to see that more than 200 awakened people had basically submitted their applications. The awakened ones who have weapons and equipment will be deleted first, and then those with loyalty below 30 will be deleted. If your loyalty is not even 30 and you still want to use such good weapons and equipment, you are dreaming. After the deletion, there were about 30 people left, all of whom were villagers with relatively high loyalty, but without weapons or equipment. Based on their loyalty and cultivation levels, Wang Li authorized them one by one to use the corresponding weapons and equipment. The relevant information immediately appeared on the large display screen in the hall. "Old Ding, look, your name is on it." "Haha, my name is on it too. Finally, I have a weapon." "Thank you, boss. Thank you." A few awakened ones cried with joy. It was not easy at all. They hadn't even found a weapon dropped by mutant beasts for so many days, but now they finally had the weapon they had dreamed of. Zhang Xinxing is a level 3 awakener, and he finally raised his cultivation level to level 3 yesterday afternoon. But he was holding an ordinary iron rod in his hand. He was lucky enough to get this ordinary iron rod, which has been with him from level 0 to the current level 3. When he reached level 2, he discovered that this ordinary iron rod was very difficult to use against a level 2 mutant beast. If he hadn't used all his strength, he might not have been able to break through the defense. After reaching level 3, he discovered that even if he put all his strength into it, he could hardly break through the defense of the level 3 mutant beast with one blow. This is troublesome. If he couldn't break the defense, how could he kill the mutant beasts and improve his cultivation level? For this reason, he was under a lot of pressure and dreamed of having a better weapon. Even if it was a level 0, grade 1 weapon, it would be better than this ordinary iron rod. The surprise came so suddenly. A teammate next to him gently nudged him and said in surprise, "Zhang Xinxing, your name is on it. The boss authorizes you to use the 0th level 6 alloy mace." Really? When he saw that it was really his name, Zhang Xinxing almost burst into tears. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times in the direction of the village chief's office. Zhang Xinxing got his new weapon, a 1.2-meter-long alloy mace. Mace is one of the 18 weapons. It is long, without a blade, with edges, and is generally 4 feet long. Relying on great strength and the weight of the mace to kill the enemy, the target can often be smashed to death. Zhang Xinxing was very satisfied with this new weapon. He felt it was quite heavy in his hand, and was confident that even if he had to fight a level 3 mutant beast alone, he could smash it into a pulp with just 2 or 3 hits. Like Zhang Xinxing, there were more than 30 villagers who received new weapons, and they were all overjoyed. Even though it was still raining outside, they couldn't help it and formed a team to go out and hunt mutant beasts. The rain outside has finally stopped, and the weather is showing signs of clearing up. After obtaining information on a total of 6 elite mutant beasts, Wang Li first marked their locations on the map and then went out. Yesterday, we killed a total of 4 first-level elite mutant beasts and 1 second-level elite mutant beast. The harvest was huge. In addition to a large amount of supplies and weapons and equipment, there were also boss crystal cores and all attribute cards. All the first-level boss crystal cores have been used for cultivation, and the cultivation level has also been raised from level 8 to level 9. I obtained 10 free attribute points, and I added all of them to strength, without adding any more to agility and constitution. On the one hand, I feel that my current agility and constitution attributes are sufficient, and on the other hand, it is a full attribute card, so even if I don't add points to these two attributes, they will not be low. The second-level boss crystal core was not kept, but used to increase the personal space from 3,600 cubic meters to 4,600 cubic meters. The current character attributes are as follows. Name, Wongli. Age, 20. Strength, 70-86. Constitution, 39-45. Agility, 32-38. Spirit, 21-27. Cultivation, 12/100. Skills, heavy attack, body shield, passive. His strength has increased a lot. His cultivation level has reached level 9, and his attributes are also very high, especially his strength, which has reached 86 points. Many awakeners who have added all their strength points do not have half the strength attribute of Wongli. For example, Zhang Xinxing has all points added to his strength. His cultivation level is level 4, and his strength attribute is 45 points, which makes him a top-notch existence among many awakeners. However, Wongli has 86 points, and his other 3 attributes are also very good. After determining the locations of the 6 elite mutant beasts, Wongli rode a motorcycle with Yi Wanning and set off along the most reasonable and time-saving route on the map. Shortly after leaving, less than 20 minutes, Lu Ming, Zhong Xiaoman, Shun Tongtong, and a group of more than a dozen people finally arrived at the gate of the village. Looking at the majestic reinforced concrete walls, the shock in their hearts could not be described in words. But they didn't know, especially Shun Tongtong, that the Li Gu she was looking for had just been out for less than 20 minutes. Chapter 65. You will meet again. It's finally here. Lu Ming and a dozen others breathed a sigh of relief. It's not easy. If there weren't more than a dozen of them, and all of them were awakened, they might not have been able to get here, or they would not have arrived here so quickly. This city wall, it's really high. Looking up, it's about 10 stories high. The overwhelming sense of security is enough to make them excited. There were several awakened people standing guard at the city gate, and there was also a table where people were responsible for checking, registering, etc. Before them, some people had already arrived here and lined up to register one by one. Lu Ming and others also quickly lined up and registered their information one by one, such as name, age, etc. If you are an awakened person, you must register your awakening level, and someone will take you to the village committee to apply to become a villager here. After more than an hour, everything was finally done. Not only did they register the relevant information and become villagers, but they were also assigned rooms to stay in. Quadruple room in a log cabin. There are 7 or 8 cabins like this in total. Each has 3 floors and is of the same style. The first floor is a public hall with 2 rooms, and the second and third floors are the guest rooms. There are 5 rooms on each floor, and usually 4 people can stay in them. If you want to live in a double room, a single room, or a big villa, no problem. As long as your cultivation level and loyalty meet the requirements, you can spend some contribution points. As a newbie, I can only stay in a 4-person room for now. Finally, I have a safe place to stay, and I can sleep well tonight. They were not planning to go out to hunt mutant beasts today. Instead, they were planning to walk around, take a look, sit down and chat, and completely relax. So, after walking around for a long time, a few people sat together and started chatting leisurely. Lu Ming first said, "Tong Tong, your boyfriend seems to be called Wongli, right?" "Yes, his name is Wongli." Speaking of her boyfriend, Shun Tongtong felt a little sad. It has been so many days, and there has been no news at all. The world is so big, where can she find him? I just hope he can also hear the news that there is a safe camp here, and then come here, so that we can have a chance to meet again. Lu Ming said in surprise, "His name is really Wongli. Did you know that the leader of our village is also called Wongli? Could he be your boyfriend?" "Really?" Shin Tongtong became excited instantly. But she soon calmed down. This place was so awesome. Not only did it have a 30-meter-high reinforced concrete wall, but there were also so many people and such a big force. Her boyfriend shouldn't be that awesome. After calming down, he felt a little disappointed and said slowly, "It should be the same name and surname." Seeing that her friend was a little depressed, Zhong Xiaoman comforted her. "Tong Tong, it's okay. We are already here. Your boyfriend will come sooner or later. I bet you will meet in a few days." Shin Tong Tong said hopefully, "I hope so. I really miss her so much. It's been so many days, and I don't know how she is doing." Zhang Xinxing and a group of more than a dozen people formed a small team and were hunting mutant beasts to improve their cultivation level. Yesterday, These people basically formed a team together, and today it is still these people, and everyone's team is basically fixed. More than 200 awakened people basically went out in teams, with a team consisting of a dozen people at the least and 20 or 30 people at the most. Laozhong, there's a level 4 mutant beast ahead. A level 4 mutant beast is still a bit stressful, but can be dealt with. This was also the first level 4 mutant beast they encountered today. Their team was able to kill a level 4 mutant beast yesterday, but it was more difficult. After all, among more than a dozen people, only 4 have reached level 3 in cultivation, while the others are either level 2 or level 1. Zhang Xinxing said, I will go up first, and everyone else will follow. Let's work together to kill him. Everyone's cooperation was already quite tacit, and they all nodded. Zhang Xinxing took his level 6 alloy mace and walked towards the level 4 mutant beast. When he was still a few dozen meters away, the mutant beast rushed towards everyone. Bang! Zhang Xinxing's alloy mace hit the mutant beast's head heavily, and a surprising scene happened. The mutant beast was knocked to the ground. It seemed that it was seriously injured and couldn't get up for a long time. Everyone reacted quickly. A few people rushed forward first and slashed the level 4 mutant beast with their swords. Zhang Xinxing also took a few steps forward and smashed the mutant beast again. A level 4 mutant beast. He was smashed to death. There was a moment of surprise, and then everyone almost cheered. Laozhong, you are too powerful. I feel like we can kill any level 5 mutant beast. Zhang Xinxing knew that it was not because he was so powerful, but because this level 6 weapon was too powerful. Using it to kill a level 4 mutant beast was like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Boss, thank you. Thank you for giving me such an excellent weapon. His loyalty suddenly increased dramatically. Hey, something came out. This is also the first thing they released today. Zhang Xinxing took the card that was emitting a faint golden light and said in surprise, Brothers, the equipment card is about to produce equipment. Under everyone's eager gaze, Zhang Xinxing materialized the card. Name, Alloy Shield. Level, 0 level 5. Damage reduction, 12. It turned out to be a level 5 shield. With this thing, they can completely fight monsters in the front. The strength of the entire team will increase sharply. Even a level 5 mutant beast will not be a big problem. Wang Li and Yi Wanning have killed the first elite mutant beast of the day. This first level boss dropped a lot of things. A large amount of supplies, weapons and equipment, as well as boss crystal cores, all attribute +1 cards, etc. Wang Li put the things into his personal space, then took out the map, looked at it, and waved his hand. Let's go kill the second boss. The second boss was not far away, only a dozen kilometers away. It didn't take long to get there by motorcycle. I also killed 2 mutant beasts on the way. We also encountered 2 teams of awakened people, none of whom were our villagers. It seemed that more and more people were awakening, and more people came out to kill mutant beasts. Wang Li even speculated that in addition to its own camp, Jiangxing City should have multiple survivor camps, and most of these awakened people belong to other camps. After riding for more than 10 kilometers, we were approaching our destination. 1 or 2 kilometers ahead was where the first level mutant beast was. Wang Li slowed down, and after riding for a few hundred meters, he simply put away the motorcycle, and the 2 of them walked forward quietly. You must not alarm the elite boss first. You must sneak up on it, take the initiative, paralyze it, and then 2 people will go up and beat it hard until it is killed. Suddenly, Wang Li stopped and waved his hand. Yi Wanning understood what he meant, looked forward, and her expression suddenly changed slightly. Chapter 66. One man against a group of people. The view ahead is very wide. It was a flat area with no buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters, and the nearest building was 1 kilometer away. Apart from sparse weeds, there are a few tall trees. The first level elite also saw it, and was walking back and forth leisurely. It was another steel-haired wild boar, a huge creature about 7 or 8 meters tall, with the hairs on its body like thick steel needles. Wang Li and Yi Wanning can kill such a boss in about 4 or 5 minutes. But there was someone in front. There were quite a few people, about 20 or so. They did not go up to take action, and seemed to be waiting for reinforcements. Wang Li could see very clearly that the leading man was holding a walkie-talkie and calling. Boss, we found a first-level boss. Come here quickly. A voice came from the intercom. Okay, keep an eye on this boss first. Don't get close. I will be there with my men in 10 minutes at most. Okay, we'll wait for you to bring people over. When facing a first-order boss, if the equipment is not good enough and the cultivation level is generally not high, more than 20 people are no match at all. It usually takes at least 70 to 80 people, or even hundreds of people, and at least 10 of them must have shields. At least 1 or 2 people in the team must have healing skills. Only then can it be killed. There were only about 20 of them, and knowing they could not win, they held off on taking action, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Although he couldn't hear it clearly, he could still see the other party calling for reinforcements on the walkie-talkie, and Wang Li knew he couldn't wait any longer. If the enemy reinforcements come, then there will be nothing for me to do. This boss is mine. My villagers discovered it yesterday and told me its specific location and information this morning. This group of people must have just discovered it not long ago. They were far away and didn't dare to approach at all. Time is urgent. This boss must be killed before the enemy reinforcements arrive. Otherwise, it will be impossible to kill it even if you want to. Wang Li is not so arrogant that he can deal with hundreds of people alone. There are only 20 or so people on the other side now. This is an opportunity, and we must not miss it. Wang Li ordered. Wan Ning, you stay here, hide well, be careful, and don't let others find you. Brotherly, there are at least 20 people on the other side. If the other party had 5, 6, or even 7 or 8 people, she would not worry because she knew Wang Li could handle it. But if there were more than 20 people, she would be a little nervous. Wang Li said, "It's okay. You should know how powerful your man is. Wait for me here and be obedient." Yi Wanning blushed slightly. People were talking to him about serious matters, but he said those words to tease me. Humph, I must win the battle tonight and cannot surrender again. Wang Li patted her shoulder gently and said that they could talk about the evening later. The most important thing now was to kill the boss before the enemy reinforcements arrived. After signaling Yi Wanning to hide and be careful, Wang Li, holding the golden back machete, took out a level 10 defensive shield for safety. In this way, the damage reduction was very terrifying, and the damage to him from those who were lower than his level would be relatively limited. Is there anyone with a higher level than himself? At least there is definitely no one among the 20 or so people. When the distance was closer, only 100 or 200 meters, someone finally spotted Wang Li. An awakened one warned, "Brother Sun, someone is coming." The leader of the Sun Army saw Wang Li and said disdainfully, "He is just one person, just drive him away." The awakener nodded, and as Wang Li continued to walk over, he said in a condescending tone, "Brother, the Axe Gang is here. Please take a detour and don't make things difficult for yourself." Wang Li sneered, "What a bullshit Axe Gang, get down from here." If the other party had spoken in a nicer tone, Wang Li would not have said that. But if the other party had a condescending attitude and used warnings and threats, then of course he would have confronted him directly. Yoho, he is just one person, but he is so cool. The awakened one was furious, feeling absolutely humiliated, so he rushed over with his weapon and slashed at him directly. Wang Li was too lazy to dodge and just blocked with his shield. The opponent's knife hit the shield with a clang sound. "Since you took the initiative to attack first, I will definitely not let him off." With a wave of your right hand, the golden-backed machete directly cut the awakened one in half. Flash sale. The other awakened ones were stunned, and after they realized what was happening, they were immediately shocked. "MMP, how can a person be so arrogant? Brothers, come together and kill him." Sun Jun shouted, and then shot an arrow directly from the compound bow in his hand. Obviously, this was not an ordinary bow, but one that exploded from a mutant beast, and its level would not be lower than level 5. The arrow hit the shield, sparks flying. Wang Li even felt a slight tremor in his arm, which showed that Sun Jun's strength attribute was not low, and this arrow had great lethality. If it were any other awakened one, he would either be killed by this arrow or be seriously injured. There were more than 20 people in their team. 2 of them were holding shields, 5 of them were holding bows and crossbows, and the others were holding various melee weapons. After Sun Jun fired this arrow, several other people also started shooting with bows or crossbows. The shooting speed was not slow, and several arrows were shot towards Wang Li. After dodging 3 arrows, one of which hit the shield, Wang Li rushed to the nearest awakener and struck him hard with a knife. This is an awakened one holding a shield. He habitually used his shield to block, but it felt as if he was hit by a train. He flew more than 10 meters away and fell heavily to the ground, spitting blood. Although he did not die, he was almost dead. Is it so powerful? Sun Jun was stunned for a moment, but when he thought that there were more than 20 of him and the other side had only one person, and that his reinforcements would arrive in about 10 minutes, he became much braver. Brothers, fight him and shoot him with bows and crossbows. He himself never stopped, shooting arrow after arrow, and several other awakened people holding bows and crossbows did the same. The others with melee weapons were bluffing around, in groups of 3 or 4, not separated at all. If Wang Li rushed up to attack one of them, the other 2 or 3 weapons would chop him down. This is very disgusting. Wang Li rushed forward and killed one man. Then 3 people nearby slashed at him with their knives. He used his shield to block the attacks of 2 of them. One of them slashed Wang Li on the back with a knife. Although he was not injured at all, probably just a little skin breakage and a red mark, but this made Wang Li very uncomfortable. Looking at the steel-haired wild boar 2 or 300 meters ahead, Wang Li had an idea in his mind. While fighting, he approached the wild boar. Perhaps they thought they had entangled Wang Li, and that Wang Li would be doomed once their reinforcements arrived. Sun Jun and his men did not realize that they were getting closer and closer to the wild boar. Finally, someone entered the alert range of this elite mutant beast. The steel-haired wild boar that was originally strolling leisurely stopped, then roared and rushed over. Sun Jun was overjoyed when he saw that the wild boar was rushing towards Wang Li. "MMP, we can't kill you, but this is a first-level elite. It can kill you instantly." Chapter 67. Race Against Time. Not only Sun Jun was happy, several other people noticed that the steel-haired wild boar was rushing towards Wang Li. This is a first-level boss. If your level is a little lower, you may be killed instantly by this boss. If your level is high and you have good equipment, you can only withstand 2 or 3 hits at most. As long as Wang Li was seriously injured, they would rush forward and hack him to death with their swords. Unfortunately, ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. The steel-haired wild boar rushed over quickly, opened its mouth, and started biting, directly biting the head of an awakened person next to Wang Li into pieces. Then it pushed its mouth and pushed another awakened person away. "MMP, something is wrong. Why did this stupid mutant beast ignore that guy and only attack our people?" Sun Jun couldn't understand why this happened. Could it be that this boss was Wang Li's pet? With the addition of this new force, Wang Li knew that the opportunity had come. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward and slashed at an awakened person with a knife. With a strength attribute of 86 points, a level 10 weapon at stage 1, and a heavy blow, the awakener was killed instantly. Retreat, must retreat quickly. Seeing several people die in the blink of an eye, Sun Jun's face changed drastically and he shouted loudly, "Brothers, this is too tough. Run, run quickly." He was the first to escape. He ran towards the direction of their reinforcements, hoping to join up with them, but Wang Li had already set his sights on him. He caught up with me in a few steps. There is a big gap between the two people's agility attributes. Wang Li's agility is as high as 38 points. Even if he is a level 4 awakener, with all agility points added, the agility can only be this high. Let me ask, who would add all agility points? Obviously, no one adds points entirely to agility. Generally, strength is prioritized, and then constitution is added appropriately. After all, the higher the strength attribute, the greater the strength, and it is easier to kill mutant beasts. He caught up with Sun Jun in a few moves and slashed at him with a knife. Sun Jun's reaction was not slow either. When he saw Wang Li catching up with him, he knew he couldn't escape, so he turned around and blocked with his shield. He knew in his heart that as long as he could block a few attacks, his brothers would be able to surround him. The knife hit Sun Jun's shield heavily. Suddenly, Sun Jun was shocked. A huge force came from the shield, which he was unable to resist at all. Under the influence of this huge force, Sun Jun was struck and flew high into the air. Wang Li was very fast. He took a few steps forward and accurately chopped Sun Jun in midair with his sword, splitting him into 2 pieces. The people around were stunned. Their captain was dead. After being hacked to death with 2 swords, the remaining people no longer had the courage to fight on. They cried for their parents and ran away as fast as they could, fearing that they would be hacked to death if they ran too slowly. Wang Li chased after them again and killed 2 or 3 of them. Seeing that the rest had run far away, he gave up and did not continue chasing. Time is precious. They have just called for reinforcements, but who knows when those reinforcements will arrive. What they need to do now is to kill this elite mutant beast before they arrive. What's interesting is that this steel-haired wild boar is very powerful and very fast. It chased these people for 200 or 300 meters before stopping and returning to its original place. As a result, there were only about 7 or 8 people running away. Seeing them running away, Wang Li turned back and jogged towards the steel-haired wild boar. This elite mutant beast was completely unaware of the approaching danger. After returning to its original place, it walked around leisurely. Wang Li trotted all the way to the front of the steel-haired wild boar and delivered a heavy blow, hitting the wild boar's huge head hard. Every knife is paralyzing. Time seemed to have stopped for this giant wild boar, and it could not move at all. While Wang Li was swinging his knife to chop the huge wild boar, he turned his head and waved in the direction of Yi Wanning. Yi Wanning, on the other hand, was always worried. After all, there are 20 or 30 people on the other side. Seeing Wang Li killing everyone and gaining the upper hand, he felt a little relieved. Now when he saw Wang Li waving at him, he immediately ran over. She first asked with concern, "Brotherly, are you okay?" Although they were far away, the awakened one had good eyesight, and she saw that it seemed like someone had slashed Wang Li on the back. "Brotherly, you are really okay." "It's okay. The knife didn't even break the skin," Wang Li said. "As usual, we work together to kill this elite mutant beast as quickly as possible, and then retreat quickly." The two of them, one in front and one behind, launched a fierce attack. About 5 or 6 kilometers away, Dong Xiaojia, with more than 100 people, was jogging towards this side. The awakened ones have strong physical fitness, especially after adding some physical fitness. They have great physical strength and are not slow at all. They can reach their destination in a few minutes at most. Thinking that it was another first-level elite boss, Dong Xiaojia was slightly excited. Ever since he killed the first elite boss, he has thoroughly tasted the sweetness. Once he gets any news about an elite boss, he will definitely not let it go. Now their team is stronger, everyone's cultivation is higher, 70 to 80 of the awakened ones have their own weapons. Among them there are more than 20 awakened ones holding shields, and 2 of them can perform healing magic. This is their foundation. Killing a first-level elite boss is basically no problem. There were about 7 or 8 people in front, looking disheveled and stumbling towards this side. What is going on? Soon, when they got closer, they could see clearly that they were their people from Sun Jun's team. "What's wrong with you? Where's Sun Jun?" "Boss, someone is trying to steal our boss. Captain Sun was killed by the enemy, and all the other brothers were killed by the enemy." "What? There is such a thing?" Dong Xiaojia's expression suddenly changed, and he waved his hand and said loudly, "Everyone speed up, run as fast as you can, and run over in one breath." For the awakened ones, running more than 10 kilometers in one breath is no problem, let alone a mere few kilometers. As he shouted, the whole team accelerated and ran at full speed. Talking about Wang Li and Yi Wanning. With all his strength, Wang Li struck the steel-haired wild boar with each blow. In order to kill it quickly, he used heavy blows with each blow. It's been more than $100 in total, but I don't even feel tired. I remember the first time I used the heavy blow. After 20 or so cuts, I felt like my whole body was hollowed out. I drank a large bottle of mineral water, and it took me a while to slowly recover. This should be the reason why my cultivation level has improved, especially my attributes have improved. If you don't feel drained yet, then don't stop. Every blow you make is a heavy one. After a total of more than 200 blows, I finally felt a little drained. My limit should be more than 300 blows. At this time, Yi Wanning also reminded, "Brotherly, there is less than 1/10 of blood left." "Okay, I'll change weapons after a few more cuts, and I'll leave the rest to you." Insight can only show the mutant beast's health bar without any numbers displayed, so it is roughly estimated to be less than 1/10. After a few more slashes, Wang Li changed to the worst weapon and slowed down his speed, only slashing from time to time to paralyze the steel-haired wild boar. He also looked around from time to time. What he was most worried about was that the mutant beast was not killed, and then the enemy's reinforcements would arrive. Only 1 or 2 minutes passed, and what Wang Li was worried about happened. In the distance, there was a large group of people, a dark mass, estimated to be no more than 200, but at least 100 or so, running towards this side. Chapter 68, A Familiar Figure. Seeing them, Wang Li's face instantly became solemn. "Damn, there are so many people. There are only 2 of us. It is impossible to fight against 100 people alone. This is not a game. If you die, you are really dead. There is no such thing as resurrection." Yi Wanning also saw the other party and asked anxiously, "Brotherly, what should we do?" Wang Li said, "Don't stop, speed up." Yi Wanning nodded and cast an insight spell. The elite mutant beast was left with only a little blood and skin, and hope appeared in an instant. "Take the weapon and attack hard. I just hope to kill this boss before they get to me." The other party also saw the situation here. Dong Xiaojia shouted even louder, "Brothers, the boss is still here. It was these 2 who killed more than a dozen of our brothers. Come with me and kill them both. Rush, go." There were nearly 200 people, holding their weapons high, rushing forward. Many of them took out long-range weapons, aiming from a distance, and would shoot arrows as soon as they came into range. Seeing the enemy team getting closer, Wang Li wondered in his mind whether he should just give up. Or you can change to a gold-back machete and kill the boss with a few heavy hits. The explosion rate may be lower, but it is better than giving up. Wait a little longer until the other party gets closer. Wan Ning, don't worry about it. Just focus on attacking this boss. I will keep a good distance. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters. The other person was getting closer and closer, and I could even see each other's facial expressions. Wang Li took out his motorcycle, started it, and rode on it, ready to retreat at any time. At this moment, Yi Wanning finally shouted excitedly. It exploded, so many things. Wang Li reacted quickly. With a sweep of his hand, he put all the things into his personal space, and then shouted, "Get in the car, let's go." Yi Wanning swiftly got on the motorcycle, and before she could even sit firmly, Wang Li stepped on the accelerator and the motorcycle rushed forward. Slurp, slurp, slurp. A large number of arrows shot over, like rain, and landed on the back of the motorcycle. Of course, Dong Xiaojia and the others were unwilling to give up, and they chased with all their might for several hundred meters. He was so angry that he vomited blood. The boss was killed right under their noses, and it seemed that a lot of things exploded. Then, he rode away quickly on a motorcycle, and now even his back could not be seen. Yi Wanning looked back again, then reminded, "Brotherly, we have already gotten rid of them." Wang Li looked at the rearview mirror, nodded slightly, slowed down, and rode for several kilometers before stopping. Then, the two looked at each other and smiled. It was so exciting just now, and the gains were huge. It seems like a lot of things exploded. Wang Li took a rough look and found that there were more than 30 cards for various supplies, several of which were large-value supply cards, such as rice, beef, chicken, and other large-value supplies, each of which was 1,000 kilograms. There are also several pieces of weapons and equipment, the highest level being a level 0, grade 8 machete. A skill card came out, and after it materialized it turned out to be a rare skill called healing. This skill is so rare. The function is also very powerful. If there are 2 or 3 people in the team who know healing skills, it will be easy to defeat a first-level boss, not to mention a second-level boss. In addition to these things, there is still a boss crystal and a card with all attributes +1. The boss just now was an unexpected gain. Wang Li took out the map and looked at it, then rode his motorcycle to the location of the next boss. Dong Xiaojia was very depressed. I feel even more angry. They were preparing to return to their camp with about 100 or 200 people. It is called a camp, but it is actually a 5-star hotel. They built a relatively solid wall around it and gathered more than 300 awakened people. Even at night, it is relatively safe because there are a large number of awakened people patrolling and on duty. They walked and stopped, killed mutant beasts along the way, and collected and took away any supplies they saw. It took 2 or 3 hours to walk only a dozen kilometers. Suddenly, several awakened people who were exploring the way ahead came back one after another, each with a look of nervousness on their face. Master Jia, less than 2 kilometers ahead, there are a large number of mutant beasts, densely packed together. If not tens of thousands, there must be at least several thousand. What? So many mutant beasts. In everyone's impression, mutant beasts have always been relatively scattered, and it is rare to see 3 or 5 of them gathering together. Except for a few mutant beasts that roam around, most of them have relatively fixed territories and generally move within a relatively fixed range. Dong Xiaojia was a little bit unconvinced and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Take me over to have a look." Soon, he trotted forward with several awakened ones. It was only 1 or 2 kilometers, and they were very fast, arriving in just a few minutes. Sure enough, there were all kinds of mutant beasts in front of them. In order to see more clearly, Dong Xiaojia saw a building not far away, so he waved his hand, and they climbed to the top floor of the building. Standing high above the ground, you have a broad view. Now it is clearer. As expected, there are at least several thousand mutant beasts. Among this large black mass of mutant beasts, there are a few extremely huge ones that stand out from the crowd. They are obviously elite mutant beasts. Seeing the situation in front of him, 2 words popped up in Dong Xiaojia's mind: beast tide. Don't let it be a beast tide. The horror of the beast tide is self-evident. Their survivor camp is considered to be relatively large, with hundreds of awakened people and more than 1,000 ordinary survivors. But in front of the beast tide, they are nothing and will be submerged in just a few minutes. He stood on the roof and watched for more than 10 minutes. Only when he saw the large group of mutant beasts gradually go away did he look away. Wang Li took Yi Wanning and killed these elite mutant beasts one by one according to the standard positions on the map. They also killed several level 8 and 9 mutant beasts along the way. It can be found that the mutant beasts are indeed evolving and their levels are increasing. There are obviously a little more level 8 and 9 mutant beasts than yesterday. After killing several elite mutant beasts, the harvest was great. A large number of supplies, weapons and equipment, basic skill books, and each boss contributed a boss crystal core and a full attribute card. Although it was quite early, just a little after 4 in the afternoon, Wang Li was still ready to go back. I don't know why. I thought of Shin Tong Tong several times today. After I get ready to go back, I will tell all the villagers about Shun Tongtong's situation and ask everyone to help look for her. There is strength in numbers, and maybe there will be an unexpected surprise. Riding a motorcycle back to the village, I felt that there were some changes. It was obviously more popular. No doubt, many people joined in today. There are still many ordinary survivors working. Some are cutting trees and building houses. Some are cultivating the land. It can be seen that the 1,000 kilograms of high-quality potato seeds have all been planted. Wang Li couldn't help but smile happily when he thought about the 1,000 kilograms of high-quality corn seeds he had obtained from an elite mutant beast today. If 1,000 kilograms of corn seeds are planted, they can be harvested in 5 days. Even if there are more people, there is no need to worry about food. After looking at the newly reclaimed square pieces of land, Wang Li rode his motorcycle to the village committee to authorize everyone to use the 20 or 30 medium and low-level weapons and equipment he had harvested today. More than 100 meters away from the village committee, Wang Li suddenly stopped and looked ahead in surprise. He was surprised to see a familiar figure. That's Shin Tongtong. She didn't die, and she even returned to her own village. Chapter 69 Happy Encounter. It's really Shin Tongtong. I wasn't seeing things, and I wasn't dreaming. Sensing the change in Wang Li's expression, Yi Wanning asked with concern, "Brother Li, what's wrong?" Wang Li said in surprise, "Did you see that girl with long hair? She is Shin Tongtong. I didn't expect her to be here." Yi Wanning gently pushed Wang Li and said, "Then why are you still standing there? Hurry over." Wang Li nodded. With a little excitement, I walked over quickly. Many people saw the boss coming and greeted him. "Hello, boss. Boss, you're back." Shin Tongtong, Lu Ming, Zhong Xiaoman and others have become villagers. They were standing at the door of the village committee. When they saw everyone's big reaction, they quickly turned around to look over. Suddenly, Shin Tongtong was stunned. After being stunned for a moment, he ran over and threw himself into Wang Li's arms, hugging him tightly, as if he was afraid that Wang Li would run away. I couldn't hold back my tears any longer, as if they didn't cost any money. "Brother Wang, is it really you? Brother Wang, I finally see you again, woo-woo." Wang Li hugged her, patted her back gently, and comforted her. Okay, don't cry. Many people are watching you." After crying for a while, Shin Tongtong burst into laughter. "Brother Wang, I thought I would never see you again in this life." Wang Li asked. "When I returned that day, I found that the door of our room was open, the windows were broken, and the inside was in a mess. After I asked others, I found out that Aunt Lu and her men had kicked down our door. I thought you had met with an accident, but I didn't expect that you would meet again. That's great. Follow me carefully from now on." Shin Tongtong nodded vigorously. "I will follow you for the rest of my life, the kind that you can't get rid of." Wang Li smiled happily and kissed her on the forehead. Then he looked at Lu Ming and the others and asked, "Tongtong, these are all your friends?" "Yes, these are all my friends." Shin Tongtong briefly recounted how she was rescued. After listening to this, Wang Li thought to himself that these were Shin Tongtong's saviors. If it weren't for them, Shin Tongtong would have died long ago. Not only did he save Shin Tongtong from the mutant mantis, but he also helped her heal her wounds, helped her awaken, and led her to hunt mutant beasts. Shin Tongtong introduced, "Brother Wang, this is Brother Lu Ming, the captain of our team." Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Since coming here and becoming a villager here, he has a clearer understanding of how powerful the village boss is. Such an awesome guy is actually Shin Tongtong's boyfriend. It's not just the same name as previously speculated. After recovering from this extreme shock, Lu Ming became excited. "Hello, boss. I'm Lu Ming." Wang Li said, "Thank you for saving Tongtong. Thank you very much." His eyes fell on Lu Ming and the others. There were more than a dozen people in total, and only half of them had weapons that exploded from the mutant beasts. At least half of them were still holding ordinary weapons of various kinds, including fire axes, machetes, iron bars, etc. Although Lu Ming was holding a weapon dropped by a mutant beast, it seemed to be of a low level, either level 1 or level 2. A captain is still holding garbage weapons of level 1 or 2. Wang Li said, "You saved Tongtong. How can I thank you?" Lu Ming waved his hands quickly. No, it's just a small matter, don't take it to heart." Wang Li didn't want to owe him a favor, and he really wanted to thank him, so he took out a 0-level, 10 Grade Tang Dynasty sword from his personal space. There are 2 such weapons in the personal space, and there are several other level 0 and level 10 weapons. "This weapon is for you." If it was something else, Lu Ming would definitely wave his hand, but this was obviously a weapon that exploded from a mutant beast, and it seemed to be of a high level. As an awakened one, what I want most is of course a good weapon. Some awakeners are already level 2 or even level 3, but they don't even have a low-level weapon dropped by a mutant beast. Knowing that this weapon was of a high level, Lu Ming felt a little excited and was totally unable to resist. He took it and took a look at it. Oh my god, it's actually a level 10 weapon. With this weapon, those level 3, 4, and even level 5, 6 mutant beasts were easily chopped down. In front of this weapon, Lu Ming had no resistance at all. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Wang Li waved his hand gently and then said, improve your strength. This is your home. I think those members of your team who don't have weapons will have weapons and equipment in a few days. Thank you, boss. Everyone expressed their gratitude again, especially Lu Ming. I felt like I was dreaming. Shin Tongtong's boyfriend turned out to be the boss here, and he was given a level 10 weapon. Old Lu, this weapon looks pretty good. What level is it? Lu Ming did not hide it and answered, a level 10 excellent Tang sword. A level 10 weapon. What? Level 10 weapons. The boss is so awesome. He gave me a level 10 weapon right away. Boss, are you still short of any accessories? Feeling everyone's heated gazes, Wang Li smiled slightly and asked, Tong Tong, what weapon do you want? Shin Tong Tong said, I want a long-range weapon. A bow or a crossbow will do. This thing exists. The level 1, grade 2 compound bow that dropped last time is still in my personal space. Wang Li took it out and said, this is for you, and this skill book. Level 1, level 2 compound bow plus basic archery skill book. Shin Tong Tong was so moved that she hugged Wang Li tightly. Brotherly, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Wang Li nodded gently, then waved his hand and said, let's go home. I originally wanted to go into the village committee to take a look, but now I have no idea at all. I took Shin Tong Tong's hand and went back to Villa number 1. Yi Wanning is not here. She was very smart and knew that Wang Li and Shin Tong Tong had a lot to talk about and a lot to do after they met again after a long separation. So she consciously went to Villa number 2. On the 3rd floor of Villa number 2, the luxurious master bedroom has always been reserved for her, and she will sleep there tonight. On the sofa, Shin Tong Tong leaned on Wang Li's shoulder and whispered for a long time, telling Wang Li everything she had experienced in the past few days. Then, he said excitedly, Brother Wang, I will cook for you tonight, bathe you, scrub your back, and continue to be your nanny. How about that? With such a beautiful nanny, of course it's possible. Wang Li said, I've been running around outside all day and killed a lot of mutant beasts. Now I just want to take a hot bath. Come on, rub my back and wash my hair now. Soon, the bathroom was filled with spring scenery. The following 50,000 words belong to the VIP chapter, which can be read for a fee. Chapter 70 Brother Wang. This is so cool. The next day, morning. The bright sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains, forming a beam of light on the carpet in the bedroom. Wang Li turned over and touched it casually. I woke up after touching nothing. There was no one next to him. I didn't expect Shin Tong Tong to get up so early. There is no point in sleeping alone. If there are 2 of us, we can go for a morning run or something. Wang Li got up and went downstairs. I was surprised to find that Shin Tong Tong was wearing home clothes, with her long hair casually tied into a long ponytail, and was preparing breakfast for herself. I remember I had twin ponytails last night, but now it's just one long ponytail. Brother Wang, you're up. I'll prepare some hot water for you to wash up. Her service was very thoughtful. She squeezed the ointment, brought the mouthwash cup, waited for Wang Li to finish brushing his teeth, poured a basin of hot water, and brought a brand new towel. After wringing out the towel, he handed the steaming hot towel to Wang Li. Brother Wang, do you think this temperature is okay? Wang Li took the towel, nodded, and washed his face. Tong Tong, there's no need to be like this. I can do all this myself. No, I just like to serve you, and I will serve you more comfortably in the future. I am your caring babysitter. Wang Li smiled slightly and said, okay, as long as you like it. After washing up, breakfast was ready. It was all prepared by Shin Tong Tong. It was delicious and rich. After eating the food exploded by mutant beasts for a long time, it feels good to have a breakfast like this occasionally. Wang Li, Yi Wanning, and Shin Tong Tong had breakfast together. While eating breakfast, Shin Tong Tong called her sister Wan Ning very affectionately. She is very smart, has no jealousy at all, and is very well behaved. After breakfast, Yi Wanning and Shin Tong Tong had become very close and called each other sisters. Seeing the 2 of them like this, Wang Li wondered in his heart whether the 3 of them would sleep together tonight and what it would feel like to drive 2 cars at the same time. After breakfast, Wang Li talked about his plans for today. Let's go to the village committee first to see how much information everyone has provided about elite mutant beasts, and then go out together to hunt mutant beasts. Okay, everything is up to you. The 2 of them answered almost in unison. When he went to the village committee to inquire, Wang Li was surprised to find that the number of villagers had exceeded 500 and the team was growing larger and larger. What's even more exciting is that everyone has provided information on a total of 7 elite mutant beasts. It looks like today will be another fruitful day. We killed a total of 6 elite mutant beasts yesterday and harvested a large amount of things, including 20 or 30 pieces of weapons and equipment. Wang Li has authorized everyone to use all those at level 0, grade 5, and below. Those above level 0, grade 5, are mainly used as rewards and will be given to those who perform well in the future. Yesterday, I killed 6 elite mutant beasts and also obtained 6 boss crystal cores and 6 cards with all attributes +1. The boss crystal core is kept for the time being and not used, because even if it is used for cultivation, it cannot increase the level. The current cultivation level is 19 out of 100, and it is still too early to increase the level. All 6 full attribute cards have been used, and the attributes of each have been comprehensively improved. Now Wang Li's attributes are as follows. The current character attributes are as follows. Name, Wang Li. Age, 20. Strength, 86-92. Constitution, 45-51. Agility, 38-44. Spirit, 27-33. Cultivation, 19/100. Skills, heavy attack, body shield, passive. There was information on a total of 7 elite mutant beasts, and Wang Li marked their locations one by one on the map. Over the past few days, Wang Li has standardized the location information of more than 20 elite mutant beasts on this map, some of which are second-level elite mutant beasts. Elite mutant beasts refresh every 5 days. In another 2 days, all the elite mutant beasts killed by you will be refreshed in their original positions. It's exciting to think about it. What a huge income it will be then. After giving weapons and equipment to the villagers who provided information about the elite mutant beasts, Wang Li waved his hand and said, "Let's go. It's time to set off." Because it was a bit crowded for 3 people to ride on a motorcycle, and it was not convenient to hunt mutant beasts, the means of transportation this time was a convertible off-road vehicle. The military version of the Mengshire off-road vehicle has a high chassis, sufficient power, and strong off-road capabilities. Most importantly, it is convertible, which is very convenient for hunting mutant beasts that are chasing it. Wan Ning, you drive. Yi Wanning nodded. She knew that Wang Li had to ensure the safety of both of them and would hunt down any high-level mutant beasts if they encountered any. A camouflaged military off-road vehicle drove out of the village. The first 1 or 2 kilometers were relatively good, with basically no mutant beasts, only 3 or 2 level 0 or level 1 mutant beasts. The area near the village is still relatively safe. As the number of awakened people increases, any mutant beasts that appear nearby are basically killed quickly. After driving 1 or 2 kilometers, the number of mutant beasts gradually increased, and there were several mutant beasts chasing behind the car. Judging from Yi Wanning's speed, these should be at least level 2 or level 3 mutant beasts. Shin Tongtong's current cultivation level is over halfway to level 2, and she is still more than 10 points away from level 3. Wang Li reminded, "Tongtong, did you see those mutant beasts chasing after the car? Take out your compound bow and call out their names one by one. This is a super powerful weapon of level 2, stage 1. It is so easy to kill level 2 and 3 mutant beasts. You can definitely kill one with 1 arrow, and it is an instant kill." Shin Tongtong couldn't help herself for a long time. After hearing what Brother Wang said, she immediately took the compound bow and aimed at one of them. Whoosh! An arrow shot out like a shooting star. This speed seems to be no slower than a bullet. The arrow was like shooting into a piece of tofu. Almost the entire arrow was inserted, leaving only a little tail outside. The first time I used the compound bow, the shot was a little off. I wanted to shoot the mutant beast's head, but I shot the mutant beast's body instead. Even so, it's still a steal. Cultivation +2. Shin Tongtong was stunned and forgot to shoot the next mutant beast. Oh my god. This is a level 3 mutant beast. It must be fake. How could it be made of paper? It was shot to death with 1 arrow. She has the best understanding of how difficult it is to kill a level 3 mutant beast. Every time she encounters a level 3 mutant beast, it takes several people working together and everyone working together to kill it. Now, he can be shot to death with 1 arrow. After coming to her senses, she aimed again and shot another arrow, which hit the mutant beast directly in the head, killing it again. Cultivation +1. The next step was easy. Yi Wanning drove the car and Shin Tongtong stood in the car, shooting arrows after arrows at the mutant beasts that were chasing them, basically killing one with 1 arrow. In just over 10 minutes, she shot and killed more than a dozen mutant beasts, and her cultivation level was raised to level 3. Shin Tongtong yelled, "Brother Wang, this is so cool." As soon as the voice fell, another arrow was shot out, killing another mutant beast with 1 arrow. After shooting and killing a few more mutant beasts, Shin Tong Tong was about to shoot the next one. Suddenly, she asked in confusion, "Sister Wan Ning, why did you stop the car?" Yi Wanning had been driving at a relatively fast speed in order to get rid of those level 0, 1, and 2 mutant beasts. But now she suddenly braked for no apparent reason and came to an emergency stop. As soon as the car stopped, several mutant beasts that were originally chasing after the car came after it desperately. The distance was reduced from hundreds of meters to dozens of meters, and now it was only 20 or 30 meters. Chapter 71 Purple Card Again. Shin Tongtong's face turned a little pale. If you were not afraid, it must be fake. She had never faced so many mutant beasts before, 4 or 5 in total, all at least level 3, and one of them might be level 4. Don't panic, I'll take care of everything, Wang Li said softly. Shin Tongtong calmed down a lot and shot another arrow, killing one of them instantly. Cultivation +1. There was no need to worry about not having enough arrows, as the crossbows dropped by the mutant beasts could automatically generate arrows. She quickly shot another arrow, and another mutant beast was hit in the head. Cultivation +1. The remaining 3 mutant beasts had already pounced on her. Shin Tongtong was a little desperate. At this time, a tall figure stood in front of her, holding a golden-backed machete in his hand. With one slash, the 3 mutant beasts were split in half. At this time, Yi Wanning reminded, "Brotherly, do you see a big guy in front? I think it's an elite mutant beast." Wang Li also saw it. Shin Tongtong also looked over there, and in an instant, her face was filled with shock. Her mouth opened wide enough to fit a large sausage. It was an extremely huge mutant beast, as tall as 2 or 3 stories. From a distance, one could sense a faint sense of oppression. After coming to her senses, Shin Tongtong hurriedly reminded, "Brother Wang, Sister Wan Ning, before it finds us, turn around quietly and leave here quickly." Wang Li and Yi Wanning smiled at each other. "Going? That's impossible. I'm so lucky to have encountered this elite mutant beast. How could I give up?" Wang Li said, "It's okay, you two stay in the car first. I want you to come over here." Yi Wanning nodded. When Shin Tongtong saw Wang Li get out of the car and run towards the huge mutant beast, she was immediately shocked and almost shouted, but she was worried that her shouting would alarm the mutant beast. "That's an elite mutant beast. Although I have never seen an elite mutant beast before, I have heard from my teammates that it is a big boss that is much more powerful than a level 10 mutant beast. If Brother Wang just walks over like this, will he become a delivery man?" Noticing Shin Tongtong's expression, Yi Wanning said, "Don't worry, our men are very powerful. It's no problem to deal with a mere first-level elite mutant beast." "Really? Are we men really that powerful?" Shin Tongtong's eyes opened wide with a look of disbelief, and then she saw Wang Li walking towards the elite mutant beast, getting closer and closer. It is certain that he has entered the mutant beast's alert range, but this elite mutant beast turned a blind eye and continued to walk around there leisurely. This is very shocking. What was even more shocking was that Wang Li walked over and slashed the mutant beast with a knife, and then the giant mutant beast seemed to be frozen in time, not moving a single step. Yi Wanning said softly, "Let me tell you a secret. Brotherly has a very powerful piece of equipment that can make him invisible to mutant beasts and can paralyze mutant beasts. Remember, don't tell this big secret to anyone." Without waiting for Shin Tongtong to digest all this, she waved her hand and said, "Let's go over there and help, and kill this boss as soon as possible." After saying that, she trotted over with her weapon in hand. After reacting, Shin Tongtong followed. The 3 of them worked hard, and the speed became much faster. Wang Li and Yi Wanning were slashing fiercely in the front, while Shin Tongtong was attacking with a compound bow in the back, shooting arrow after arrow at the elite mutant beast. When this first-level elite mutant beast had a little blood left, the old rules were still followed, and Yi Wanning finally killed it. The European Emperor is the European Emperor. A lot of stuff exploded. Shin Tongtong opened her eyes wide again. Yi Wanning smiled slightly. "You'll get used to it in the future. It's just a normal situation." Wang Li swept his hand and put all the things into his personal space. Most of them were still various supplies, and then there were a few weapons. Wang Li gave the boss crystal core to Yi Wanning. "You discovered this elite mutant beast, so this reward is for you." "Really give it to me?" Yi Wanning was inexplicably surprised. She knew very well how precious this thing was, but she never thought that she also had one. This boss crystal core is certainly not used for cultivation. If used for cultivation, one can gain 10 points of cultivation, but Yi Wanning does not lack this little bit of cultivation now. What she wants to do most is to expand her storage ring. 1 cubic meter of space is indeed a bit too small. "Brotherly, can I use it to expand the space of my storage ring?" "Of course," Wang Li replied. "Thank you." Yi Wanning hugged Wang Li and kissed him a little excitedly, then expanded her storage ring to 2 cubic meters. The storage space suddenly doubled in size. She was very happy and put her weapons in and took them out like a child. Shin Tongtong is like a curious baby. Finally, he couldn't help but ask in amazement, Sister Wan Ning, how did you do it? Where is your weapon? Yu Wanning smiled. We once killed a mutant beast and got a storage ring. There is a space inside for storing things. Of course, my weapon is placed in this space. When I want to use it, I just think about it, and it appears in my hand. Hearing this, Shen Tongtong really wanted such a ring. But she knew that such things must be very precious and could not be obtained just by wanting them. Wang Li waved his hand and said, let's go, get in the car, and we'll go kill the boss again. There were 3 people in a car, and Yu Wanning was still driving. Shen Tongtong used a compound bow to kill the mutant beast that was chasing after the car. Cultivation +1. Cultivation +1. Cultivation +2. One advantage of having a low level of cultivation is that it is relatively simple to improve. There are relatively few mutant beasts of levels 8 and 9, but there are many mutant beasts of levels 3 and 4. By noon, the 3 had killed several elite bosses and obtained a large number of items. One of the bosses even dropped a book on healing. This is the 4th healing book that Wang Li owns. It is difficult for others to get even one, but Wang Li already has 4 books. In addition, he has several other skill books. The most common one is Heavy Attack, and he already has more than 10 copies. Let's go to the next boss. The 3 of them got in the car and headed for the next destination without stopping. Shen Tongtong stood on the car, holding a compound bow and still shooting the mutant beasts that were chasing her one by one. Suddenly, she shouted excitedly. That's awesome. I'm already level 4. When I went out in the morning, I was only level 2.5. It hasn't been long since then, and my cultivation level has reached level 4. It's different when I have a big boss to guide me. Wang Li's eyes fell on the mutant beast that was shot. It seemed to have something, so he waved his hand quickly. Wan Ning, stop the car. Something is missing. Wang Li has high attributes and good eyesight, and he can see clearly even from a distance of 100 meters. After the mutant beast was shot, a light purple card appeared. Purple card. It actually exploded from a small level 4 mutant beast. This luck is incredible. Purple cards appear, and they are usually good things. Before the car came to a complete stop, Wang Li jumped out swiftly and ran towards the purple card. Chapter 72 Find a Place to Rest. Yu Wanning stopped the car and looked over there. Suddenly, there was a look of surprise on his face. Tongdong, you are extremely lucky. The mutant beast you just shot turned out to be a purple card. Purple card? Shen Tongdong didn't understand one thing. Her knowledge in this area was far inferior to Yu Wanning's, so she asked, Sister Wanning, is the purple card more advanced? Yes, cards that emit purple light are more advanced and can often reveal some high-level items or rare items. While the two were talking for a few words, Wang Li had already taken the card back. Tong Tong, how about I materialize it? Well, Brother Wang, come here. Wang Li showed the card in front of the two people's masks, and then looked surprised. Wow, it's actually a storage ring. In her hand was an exquisite ring, very beautiful, the same one that Yu Wanning had originally owned. Name, storage ring, rare. Space, 1 cubic meter. Note, you can use Boss Crystal Core to increase the space. The higher the level of Boss Crystal Core, the larger the space will be. Storage rings are rare items that are hard to come by, and many awakened people can only dream of getting them. This thing is extremely precious. But this is only for other awakened people. For Wang Li, it has little appeal as his own personal space is several thousand cubic meters. After thinking for a while, Wang Li said, Tong Tong, this ring was found by you, so it's yours. Shen Tongdong felt like she was dreaming. 2 hours ago, she was still very curious about Yu Wanning's storage ring, and even thought with envy, it would be great if I also had such a ring. Brother Wang, are you really giving it to me? Wang Li said affirmatively, of course, it was dropped by the mutant beast you just killed. Of course I'll give it to you. Shen Tongtong happily took it, put it on her finger, and took the initiative to say, Brother Wang, Sister Wan Ning, and I will reward you well tonight. Yu Wanning blushed slightly. Don't drag me into this, you damn girl. It doesn't matter if it's one person, but it's another matter if there are 2 people together. Yu Wanning feels it's too embarrassing. Wang Lizha laughed and waved his hand, saying, okay, it's settled. The 3 of us will sleep together tonight. Yu Wanning's face turned even redder, and she quickly changed the subject. Sit tight, I'm going to drive, and the speed is very fast. The car started and moved forward, and the speed was indeed very fast. After killing another first-level boss, Wang Li suggested, see that building in front? Let's go there to rest and eat something. It's already 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I have killed several first-level bosses in succession. It's really time to find a place to rest for a while. Because the world has become bigger, with an area about 100 times larger, the city's originally densely packed buildings have become sparse, with many buildings being hundreds or even thousands of meters apart. This place no longer looks like a bustling modern city, but rather like a huge wilderness, with wild grass nearly 1 meter high and towering trees that require several people to hug. Sparse trees and tall grass. It's a bit like the endless African savanna, but it's not as hot, not as dry, and there are more sparsely populated buildings. The area ahead should have been a high-end residential area, with each building having at least 2 or 3 floors, and the tallest being no more than 4 or 5 floors. Each building is quite far apart, at least 200 or 300 meters. It can be seen that the buildings in this community were originally separated by a distance of several dozen meters. The SUV drove to a 4-story building, which was a duplex villa. Each villa had 2 floors, and a total of 4 villas were built together. There were dark bloodstains that had already dried at the door. The door was broken and open, and the inside was in a dilapidated state. It was obvious that no one was there. It has been so many days since the end of the world began, and 9 out of 10 houses are empty. It is rare to see people inside a house. Wang Li waved his hand and said, "Let's go up to the 2nd floor." The 2 villas on the 1st floor are in serious damage and are definitely not a good place to rest. The situation on the 2nd floor was much better. Both villas looked intact and the doors were closed. Yuaning pushed the door of one of the villas and said in surprise, "Brotherly, the door has been locked from the inside." The door is locked from the inside, which means there is someone inside. This is a bit unexpected. I didn't expect that there would be people hiding at home with the door closed. Wang Li waved his hand and said, "Since there are people here, we won't disturb them. Let's go to another set. We will leave after a rest anyway." Although the door of the other villa was closed, it opened easily when pushed and was not locked. The inside was also relatively tidy, without any mess or bloodstains or broken limbs. This villa is the same, with 2 floors in total, occupying the 3rd and 4th floors of this 4-story building, and each floor has an area of more than 200 square meters. If this happened before the end of the world, it would have been a mansion worth tens of millions. But now it is deserted, with no one in it. The 3 of them took a rough check and found that there was indeed no one inside and no food. Even the refrigerator was clean. Apparently someone had been here and taken away all the edible things. The 3 of them sat down on the sofa in the living room. They were too lazy to lock the door of the villa. They just left it ajar, leaving a gap. I spent the whole morning killing mutant beasts, including several first-level bosses. The harvest was huge. Now I want to reward myself. Wang Li took out a lot of things from his personal space. All of them were things that exploded from elite mutant beasts. He looked down upon the things that exploded from ordinary mutant beasts. A delicious steamed anchovy. A delicious abalone. A large lobster. 1 steamed hairy crab. 3 big bowls of fragrant rice, a bottle of 30-year-old rice wine, and a bottle of high-quality juice. All of them were things from a first-level boss. Their quality was obviously a level higher than those from ordinary mutant beasts. As soon as the things were taken out and placed on the table, the tempting aroma drifted outside the villa. Shin Tongtong said in surprise, "Brother, with so many things, we are too extravagant." Wang Li said proudly, "It's okay. We have so much food that we can't even finish it all." Killing so many elite mutant beasts every day, Wang Li's personal space is filled with a mountain of supplies that he cannot finish eating. Many people simply cannot get enough to eat and are hungry. Wang Li and the other 2 were enjoying a top-notch luxurious meal. It tastes better than anything a 5-star chef would have made before the apocalypse, and if you're not careful, you might even eat your tongue. Shin Tongtong even exclaimed that it was delicious and satisfying. Of course, she did not forget her identity and would pick up food for Wang Li from time to time. She even peeled a hairy crab and put the crab roe into Wang Li's mouth. There is indeed someone in the villa opposite. And there were not just one person, but several people, both men and women, adults and children. They had been hungry for several days and had eaten all their food. So far today, everyone had only drunk a little water. Chapter 73, Former Brothers. Wang Li and the other 2 began to enjoy their meal happily. Even before the end of the world, 90 of people could not afford such a feast, let alone in the end of the world. If other people saw this, they would probably become jealous and drool instantly. The tempting aroma wafts from far away. People living in the villa opposite smelled it. There are quite a few people in this villa, men and women, young and old, about a dozen people in total, and several men among them are obviously awakened ones. A young man was lying on the sofa. He didn't look well and seemed to be injured, and his injury didn't look light. 2 days ago, they quietly left the villa, wanting to find some food and hunt some mutant beasts. Unfortunately, bad luck. Not long after they went out, they encountered a level 3 mutant beast. Although several people worked together to kill the mutant beast, the leading man Su Lin was injured. The leader was injured, so naturally he couldn't go out to look for food. After they came back, Su Lin lay down to recuperate. Due to lack of food and drink, the injury not only did not recover, but became more serious. "Brother Su, why don't we go out and give it a try? I haven't had a sip of water today." Su Lin was very conflicted, because except for himself who was a level 2 awakener, the others were all level 1. Also, apart from the grade 0 level 2 weapon in his hand, they didn't even have a decent weapon. Xiaowu, but just when I was wondering whether to agree or disagree with him going out, someone sniffed and said in surprise, "Do you smell it? It smells so good." Su Lin said, "It should be floating over from the villa opposite. There was a noise outside just now. Someone must have come into that villa." Xiaowu's eyes lit up and he reminded, "Brother Su, it looks like they should have a lot of food. Why don't we go get some?" Su Lin shook his head. "Other people's things belong to them. Why should I give them to you?" He knew only too well how precious food and drink were. "Without food or water, I can only wait to die. As long as you have food to eat, you can survive. Every bite of food is a life-saving thing." A middle-aged man nearby said, "I'll go get it. If they don't give it to me, I'll kill them." After saying that, he raised the sharp machete in his hand. Su Lin said quickly, "Old Ma, this is definitely not okay. We can't just kill people for a bite of food." The middle-aged man said, "I don't care. I'll go to the opposite door and ask for some food." Seeing how determined he was, Su Lin stood up with difficulty, "Then I'll go with you. I hope the other party can give a little bit." Xiaowu also said, "I'll go too." The three of them arrived at the door of the villa opposite. Su Lin raised his hand to knock on the door, but the middle-aged man pushed the door open and walked in first. "My eyes light up when I see the delicious food on the table." When he saw Yuaning and Shintong again, his eyes brightened even more. There was only one man and two women on the other side, and they seemed easy to deal with. The middle-aged man felt that he had it all figured out. Without waiting for Su Lin and Xiaowu to come in, he pointed a knife at Wang Li and threatened him. "Boy, this is our villa. Get out of here quickly. Leave your food and drinks here. And these two beauties too." Wang Li was stunned. "I was just having a meal and someone broke in." The other party also threatened him with a knife. Responding, Wang Li said jokingly, "What if I say no?" The middle-aged man said, "Then you don't have to leave. Stay here, but you will stay here as a corpse." After saying that, he reached out to take the things on the table without thinking twice. Wang Li tapped his hand with the chopsticks. Such a high-strength attribute, even if it is just a tap with chopsticks, is not something that a level 1 awakener like the middle-aged man can withstand. He screamed and felt as if his hand had been broken. Su Lin finally walked in with Xiaowu's support. Seeing the middle-aged man doing this, he immediately stopped him loudly. "Old Ma, you can't do this." I'm sorry. I apologize to you on his behalf." Wang Li had his back to Su Lin. Suddenly, he felt that the voice was familiar. He turned around and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Su Lin, it's you." Su Lin was also extremely surprised and said, "Wang Li, it's you." The two know each other and are very familiar with each other. Before the end of the world, the two of them worked as security guards in the same residential complex. They got along very well and had a very good relationship. "We are good buddies." After the end of the world, Wang Li thought he would never see him again, but he didn't expect to see him here. After seeing his former brothers, Su Lin felt that his injuries had healed a lot and he became more energetic. "Wang Li, I didn't expect that we would meet." "That's great. Brother, how are you doing recently?" Wang Li pointed to the sumptuous lunch on the table and said with a relaxed look, "I'm doing fine. How about you?" "I'm fine too. I just got a minor injury the past 2 days, but I'm sure I'll be well again soon." The old friends met and had a pleasant chat. Although Su Lin was very hungry and had hardly had any water for the entire day, and there were so many delicious foods in front of him, he hardly looked at them, as if he didn't see them at all. The only thing in his eyes was his old friend Wang Li. If it were someone else, they would probably not be polite and would just sit down and eat first. Wang Li knew in his heart that Su Lin's condition was probably not good. His cracked lips showed that he hadn't had a sip of water for a long time. The middle-aged man next to him was originally covering his hands, but when he saw that Su Lin and Wang Li knew each other and seemed to have a good relationship, he sat down without hesitation and reached out to take the food. Su Lin quickly stopped him. "Old Ma, that's someone else's stuff." The middle-aged man, Lao Ma, said disapprovingly, "Isn't he your buddy? With our relationship, it's nothing for me to eat a little of your buddy's food." After saying that, he reached out and prepared to take something. Wang Li looked at him coldly. The chopsticks in his hand could hit him at any time and actually break his wrist. Feeling Wang Li's gaze and knowing that Wang Li was not someone to be trifled with, the middle-aged man withdrew his hand unhappily. "How stingy. You have so much food that 3 people can't even finish it all. What's wrong with eating a little of your food?" Wang Li warned. "Get out. I don't want to see you." The middle-aged man felt that Wang Li was Su Lin's buddy, so he didn't dare to do anything for Su Lin's sake, and he was no longer afraid. "TSK, this is not your villa. Why should I leave?" Su Lin looked apologetic. "Wang Li, I'm sorry. I didn't expect him to be like this." Then he said to the middle-aged man, "Lao Ma, why don't you go back to the other side instead of staying here?" The middle-aged man said loudly, "Why? You guys are eating here later. and I'm starving in the villa opposite. You don't even have to think about it. Su Lin's face gradually darkened. In fact, he and Lao Ma are not very familiar with each other. They are all awakened people. They have formed a temporary team and survived together. They have only known each other for a few days. Lao Ma, I'm the captain. We agreed on this when we formed the team. Everything depends on me. The young man Xiao Wu also said, yes, Brother Su is the captain, and everything must be done according to Brother Su's orders. Thanks to Xiao Wu, a staunch supporter, Su Lin is able to secure his position as captain. The middle-aged man looked at Su Lin, then at Xiao Wu, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He decided that if he had the chance, he would kill Su Lin and Xiao Wu. Then, he left very unhappily and went to the villa opposite. However, within 2 minutes, several people came over from the villa opposite. Among them was a middle-aged woman in her 50s, who was fat and had a fierce look on her face. She walked in front. As soon as he came over, he started shouting loudly. Chapter 74. Killing is a must. As soon as the fat woman came in, she shouted in a loud voice, "We are almost starving to death. You have so much food, why don't you give us food?" When she saw what was on the table, she swallowed her saliva and walked over. He was not polite at all and just reached out to take it. Wang Li looked at her coldly. Seeing that she dared to take his things, he didn't show any courtesy at all and broke her wrist with a chopstick. The fat woman howled like a pig being slaughtered. "Murder! Murder! Come on, murder!" She rolled around on the ground. The middle-aged man, Lao Ma, followed the fat woman in, with a fierce look on his face. "Fuck you! You hit my wife!" Wang Li was stunned. This is his wife. This taste is not ordinary strong. This fat woman weighs at least 200 pounds and is a dozen years older than the middle-aged man. I thought she was his mother, but it turned out she was his wife. After so many times, Wang Li was already very angry. Originally, he just wanted to have a meal here, take a short rest, and then set off, so he endured it again and had no intention of killing at all. Now it seems that we have no choice but to kill people. Judging from the fact that the other party was also an awakened one, he did not take out the shotgun that had killed people several times, but instead took out a level 0 crossbow. Of course I could take out the golden-backed machete and chop him to pieces, but that would be too bloody and I haven't finished my lunch yet. He took out a crossbow and pointed it directly at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was startled when he saw that this crossbow was no ordinary item, but he quickly recovered and even laughed. "Shoot me if you dare. Little guy, do you dare?" Su Lin immediately scolded, "Old Ma, shut up and get out." The middle-aged man, Lao Ma, became very arrogant. He didn't even bother to look at Su Lin. He looked down on Wang Li and said, "Shoot me if you dare. If you don't dare to shoot, what are you holding with a crossbow?" He hadn't finished speaking yet. A crossbow arrow shot over with a whoosh and hit his head accurately. The hard head was like a watermelon in front of the crossbow arrow. It seemed to have no hardness at all, and almost the entire crossbow arrow penetrated into it. The middle-aged man fell straight down. He couldn't believe that Wang Li really dared to kill him. Quiet. The entire villa hall was quiet. After several seconds, the fat woman who was rolling on the ground screamed again, "Murder! Someone murder!" Wang Li aimed his crossbow at her and killed her with one arrow. Now it's really quiet. After killing the two men, Wang Li put away the crossbow and asked, "Old Su, I killed them both. You don't have any objections, right?" "I have no objection," Su Lin said. "They deserve to be killed. They asked for it." After he finished speaking, Su Lin waved his hand and said, "Xiao Wu, drag them both out and throw them outside." Xiao Wu waved his hand and called a few people without saying a word, and they threw the two bodies down from the second floor. It can be seen that the middle-aged man is not popular with others. People threw their bodies away like garbage. After the bodies were thrown away, Su Lin took the initiative to say, "Wang Li, I won't disturb you guys while you're having dinner. I live across the street. Come sit with me later." His three outlooks are very positive. Even though he was extremely hungry and thirsty, he never asked for even a little food or drink. Wang Li nodded. "Okay, I'll come over later. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's chat." I saw that the others were a little reluctant to leave, especially some of them whose eyes were so attracted by the things on the table that they couldn't move at all. Su Lin waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Go back. Don't disturb others' meal." Those people swallowed their saliva and reluctantly returned to the villa opposite. Seeing that they had all left, Wang Li waved and said, "It's finally quiet. Let's eat." It took 20 or 30 minutes to finish the meal. Needless to say, the taste is amazing. Even the meals in those top 5-star hotels are not as good as this one. Shin Tong Tong touched her stomach and said, "I ate too much. I feel a little bloated." Yi Wanning was almost done, having eaten her fill. Seeing that there were still some things left, She reminded him. Brother Wang, what should we do with the remaining things? Are we throwing them all away? Wang Li waved his hand and said, no need, just put it here. The people over there are so hungry that their eyes are green. Let them get away with it. Come on, sit with me across the street and chat with my brother. Wang Li had a very good impression of Su Lin. Once he was short of money and urgently needed 3,000 yuan, Su Lin lent it to him without saying a word. I will always remember this favor in my heart. Judging from his performance just now, even in the end times, his three outlooks are still very positive, without the slightest distortion. Such a person can give him a hand. If Su Lin had shown even a little greed just now, Wang Li would not have gone over, but would have left after finishing his meal. Seeing that Wang Li really came over, Su Lin was very enthusiastic and struggled to get up from the sofa. But his injuries were not light, and he was grimacing in pain. Wang Li had already noticed his injuries, but he still asked, brother, you are seriously injured. Alas. Su Lin sighed softly. The day before yesterday, we went out to look for food and encountered a level 3 mutant beast. In order to save Lao Ma, I was injured. Wang Li thought for a moment and took out a bottle of mineral water from his personal space. Here is this for you. It exploded from the mutant beast. Drinking a few sips will be very helpful for your recovery. Maybe you will be full of life tomorrow. Su Lin actually didn't take the mineral water. Wang Li, this thing is too precious. I can't take it. They formed a team and killed quite a few mutant beasts these days, at least hundreds of them, and only lost a bottle of ordinary mineral water. This bottle is obviously of higher quality, and therefore more precious. Wang Li looked at Su Lin with higher regard again. Even though he was so injured, he still declined the bottle of mineral water. It's okay, take it and drink it. I have a lot of this kind of mineral water. Wang Li said. After hesitating for a while, Su Lin took the bottle of water, opened the lid, and took a sip, then screwed the lid back on. Wang Li, I owe you a favor. When I get better, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Wang Li said, you're too polite. We are brothers. We just had a meal, and there is a lot of food left. It would be a waste if we throw it away. If you are interested, you can bring it over and share it. Hearing this, the others' eyes lit up. Some people even swallowed quietly. Even though it was just leftovers, they hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days and their stomachs were already starving. Su Lin thanked him again, then waved his hand and said, Xiao Wu, take 2 people to bring the things over and share them with everyone. Xiao Wu ran over happily, quickly took all the things and started distributing them to everyone. Each person got a little bit, and after getting the food, they wolfed it down and finished it in just a few bites. A scene that surprised Wang Li also happened. A young woman suddenly knelt down in front of Wang Li. Chapter 75 Lu Ruowei. This is a young woman. She looked to be about 26 or 27 years old, holding a little girl about 2 years old in her arms. With a plop, she knelt in front of Wang Li. What is going on? Wang Li looked at her with confusion on his face. Hey, so beautiful. I didn't pay attention to her just now, but now I look carefully and find that this young woman is very beautiful, almost on the same level as Shen Tongtong, and only slightly less beautiful than Yuaning. Perhaps because of the 2 sips of mineral water, Su Lin's spirit and complexion were much better. Seeing Lu Ruowei kneeling on the ground, he hurriedly asked, Lu Ruowei, what happened to you? Lu Ruowei almost kowtowed and said with gratitude, Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us food. Thank you. Her daughter has been hungry for 2 or 3 days, and today she has not had a drop of water. She is obviously becoming more and more listless. She was crying in the morning, but now she doesn't even have the energy to cry. If this continues, her daughter will die in a day or 2. She knew this very well and felt anxious and sad. But there is nothing we can do. She was originally the human resources manager of a large company, graduated from a prestigious university, and had a good husband. After entering the apocalypse, her husband was eaten by mutant beasts, leaving only her and her daughter. Fortunately, she met Su Lin and his friends who rescued her and have been taking care of her ever since. These days, she increasingly felt how important a bite to eat was. Just 2 days ago, the middle-aged man surnamed Ma told her privately that if she could make him happy, he would give her a pack of instant noodles. But she would never do such a thing even if she starved to death. She had been in despair, but now she had something to eat. After her daughter drank 2 sips of milk, her spirits were obviously improving. Although it's not much, just 2 sips of milk and a little food, it can save lives. In her eyes, Wang Li is her lifesaver. So, he knelt down and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Wang Li looked at her admiringly. There were so many people sharing a little bit of food, but they all wolfed it down. No one expressed gratitude, not even a single word of thanks. This woman was different. She actually knelt on the ground and kept thanking me. Wang Li said, It's nothing. It's just some leftovers. Your name is Lu Ruowei, right? What did you do in the past? Lu Ruowei replied, I used to be the human resources director of a large company. This is an outstanding talent, perhaps a graduate from a prestigious university and has rich management experience, which is exactly what I need. The population of your own village is growing. In addition to the awakened ones, there will also be a large number of ordinary survivors. These survivors need someone to manage them, such as Lu Ruowei, who has management experience and a positive outlook on life, would be very suitable. Wang Li said, Lu Ruowei, from today on, you will follow us. Is this true? Lu Ruowei was extremely surprised. Yi Wanning rolled her eyes at Wang Li, and Shun Tongtong pinched Wang Li secretly. The two girls guessed that there would probably be another sister. They both clearly misunderstood. Wang Li was not attracted by her body or her beauty, but he thought this woman had a very positive outlook. Wang Li knew that the two women had misunderstood, but it was inconvenient to explain with so many people around, so he just looked at them speechlessly. As for Lu Ruowei, she was surprised for a moment, but after she realized what was happening, she kowtowed again to express her gratitude. Wang Li quickly supported her and said, no need to kowtow. Just help me do my job well in the future. To be honest, I have built a large survivor camp at the location of the original Platinum Palace Villa area. It is very safe there, and drinking water is guaranteed every day. If you help with the work in the camp, food is also guaranteed every day. When you get there, help me manage those ordinary survivors. Oh my God, there is actually a large survivor camp. This is what they dream of. They have been living in fear these days, especially at night, and they don't want to live like this anymore. Lu Ruowei was a little excited. Boss, no problem. I will do my best to manage the business. As long as my mother and I have something to eat, that's enough. Of course, there's no problem with eating. Let's put it this way. We'll come pick you up around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Of course, he would go and kill those elite mutant beasts first, and then come over, instead of bringing Lu Ruowei and her daughter with him. If you have secrets, the fewer people who know about them, the better. In addition, Lu Ruowei is just an ordinary person. It is not known whether she is unable to awaken or because she did not awaken because she did not kill the mutant beast. After that, Wang Li said to Su Lin, Old Su, there are several awakened people in your team. If you want to go to my camp, get a car first and wait for me here, and then we can go together. From this location, it is not far, nor is it close, only several dozen kilometers. If there are several awakened people forming a team, be careful and it won't be a big problem. But there are definitely risks. Su Lin is a nice person. Wang Li did not let him take risks, but asked him to get a car and wait here. Thank you, Lao Wang. Su Lin first expressed his gratitude, and then said, including me, there are 5 awakeners in total. I am level 2, and they are all level 1. Everything is up to you. We will wait for you to come back here. As for getting a car, that's easy. There are unowned cars everywhere. Wang Li nodded, looked at the ordinary survivors, and shook his head slightly. They ate my food without even a word of thanks, as if it was their right. That's too bad. I won't take them to my camp and let them fend for themselves here. After chatting for a while, Wang Li waved his hand and said, we have something to do, so we'll leave first and come back in a few hours. Remember, get the car ready first. Okay, we'll wait for you. Su Lin sent Wang Li and the other two to the door. After leaving the big villa, Wang Li took out the Mengshi off-road vehicle, and Yi Wanning was still driving to the location of the next first-level elite mutant beast. In more than an hour, the 3 of them had killed 3 first-level elite mutant beasts, and there was only 1 left. Wang Li took out the map and looked at it. The distance was not far, only a dozen kilometers, and they would arrive soon. The off-road vehicle started at a relatively fast speed. The road was more than 100 meters, or even 200 or 300 meters wide, giving people a feeling of being able to fly freely in the sky and fish swim freely in the sea. Shin Tongtong was still standing on the car, holding her compound bow, shooting arrows at the mutant beasts that were chasing her from behind. Her movements became more and more skillful, and her accuracy improved. At a distance of dozens of meters, you can usually shoot the target in the head with 1 arrow, and it is unlikely to miss. The distance of more than 10 kilometers was reached in no time, and the 3 of them had already seen the huge mutant beast in front of them. It looks bigger than the average first-level elite boss. This is a mutant giant dog, more than 10 meters tall. It is a behemoth that can give off a distinct pressure from over 300 meters away. Wang Li said, as usual, you guys wait in the car, I'll go over first. After saying that, he took the golden-backed machete and trotted towards the huge monster. When he got in front of the mutant beast, he chopped it on the head with the machete. This knife hit hard. After 1 cut, Wang Li felt something was wrong. No, that's obviously not right. Chapter 76 Flying Wings. Something's wrong. It doesn't feel like killing a first-level boss at all. With his strength attribute of 92 and a level 6 gold-backed machete, a heavy blow from him is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. But it's not like that. The knife seemed to be cut on stone, giving people a feeling of incomparable hardness. The huge force rebounded, and even the palm of hand felt a little numb. This hardness is incredible. This is not a first-level boss at all. It must be a second-level one. No, even if it is a second-level boss, it is not that hard. It is most likely a third-level boss. Thinking that it might be a third-level boss, Wang Li's heart was slightly excited. This is the first time I encounter a third-level elite mutant beast. The information about this boss seems to be provided by Zhang Xinxing. After returning, I must reward him well, such as giving him another piece of equipment or a skill book. We will know whether it is a third-level boss in a moment. Without Wang Li waving his hand, Yi Wanning and Shun Tongtong trotted over. When they were still dozens of meters away, Shun Tongtong had already drawn her bow and shot an arrow, which hit the mutant beast. She was soon surprised. So big and hard. This mutant beast is over 10 meters tall as 3 or 4 floors, and it looks truly enormous. When she shot the arrow, it didn't go in completely, only a little bit. This hardness is a bit exaggerated. Although her cultivation level is not high, the compound bow in her hand is a level 1, level 2 weapon with enormous destructive power. Yi Wanning also discovered this. This mutant beast was a little exaggerated, and she used her insight spell to directly throw it over. Then I was inexplicably shocked. After a moment of hesitation, he finally reacted and ran towards Wang Li, shouting, "Brotherly, this is a level 3 elite. Name, Three-Headed Dog Elite. Level 3. Wang Li said in surprise, "Really? That's great. Let's work together to kill it, and see what good stuff comes out." The first third-level boss. The first kill of the boss will have a higher drop rate, and often produce good things. Yi Wanning was in the front, and Wang Li was behind, giving their all. The two of them did it so hard that they were almost sweating profusely. Shin Tongtong stood about 20 or 30 meters away, shooting arrow after arrow at the three-headed dog. After more than 20 minutes, Yi Wanning shouted excitedly, "Brotherly, finally only a little blood is left." Wang Li waved his hand and said, "Tongtong, stop attacking. Wan Ning will be the one to kill him in the end." Okay. Shin Tongtong was already familiar with the rules, so she stopped shooting arrows. Wang Li also switched to the worst weapon, slashing once and stopping for a few seconds to ensure that the three-headed dog was completely paralyzed. After 4 or 5 minutes, this third-level boss was killed, and a lot of things exploded, including 2 cards emitting purple light. Of course, there is also a third-level boss crystal core and a card with all attributes +3. Wang Li put all these things into his personal space, and then checked them one by one. The most numerous items are still various supplies. As expected of a third-tier boss, more than half of them are large-value supply cards. There are also about 10 equipment cards. I won't go into detail about the equipment above level 0 and level 10, but there are 2 high-level weapons. Tiger Tooth Spear, Tier 1, level 10. Panlong Golden Back Machete, Tier 2, level 5. A level 10 weapon at Stage 1 is already incredible, but a level 5 weapon at Stage 2 was unexpectedly released. It is still a golden back machete, but this one has the 2 words Panlong written on it. It looks more powerful, more refined, and more beautiful. Its level has reached level 2, level 5. With a weapon like this, it goes without saying that ordinary mutant beasts can be killed with one strike. Even a third-level boss like the one just now is extremely lethal, and you will no longer feel like you are chopping at stone. Wang Li waved the second level 5 weapon with satisfaction, and then said, "Wan Ning, do you want this first level 10 tiger tooth gun, or this discarded golden back machete of mine?" Yi Wanning said, "I don't like the long ones. I want the golden backed machete you discarded." Taking the weapon, she said happily, "Brotherly, thank you." Wang Li said jokingly, "No need to thank me, just work harder tonight." Yi Wanning blushed slightly, leaned close to Wang Li's ear, and said, "Brotherly, do you want me and Tongtong to come together so that you can drive 2 cars at the same time?" This is a good suggestion. Of course, Wang Li readily agreed. "Okay, that's great. You wish." Yi Wanning smiled and rolled her eyes at him. After the two chatted and joked for a few minutes, Wang Li continued to check the cards. There were 3 skill cards. After materialization, 2 of them are heavy hits, which is also a skill that many awakeners hope to have. Then there is a skill book that has never been seen before. Name, Fatal Blow. Description, active skill that can cause massive damage to the target, with a certain chance of instantly killing the target, but ineffective against awakened individuals and elite mutant beasts. This is a luxurious upgrade of heavy hit. Not only is the damage extremely severe, but there is also a certain chance of instant kill. Even though the instant kill is ineffective against awakened ones and elite mutant beasts, it is still a very powerful skill. If you are lucky, you can kill the mutant beast instantly. How cool is that? After checking the other cards, the only ones left were 2 cards that glowed with a faint purple light. Wang Li materialized the first purple card and was extremely surprised. The first one materialized a village level up stone, and this is the second one, the one that was played before. 2 village level upgrade stones can upgrade the village from the current level 1 to level 2. Not bad, not bad, this is good stuff. Another purple card also materialized, and then there was even more surprise. As expected, it is the first explosion of the 3rd level boss. This thing is too amazing. Name, Flying Wing. Introduction. With it, you can fly freely in the sky like a bird and go wherever you want. Wang Li would of course use such a good thing immediately. In an instant, a pair of huge black wings appeared behind him. With a thought, the pair of wings disappeared, and with another thought, they appeared again. Yi Wanning asked in amazement, "Brotherly, what is this?" Wang Li happily replied, "Flying wings, with it, I can fly." Under the astonished gazes of the 2 women, Wang Li seemed to have escaped the Earth's gravity, slowly rising up, and then gently flapped his wings, rapidly increasing in altitude. After reaching a height of about 100 meters, it flapped its wings again and flew forward at a very fast speed, flying farther and farther, and higher. With a flying wing, motorcycles and off-road vehicles are no match for it. The flying wings are not affected by the terrain and can fly wherever they want. In a short while, Wang Li flew to a height of 300 or 400 meters. Standing on a high ground, you can see all the other mountains. The view is very broad. I wanted to fly higher, but began to feel a little tired. When I flew to about 500 meters, I found it was quite difficult. After descending in altitude, I felt relaxed again. Suddenly, Wang Li's face changed. He turned around quickly, flew back quickly, landed in front of the 2 women, and waved. Let's go quickly, it's very dangerous here." Seeing Wang Li's expression as if facing a great enemy, the 2 women were puzzled. What had happened to make Wang Li look like that? Chapter 77. If you really want to follow, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Yi Wanning has known Wang Li for a long time, but she has never seen him so nervous. "Brotherly, what happened?" Wang Li waved his hand anxiously and said, "Drive quickly, let's go." Yi Wanning knew that things were not going to be simple, so she immediately started the SUV, stepped on the accelerator, and left. Wang Li said, "Don't drive this way, turn around and drive that way, fast. It's very open here." Yi Wanning made a beautiful U-turn, and then the car drove away from here at a very fast speed. At this time, Wang Li explained what was going on. Just now he flew into the air, looking down from a high place, with a wide field of vision, and could see farther. Then he saw a shocking scene. The distance was about 3 kilometers at most. There was a large black mass in front of us, densely packed with mutant beasts, at least tens of thousands of them. Many of these mutant beasts are huge in size. They are either high-level mutant beasts or elite mutant beasts. There should be both 2nd and 3rd level ones. If I were alone, I would have rushed over long ago. This is simply a chance to cultivate right at my doorstep, but since there are 3 of us, it is quite dangerous. Once the 2 women are discovered by these mutant beasts, they will probably find it difficult to escape and will lose their lives. No wonder Wang Li is so anxious. After realizing what was going on, Yi Wanning and Shun Tongtong's expressions changed drastically. "Brotherly, this is too scary. There are so many mutant beasts. What on earth is going on? Tens of thousands of mutant beasts have gathered together. Wherever they pass, there will be no grass growing. Some of the survivors' camps are in danger." Wang Li nodded and said slowly, "I suspect this is the prelude to a beast tide. It won't be long before a large-scale beast tide occurs." The off-road vehicle drove for several kilometers, completely widening the distance between them, and the 3 of them felt a little more relaxed. While driving, Yi Wanning asked, "Brotherly, what should we do next? Continue to kill elite mutant beasts, or go pick up your brother?" Wang Li said, "It's still early, and there are still 2 elite mutant beasts. Let's go kill these 2 bosses first." After killing these 2 first-level bosses and obtaining a large amount of supplies and weapons and equipment, we returned to the big villa at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Li saw 2 cars parked in front of the villa, an SUV and a truck, and couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. It can be seen that these people all want to follow him to his camp. You're dreaming. When they were eating their food at noon today, those people didn't say a word of thanks. There was only greed in their eyes. Wang Li would not take them away. I only plan to bring along a few awakened ones, including Su Lin, Xiao Wu, and Lu Ruowei and her daughter. The others should stay here. Wang Li took the two women to the second floor of the villa. Probably having heard the noise, Su Lin took the initiative to open the door. Brotherly, you are back. It can be seen that he felt much better after drinking the sweet mineral water given to him by Wang Li. The name also changed from Wang Li to Li Gu. During these few hours, his mentality changed a lot. He knew that he could no longer get along with Wang Li as brothers, but rather as a boss and a younger brother. From today on, he is a loyal follower of Wang Li. Wang Li nodded and looked at everyone's situation. There were 5 awakened people in total, including Su Lin, as well as Lu Ruowei and her daughter, and the other 7 or 8 people were ordinary survivors. These 7 or 8 ordinary survivors include both men and women. The oldest is in his 50s or 60s, and the youngest is estimated to be in his 30s. There are no children. These people ate his food at noon without a word of thanks, and there was only greed in their eyes. He would not accept people like this. Wang Li said, "Let's go now, but I only want the awakened, and Lu Ruowei and her daughter." What? The 7 or 8 people were stunned for a moment, and then went crazy. The leader was a woman in her 50s. She stood on the moral high ground and shouted, "No, you must take everyone here away without leaving a single one behind. With great power comes great responsibility. You are all awakened, so you have an obligation to ensure our safety." Yes, we want to go together too. Wang Li was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and waved his hand. Su Lin, Lu Ruowei, let's go. Hearing this, Su Lin, Xiao Wu and several other awakened ones hurriedly followed, and Lu Ruowei also followed holding her 2-year-old daughter. The group left the villa and went downstairs. The 7 or 8 ordinary survivors followed him downstairs without hesitation. Su Lin's face was a little ugly, and he scolded, "We have protected you for so many days, and you even risked your life to go out and look for things. From now on, you must rely on yourselves. Don't follow us." It was the same woman in her 50s who shouted sternly, "Su Lin, you want to abandon us? No way. We will go wherever you go." Someone echoed, "You are so heartless. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" In an instant, Su Lin's face turned cold. Thinking about these days, I realized that I have been too saintly. I risked my life to protect them and shared with them the supplies I had worked so hard to find from outside, but in the end, I haven't even said a word of thanks. Not only was there no word of thanks, but he also cursed himself for retribution. Wang Li didn't say anything. It was impossible to reason with these people, so he just ignored them. "You want to follow us, right? The mutant beasts will eat all of you soon. Get in the car." Wang Li waved his hand and got on the back seat of the military off-road vehicle. Seeing Lu Ruowei holding the child and looking at her at a loss, he reminded her, "Lu Ruowei, you should sit in the passenger seat. It's spacious and can accommodate a child." Lu Ruowei's face was full of gratitude, and she kept saying thank you. Yi Wanning was driving. Wang Li and Shun Tongtong were sitting in the back seat, and following behind was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUV that Su Lin and his team had brought back in the afternoon. Following at the end was the truck, with several people sitting in the cab and several people sitting in the carriage. Seeing that the truck was about to follow behind, Wang Li finally reminded, "Are you sure you want to follow us? Don't talk nonsense. Don't try to abandon us. Save people to the utmost. You can't just stand by and watch them die." Seeing that they were determined to follow, Wang Li said coldly, "Since you want to follow, you will bear the consequences at your own risk." After saying that, Wang Li said, "Wan Ning, drive, let's go." The Mengsher SUV was driving in the front, followed by the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and the truck was at the end. It was fine at the beginning, but after driving for 2 or 3 minutes, something went wrong. The 3 cars made quite a lot of noise when driving, which alarmed some mutant beasts nearby, and they chased after them. More and more mutant beasts were chasing after the car. From 1 or 2 to 4 or 5 now. It seems the number will continue to increase. Su Lin and the others became a little worried. They could see that these mutant beasts were mostly level 2 or 3, and the lower level ones were all shaken off by the speed of the car. The mutant beasts of levels 2 and 3 ran faster, and not only were they not left behind, they were gradually catching up, getting closer and closer. Xiao Wu also saw this situation and said nervously, "Brother Su, there are so many mutant beasts chasing us. What should we do?" Su Lin looked at the rearview mirror worriedly, without saying anything. He just hoped that Wang Li could find a solution, otherwise the situation would be dangerous. Sudden, an arrow shot from the front and accurately hit the head of one of the mutant beasts. The mutant beast, which was originally chasing hard, fell to the ground, then quickly turned transparent and disappeared. This is a 1-arrow kill. When Xiao Wu and the others saw this scene, they were so shocked that they couldn't recover for a long time. Chapter 78: Great Changes in the Village. Whoosh! Another arrow accurately hit the head of a mutant beast, still killing it instantly. Shin Tongtong's cultivation level has reached level 4. Her attributes are a little stronger, and she has learned 2 skills, heavy attack and basic archery. In his hand was a level 2 compound bow of stage 1. Even without using the heavy attack skill and just shooting straight ahead, level 2 and 3 mutant beasts could basically be killed instantly with 1 arrow. Kill a mutant beast with 1 arrow. This is so addictive. But she is not stupid. She is very smart and will not kill all the mutant beasts chasing her, because she knows that Brother Wong does not like the people in the truck. He stopped after killing only 2 or 3 mutant beasts. Within a few minutes, more mutant beasts appeared behind him, at least 6 or 7. One of the mutant beasts was obviously much faster, and it came from behind and approached quickly. It should be a level 4 or 5 mutant beast. The people on the truck were also panicked when they saw the mutant beasts chasing them from behind. But they soon felt relaxed because Shin Tongtong killed several mutant beasts with 1 arrow. Seeing so many mutant beasts behind them, and one of them approaching rapidly, the people in the truck became frightened again. Especially the old lady, who kept shouting and asking Shin Tongtong to kill the mutant beast quickly. Only, Shin Tongtong acted as if she didn't hear anything and had no intention of shooting the arrow at all. Why should I save you? I told you a long time ago that you would bear the consequences at your own risk, but you didn't listen. I'm sorry, I have no obligation to save you. This was indeed a level 4 mutant beast. It was extremely fast and approached in the blink of an eye. When it was still more than 10 meters away from the truck, it kicked its hind legs and jumped onto the truck's bed. Screams were heard. Some people even jumped off the truck to escape in panic. How can he escape? There are mutant beasts everywhere. Even if he jumps out of the car, he will soon be eaten by other mutant beasts that catch up from behind. The Mengshire off-road vehicle and the G-Class quickly drove away, and the fate of the people in the truck could be imagined. There is only one result, and that is total annihilation. Dozens of kilometers, it took less than an hour to get there. The happiest person was Shin Tongtong. She shot and killed mutant beasts along the way, and her cultivation level reached over level 5. However, after level 5, the speed slowed down significantly, because there were far fewer mutant beasts at level 5 and above, and only 1 or 2 were encountered occasionally. Ahead is the village. From a distance, Su Lin, Xiao Wu and others in the car saw a shocking scene. The majestic city wall was in sight, getting closer and closer, and the visual impact was almost overwhelming. The 30-meter-high reinforced concrete wall stretches as far as the eye can see. They said they had never seen such a majestic building in their lives. 2 cars drove in from the city gate, one after the other, and did not stop until they reached the gate of the village committee. Until this moment, Su Lin and the others had not yet recovered from their extreme shock. They had always thought that the camp Wang Li was talking about should be very small, perhaps consisting of a few buildings surrounded by a simple wall. Who knew it would be so shocking? 30-meter-high reinforced concrete wall. I just want to ask you whether you are shocked or not, and whether it is awesome or not. It was not until Wang Li got out of the car and knocked on the door that Su Lin and others gradually came to their senses, opened the door, and got out. Brotherly, this is too awesome. Su Lin looked at the high reinforced concrete walls around him and the several luxurious villas inside, and he felt really excited. Wang Li said, "From today on, you are all members of this place. Come, I will take you to join the village and become a villager here. After the awakened ones become villagers here, they can never betray unless they are expelled by Wang Li." In addition, Wang Li can also see their loyalty. Including Su Lin, 5 awakened people joined one by one and became villagers. Wang Li also discovered that during the day he was away, there were many more people in the village, and the number of awakened people had reached more than 600. The number of ordinary survivors is not known yet, but it is estimated that there are at least 1 or 2,000. The bigger the scale, the more people there are. In the city of Jiancheng, I should be the largest force. At this rate of development, the number of villagers will reach the maximum limit of 1,000 in 2 days at most. The first level village is also a primary village, with a maximum number of villagers of 1,000. Of course, the number of ordinary survivors can be thousands or even tens of thousands. Fortunately, I got another village level upgrade stone. Now I have 2 upgrade stones in total, which can upgrade the village by 1 level to become a level 2 village, which is a mid-level village. With his understanding and research on villages, Wang Li knew that there are 3 levels of villages, namely level 1, level 2, and level 3, corresponding to primary, intermediate, and advanced villages. To upgrade from beginner to intermediate level, 2 upgrade stones are required. To upgrade from intermediate to advanced level, 5 upgrade stones are required. Above the advanced villages are towns, which are larger, more functional, and larger in area. Now that the upgrade conditions for the village have been met, what are you waiting for? Let's upgrade it quickly. Wang Li wants to see what it will look like after the upgrade. Probably because he heard that Wang Li had returned, Sun Delong trotted over here. Boss, you're back. Yeah, I just came back not long ago. Wang Li nodded, then waved. Lu Ruowei, come here. Wang Li introduced, old son, this is Lu Ruowei, a top student with rich management experience. From today on, you will lead her and help you manage the ordinary survivors. That's great. I'm just short of manpower. Sun Delong was very happy. There are more and more people in the village, and there are many more affairs to deal with. He is very busy and needs help. Wang Li continued, there are more and more people here. I just happened to get 2 upgrade stones that can upgrade the village to the intermediate level. You clear out all the people in the village. I want to upgrade. Okay. Sun Delong agreed happily and started to clear out the people immediately. He was a little excited and really wanted to see what the village would look like after the upgrade. Everyone get out. Get out. The boss needs to do something. There were originally many people in the village committee, but after hearing the shouting, they all retreated and became curious. Why did the boss ask everyone to go out for no reason? Brother Lu, the boss is going to do something big. Well, I heard that the village is going to be upgraded. Everyone, stand further away and don't hinder the boss from upgrading. Oh my god. The village can also be upgraded. The current area is as large as 1,500 acres, or 1 square kilometer. It is surrounded by a majestic 30-meter-high reinforced concrete wall, a 10,000 cubic meter warehouse for storing various materials, and a village office. What will it look like after the upgrade? After hearing the news, everyone was very curious. Chapter 79. Go out and have a look at night. The news spread quickly. The whole camp became lively in an instant. Even the ordinary survivors who were building houses and cultivating land stopped and looked around curiously. Inside the village chief's office, Wang Li now had 2 upgrade stones, meeting the upgrade requirements for the village, and a virtual screen appeared in front of him. This is a map centered on the village with a large, eye-catching red, nearly square frame on it. This large red frame represents the current 30-meter-high concrete wall. Then, outside this circle of red boxes, there is a much larger area and a circle of red dotted boxes, which represents the location of the wall after the upgrade. The range is so large. The initial village area of 1 square kilometer was considered large enough, but after upgrading, the area reached 10 square kilometers. The entire Platinum Palace Villa area is almost within the city walls. Originally, there were only a few villas within the city walls. After the upgrade, the number of villas within the walls has reached more than 30. The dotted red frame has been slightly moved and modified. While the area remains unchanged at 10 square kilometers, there is one chance to modify and move the city wall before upgrading. After a slight move and modification, the positions of the front and rear city gates were determined. Wang Li clicked OK, and then a shocking scene appeared. The 30-meter-high city wall disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant, and then the village committee became bigger and more luxurious, and the warehouse also became bigger. The original capacity was 10,000 cubic meters, but now it has become 100,000 cubic meters. The reinforced concrete wall suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. After a full 1 or 2 minutes, there was no sign of its recovery. Everyone was almost shocked. Where is our city wall? Where has it gone? It's over. Without this tall and majestic reinforced concrete wall, we are doomed. What should we do if the mutant beasts come? Just when everyone was in chaos, Wang Li walked out of the village office. When he heard what everyone was saying, he couldn't help but smile happily. He said loudly, our reinforced concrete walls have not disappeared. Because the area has increased, the walls have moved further out and are out of everyone's sight. Really? Many people ran forward in surprise, but after running a few hundred meters, they stopped and stared blankly ahead, as if they had been acupunctured. Oh my god! Everyone was stunned. A few hundred meters ahead, a tall reinforced concrete wall rose from the ground, taller and more majestic than before. Given the huge visual impact, it is normal for everyone to react like this. The current city wall is 50 meters high, 40 meters wide at the bottom and 30 meters wide at the top. Everyone said they had never seen such a high and thick reinforced concrete wall in their lifetime. The whole camp cheered. Sun Delong even directed people to light several blazing bonfires in open areas, and 1,000 or 2,000 people sang and danced around the bonfires. After entering the end of the world, There is a lack of entertainment activities, and it is rare for people to have such a party. Sundalong was obviously a little excited. Boss, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have believed that our camp could become so huge. This area must be at least several square kilometers. Wang Li replied. After the upgrade, we are now a mid-level village with an area of 10 square kilometers, and the height of the city wall has reached 50 meters. A majestic 50-meter high reinforced concrete wall. This damn sense of security is maxed out. Sundalong said, Boss, I want to recruit more people to bring our population here to thousands, or even tens of thousands. Wang Li had no objection to this. There is strength in numbers, and having a powerful force under your control is definitely a good thing in this doomsday. As for food and drink, he didn't have to worry about that at all. Sundalong, Lu Ruowei and others are responsible for everything. Lao Sun and his friends will organize everyone to reclaim wasteland and plant crops such as potatoes, wheat, and so on. The 1,000 kilograms of wheat seeds that were exposed last time have been given to Sundalong, and a large amount of wheat can be harvested in a few days. The two chatted about future development for a while. Then Wang Li returned to his big villa number 1, while Sundalong continued to party with everyone. Shin Tongtong has already prepared a sumptuous dinner. The three of them had dinner together and watched some daily life movies on the sofa for a while. Wang Li waved his hand and said, Tongtong, fill the big bathtub with hot water. I want to take a bath later. Shin Tongtong said happily, Brother Wang, do you want the three of us to take a bath together? Sister Wan Ning and I will rub your back and wash your hair. Yi Wanning blushed slightly, pinched Shin Tongtong, and scolded with a smile. You damn girl, you dare to say anything. Shin Tongtong smiled and trotted to prepare hot water. After a while, Shin Tongtong shouted, Brother Wang, everything is ready. You and Sister Wan Ning can come over. Yi Wanning blushed again and said in a panic, I'll go back to Villa number 2 tonight. After saying that, I was ready to leave, but my legs felt a little weak. There was no way Wang Li would let her go. He picked her up and carried her straight to the bathroom. Yi Wanning was extremely shy. She punched Wang Li a few times with her little fists, then gave up resisting. She was extremely nervous. She had never dared to imagine that 3 people could be honest with each other. 3-man battle, 100,000 words saved. Late in the evening, Wang Li looked at the 2 women sleeping soundly on the big bed and recalled the madness of the 3 of them for the past few hours. He thought to himself, running from the bathroom to the living room, and from the living room to the bedroom, must have exhausted them both. Wang Li got up quietly. Going to go out and take a look tonight. With flying wings, it is very convenient to go anywhere, but the densely packed mutant beasts are always on my mind. There are so many mutant beasts, more than tens of thousands. Others might feel terrified at the first sight of it and try to hide as far away as possible, but Wang Li is different. In his eyes, this is a huge moving treasure house. Among so many mutant beasts, there must be some high-level ones. There should be quite a few level 0, 8, and 9 ones, and maybe even level 1 ones. As for elite mutant beasts, there are quite a few of them. In the afternoon, I took a few glances from a distance and high in the sky and found that some of these mutant beasts were tall in size. Most of them were elite mutant beasts. Even at night, Wang Li would take the time to take a look. I am worried that if time goes on for too long, this group of mutant beasts will go to other places, and it will be more difficult to find them. I hope they are still nearby. Get up quietly and put on clothes quietly. When everything was ready and I was about to tiptoe out the door, a soft voice floated over. Brother Wang, where are you going to get up so quietly? Are you going to look for Sister Lu? Sister Lu is Lu Ruowei. Wang Li said, Get lost. I have something important to do and need to go out. What nonsense are you thinking about? Yi Wanning was also a little puzzled and asked with concern, Brotherly, it's so late. Where are you going? Chapter 80. A huge group of mutant beasts. Wang Li smiled and joked. You don't think I'm going to look for Lu Ruowei, do you? Yi Wanning said. No, I'm just a little curious about where you are going so quietly. Wang Li said. Remember the large group of mutant beasts we encountered this afternoon? You mean the group of tens of thousands of them? Yes, Wang Li said. Although I only watched from a distance, I saw that many mutant beasts were of relatively high levels, especially a number of elite mutant beasts. Who are you? Yi Wanning guessed some of it. Wang Li nodded and said, Yes, I plan to go and take a look now. I'm worried that if I go too late, this huge herd of beasts will move to other places, which will make it more difficult to find them. Wait a minute, there are 2 main purposes for the past. First, of course, is to kill some mutant beasts and improve his own cultivation level. He has been stuck at level 9 of stage 0 for quite a long time, and Wang Li wants to advance to a higher level. Second, find out the basic situation of the herd especially the direction it is moving, its approximate speed, etc. Knowing that Wang Li was planning to attack this huge herd of beasts late at night, the two women became worried. It's late at night. After nightfall, the mutant beasts become more violent and more ferocious. This is basic common sense. No awakened person is willing to go out at night to hunt mutant beasts. Seeing that both women were worried, Wang Li said confidently, "It's okay, don't worry. Don't you know how powerful you men are? In some aspects it is really amazing." The two women understood this deeply. Yi Wanning warned, "Then be careful, pay attention to safety, and run away if anything goes wrong." Shin Tong Tong said, "Brother Wang, come back earlier. We will wait for you to come back and prepare a midnight snack for you." "Is this midnight snack serious?" Wang Li nodded and looked at the time. It was a little after 11 o'clock in the evening, not too late. He hoped that the herd of animals was still in its original location. After kissing the two girls gently and telling them to go to sleep peacefully, Wang Li left Villa number 1. The night is nice today. A blood-red full moon hung in the sky, and the moonlight sprinkled down, making the whole earth seem covered with a layer of light red gauze. Wang Li's heart moved, and a pair of black wings several meters long appeared behind him. They flapped gently a few times, and the whole person flew into the air. The higher you fly, the farther you fly. Maintaining an altitude of 200 to 300 meters, it flew towards the direction of the herd of beasts. The sea is wide for fish to leap. The sky is high for birds to fly. Wang Li had this feeling at this moment. Sometimes, with an acceleration, it can reach a speed of 400 or 500 kilometers per hour. Sometimes, it can hover quietly in the air and overlook the land covered with a light red veil. The control becomes more and more skilled and handy. "Hey, what is that?" "Fly over and take a look." From a distance, Wang Li saw a black dot in front of him, so he flew over quickly. When he got closer, he found that it was a huge flying mutant beast with a wingspan of about 8 or 9 meters. There are very few flying mutant beasts during the day. For some reason, flying mutant beasts usually come out at night. "Look," Wang Li saw one in just 3 or 5 minutes when he flew over from the villa. Holding a panlong golden back machete in his hand, Wang Li dived like a cannonball, rushed to the mutant beast, and chopped it down with one blow. It was indeed a level 5, stage 2 weapon. It was so smooth, just like cutting tofu, that it almost cut the mutant beast in half, killing it instantly. Unfortunately, there is no cultivation value. This mutant beast is definitely not level 0, level 9. It is probably around level 6 or 7. It seems that we still need to find that group of beasts and kill them there. It would take an hour or so to drive dozens of kilometers, but flying is basically a straight line with fewer detours. In addition, the speed is also very fast, so Wang Li reached the top of the destination in just 7 or 8 minutes. Looking down from a high place, Wang Li was searching for his target at an altitude of 300 or 400 meters. The red full moon in the sky provided a good light source. Although it was a little dim and could not be compared with daytime, the awakened ones had good eyesight and could see some general outlines from several kilometers away. Where are the beasts? After searching for a while, no trace of the herd was found. Such a large target is easy to spot, but there is definitely no such thing within a radius of 2 or 3 kilometers. Within this range, Wang Li has already flown a long circle, but still hasn't found it. Maybe they have gone far away. It would be a pity if they really walked far. In Wang Li's eyes, this group of beasts was a walking cultivation level. Now that he was already here, he would not give up so easily. Wang Li expanded the search area, and after about 20 or 30 minutes, he finally made a surprising discovery. It was already more than 10 kilometers away from the original position. From afar, I saw a large, densely packed area on the ground ahead. It should be the herd of beasts. Wang Li flew over quickly. As the distance got closer, he could see more clearly, and it was indeed this group of beasts. It seems that they don't move very fast. Several hours have passed since we discovered them in the afternoon, and they have only wandered about 10 kilometers. Flying above the entire herd of animals, at a height of over 100 meters, the view could be seen even more clearly. There was a large black mass, and the estimated number was definitely over 10,000. Wang Li even had a feeling that the number seemed to be a little more than when he discovered them in the afternoon. These mutant beasts vary in size, with the smallest being only 1 or 2 meters in size, the largest being over 10 meters in size, and quite a few being several meters tall. The levels also vary. The low ones may be only level 1 or 2, the high ones may be level 8 or 9, or even above level 1. Although he did not have the ability of insight, Wang Li knew that there were quite a few first-level elites in this huge group of mutant beasts. If there were not hundreds, there would probably be dozens. It seems that there are even some third-level elites. The most eye-catching one is a 2-headed gorilla, which is full of explosive power. A strong pressure can be felt from a distance. The key is that it has a weapon in its hand, a huge meteor hammer. This was also the first time Wang Li saw a mutant beast with weapons. From 200 or 300 meters away, Wang Li took a rough look and guessed that this mutant beast should be the core of the entire mutant beast group. If we kill it, the entire mutant herd may scatter. Wang Li doesn't want this herd of beasts to collapse. He hopes it will continue to exist. Most mutant beasts evolve very slowly, but some evolve relatively quickly, evolving all the way from level 1 to level 2, and then from level 2 to level 3. Keeping this group of mutant beasts and killing a wave of them every day, wouldn't that be great? Wang Li did not intend to attack the leading mutant beast because he was worried that the entire mutant beast would collapse after killing it. He turned his attention to the other mutant beasts. When night falls, the mutant beasts will become violent and much stronger, but this should not have much impact on Wang Li since he has invisibility and paralysis with every sword strike. Pick the weak ones first, kill a few ordinary mutant beasts to practice, and accumulate some monster killing points. The next buff can be activated when the monster killing value reaches 1000. In the past few days, I have been killing elite mutant beasts and occasionally some ordinary mutant beasts. The monster killing value is still relatively low, only 371 points, which is far from 1000. Because killing a mutant beast of a lower level than your own will not give you any monster killing value, and killing an elite mutant beast is the same as killing an ordinary mutant beast. Both are 1 monster killing value. Wang Li flew to the ground, landed, folded his flying wings, held the Panlong golden back machete in his hand, looked at the densely packed mutant beasts around him, and wanted to say something to them. Bro, move aside, you are blocking my way. Chapter 81. The Rioting Mutant Beasts. They are mutant beasts that cannot be communicated with through language, and we can only use weapons to reason with them. If he could pass through, he would just move sideways. If he really couldn't pass through, Wang Li would just kill him instantly with 1 strike of his sword, without even bothering to fly around. It is indeed possible to fly to a height of more than 10 meters in the air and then leap over, but it seems more straightforward to kill them with a single slash, because there are many high-level mutant beasts here, and you can find one every few meters, or at most a dozen meters. After killing a mutant beast that was blocking the way and walking a few meters, Wang Li saw his first target for the night, which should be a level 9 mutant beast. He directly used his knife to strike hard, hitting the mutant beast hard. Kill instantly. Cultivation value, +1. Try not to kill low-level mutant beasts unless they are blocking the way. Focus on high-level mutant beasts because you don't have insight and can only rely on experience. The ordinary mutant beasts killed by Wang Li generally have monster killing values and cultivation values, which means that they are basically level 9 mutant beasts. There are also times when he makes mistakes and finds that after killing them, he has no cultivation value, which means that they may be level 8 mutant beasts. There was another mutant beast in front of him, which was estimated to be level 9 or higher. Whether it is true or not, you will know after killing him. As usual, I gave the mutant beast a heavy blow. Hey, it's not dead yet, so I gave it another blow. There's nothing a good whack can't solve. If that doesn't work, then give it 2. After 2 fatal blows, the mutant beast died. Cultivation value, +2. It's not level 0, grade 9. It should be level 1, grade 0. This was the first time that Wang Li killed a level 1, level 0 mutant beast. Unfortunately, nothing came out of it. Compared to Yi Wanning, he was nothing but a loser. Among this group of mutant beasts, Wang Li started a crazy killing mode. Cultivation +1. Cultivation +1. Cultivation +2. Cultivation +1. I have never felt so good before, and my cultivation value is rising rapidly. This is a first-level boss. After realizing that 2 heavy blows of the sword failed to kill the huge mutant beast in front of him, Wang Li knew that he had encountered the first boss of the night. With high-level weapons, powerful attributes, and the skill of heavy attack, this first-level boss only lasted about 2 or 3 minutes. If you tell others about this efficiency, they will roll their eyes. Who are you trying to fool? It is absolutely impossible to kill the first-level boss in 2 or 3 minutes. It is recommended to increase the dosage to prevent this guy from being full of fantasies. This first-level boss was killed, and about a dozen cards were dropped. Wang Li swept all the cards into his personal space and took a rough look. Basically, they were all kinds of supply cards. There were not even any large-value supply cards, only 2 equipment cards, and no skill cards or special cards. African. A total loser. He can't be compared with Yi Wanning at all. In fact, this is the normal drop rate. If other people kill this first-level boss, the results will be basically the same. Usually there are more than a dozen cards of various kinds. Like gnawing, there are usually 30 or 40 cards. And every time there are often skill cards, special cards, etc., which are basically not available. Without gnawing, the amount of damage was a little less, but 10 points of cultivation, a first-level boss crystal, and an all-attribute plus 1 card were gained. Just take a look at your own cultivation, and you will be able to improve it immediately. This made Wang Li full of energy. As expected of such a huge group of mutant beasts, in just such a short period of time, I have gained a lot of cultivation and a lot of monster killing points. After killing a few more common mutant beasts, Wang Li's cultivation level reached 100 out of 100. This level of cultivation is full. The mutant beast next to it should be level 9, and Wang Li killed it with 2 swords. Cultivation plus 1. But the level did not increase as I imagined. What's going on? Shouldn't it be upgraded to level 0, level 10? It's stuck, and my cultivation level won't increase anymore? Wang Li's mind was full of questions. After thinking for a long time, he guessed in his heart, is there any condition? Do we have to kill an elite mutant beast? Just give it a try and you'll know. Instead of killing ordinary mutant beasts, Wang Li specifically looked for elite mutant beasts and soon found one, which was estimated to be a first-level elite. He walked over and struck it twice in a row with heavy blows, then a few more heavy blows. After about 2 minutes, the elite mutant beast was dead. Still, only a dozen supply cards, 2 or 3 equipment cards, a first-level boss crystal, and an all-attribute plus 1 card were dropped. Cultivation plus 10. Wang Li felt that a certain kind of shackles on his body had been broken, and it seemed that his overall strength had improved. He opened the character attribute panel and found that his cultivation level had indeed improved. Now it is stage 1 level 0. It turns out that after level 0, the next level is not level 0, level 10, but level 1, level 0. It turns out that you must kill the first order boss to break through the shackles, otherwise, you will be stuck at level 0, level 9, and unable to move forward. All 10 attribute points gained are added to strength. The 3 attributes of physique, agility, and spirit are not low now, much higher than other awakeners, and there are full attribute cards that can add them. Yesterday, I killed 7 first-level elites and 1 third-level elite. I have used up all of Wang Li's attribute cards, and I also used this all-attribute plus 1 card just now. All attributes have been greatly improved. Not to mention the strength, it is as high as 112 points. His physique and agility were also not low. For example, his physique reached 62 points, which was higher than many meat shields with all physique points added. His agility of 55 points was not low either. His spirit was slightly lower, but only relatively speaking. Many awakened people had single-digit spirits, but Wang Li had at least reached 35 points. Breakthrough to stage 1 level 0, great increase in strength. Wang Li was full of energy. He killed 1 ordinary mutant beast at a time with 1 sword, killing everyone in the area. After working hard for more than 2 hours, at least 200 or 300 ordinary mutant beasts were killed. Many of them had no cultivation values, but some of them had cultivation values. The level is increased to level 1, and 20 attribute points are obtained. It turns out that after level 1, you can gain 20 attribute points for each level of cultivation, instead of 10 attribute points as before. I thought about it for a while, wondering whether I should increase my physique and agility. But in the past 2 hours, I had killed a total of 12 elite mutant beasts, including 8 first-level beasts, 3 second-level beasts, and 1 third-level beast, and obtained a total of 12 full attribute cards. By using all 12 full attribute cards, each attribute is greatly improved. There is no need to increase agility, physique, and spirit because they are already high enough. Then just go for full strength. As for whether there are any restrictions on the use of all attribute cards, and whether they can be used indefinitely, Wang Li doesn't know for the time being. Anyway, they can be used until now. 8 cards with all attributes plus 1, 3 cards with all attributes plus 2, and 1 card with all attributes plus 3. If all are used, all 20 points of attributes will be added to strength. The properties are as follows. The properties are now as follows. Name, Wang Li. Age, 20. Strength, 112-149. Constitution, 62-79. Agility, 55-72. Spirit, 44-61. Cultivation, 11/100. Skills, heavy attack, body shield, passive. This attribute is a bit against the will of heaven. Needless to say, the strength attribute reached a terrifying 149 points, and even the lowest spiritual attribute reached 61 points, which could crush most awakened people. After working hard for more than 2 hours, Wang Li not only did not feel tired at all, but was full of passion and planned to keep going until dawn. In one breath, he killed 2 first-level elites and 20 or 30 ordinary mutant beasts. Suddenly, Wang Li felt that something seemed wrong. The entire group of mutant beasts became agitated and then extremely violent, with roars full of oppression continuing incessantly. What is going on? Chapter 82 Two Good Daughters. What is going on? Why did the entire group of mutant beasts become violent, especially those elite mutant beasts, which were extremely violent and seemed to be venting endless anger? This is not right. Wang Li stopped killing the mutant beasts. Even though it was very satisfying to kill the mutant beasts, he had to stop. With a thought in his mind, he flew directly into the air, dozens of meters high. Looking down from a high place, it was even clearer to see that the entire group of mutant beasts were really rioting, especially the two-headed gorilla, wielding a huge meteor hammer, seemingly helpless and furious. Seeing this scene, Wang Li thought to himself, could it be that I have been killing mutant beasts all the time, and this guy has discovered some clues? Then it couldn't see me again, and watched its minions decreasing, with nowhere to vent, so it had such a big reaction. That's mostly the case. It flew up a bit higher, about 100 meters, and Wang Li hovered in the air, watching for more than 10 minutes. Seeing that the entire group of mutant beasts did not seem to calm down, he had to leave. Some high-level mutant beasts took out their anger on the buildings and tall trees, turning many buildings into ruins. Hopefully, there is no one inside these buildings, because if there is, they will surely die. After waiting for a few more minutes, Wang Li saw that the entire group of mutant beasts was still in a frenzy. He looked at the time, and it was already 2:30 in the middle of the night. The harvest tonight was enormous and completely beyond expectations. Wang Li left with satisfaction and said he would come again next time. In less than 10 minutes, it flew over the village and landed in front of Villa Number 1. The lights were on in the villa. Could it be that both girls are not asleep and are waiting for me to come back? Wang Li pushed open the door and walked into the villa. Sure enough, Yi Wanning and Shin Tongtong were both sitting on the sofa in the villa's lobby, waiting for him. Brother Wang, you're back. I prepared some midnight snack for you. This looks like a serious midnight snack. There was indeed a lot of food on the table. Spicy crayfish, edamame, various barbecues, and a few bottles of beer. It was a very rich meal. Yi Wanning asked with concern. Brotherly, you are not in any danger, right? The riot of mutant beasts might be very dangerous to others, but not to Wang Li. There is no danger. Everything is fine, and the harvest is good. This is a reward for you, one for each person. These are 2 first-level boss crystal cores. Wang Li has a lot of these things now. If he uses them to increase his personal space, their cost-effectiveness is not high compared to the 2nd and 3rd-level boss crystal cores. If used for cultivation, the cost-effectiveness is not high. Each one only increases 10 points of cultivation. Ah, thank you, husband. Shin Tongtong was extremely surprised and took it a little excitedly. She had always dreamed of having a storage ring to improve herself. Wang Li said jokingly, I want to hear you call me daddy. Shin Tongtong said, Dad, my dear dad, is this okay? Wang Li smiled and thought to himself, is this what I mean? It's not like that at all. It should be you calling me dad when we are working together. Yi Wanning also took one. Thank you, brotherly dad. Wang Li was in a good mood and waved his hand, saying, I'm really a little hungry. Let's have a midnight snack. After eating supper, the 3 of them went upstairs together. Not long after, the painful screams of 2 girls were heard from upstairs, especially Shun Tongtong's voice was louder, and then both girls were heard calling for daddy. The next day, because he worked too much last night, Wang Li got up very late, not until after 10 in the morning, and had no plans to go out this morning. After breakfast, he played some games with the 2 girls, then walked around and looked around his territory, feeling refreshed. Almost all of the 20 or 30 pieces of weapons and equipment collected last night were placed in the village office and authorized for use by villagers who did not have weapons yet. For example, Xiaowu obtained a large iron rod of level 0, grade 2, which made him so happy that he felt like he was dreaming. Sulin also had a feeling that it was not quite real. Before yesterday, he was the only one in their team who had a weapon dropped by a mutant beast, but now almost everyone had one. The small team of 5 people has expanded to more than 20 people, and 3 of the team members not only have weapons, but also shields exploded by mutant beasts. The strength of the entire team has increased dramatically. There are now 600 or 700 awakened people in the village. For the convenience of management, everyone can form teams freely. Each team has about 20 to 30 people, with 1 captain and 2 or 3 deputy captains. The captain and deputy captain are both registered with the village office to facilitate unified management. All Wang Li, Sun Delong and others have to do is manage these captains and deputy captains well. After authorizing 20 or 30 pieces of weapons and equipment to everyone for use, Wang Li collected information about several mutant beasts and marked all the information about these elite mutant beasts on the map. In the afternoon, Wang Li went out alone. The two women were not brought along because, on the one hand, their levels were already relatively high. As women, there was no need for them to hunt mutant beasts every day. As long as Wang Li was strong enough, it would be enough. On the other hand, Wang Li's main purpose of going out this time was to hunt the elite mutant beasts provided by the villagers. With flying wings, he could come and go freely by himself, and it was estimated that he would be able to finish the work in 1 or 2 hours. Wang Li's heart moved, and a pair of large black wings appeared behind him. He flew to a height of 200 or 300 meters, and then flew away quickly. A survivor camp. This used to be a 5-star hotel, but now it is a large camp that brings together 300 to 400 awakened people and thousands of ordinary survivors. A circle of walls was built around the hotel to protect the entire hotel. There are also teams of awakened people patrolling and killing mutant beasts nearby. Overall, it is relatively safe here. Dong Xiaojie is the boss here. In the past few days, he has been organizing a team to hunt first-level elite mutant beasts, and the harvest has been relatively large. Not only did he obtain some supplies, weapons and equipment, skill books, etc., he also obtained a boss crystal core and an all-attribute +1 card. He used all of the boss's crystal cores by himself, and now his cultivation level has reached grade 0, level 7, the highest in the entire camp. The highest cultivation level of the 4 Vajras under his command is only slightly above level 6. Early this morning, he personally led the team and killed 2 first-level bosses in succession and obtained 2 full attribute cards. The full attribute card is extremely amazing. Every time he kills a first-level boss, all the attributes obtained belong to him alone. He gets to eat all by himself, and none of the 4 great Vajras can touch them. This time I got 2 again, a good harvest. Dong Xiaojie started using one of them in his own luxurious presidential suite, increasing all attributes by +1. After looking at his own attributes with satisfaction, he used the second one. But he was dumbfounded because the second one couldn't be used. Dong Xiaojie remembered it very clearly. He had used 10 cards in total, and this one was the 11th. It can't be used. Is there a restriction on its use? Can only 10 cards of this type with all attributes +1 be used at most? Chapter 83 Boss Refresh, Overnight Action. Today, the village has been very lively and is becoming more and more popular. There are more and more awakened people, and the number of ordinary survivors has reached several thousand. Many people probably heard the news and rushed here. When we got here, we saw high reinforced concrete walls, large villas, and large fields of well-growing potatoes, wheat, etc. They almost cheered right there. Thinking about how they had been worried and frightened all these days, and how little they had to eat and drink, some people started crying, tears of joy. As for the fact that they would have to work after arriving and exchange their labor for various materials, everyone expressed that they could accept it. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Li went out alone. After flying all the way, they arrived at the first target a few minutes later. It was a first-level boss. Wang Li quickly spotted it at an altitude of several hundred meters. Fly straight over and end the battle in less than 2 minutes. With a strength of 149 and a heavy attack, this first-level boss was quickly killed. Cultivation +10. More than a dozen cards of various kinds, a boss crystal core, and a card with all attributes +1 were exploded. I was lucky this time and got another skill, heavy attack. Good. This is a very basic and important skill, and it is the first choice for many awakeners. After learning this skill, the combat power is greatly improved, especially the lethality is greatly improved, whether it is close combat or ranged. You can use heavy attack skills as well as long-range shooting with a bow and arrow, and it can also cause a lot of damage. There are already more than a dozen books on heavy strike in his personal space, as well as the upgraded version of heavy strike, the fatal blow skill, and several books on insight, healing, and the like. The level of cultivation has reached level 10, and you can learn 2 more skills. Wang Li has not learned any new skills yet, and has been thinking about which 2 new skills he should learn. Heavy strike is enough for now, so you don't need to learn fatal strike yet. It won't be too late to learn this skill when you reach level 2. I don't plan to learn healing skills for the time being, so I'll save it for now. After thinking for a long time, Wang Li took out a book on insight to study. Now that he had this skill, there was still a new skill to learn, but it was left blank for the time being, and he would not learn it for the time being. Why consider learning insight? Because it will be impossible to take you wanting with me every day in the future. I will have to go out alone more often, and the insight technique is still very practical. From now on, we can say goodbye to the days of relying on experience to guess the level of mutant beasts. With a cast of insight, We can know the situation of mutant beasts clearly. Isn't it great? It also leaves an opportunity to learn new skills. If you acquire some cool skills in the future, you can learn them then. After killing this first-level boss, Wang Li flapped his wings, flew 200 or 300 meters into the air, and flew quickly towards the distance. In about 2 hours, several elite mutant beasts were killed. This feeling is so refreshing. Because when passing by a place just now, Wang Li saw at least hundreds of awakened people holding various weapons and equipment, besieging a first-level boss. Seeing such a grand scene, Wang Li became interested. I flew to the top floor of a building, looking down from above, and watched their battle from a distance of 400 or 500 meters. After more than 10 minutes, several lives were lost, and 10 to 20 people were injured. The boss was finally killed. Then, this group of people were ecstatic and extremely happy, as if they had won a great victory. Seeing this scene, Wang Li smiled and shook his head. It only takes me 1 or 2 minutes to kill a first-level boss by myself. It was just a first-level boss. Wang Li had no intention of snatching it. Even if he was facing hundreds of awakeners now, he had at least a 30 to 70 chance of winning. After killing the last boss, Wang Li returned to his big villa early. When seeing Yi Wanning and Shen Tongtong, each of them was rewarded with a first-level boss crystal. I killed a few bosses this afternoon and obtained several more. There are already dozens of first-order boss crystals in my personal space. They were very happy. Shen Tongtong took the initiative to hug Wang Li and gave him a big kiss. "Thank you, husband." Now she has changed her way of addressing him and no longer calls him Brother Wang. Instead, she calls him husband during the day and dad at night. She had used the one from last night to increase the space in her storage ring, so this one should also be used to increase the space. It's still early. Wang Li went to the village office again and stored a large amount of supplies in the warehouse for the convenience of Sun DeLong and others to use. Today, because he had plenty of time and was at a high vantage point with a broad view, Wang Li focused some of his energy on collecting supplies. It is basically difficult to find food and drinks, but there are still many other things, such as various building materials, various machines and equipment, and even engineering vehicles. Wang Li brought back thousands of tons of cement and steel bars, river sand, and a large amount of construction equipment today. The area of a mid-level village is 10 square kilometers, and it is entirely possible to plan a residential area within the village. After all, there are too few villas and there are not enough to live in. Those who can live in the villa must first be awakened, and there are certain requirements for loyalty and cultivation level. Not everyone can live there. When Sun DeLong learned that the boss had brought back a large amount of supplies, he immediately came over happily and took out all the construction machinery, as well as the diesel generators, some cement, steel bars, river sand, and other construction materials. Among the thousands of ordinary survivors, there are many technicians, experts, and the like, so there is no shortage of talent at all. As for how to design and plan this residential community, that is not Wang Li's concern. What he has to worry about now are the various elite mutant beasts that will be refreshed tonight. Now I have thoroughly tasted the sweetness of hunting elite mutant beasts. Not to mention the large amount of supplies I can obtain, just the full attribute cards make people feel particularly excited. There is no upper limit on usage until now. It seems that as long as you have them, you can use as many as you want. That would require a large number of full attribute cards to significantly improve your 4 attributes. On the table in the living room, Wang Li spread out the map, looked at the location of each elite mutant beast, and planned the most reasonable and time-saving route. At midnight tonight, all these elite mutant beasts will be refreshed. Wang Li wanted to kill them all before anyone else. This afternoon, I was flying around in the sky, looking down from a high vantage point, and saw many teams of awakened people, ranging from a dozen to hundreds of people. Some of them were his own villagers, but most of them were strangers to him, and they should belong to other camps. As the awakened one's cultivation levels increase and they band together to form powerful forces, it is estimated that certain forces have already set their sights on these elite mutant beasts. We can't let others get them for free. They all belong to Wang Li. In the evening, he first had a fight with the 2 girls and made them call him daddy one after another. Then, at midnight, Wang Li set off. Having flying wings is convenient and incredibly efficient. After killing several first-level bosses within half an hour, Wang Li now flew to the next target. However, when he was only 2 or 3 kilometers away from the target, Wang Li saw a surprising scene. On the ground, there were 200 or 300 awakened people, holding various weapons and equipment, jogging forward in the direction of the elite mutant beast. Chapter 84, Where is the boss? Obviously, this group of people are going to kill this boss. You are really brave. It's night time, and the mutant beasts are more active and violent than during the day, and their alert range has almost doubled. Sure enough, They attracted a lot of mutant beasts and were killing them as they advanced. Because there were so many people, it wasn't affected much. The team leader was Dong Xiaojie. Their camp is not far from here, only about 10 kilometers away. The boss started a new round of refresh tonight. Thinking that the distance was not far and we had a lot of people, I organized so many people. The benefits of killing the boss are really huge. This made him willing to take the risk. In order to avoid any further complications, he wanted to kill this boss early and then kill the other bosses early tomorrow morning. They obtained the location information of more than 10 bosses in total. This one was the closest, and the others were a little farther away. They killed the nearby ones first, and then killed the others one by one after daybreak. Because it was night and the light was dim, far from that during the day, no one noticed Wang Li, who was at an altitude of 200 or 300 meters. Understanding their intention, Wang Li quickened his pace. Whoever arrives first and kills the boss first will own it. We must get ahead of them. Judging from the distance, they still have at least 2 or 3 kilometers to go, so there is still enough time. Wang Li flew over quickly and soon discovered this first-level elite mutant beast. The first thing he did was to use the insight spell on it out of habit. Name: Mutated Giant Scorpion, Elite. Level: First level. Introduction: This is an elite mutant beast with amazing defensive power. You also have to be careful of its poison attacks. It's different when you have insight. The situation is clear at a glance. As for the poison attack, Wang Li didn't take it to heart at all, because this elite mutant beast had no chance to attack him at all. Landing in front of the boss, I delivered a heavy blow. As expected, I could feel a little bit of hardness, but not much. After all, it was a weapon with such high strength attribute plus second level 5. If it were any other awakened person, it would probably just become scraping. Every blow is a heavy one. With the improvement of his attributes, especially his mental attributes, Wang Li found that he could strike hard with every blow without any discomfort, and he no longer had the feeling of being hollowed out. As for where his limit was, he had not tried it yet, but he was confident that he should have no problem striking hard with more than 1,000 blows in a row. After about 70 seconds, the mutant beast died. More than a dozen cards of various kinds exploded. Wang Li waved his hand and put them into his personal space. He left here immediately, flew quickly into the air more than 200 meters high, and flew away quickly. I just took a look, and it seems that a special card emitting a light purple light appeared. It's not easy. Without Yi wanting, a lucky guy, the drop rate would have been relatively low. After killing so many elite mutant beasts, a purple card finally appeared. But there is no time to materialize this purple card now, because Dong Xiaojie and 200 or 300 others are coming here. Wang Li had been gone for only 2 or 3 minutes when Dong Xiaojie and the others came over. Seeing that it had not been refreshed, he was slightly stunned, then waved his hand and said loudly, "Everyone search around to find out where this elite mutant beast is." He thought that the refresh location was off and might have been refreshed to a location several hundred meters away. A large group of people split up and searched an area with a radius of several hundred meters. Such a big commotion basically attracted all the mutant beasts in the area. That's because they have so many people, otherwise, they would probably be wiped out. But it was not easy either, especially there were a few level 7 and 8 mutant beasts, which took a lot of effort and cost several people injuring to kill. Master Jia, there is still no trace of this elite mutant beast. Hearing this, Dong Xiaojie's face darkened. Someone nearby consoled him. Master Jia, it's not refreshed at all. Dong Xiaojie had a gloomy face and waved his hand, saying, "Expand the area and continue searching. You must find this boss for me." They took great risks and mobilized so many people just to kill the mutant beast. There was not even a shadow in sight. Dong Xiaojie simply couldn't accept it. As for expanding the scope of the search, the danger would increase exponentially and might cause the deaths of many people below, but this was not what Dong Xiaojie considered. He felt that it didn't matter at all if a few people died below. Every time he killed an elite mutant beast, there would be casualties. The last time he killed a first-level elite mutant beast, more than a dozen of his men died. The group expanded the search area and heard screams from the darkness from time to time. It was probably not just injuries. After a busy work, a lot of ordinary mutant beasts were killed, but there was still no sign of the elite mutant beast. Master Jia, still no discovery. Master Jia, 5 of our brothers are dead and more than 30 are injured. Let's retreat. After hesitating for a while, Dong Xiaojie finally waved his hand and said, "Retreat, let's go back." Dong Xiaojie was extremely angry and even wondered if some other force had taken the initiative and killed this elite mutant beast early on. But there was one thing they were not sure about. They arrived here not too late. It was said that the elite mutant beasts would refresh at midnight. Who had the strength to kill this boss in such a short time? Wang Li has already flown away. He flew for several kilometers in one breath and then landed on the rooftop of a 40 or 50-story building. It was quiet here, and there were no mutant beasts to disturb him. The first thing I did after landing was to look at the various cards I had just obtained. Most of them were supply cards. What was a little surprising was that there was a large supply card, which contained 1,000 Fat Sea Base. This is good. Steam Sea Base is my favorite. There are 3 equipment cards, all of which are weapons after they are materialized. The highest one is level 0, grade 6. In Wang Li's eyes, such weapons are all garbage. After returning, he puts them in the village office and authorizes his villagers to use them. The improvement in the strength of the villagers is only beneficial to Wang Li, with no disadvantages at all. I even hope that they will be as strong as possible. As long as you become a villager, you can never betray, unless Wang Li takes the initiative to kick some of them out. After looking at these materialized weapons, Wang Li took out the card that was emitting a faint purple light. Unexpectedly, I also got a purple card. Purple cards will definitely produce good things. Wang Li felt a little excited and even looked around, as if he was worried about being seen by others. There wasn't a single hair around, and at most one could hear the faint roar of a mutant beast, which was very far away, at least 300 or 400 meters away. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li prayed in his heart, "God bless you," and hoped that good things will come out. After praying, Wang Li materialized this purple card. When I saw what was materialized, I suddenly became excited. Damn. Could it be that the prayer I just prayed worked and such a good thing happened? This luck is a bit incredible. Chapter 85, The Coming of the God of War. Wang Li didn't expect that a rare skill book would come out. Healing is a rare skill, and its power is self-evident. This time it is another rare skill. Name, God of War arrives rare. Introduction, an active skill. Once activated, it is like the arrival of the God of War. It lasts for 10 minutes. Although the introduction was simple, Wang Li knew that this was an amazing skill. After activating the skill, his overall strength would increase by several levels. 10 minutes is not a short time, but I don't know how many times I can use my skills with my current attributes. All active skills have consumption, such as heavy attack and healing, especially healing. If the mental attribute is relatively low, a few healing spells can drain the whole person. How many times can I launch the God of War's descent? This needs to be tested. With a thought in his mind, a pair of huge black wings appeared behind Wang Li. They flapped gently and flew away, flying towards the direction of the next elite mutant beast. It only takes 2 or 3 minutes to reach the destination. Still dozens of meters away, Wang Li first used the insight spell. Name, mutated tabby cat, elite. Level, 2nd level. This shows that this mutant tabby cat has super high agility and reaction speed. It is a powerful opponent and everyone needs to be careful. If it were any other awakened one, even if there were 100 or 200 of them, they would not dare to attack this elite mutant beast, because it is too difficult to deal with, so they would just go as far away from it as possible. Wang Li said he felt no pressure at all. He walked up to the mutant tabby cat and first activated the God of War's descent. A golden light flashed on Wang Li's body. Wang Li found that his strength had at least doubled, and then he felt a little hollowed out. He guessed in his mind that with his current strength, he could only use God of War's descent 3 times in a row at most, and then he would have to drink water to recover. Being able to use it 3 times in a row is already very satisfying. After all, this skill is really amazing. It is indeed a rare skill. After the God of War's advent was activated, Wang Li began to strike hard with his sword. It used to take him 6 or 7 minutes to kill a 2nd-level elite mutant beast alone, but this time he finished it in less than 3 minutes. Wang Li waved his hand and put the things that exploded into his personal space, then flew to the next destination. After 3 o'clock in the morning, Wang Li killed all the elite mutant beasts marked on the map. There are 31 first-level bosses in total. There are 7 second-level bosses in total. A 3rd-level boss. Killing 41 bosses in one night, no one else can match this efficiency. After coming back, Wang Li fell asleep on the bed. Although he drank mineral water and regained his energy, mental fatigue was still unavoidable. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Wang Li slept soundly the whole morning and did not even look at the hundreds of various supply cards, equipment cards, skill cards, etc. that he had obtained. Dong Xiaojia organized more than 200 people to go out. As the sky brightened, the mutant beasts became gentler, especially their alert range was greatly reduced, making it very suitable for going out to hunt them. Last night, we risked great danger, and several awakened people died, and 20 to 30 people were injured, but in the end, we didn't find a single hair of the elite mutant beast. This made Dong Xiaojia very angry and very unwilling. They had information on a total of 12 elite mutant beasts. After failing to find them last night, they went out again at dawn this morning. He personally led a team of more than 200 people, and then 2 of his 4 great Vidras led another team of more than 100 people. They split up and went to hunt down those elite mutant beasts. It's obviously much safer during the day. There were more than 200 of them, and with such a big commotion, the number of mutant beasts attracted was less than 1/3 of that last night. Relying on the huge advantage in numbers, every time a few mutant beasts came over, they were hacked to death. More than 200 people finally achieved their destination. Last time, Dong Xiaojie personally commanded the team and killed a first-level boss here, which resulted in a lot of good stuff. For example, this level 0, grade 8 weapon in his hand was found here, as well as a book on healing. Only, there seems to be no trace of the first-level elite mutant beast here. Could it be that it has appeared somewhere nearby? Everyone, spread out and search in small groups. Be careful. Although it was broad daylight, it would still be troublesome if a level 8 or 9 mutant beast was alarmed, and a team of 20 people might not be able to handle it. After searching for a while, Dong Xiaojie's face darkened again. Master Jia, I didn't find anything. Master Jia, we have expanded the search area to 1 kilometer, but we still haven't seen any trace. Master Jia. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Dong Xiaojie's face was so gloomy that water could be squeezed out of it, and he felt terrible in his heart. I came back empty-handed last night and changed places during the day, but still came back empty-handed. One of the subordinates reminded him, Master Jia, the boss refresh should not be reliable. Maybe it was just nonsense on the radio. Ordinary mutant beasts will refresh at midnight every night, and will also evolve. This is beyond doubt and has been verified. As for whether the boss will refresh and whether it will refresh every 5 days, they are unable to verify it for the time being. Judging from the current situation, considering that both of his attempts to defeat the bosses failed, Dong Xiaojie began to waver. Could it be that what was said on the radio about the boss refreshing was false? But he was still a little unwilling and hoped that the boss would refresh for real. How great it would be if it were true. As long as we guard these 10 or so known points and come to kill every 5 days, we will no longer have a shortage of supplies, weapons, and equipment, including skills. Dong Xiaojie waved his hand unwillingly and said, let's go to the next place. I hope there is a boss there. More than 200 people set out again in a mighty procession, trekking more than 20 kilometers, killing many mutant beasts of various levels along the way, and finally arrived at their destination. Only. Dong Xiaojie was dumbfounded. There was still no sign of the boss, not even a single hair was visible. He seriously suspected that what was said on the radio was false. Ordinary mutant beasts would refresh, but the boss would not refresh at all. Since there is no boss, then just hunt ordinary mutant beasts to improve your cultivation level. More than 10 teams, each with 20 to 30 people, scattered and began hunting ordinary mutant beasts. Dong Xiaojie also brought 20 or 30 people with him, but they were a group of people with the highest level of cultivation, the best equipment, and the most complete skills. The lowest level of cultivation is level 3, and most of them are level 4 and 5. Among them, 2 people have reached level 6. With such a team, there will be no problem even facing mutant beasts of levels 8 and 9. They moved forward, killing various mutant beasts along the way. As it was approaching noon, they prepared to find a place to rest and eat something to replenish their strength. One of the team members came running over and said excitedly, Boss, we found a small team ahead. Should we go and kill them? What are you waiting for? Whenever he met other teams, Dong Xiaojie would never let them go. He would first rob all their belongings and then kill them all. This is a team of 21 people. The captain is Zhang Xinshan, who is holding a level 6 weapon. The others also have weapons, and 3 of them are holding shields. They were lucky enough to find a book on healing, a rare skill, from an ordinary mutant beast. Everyone unanimously agreed to give this skill book to the captain, and Zhang Xinshan did not refuse. In this way, he now has 2 skills, one for heavy attack and one for healing. Everyone worked together to kill a level 7 mutant beast. When they were about to take a break, someone reminded them, Captain, look over there. Someone is coming. Zhang Xinshan looked over and saw that there were 20 or 30 people on the other side, and they were fully armed and equipped. It was obvious that they were not easy to deal with. Suddenly, Zhang Xinshan became a little nervous. Chapter 86. The situation is critical. Dong Xiaojie and the others almost jogged all the way here. One of the men's eyes lit up. Master Jia, their weapons and equipment look very complete, and they will all be ours soon. Dong Xiaojie nodded slightly. It's still the old rules. First grab the things, then kill the people. Remember, don't leave anyone alive. If they kill someone directly, everything on the awakened person's body will disappear quickly after death, which is not what they want. Their target is the weapons and equipment of these awakened ones. It is very difficult to get weapons and equipment from mutant beasts. On average, it takes about 100 ordinary mutant beasts to drop one thing, and those are usually supplies. It is estimated that several hundred ordinary mutant beasts need to be killed to get one piece of weapon and equipment. It was not the first time that Dong Xiaojie and his group of 20 or 30 people had done something like this. They were very skilled in the movements, jogging all the way over and then formed an encirclement from a distance. As soon as Zhang Xinxing saw the situation, he knew that the person was up to no good. Although the other side only had about 7 or 8 more people than themselves, they were well-equipped and had relatively high levels of cultivation, and it was obvious that they were not going to be dealt with. At this moment, he was really a little nervous. I couldn't help but pick up the intercom and call Qian Lixing. "Old Qian, bring your people here quickly. We are in trouble." "Got it. We'll be there right away." Many team captains have a walkie-talkie, and it is an improved version that can enable clear communications within 10 kilometers. Qian Lixing was the captain of another team. He was hunting mutant beasts with his teammates a few kilometers away. The two had a good relationship and basically kept in touch, occasionally chatting through the walkie-talkie. Dong Xiaojie saw Zhang Xinxing holding a walkie-talkie and seemed to be saying something, but because the distance was a little far, he couldn't hear the content clearly. But he didn't care at all. So what if the other party calls for reinforcements? His team is extremely elite. Not only does each of them have a high level of cultivation, but they are also fully equipped with weapons. Almost 2/3 of them have skills, and 2 of them have mastered healing techniques. After surrounding Zhang Xinxing and more than 20 others from a distance, Dong Xiaojie walked over, looking at Zhang Xinxing and others with a condescending attitude and disdain. One of Dong Xiaojie's lackeys shouted, "Listen, everyone, put down your weapons and equipment and leave. Otherwise, everyone will die." Leaving? It's impossible to leave. This was just to trick Zhang Xinxing and others into laying down their weapons and equipment, and then kill them all without leaving a single one alive. Dong Xiaojie and others had always done this before. Zhang Xinxing was very angry that someone wanted to rob him. He shouted, "Who are you? We are not interfering with each other. Why are you doing this?" "Hiki." Dong Xiaojie sneered and spoke up himself. "This is our Axe Gang's territory. You killed mutants here, and it's good enough that we didn't take your lives. Now we're just confiscating your weapons. We're being very merciful." Hearing this, Zhang Xian was so angry that he wanted to laugh. When did this place become the territory of the Axe Gang? He had never even heard of what the Axe Gang was. Considering that it would take time for Qian Lixing and others to arrive, Zhang Xinxing began to procrastinate. "We didn't know this was your territory. If that's the case, then we'll just leave. It's not that easy. Put down your weapons and equipment first." Zhang Xinxing said, "We are all adults, not fools. If we put down our weapons and equipment, who will guarantee our safety?" The meaning is very clear. Without weapons and equipment, we will become lambs to be slaughtered. Just in case. If the other party has any bad intentions, there will be no room for resistance. Dong Xiaojie said hypocritically, "As long as you lay down your weapons, I guarantee with my personal integrity that you can leave safely." Zhang Xinxing said, "There is no evidence, so don't blame us for not believing it." There was a quibble between the two sides. Zhang Xinxing has only one goal, which is to delay time. It dragged on for several minutes, and I was secretly anxious. Why didn't Lao Qian and the others come over yet? I was really worried to death. Obviously, Dong Xiaojie was very impatient. He waved his hand and said, "Brothers, no more nonsense with them. Let's go together and kill them all." A war was inevitable. Dong Xiaojie did not take any action, and the 2 people standing behind him also did not take any action, just watching the battle in front of them. Seeing that his side had the upper hand, he felt that the battle was a sure win, but it was a pity that he failed to get the weapons and equipment. Compared to Dong Xiaojie's ease, Zhang Xinxing was under a lot of pressure. His cultivation level was more than half of level 5, and he faced the siege of 3 Awakeners alone. Fortunately, his weapons were good, so he was able to fight on equal terms. The same cannot be said for others. Most of them are clearly at a disadvantage, and some have even started to get injured. Zhang Xinxing saw from the corner of his eye that one of the team members was chopped away by a knife. The knife hit the team member's chest hard, and he flew 7 or 8 meters away. Blood spurted out of his mouth like water. It was obvious that he was dead and no healing magic could save him. Old Lu. Zhang Xinxing was so frightened that he let out a loud roar. His original fighting style was a little conservative, but now it has become a completely desperate one. One of the team members was hacked to death right under his nose, and then 2 or 3 opponents rushed over and almost chopped the team member into meat paste. Zhang Xinxing's eyes turned red, and he thought fiercely in his heart that even if he died today, he would take a few people with him. The playing style is aggressive and open, completely ignoring defense and focusing only on offense. It's so fierce, but it still has some effect. At the cost of being stabbed on the back, he finally killed an opponent with one blow. However, the blow was obviously not light. Zhang Xinxing's face changed due to the pain. He used a healing spell on himself, and then he felt much better. As several members of Zhang Xinxing's team died in succession, the situation became almost one-sided. If it continued like this, the situation would be very dangerous. There were originally 21 team members. All of them were full of energy, but now there are 16 left, 5 of whom have died, and most of the remaining 16 are injured. What made Zhang Xinchen proud was that even though they were at a disadvantage and might die, no one ran away. They all held their breath and their beliefs were very firm. Even if they died, they would take someone with them. Bang! Zhang Xinchen's arm was hit by a stick, and the weapon in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. Fortunately, he had added more than 10 points of physical fitness, otherwise, he would have been seriously injured by the stick. After staggering back 2 steps, Zhang Xinchen took another look at the battlefield. In less than a minute, 2 more people on his side were killed. Up to now, only 3 people from the other side have died, one of whom was killed by Zhang Xinchen, while 7 people on our side have died. The situation is becoming increasingly serious. Lao Qian, what are you doing? Why don't you come over yet? Zhang Xinchen's eyes were red as he looked at the 3 enemies in front of him. He shouted, weapon in hand, and rushed forward without caring about his life. Kill 1 or 2 more. Even if I die, it will be worth it. Suddenly, Zhang Xinchen stopped abruptly because he heard some noise, and it seemed that a lot of people were running towards this side. Chapter 87 7 Deaths. Qian Lixing and others have arrived. There were at least 30 or 40 people running towards this side. From a distance, they were roaring and rushing over at a very fast speed. They rushed into the battle in the blink of an eye, and many people didn't even have time to react. Qian Lixing's team is very strong. Among the dozen or so teams in the village, their strength can be ranked in the top 3. Zhang Xinchen's team can at most be ranked in the top 8. Not only are there a large number of people, with a total of 37 of them, but each of them has a very high level of cultivation. For example, Qian Lixing's level of cultivation is level 7, while Zhang Xinchen's is only level 5. In the entire team, half of the people are above level 5, and the lowest level ones are already above level 4. They have complete weapons and equipment. Everyone has a weapon, some have shields, and several even have protective gear. Kill, kill. Brothers, kill these people. After smashing an enemy's head with a stick, Qian Lixing roared and shouted, then rushed towards another enemy with his alloy mace weapon. The whole situation changed instantly. Dong Xiaojie was shocked and his face changed immediately. He waved his hand and said hurriedly, let's go, let's go. One of his men warned, boss, our people are already intertwined with the enemy and cannot be withdrawn at all. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Hurry up, hurry, hurry. Dong Xiaojie doesn't care about the life and death of others. If they die, they die. He can just recruit another group of brothers. The most important thing now is to save his own life. With the reinforcement of Qian Lixing and his men, Zhang Xinchen's pressure was greatly reduced. He killed an enemy with a single blow and shouted loudly, Old Qian, don't let those guys get away. That's their leader. Qian Lixing had already noticed the fleeing Dong Xiaojie and shouted, come on, 2 brothers, let's go chop those guys down. After saying this, he ran over first. Dong Xiaojie was shocked and shouted, Scar, you and Monkey go behind and stop them. The awakened one nicknamed Scar felt sad when he saw that his boss only cared about him running away and asked him to stop the people chasing him. He wanted to escape, but Qian Lixing had already come over, swinging the alloy mace in his hand, and Scar had no choice but to fight back. The battle was over in about 2 or 3 minutes. A total of more than 20 people were killed, but unfortunately Dong Xiaojie escaped. Having worked so hard last night, Wang Li rewarded himself by sleeping until noon. After getting up, the first thing to do is to count your gains. In one night, a total of 41 bosses were killed, and the harvest was huge. There were a terrifying amount of supplies of all kinds, several of which were large value supply cards. Although not as lucky as you wanting, there are enough bosses. In addition to a large amount of supplies, there are also a large number of weapons and equipment, skills, etc. 31 first-level boss crystal cores, 7 second-level boss crystal cores, and 1 third-level boss crystal core. All the first-level ones were kept, and all the second and third-level ones were used to increase the personal space, and the personal space reached more than 30,000 cubic meters. All attribute cards are also used. There are 31 cards with all attributes plus 1, 7 cards with all attributes plus 2, and 1 card with all attributes plus 3, for a total increase of 48 points in all attributes. The attribute improvement was huge, and Wang Li felt that he could beat 100 people alone. He looked at his property panel again and again with satisfaction. The properties are as follows. Name, Wang Li. Age, 20. Strength, 149 197. Constitution, 79 127. Agility, 72 120. Spirit, 61 109. Cultivation, 17/200. Cultivation level, first level, first grade. Skills, heavy attack, body shield, passive, insight, God of War's descent. All attributes are over 100. Even the mental attribute has reached 109, and the strength has reached 197 points, and will soon reach 200 points. After looking at his own attributes with satisfaction, Wang Li went to the village office and authorized all the low-level weapons and equipment to his villagers for use. Interestingly, 2 more villagers provided information about the elite boss and told Wang Li the exact location. Wang Li gave each of them a level 5 weapon, which made the 2 of them very happy. Level 5 weapons. Their current weapons are only level 2, and if they are upgraded by 3 levels at once, it will be much easier to kill mutant beasts. In the village chief's office, Wang Li wanted to take a look at the villagers' information, such as the number of villagers, loyalty, cultivation level, weapons and equipment, skills, etc. But he was soon stunned. A total of 7 villagers' names turned gray, with the word death behind them. When everyone goes out to hunt mutant beasts, even if they're in teams, each team consists of 20 to 30 people, and there will be certain casualties. It is normal for 2 to 3 people, or even 3 to 5 people to die every day. But this is the first time that 7 people died in one morning. Wang Li felt a little heavy-hearted, thinking to himself, could it be that they encountered a powerful mutant beast, and so many people died? After looking at the death list, Wang Li walked out of the village office with a serious face. He originally wanted to kill the elite mutant beast provided by the 2 villagers, but he was not in the mood for that at the moment. Wang Li walked around his territory with a serious expression. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. No matter they were awakened ones or ordinary survivors, everyone took the initiative to greet Wang Li and express their gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. Because of the boss, they have such a safe place and no longer have to worry about safety issues. If they were outside, the survival rate of ordinary survivors would be very low. They would not be able to fight back against mutant beasts, and they would also lack food and water. It's here. As long as you participate in labor, there will be no problem with food and drink every day, and you basically won't go hungry. A large number of people are working. They are all ordinary survivors, both men and women, old and young. Some are building houses, some are reclaiming land and planting, and some are repairing roads. Not far away, there is a huge construction site with at least hundreds of people working. The foundation has been dug and a tall building will be built. Further away, there is a large area of farmland, with the majority of it being land, estimated to be several hundred acres in size, with crops growing very well. Some of the land was planted a few days ago, and it looks like it will be harvested soon. Looking at the thriving territory and the booming popularity, Wang Li felt much better. This is a pure land at the end of the world and a rare safe haven. Wang Li looked at the time. It was not yet 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was still early. Why not go and kill those 2 elite mutant beasts? A small mosquito is still meat, and at least it can produce 2 boss crystal cores and 2 cards with all attributes +1. Only. Before Wang Li could even leave, Sun Delong came running over in a hurry. Boss, something happened. Something serious. Chapter 88. The Axe Gang again. Sun Delong ran over and shouted anxiously from a distance. Boss, something big has happened. Many people heard it. Their hearts tightened. Wang Li also asked, Old Sun, what's wrong? Sun Delong said, Boss, something big has happened. Zhang Xinqing's team encountered the Axe Gang today. He hurriedly explained the matter briefly. Suddenly, Wang Li understood. No wonder 7 villagers died at once. It turned out that they were not killed by mutant beasts, but by the Axe Gang. This axe helped Wang Li know. Once he met an elite mutant beast, who was also a member of the Axe Gang. The beast wanted to kill him, but he almost killed him in return. This time, it's the Axe Gang again. Wang Li was angry and waved his hand. Where are our people? Take me to see them. Zhang Xinqing, Qian Lixing and others had just returned, and at this moment, there were many people surrounding them. Everyone make way. Great, the boss is here. The crowd made way for a passage, and Wang Li, accompanied by Sun Delong and others, walked over and saw the specific situation. There were several people lying on the ground, looking seriously injured. Seeing the boss, Zhang Xinqing knelt on the ground and said, Boss, you must avenge our brothers. The Axe Gang killed 7 of us. All the brothers in our team are injured, and these brothers are particularly seriously injured. Some were missing an arm, some were missing a leg, some had a scary gash in their chest, and some seemed to have their stomach pierced. Who knows the healing spell? Come here quickly. Healing skills are extremely rare and precious, but they do exist. Wang Li knows that among the hundreds of villagers he has, 6 people possess the skill of healing. A villager came over immediately and performed a few healing spells. The injuries of these people were much better. As long as they rested for a few days, they would be basically recovered. Zhang Xinqing also knows healing skills, but after performing several healing skills in a row to save people, He is now exhausted and has the strength to do more than he wants. Seeing that these people were no longer in danger of death, Wang Li said, "Zhang Xinxing, tell us in detail what happened at the beginning." Wang Li just listened to Sun Delong's brief words and wanted to know more details. After listening to Zhang Xinxing's speech, Wang Li gently patted Qian Lixing on the shoulder and said, "Captain Qian, you did a good job." Qian Lixing quickly said, "Boss, this is what I should do." "Yes." Wang Li nodded slightly and said loudly, "I am issuing a task now. Whoever can find the lair of the Axe Gang will be rewarded with a level 10 weapon, or a level 5 armor, or a skill book. This is a huge reward. Each one of them can make many awakened people jealous." He now has 800 or 900 villagers and 30 or 40 teams. With so many people, as long as he is given some time, he will be able to find out the Axe Gang's whereabouts. Once he knew the exact location of the other party's lair, Wang Li planned to go there in person and wipe them out in one fell swoop. In the past, if one person faced 200 or 300 awakened ones, he could only stay away from them. It was far from being possible for one person to defeat 200 or 300. Now, with all the attributes improved comprehensively and the skill of God of War arrives, Wang Li felt that it should not be a problem to fight 200 or 300 people alone. After issuing this task and instructing the seriously injured villagers to rest and recover, Wang Li prepared to leave. First kill the 2 elite mutant beasts, then look around. Maybe with luck we can find the Axe Gang's lair. The number of the other side should not be small, so there should be a relatively large camp, and the target will not be small. I am high above and have a wide field of vision. What if I find them? As a thought came to his mind, a pair of huge black wings appeared behind him. The pair of wings flapped slightly, and the whole person flew into the air, leaving the ground and quickly flying away. Seeing this scene, many people were full of admiration. As expected of the boss, he even has something as rare as flying wings. The loyalty of many people is rising rapidly, and the loyalty of Zhang Xinxing, Qian Lixing, and others has even exceeded 85 points. If it reaches 90 points, then they are die-hard fans, and both of them are not far from 90 points. It is indeed convenient to have flying wings. It only takes 4 or 5 minutes to travel 20 or 30 kilometers for Wang Li to reach the location of the first elite mutant beast. Looking down from a high place, Wang Li could see the boss from hundreds of meters away. He landed directly in front of the boss and first cast an insight spell on it. It was a first-level elite. Even a small mosquito is meat. At least a dozen cards of various types can be dropped. If you are lucky, you can also get skills or even rare items. After taking a few steps towards the elite mutant beast, Wang Li chopped it down with a heavy blow. The strength attribute of nearly 200 points is very terrifying, and the weapon he is holding is a level 5, stage 2 weapon, which feels like using a butcher knife to kill a fly. A terrible wound appeared on the body of this elite mutant beast, which was shocking to see. If it were someone else, it would basically be like scraping. It would take at least several minutes, or even more than 10 minutes, for 100 or 200 people to kill a first-level boss, and there would usually be relatively large casualties. It is normal for a few people to die. As for Wang Li, he struck the mutant beast hard with his sword, almost seriously injuring it. After more than 30 consecutive heavy blows, the first-level boss was killed in less than a minute. More than a dozen cards of various types were revealed, including a first-level boss crystal core and a card with all attributes +1. Wang Li put all these things into his personal space, finished his work, and without stopping, he took off into the air and flew to the location of the next mutant beast. After flying for more than 10 kilometers in one breath, Wang Li saw the elite mutant beast from afar, and also saw a large group of people, at least 30 or 40 people. Lu Feiping is one of the 4 great warriors under Dong Xiaojie. His mission today is to take a large group of people to search for elite mutant beasts. They knew the locations of more than 10 elite mutant beasts, but when they went out early this morning, they came back empty-handed. There were no bosses at those locations, not even a trace of a boss. This is very frustrating. Until now, it was nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the surprise finally appeared. The boss at this location was refreshed. It was a mutant giant scorpion that was more than 10 meters long and as tall as a 2-story house. A faint sense of pressure could be heard from a long distance away. From a distance, Lu Feiping felt a little afraid. A few days ago, at this location, they worked together to kill the mutant giant scorpion. The price was also very high, with more than a dozen people killed and even more injured. There were nearly 200 people that time, but this time there were only 30 or 40 of them. They were definitely unwilling to give up just like that, so they could only call for reinforcements and ask a large force to come over. Lu Feiping brought 30 or 40 people to monitor the boss from a distance, not daring to get too close. They never expected that Wang Li was looking down at them from hundreds of meters in the air. Chapter 89. Interrogation of the Axe Gang's lair. There are so many people, at least 30 or 40. It can be seen that they dare not take action and can only monitor the boss from a distance. Since you don't dare to take action, I won't be polite. Wang Li flew over and landed in front of this group of people. The pair of huge black wings behind him were very eye-catching, like an angel in a myth. Lu Pengfei and others were shocked. It was the first time they saw someone fly from the sky, and the first time they saw someone with a pair of huge wings behind him. Is this a human or a mutant beast? Could it be a high-level boss? They all took up their weapons, looking as if they were facing a powerful enemy. What made them feel relieved was that the pair of large wings behind Wang Li had disappeared, as if they had never been there. Who are you? Lu Feiping asked loudly. Wang Li said calmly. Who are you? Lu Feiping said. I am Lu Feiping, one of the 4 great kings of the Axe Gang. Because he was a little afraid of Wang Li, especially he was unsure of Wang Li's strength, Lu Feiping not only revealed his identity as one of the 4 Vajras, but also revealed the name of the Axe Gang. In his opinion, the Axe Gang is the largest force within a radius of dozens of kilometers. No matter how powerful the other party is, they will definitely be a little wary. Little did he know that Wang Li said with a mocking look on his face, You are all from the Axe Gang? Yes, we are all from the Axe Gang. A henchman threatened, Get out of here if you know what's best for you, or I'll kill you. This is simply seeking death. Sure enough, Wang Li's face turned cold, and a crossbow appeared in his hand. He shot an arrow at the thug, killing him instantly. The thug's head was pierced by an arrow, and he fell straight to the ground. How dare he? He was just one person, while his side had 30 or 40 people, and none of them were weak. Most of them were level 4 or 5. He actually killed someone in front of everyone. This arrow was like poking a hornet's nest. Boy, you're looking for death. Boss, let's kill it. The others started clamoring, and as long as Lu Feiping gave the order, they would rush forward. Little did he know that before Lu Feiping gave the order, Wang Li took action first, holding a crossbow in one hand and a golden-backed machete with a dragon pattern in the other, ready to shoot either an arrow or a knife. It's basically a one-shot kill. Lu Feiping was terrified and thought angrily, How dare he do that? There are 30 or 40 of us. Brothers, kill him, all of you at once. More than 30 people, as if they were injected with chicken blood, at least 2/3 of them rushed over, and the other 1/3 was attacking from the periphery with long-range weapons such as crossbows, bows, and other weapons. Wang Li didn't waste any time. He rushed into the crowd like a wolf among sheep and killed almost every one of them with his sword. Whoosh! An arrow shot from behind and hit Wang Li's back directly. Obviously, it was Lao Lu who was hiding behind him and shooting an arrow. With Wang Li's super high attributes, especially his agility of 120, he could easily dodge the arrow, but he was too lazy to do so. My cultivation level is much higher than theirs, and my physical fitness is as high as 127 points. The damage of this arrow should be very limited. Sure enough, this arrow had almost no killing power. Wang Li just felt that he was shot, but he didn't feel any pain at all. It was estimated that at most the skin was broken a little, or even no skin was broken. What? When Lu Feiping saw an arrow hit Wang Li, he was originally happy, but when he saw that the opponent's skin was not even broken and he was still so fierce, he knew that the gap in strength between the two sides was too big. In the blink of an eye, several more brothers died at the hands of Wang Li. It was a completely one-sided massacre. Lu Feiping knew that he could not continue fighting. Brothers, this is too tough. Retreat. Everyone retreat quickly. After shouting this, he was the first one to run for his life, running very fast. Wang Li killed another person with his sword. Seeing Lu Feiping running away, he smiled coldly and chased after him with his sword in hand. In 3 to 5 seconds at most, Wang Li caught up with Lu Feiping and changed the weapon in his hand to the most useless level 0 weapon. After changing to such a rubbish weapon, of course he didn't want to kill Lu Feiping in one blow, but wanted to force him to tell him where the Axe Gang's lair was. Seeing Wang Li's speed, Lu Feiping's face turned pale, and he knew it was all over. Wang Li cut Lu Feiping's shoulder lightly with his knife. He controlled the force very well, and the cut only went in about an inch at most, not very deep. Every knife is paralyzing. Lu Feiping was instantly frozen, as if an acupuncture point had been pressed. He couldn't move at all, but his senses were very clear, and he could feel the pain in his shoulder. Unable to move, Lu Feiping panicked. Wang Li walked up to Lu Feiping and asked, If you want to survive, tell me where the Axe Gang's lair is. When the 5 seconds were up, the paralysis was lifted and Lu Feiping was able to move. Instead of answering Wang Li's question, he wanted to escape again. Only, he had just taken 2 steps when Wang Li lightly slashed his arm with a knife, and he was numb again and could not move. Wang Li warned, "My patience is limited. I'll give you one more chance. The axe gang's lair is over there." After 5 seconds, the paralysis was lifted and Lu Feiping was able to move again, but he still did not choose to answer the question. Instead, he shouted, "Don't you want to know where our camp is? I will fight you to the death." He raised his weapon and slashed at Wang Li. His movements were fast, but in Wang Li's eyes they seemed like slow motion. He dodged easily, and then stabbed him lightly again. This time the blow hit Lu Pengfei's thigh. The cut was quite deep, and one could almost see the leg bone. If a little more force was used, the entire thigh would have been cut off. "Tell me where your lair is. If you don't speak, I will make you die miserably." After 5 seconds, Lu Feiping was able to move again. He did not run away, nor did he attack Wang Li. Instead, he stabbed his own neck and directly cut his carotid artery. He actually committed suicide. He had been in the apocalypse for so long that he knew that even if he told Wang Li where the camp was, Wang Li would definitely not let him go. In order to die more quickly, he simply committed suicide. "Damn, you have guts." Wang Li glanced around and saw that he had killed more than half of the 30 or 40 people. About 10 people were running for their lives at a very fast speed. "You also need to catch a tongue." Wang Li took a step forward and chased after the nearest person. He caught up with him in a few seconds. His speed was a little terrifying. The boy who was originally running for his life saw Wang Li chasing him and screamed in fear. He ran even faster, but Wang Li stood in his way. With a plop sound, the boy knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Grandpa, spare my life. I'll give you this weapon as long as you spare my life." After saying this, he raised his weapons with both hands and kowtowed repeatedly. It looked like he was really frightened. Wang Li said coldly, "I don't even look down on your rubbish weapon. Tell me where your lair is." The boy was about to answer when an arrow came flying over and hit him directly in the head, almost piercing through it. Chapter 90 Boss Among Boss. The boy looked at the direction from which the arrow came in disbelief, then fell down. MMP, how unlucky, he actually killed someone to silence him. Wang Li saw the direction the arrow came from out of the corner of his eye, but when he turned his head to look again, he saw nothing. Obviously, the person who shot the arrow was an expert. He hid very well and disappeared immediately after shooting the arrow without any delay. "Do you want to catch another tongue?" Glancing around, he found that there was no one around. They were indeed awakened ones, and they were escaping very quickly. In a moment, they all disappeared without a trace. With a thought in his mind, the huge wings behind Wang Li appeared again, flying to a height of 200 or 300 meters, overlooking the sky, and no one noticed it. These people may have run farther away, or found a place to hide after running farther away. This time they failed to force out the location of the Axe Gang's lair, but Wang Li was not in a hurry. It was a matter of time, and the other party could not escape. His eyes fell on the elite mutant beast. He flew over and landed in front of the elite mutant giant scorpion, and killed it in less than a minute with every powerful blow from his sword. Huh, what an unexpected surprise. Among the dozen or so cards that popped out, there was one that emitted a faint purple light. It was actually a purple card. He swept all the other things into his personal space, and then Wang Li took a look at the purple card. After it materialized, it turned out to be a village-level upgrade stone. This thing is awesome. As long as you collect 5 of them, the intermediate village can be upgraded to an advanced village. Looking at the time, it was still a long time before dark, so there was no rush to go back. Wang Li flew into the air again, heading towards the direction where he had discovered the mutant beasts last time. As expected, the mutant beasts have disappeared. Wang Li knew that after such a long time, the mutant beast group should have moved, but the distance should not be very far. With this point as the center, Wang Li began to search around. The advantage of having flying wings is that not only can you have a broad view from a high vantage point, but the speed is also fast enough, and you can search an area of several kilometers in a short time. The mutant beast group still did not discover anything, but an elite mutant beast was found. Wang Li flew in front of the mutant beast and cast an insight spell on it. Name, Mutated Python, Elite. Level 2. Description, pythons are not venomous, but have strong bodies and super high defenses. Be careful of their tail sweeps. As expected of a Tier 2 elite, it exuded an obvious aura of oppression from head to toe. Its snake body was terrifyingly thick, and if not 200 meters long, it must have been at least several hundred meters. So thick, so big. Its entire body was covered with scales that were larger than wash basins. They were dark in color with a metallic luster. Wang Li even guessed that if a level 2 or 3 weapon was used to chop it, it would only be able to forge iron and cause sparks to fly. This is too hard. As for yourself, you need to try it to see if you can feel the hardness. He took out his level 5, level 2 machete, and struck hard. He felt the hardness, but not much, and almost the entire blade went in. Wow, almost all of them went in. Seeing that only the handle of the knife was left outside, Wang Li became more and more satisfied with his own strength. He followed the old rules and struck hard with every blow. After slashing it 60 or 70 times in one breath, the second-level boss was killed. Huh, am I so lucky today? Another purple card came out. Putting away all the other things first, Wang Li materialized the purple card, which turned out to be another village-level upgrade stone. This thing is amazing. There are already 2. If you collect 5 of them, you can upgrade to an advanced village. Advanced villages are not only larger in area and stronger in defense, but also have 2 more important buildings, a power plant and a water plant. It's the end of the world. There's no water or electricity. At night, everything is pitch black. It was the same in our own camp, with only sporadic lights at most, which were generated by the diesel generator. But it is not a long-term solution to always use diesel generators to generate electricity. Not only is the power low, but it also consumes diesel. When there are a lot of people, drinking water becomes a problem. Although there is a water purifier that can purify 500 liters of water per hour, the number of people is increasing. At the current rate, it is only a matter of time before the number exceeds 10,000. It would be different if we had a water plant. How pleasant it is to hear the safe, running water. You can use it for bathing, washing clothes, and cooking. Drinking water is not a problem at all. 3 more to go. Wang Li suddenly had an idea to collect the 5 level-up stones as soon as possible. After killing this second-level elite mutant beast, Wang Li was very high in the sky and actually descended to continue looking for the herd of beasts. This time I brought a few location trackers. As long as we find this group of mutant beasts, select 2 or 3 elite mutant beasts from them and place positioning trackers on them. We won't have to go through so much trouble to look for this group of beasts in the future. This positioning tracker can receive signals within a range of 100 kilometers, so Wang Li can know their location at any time as long as he wants. This type of positioning tracker was specially developed by several electronic technology talents in the camp. There are many talented people among the ordinary survivors. All kinds of people use it. Now the enhanced walkie-talkies and positioning trackers in each team are all designed and improved by them. After searching for 20 to 30 minutes, Wang Li finally saw this huge group of mutant beasts. It seemed to be larger in scale, still centered on the 2-headed mutant gorilla, wandering and moving slowly. Among them, there are many high-level mutant beasts and elite mutant beasts. Others would hide as far away as possible when seeing such a large group of mutant beasts, but Wang Li is different. This is not just a herd of mutant beasts, it is simply a huge mobile treasure trove. He flew above the mutant beast group at an altitude of 200 or 300 meters. He did not rush to take action, but instead observed them first. From last night to now, in less than 20 hours, the size of this mutant beast group has indeed increased a little, and the number of mutant beasts has increased a little. The high-level mutant beasts and elite mutant beasts that I had killed seemed to have not decreased. Could it be that some new ones had appeared? The increase in the number of mutant beasts is a good thing for Wang Li. He hopes that this group of mutant beasts will become larger and higher in level. After observing from high in the air, Wang Li began to select mutant beasts to place tracking locators. First of all, it must be an elite mutant beast, and it should be at the 2nd level if possible, but it would be best if it is at the 3rd level. Descending in altitude and flying above the group of mutant beasts, Wang Li spotted an elite mutant beast and cast an insight spell on it, revealing that it was a 2nd-tier boss. The 2nd level is also good. Wang Li placed the first tracking locator on this boss. Then, to be on the safe side, he found another 3rd-level boss and placed one on it. After placing 2 tracking locators in a row, Wang Li turned his attention to the 2-headed chimpanzee. This is a behemoth. It is more than 10 meters high, as tall as 3 or 4 floors, and like King Kong in the movies, it is full of explosive power, especially with a huge meteor hammer in its hand. This was the first mutant beast with that weapon that Wang Li saw. Before, I didn't have the skill of insight, so I didn't know the level of this mutant beast. Now, I used the skill of insight to cast it over. Suddenly, his mouth opened wide in surprise, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Oh my god, there is actually such a mutant beast. It is the boss among bosses. Chapter 91 Dong Xiaojia's Unlucky Day. This mutant beast is not ordinary. But I didn't expect it to be so unusual. After casting an insight spell, Wang Li saw some information about it. Name, mutated 2-headed King Kong, Lord. Level 3. It turned out to be a Lord. They were all elites before. There was even a Lord-level mutant beast, and the level was also very high, a full 3 levels. In fact, All Lord-level mutant beasts are at levels no lower than level 3. Do you want to get rid of it? Maybe a lot of good stuff will be revealed. This thought suddenly popped up in Wang Li's mind, and he couldn't help but have such an impulse. This was the first Lord-level mutant beast he had discovered. Only, Wang Li was a little worried. The fundamental reason why there is such a large group of mutant beasts is because of the existence of this Lord-level mutant beast. With it as the center, more and more ordinary mutant beasts and some elite mutant beasts gather around it. Once I kill it, this group of mutant beasts will definitely collapse. Killing it is not a wise choice, at least not now. After a while, this group of mutant beasts will no longer be of any value. Anyway, they are still of great value now. There is no need to kill this Lord mutant beast. Kill those ordinary mutant beasts and some elite mutant beasts first. Let's put a tracking locator on it first. Wang Li resisted the urge to kill it, and after taking a look at it, he placed a locator on the chest of the two-headed King Kong. Unexpectedly, an unexpected scene happened. Just as the locator was placed, the two-headed King Kong pulled it off and crushed it with one foot. It even became furious, as if it had been provoked. Because he couldn't see Wang Li, he roared angrily and even smashed a big tree next to him in half with a star hammer. Only then did he gradually calm down. Well, if it can't be placed on it, let's change the object. Wang Li placed the last tracking locator on a third-level elite mutant beast. This way, it would be safer. Even if one or two were lost, or a locator was damaged, it would not be a big problem because there were still other locators that could work. From now on, there is no need to search for this group of mutant beasts. It is clear where they appear. The locator was fixed, and Wang Li entered the killing mode, hunting mutant beasts of the same level as himself. It would be much better if we had insight. When he saw a higher-level mutant beast, he cast an insight spell on it. Level 9, level 0, no killing. Level 1 and level 0 won't work either. This was only level 1, stage 1. Wang Li struck hard with his sword, killing the enemy instantly. With extremely high strength attributes, a level 5, stage 2 weapon, and heavy blows, mutant beasts of the same level can basically be killed instantly with one strike. If you can't kill it in 1 second, just hit it again. This is a huge herd of beasts. There are mutant beasts everywhere within a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers. The density is relatively high. Wang Li is harvesting cultivation points here. Cultivation +1. Cultivation +1. Cultivation +2. Only a dozen kilometers away from here, in the presidential suite, Dong Xiaojia's face was gloomy. This morning, he was killed by someone else. He brought 27 or 28 people with him, all of whom were experts. He originally thought that he had it all figured out, but he never expected that the reinforcements were so powerful. Everyone has a weapon, and everyone's cultivation level is very high. Damn, where did this force come from? It's so powerful. He fled in panic and finally got back, but his face was still very ugly. Dong Xiaojia even threw a lot of things and got angry. At the same time, he has ordered his men to find out and investigate clearly which force that gang belongs to, and he wants revenge. Only, someone else came back and brought him some very bad news. A team of 30 or 40 people was almost wiped out, and only about 10 people escaped, less than 1/3 of them. What made it hard for him to accept was that there was only one person on the other side. The other party actually fought against a group of people alone, which made Dong Xiaojia angry again. He even slapped several people and called the other party a good-for-nothing waste. A bunch of rubbish. 30 or 40 of them can't beat just one person. One of the subordinates was slapped in the face and scolded. He was very dissatisfied and argued. Boss, this can't be entirely our fault. The opponent is really too powerful. We can't defeat him at all. You're useless, Dong Xiaojia cursed. So many people were killed by the other party, and you don't even know their details. What was hard for him to accept was that Lu Feiping, one of the 4 Vajras, was also killed by the other party. Now, the 4 Vajras became the 3 Vajras. For Dong Xiaojia, today is the worst day and also the day with the highest death toll. In the past, when the organization killed the boss, there were not so many deaths. Misfortunes never come alone. Blessings never come in pairs. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yu Guangliang, one of the 3 Vajras, came over with an anxious look on his face. Boss, this is bad. Dong Xiaojia's mood has not fully recovered yet. Even though he just called 2 female survivors over and discussed the physical problems in depth for a long time, he still felt very bad. It looks like nothing good is going to happen. Dong Xiaojia's face darkened. What happened again? Yu Guangliang said worriedly. Boss, we found a huge herd of mutant beasts, at least tens of thousands in number. All of them are mutant beasts of various levels. Many of them are boss. What? Tens of thousands of mutant beasts. This is too scary. If you encounter such a group of mutant beasts, no matter how many people you have, there is only one result, and that is to be crushed to pieces. Dong Xiaojia's face changed, and he asked anxiously, "Where is this mutant herd, and how far is it from us?" He had a hunch that the distance wasn't far. Otherwise, Yu Guangliang wouldn't be so anxious. As expected, Yu Guangliang said, "It is only more than 10 kilometers away from our camp. According to our people's observations from a distance, this group of mutant beasts is coming towards us. It is estimated that they will reach us in 3 to 4 hours at most." What? Only 3 or 4 hours? What can I do then? Wang Li was in high spirits, killing one mutant beast after another. His cultivation value was increasing all the time, and the key was that his monster killing value was also increasing. Cultivation +1. Another level 1 ordinary mutant beast was killed instantly by Wang Li with one sword, and then he began to look for the next target, trying to kill as many mutant beasts as possible before this two-headed King Kong went berserk. In order not to alarm this Lord-level two-headed King Kong, Wang Li tried to stay as far away as possible and tried not to kill the mutant beasts near it. He killed a few more mutant beasts, and his cultivation level was raised. Cultivation level, level 1, level 2. Cultivation, 0/300. In less than 2 hours, he killed more than 100 common mutant beasts and 7 elite mutant beasts, and his cultivation level reached stage 1, level 2, and he obtained 20 free attribute points. After level 1, you will gain 20 free attribute points for every level of cultivation. His physique, agility, and spirit are all high enough, completely sufficient. Wang Li still added all these 20 attribute points to strength, and the strength attribute reached 237 points. After adding points and preparing to continue killing mutant beasts, Wang Li suddenly stopped. In the distance, there seemed to be faint movement coming from the distance. Chapter 92, Qin Shi. There is indeed a sound. Wang Li has high attributes in all aspects and very good hearing. When he stopped, he could faintly hear a sound coming from afar. If you listen more carefully, you will be even more certain. Judging from the sound, it seems someone is killing mutant beasts. Who could this be? Is he so awesome? There is a huge group of mutant beasts here. Isn't he worried about being eaten by so many mutant beasts? With a little more curiosity in his heart, Wang Li had an idea and flew into the air to a height of about 200 meters and saw what was going on. That location was at the edge of the mutant beast herd, where the density of mutant beasts was much smaller. A young woman was killing mutant beasts. Holding a huge shield in one hand and a thick stick in the other, he was smashing a mutant beast. It can be seen that this girl is an expert in playing with the stick, and she uses this big stick very skillfully in her hands. The mutant beasts around her seemed to ignore her. They must have invisibility rings or something like that. As long as their level was not higher than her cultivation level, they could not see her. In order to see more clearly, Wang Li flew forward silently for a few hundred meters, shortening the distance between the two. This is indeed a young woman with a very beautiful face and an amazing figure, with a curvy figure, fair skin, short hair, and a heroic appearance. Chun-Shi was working hard and carefully killing monsters. She discovered this group of mutant beasts today. She was frightened at first and retreated away from them, staying away from them, even though she was lucky enough to have found an invisibility ring from a mutant beast a few days ago. After avoiding this huge group of mutant beasts, they felt unwilling to give up because searching for mutant beasts to hunt was too hard and a waste of time. Her cultivation level is already level 6, and it might take her more than 10 minutes to find a mutant beast of the same level, and half a day to increase her cultivation by a few points. Her luck was really good. Not long ago, she killed a mutant beast and got a book of insight. Later, she got a level 8 shield at level 0. These two things gave her great confidence. Cautiously, I went to the outskirts of the mutant beast herd and began to carefully hunt the mutant beasts. You know what? It really worked. Any mutant beasts with a lower level than her ignored her, and as for those with a higher level than her, she kept a distance and used insight, trying not to provoke them actively, and only fought one at a time. She had been killing on the outskirts of the mutant beast herd for nearly an hour, killing more than 20 mutant beasts and gaining 20 or 30 points of cultivation. She would soon be able to raise her cultivation level to level 7. So cool. I never thought that killing mutant beasts could be so exciting. After killing another mutant beast, his cultivation level finally reached level 7. When Chun-Shi was about to kill the next mutant beast, her sixth sense told her that something seemed to be wrong, and she felt vaguely uneasy. She hesitated. This feeling of being secretly watched made her panic. She wondered in her heart, maybe after killing so many mutant beasts, she was being targeted by an elite mutant beast. No, this feeling of being watched seemed to come from the air. She looked up and was shocked to see a humanoid creature floating in the air not far from her, about 100 or 200 meters away. If you say he is a human, he has a pair of large black wings that are at least 7 or 8 meters long. If you say he is a mutant beast, he clearly has the face of a young man, and he is very handsome. What the hell is this? For safety reasons, Chun-Shi turned around and ran towards the outermost area of the mutant beasts, looking back as he ran. Seeing this scene, Wang Li smiled and shook his head gently. This girl was cautious enough. She ran away without saying a word. Wang Li was very curious about this woman. It was not her extremely high appearance that aroused his interest, but the fact that she dared to come out alone to hunt mutant beasts and even set her sights on this group of mutant beasts. From a distance, Wang Li followed. I followed them from a distance for several kilometers and finally realized that this girl was not alone. It turned out that they were in a team of about a dozen people, both men and women. The proportion of girls was relatively high, and they were all young people. They are all college students, and they are studying the same major. After entering the apocalypse, they often form teams together. Chun-Shi, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Yeah, I've never seen you so nervous. Chun-Shi took a few breaths, looked back at Wang Li flying over from the sky, and reminded everyone. Look, he is the one who has been following me. Chun-Shi didn't have much confidence as a person alone. Although her level had reached 7, she now had more than a dozen teammates, and everyone's level was not low, so she felt confident. No matter how powerful he is, he can't beat 10 people alone. If Chun-Shi knew that Wang Li could fight a group of people alone, he would probably collapse. What the hell? What the hell is that thing? It can actually fly. It might be an elite mutant beast. Get ready, Da Fei. Call our people and tell them to come over here. They are also a force of their own, far more than just a dozen people, but a large group of classmates, more than 50 or 60 people. For safety reasons, everyone was not far from each other, and the farthest was no more than 10 kilometers, so that they could support each other when encountering danger. I heard that the Axe Gang roams around this area. Every time I see them, they either kill people or steal things. They are very bad. The man called Da Fei took out his walkie-talkie and started calling hurriedly. The others, one by one, treated themselves as if they were facing a great enemy, took out their weapons, and started driving. 2 of them were holding long-range weapons, aiming at Wang Li from a distance. Wang Li smiled bitterly. He really had no intention of attacking these people, nor did he have the intention of killing them or robbing them. He just wanted to ask, do these people know about the Axe Gang? It would be great if we could get some information about the Axe Gang from them, or find out the location of the Axe Gang's lair. Under these people's nervous gazes, Wang Li flew over, landed in front of them, and folded the huge wings behind him. With a smile on his face and a friendly tone, Wang Li took the initiative to say, "Everyone, I have no ill intentions, don't be nervous." Seeing Wang Li speak, Chun-Shi and others felt a little better. They thought to themselves that it seemed that he was not a mutant beast, but should be an awakened one. Chun-Shi even cast an insight spell over there, but didn't gain any information. He just knew that the beast in front of him was not a mutant, because if it was a mutant, he would have gained some information, but he couldn't use insight spell on an awakened person. "Everyone, I really have no ill intentions. I just want to ask you something." The tall boy should be the captain of this small team. He stood out from the crowd and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" Wang Li said, "I want to ask, do you know the Axe Gang?" As soon as they heard the word Axe Gang, several people showed obvious anger in their eyes, and it seemed that they had suffered great losses at the hands of the Axe Gang. Noticing the expressions of these people, Wang Li was secretly delighted and guessed, could it be that they really knew the Axe Gang? Chapter 93. Fortunately, it's not too late. The tall boy didn't rush to answer, but asked, "Dude, what is your relationship with the Axe Gang?" He seems very smart. First of all, we need to understand the relationship between Wang Li and the Axe Gang. If they are enemies of the Axe Gang, then everything will be easy. He will tell Wang Li everything he knows. If Wang Li and the Axe Gang were friends, he would have to think about what to say. He would try not to offend anyone, and could even tell a lie if possible. Wang Li seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He smiled slightly, and then said with certainty, "Don't worry. I have a grudge against the Axe Gang. They killed several of my brothers. I have been looking for their lair and want to wipe them out in one fell swoop." "Really? This is a big surprise." The tall boy's face was clearly filled with joy. "Brother, I asked the right person. We happen to know the location of the Axe Gang's lair. How about we work together to wipe out this notorious and evil Axe Gang? Don't worry, we have more than just these few people here. There are 50 or 60 of us. Everyone will be here in less than half an hour." He didn't believe that Wang Li could deal with the Axe Gang alone, even if he could fly. He guessed that Wang Li must have a powerful force under his command. Wang Li shook his head gently, There was no need to go through so much trouble. No, you just need to tell me the location of the Axe Gang's lair, and I can handle the rest myself. So that's it, the tall boy said. Then you better be careful. According to what we know, the Axe Gang has about 300 awakened people. 300 people. This is a huge force. The tall boys were not bad either, but their numbers were less, with only 50 or 60 awakened ones. In addition, there were some students who could not awaken, so the total number was only about 200 or 300. They also built a camp, but were bullied by the Axe Gang and could only swallow their anger. They were simply no match for them. They thought that after hearing that there were 300 people, Wang Li would give up and might even take the initiative to invite them to join, and the two forces would work together to destroy the hateful Axe Gang. Obviously, he was overthinking it. Wang Li still looked relaxed. So they have 300 people. That's not a lot. Isn't that a lot? The tall boy wondered in his heart what kind of force the other party was that thought that defeating the 300 people of the Axe Gang was a piece of cake. Brother, although I guess your strength should be very strong, you still have to be careful. The Axe Gang is very insidious, especially their camp is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Do you know the Roman Resort Hotel? The tall boy pointed in a direction and said, it's in this direction, about 20 kilometers away. That's the Axe Gang's lair. I heard that the entire hotel has been reinforced by them, and a tall and sturdy wall has been built around it. You must be careful. Originally in a former Roman resort hotel. Wang Li knew this hotel, one of the 5-star hotels in Jiangxing City. Many forces have now converted some hotels or villas into camps. As long as they don't encounter large groups of mutant beasts, they are safe. After learning the location of the Axe Gang's lair, Wang Li thanked them. Then, with an idea in his mind, a pair of huge black wings appeared behind him and flew towards the direction of the Roma Resort Hotel. After watching Wang Li leave, Chen Shi, the tall boy, and others did not speak for a long time. After a long while, a girl said with envy, how come he has a pair of wings? He's so handsome. Chen Shi guessed, since he is also an awakener, the pair of wings should be a rare item that exploded from a mutant beast and can assist in flying. Yes, I think it should be something that exploded from a mutant beast, a boy said eagerly. And it is most likely produced by an elite mutant beast. Otherwise, why don't we go kill the elite mutant beasts as well? The tall boy shook his head slightly. They once tried to kill an elite mutant beast, but even with 50 or 60 people working together, they still couldn't kill it, and 2 of their classmates died instead. He planned to wait a few more days until everyone had better equipment and higher levels of cultivation before going to kill the elite mutant beasts. Chen Shi kept looking at Wang Li until he could no longer see him. Then he looked away and guessed. Is he from the power in the Platinum Palace? They already knew from the broadcast that a large camp had been established at the location of the former Platinum Palace villa area. The broadcast said that it was protected by tall reinforced concrete walls and was very safe, and called on everyone to go there. But they never went there. The main thing is that we have our own camp, and although it is small, we can survive. I am worried that after I go there, I will be dependent on others and be controlled by others, and I will not have the freedom to be my own boss. Let's talk about Wang Li. After learning the exact location of the Axe Gang, they flew directly in that direction and saw the former Roman resort hotel a few minutes later. This is a 20-story building with a beautiful glass exterior. However, it can be seen that the glass exterior is damaged in many places, probably due to an attack by mutant beasts. A circle of wall has been built around the building, and barbed wire has been pulled up, and even various construction waste and scraps have been piled up outside, with the purpose of blocking mutant beasts. There are 2 teams of awakened people patrolling near the wall. Each team has more than a dozen people. Their main purpose is to hunt down mutant beasts that appear nearby, protect the hotel, and prevent other awakened people from making plans. Wang Li flew over from 300 or 400 meters in the air, and the 2 teams of awakened people didn't notice it at all, and the awakened people standing guard at the door didn't notice it either. Hovering in the air 300 or 400 meters above the ground, Wang Li was thinking in his mind, how to start. When I flew over just now, I also saw that huge group of mutant beasts. It is at most 10 kilometers away from here and is heading here. In 2 or 3 hours at most, this place will be overwhelmed by the mutant beasts. Wang Li secretly thought that he was lucky. If he had arrived any later, he would have failed. The Axe Gang members would surely leave, and by then, the place would be deserted. Fortunately, it seems we are not too late. At this time, the top leaders of the Axe Gang were holding a meeting. Dong Xiaojia's face looked a little ugly because the mutant beasts were coming here, and they had to leave. There were originally nearly 300 awakened people, dozens of them died, and now there are more than 200 people. In addition, there are hundreds of ordinary survivors who they have kept in captivity. They have been discussing this for some time and have basically reached a consensus. All the supplies were loaded onto trucks and taken away, and all the survivors were abandoned, except for a few pretty female survivors. The division of labor is also very clear. There is a team of people responsible for finding vehicles, especially large vehicles such as trucks and buses, which can carry more things and more people. When the convoy is on the road, there will be a lot of noise, but there is nothing they can do as there are too many things. They can only rely on their numbers to kill the alarmed mutant beasts one by one. Their meeting was coming to an end and Dong Xiaojia was making his final speech. No one knew that a figure had flown from the sky and landed on the rooftop of the hotel. Chapter 94. Treat others in their own way. Just now, Wang Li looked down from midair for a long time and finally decided to enter from above. There is a patrol team guarding the front of the building. There should be more people and a mixed crowd on the lower floors. The middle and high-level members of the Axe Gang must live on the higher floors. On the one hand, it can show their extraordinary status, and on the other hand, the higher floors are safer. If there is an attack by mutant beasts, they usually start from the lower floors. Especially the boss of the Axe Gang, most of them live in the presidential suite on the top floor. Wang Li landed on the rooftop of the building without anyone noticing. No one probably expected that someone could fall from the sky. Pushing the door from the rooftop, I entered the highest 42nd floor. This floor was indeed extremely luxurious. The corridors were covered with expensive carpets, and each door looked very upscale. Before the end of the world, each door would have cost tens of thousands. Who are you? There were people on duty on this floor, but not many. There were only 2 people at the elevator entrance. When they saw Wang Li coming down from upstairs, they were slightly stunned, and then started questioning loudly. In answer, they were shot 2 arrows, 1 for each of them. 2 sounds of whoosh, whoosh. The speed was so fast that an arrow shot directly through each person's head. Then, Wang Li searched this floor, but didn't see anyone, so he went down to the 41st floor, which had several high-end business suites and a luxurious business conference room. There were also 2 people standing guard at the door of the conference room. Before they could speak, 2 more arrows were shot out. Wang Li already knew that all the middle and senior management of the Axe Gang should hold a meeting in this high-level business conference room. After all, the mutant beasts would be here soon, and they didn't have much time left, so they should hold a meeting to discuss their evacuation. After shooting the 2 awakened people standing guard at the door of the conference room, Wang Li kicked the door open. Bang! With a loud bang, the luxurious solid wooden door was kicked into pieces, with wood chips flying everywhere. The people inside were stunned. Who is this? So fierce. Didn't they know that all the elites of the Axe Gang were holding a meeting here? After they realized what was going on, they were all shocked. They saw a strange young man walking in with a crossbow in one hand and a panlong golden back machete in the other. Dong Xiaojia was so frightened that his face changed instantly. One of the henchmen pointed at Wang Li and shouted, "Fuck you. You're looking for death." After saying that, he was ready to take action, but before he could draw his weapon, Wang Li shot an arrow at him, killing him instantly. With a strength of more than 200 and a level 10 crossbow, it would be strange if he wasn't killed instantly by a level 5 or 6 trash. After killing the ignorant henchman, Wang Li took 2 steps forward, pointed his crossbow at everyone, and said calmly, "Hand over all your weapons and equipment, and I will consider sparing your lives." It is impossible to spare their lives. Even if they all surrendered their weapons, they would still be killed. Wang Li was simply using his own methods to treat others in their own way. The Axe Gang has always operated like this. Every time they threaten others to hand over their weapons and equipment, they first kill them all, leaving no one alive. At this time, someone recognized Wang Li and screamed, "Boss, it's him. He stole our elite mutant beast last time and killed many of our brothers." Dong Xiaojia also guessed something, but he was not sure. Now that he knew who Wang Li was, he had always dreamed of killing Wang Li. Unexpectedly, Wang Li came to me on his own initiative. Dong Xiaojia said fiercely, "Okay, very good. You are dead this time." Wang Li remained calm and said, "Are you sure you don't want to hand over your weapons and equipment? Then I will not be polite. I will kill you all and not spare any of you." Seeing someone trying to resist, Wang Li quietly took out his weapon. He was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and shot an arrow at him, killing him instantly. After killing several people in seconds, no one dared to act rashly now. The atmosphere was dull and depressing. After waiting for about 3 to 5 seconds, Wang Li said, "Hand over all your weapons and equipment, or I will kill you all. My patience is limited, and I won't give you too much time." I counted down to 10, 9, 8, 7. When I counted to 3, there was a loud noise outside the conference room door. There were at least dozens of awakened people holding various weapons. The ones in the front were holding large shields, and the ones at the back were holding bows, crossbows, and other long-range weapons. Seeing this situation, everyone, including Dong Xiaojia, was delighted, and their own people came up. Wang Li is alone. How can he fight against a group of people? If dozens of people come at once and each of them spits, he will be drowned. What's more, if the noise gets big, more and more people will come to reinforce him. In the conference room, everyone, including Dong Xiaojia, looked happy, but they did not take any action. Instead, they watched those who came over and besieged Wang Li. Having reached their level, each of them is a middle or high-level figure in the Axe Gang. They would definitely let their subordinates take the risk and die instead of doing it themselves. What if I get hacked to death myself? That would not be worth it. The lives of my brothers are worthless anyway. If they die, we can just recruit another one. In the end times, as long as we have supplies, we will have no worries about not being able to recruit people. Go kill him. Brothers, shoot first. Shoot him to death with all your arrows. Outside the meeting room is a corridor, which is not very spacious, only wide enough for 4 or 5 people to walk side by side. The people holding shields are at the front, and those behind them can shoot arrows without worry. The distance was so close and the space was so small that they felt they could hit the target with their eyes closed. At least 7 or 8 arrows were shot at him. Wang Li swung his knife to cut off several bullets and dodge several others. The space was indeed too small, and 2 of them hit him, one in the chest and one in the thigh. Suddenly, everyone in the conference room was delighted. After being shot by 2 arrows, if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. A few more arrows would probably be enough. A shocking scene happened. After the 2 arrows were shot, they didn't penetrate at all, and the 2 arrows fell to the ground. Before they could be stunned, Wang Li rushed over like a wolf among a flock of sheep, killing one by one with his sword. A thug holding a shield saw Wang Li slashing at him with a knife and quickly blocked it with his shield, but both the shield and the man were cut in half. The broken limbs and arms on the ground were shocking and visually impactful, and some people's psychological defenses collapsed instantly. In the blink of an eye, Wang Li killed at least a dozen people. The remaining people were so frightened that some even dropped their weapons and ran away. Unfortunately, the space is too small, and they are too crowded. There were really not many people who escaped. It was only 1 or 2 minutes at most, and there was no one alive in the corridor. Except for a few people who ran away at the back, the others were all killed. The ground was covered with blood and broken limbs. Wang Li was too lazy to chase the small fish and shrimp that had escaped, as all the big fish were in the conference room. Still holding the crossbow in one hand and the panlong golden back machete in the other, Wang Li walked into the meeting room again. Chapter 95. Sorry, I lied to you. No one in the meeting room, including Dong Xiaojia, reacted. Wang Li had already walked in, but they were still in a daze. The scene just now completely overturned their cognition. You can really fight a group of people by yourself. So many people were almost killed so quickly, they were really scared. After they came to their senses, their faces turned a little pale. Someone shouted in horror, "What? What are you going to do?" His voice was trembling, and he spoke haltingly. Wang Li smiled coldly. "My request is very simple. Hand over all your things, otherwise, I will kill you all, leaving no one alive." It was the same thing just now, but no one would believe it. They are all the elites of the Axe Gang, with high levels of cultivation, good equipment, and strong combat effectiveness. In addition, there are more than 200 gang members, and one of them can drown Wang Li with just a spit. Now, they were really scared and worried that Wang Li would kill them all. You can really let us go," Wang Li said calmly. "Of course, there is only one chance. Hand over everything and stand over there." After a slight hesitation, perhaps because there was no better choice, someone handed over his things and placed them on the conference table in front of Wang Li, then stood obediently in the open space next to the conference room. Where there is a first person, there will be a second person. There were gradually more and more things on the conference table. Various weapons, shields, and even protective gear. This group of people are worthy of being the elite of the Axe Gang. They are really wealthy and have a lot of various things. There were more than 20 people in total, and they placed all their things on the table. Of course, there were some dishonest people among them. He was one of the 3 great kings of the Axe Gang. He just put his weapon on the conference table and did not take off a piece of protective gear. Wang Li's eyes turned cold, and he glared at him. The meaning is very clear: don't be clever and don't get yourself into trouble. The man had no choice but to take off his t-shirt. Name: men's cotton t-shirt. Level: 0 level 6. Effect: reduce damage by 8. This thing is pretty good. Generally speaking, protective gear is rarer than weapons. Among the 20 or so elite members of the Axe Gang in the conference room, he is the only one who has such a piece of protective gear. The others are all various weapons and several shields. In the end, Only Dong Xiaojie was left. Wang Li pointed the crossbow in his hand at him and said, "Why? If you don't want to hand over the things, then you can only die." After saying this, he pretended to shoot him to death with an arrow. Dong Xiaojie panicked. He was also afraid of death. Slow down, slow down. Dong Xiaojie begged for mercy. "I'll give you everything, but you have to keep your word and let us go." Wang Li warned. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and take out all your things." Dong Xiaojie reluctantly placed his weapon on the conference table. It was a level 0, grade 10 weapon, which was pretty good. Then he hesitated for a moment, took off 2 pieces of protective gear and placed them on the conference table. One was a pair of Yarkei sneakers, and the other was a pair of men's sweatpants. After placing these things on the conference table, he prepared to walk to the back of the conference room and stand there like everyone else. Wang Li called out to him, "Stop." Dong Xiaojie stopped, and his heart trembled. He wouldn't find out, would he? No, I did it so secretly he couldn't possibly find out. Just now, while everyone was handing over their weapons and equipment one after another, and Wang Li was staring at these people handing over their things, Dong Xiaojie quietly took off the storage ring on his finger and put it into his pocket. There are a lot of things in this storage ring. As the leader of the Axe Gang, he organized everyone to kill more than a dozen elite mutant beasts, so there are quite a few things. Unfortunately, Wang Li is not a fool. As the leader of the Axe Gang, how is it possible that you only have so little, just a weapon and 2 pieces of armor, among the 200 or 300 awakened people under you? It's a trick to fool people. Calling Dong Xiaojie, Wang Li looked at him coldly without saying a word, just looking at him. Dong Xiaojie was under a lot of pressure and felt extremely aggrieved. He wanted to shout, "Brothers, come on and chop him up." But he didn't dare, because he knew he couldn't win. Just now in the corridor outside the conference room, so many people were killed in 1 or 2 minutes, and almost all of them died, and Wang Li's skin was not even broken. He knew that even if all of his men came up, they would definitely not be his match. Since you can't win, you can only hold your anger in your heart, admit defeat to save your life, and talk about revenge later. Being looked at like this by Wang Li, Dong Xiaojie was really a little scared. After hesitating for a long time, he said nervously, I have given you all my things. What else do you want?" Wang Li smiled coldly. "Are you really going to give me everything? I'll give you one more chance. If I find your storage ring, you will have no chance of survival." "What? How did he know I have a storage ring?" Dong Xiaojie was startled, hesitated for a moment, and asked, You will really let us go?" Wang Li said, "Stop talking nonsense and take out your storage ring." In fact, Wang Li was just deceiving him. It is speculated that as the leader of the Axe Gang, with 200 or 300 awakened people under him, he must have more than just these things. He should have a storage ring with more things stored in it. Sure enough, judging from the other party's expression, my guess was correct. Under Wang Li's cold gaze, Dong Xiaojie hesitated for a long time and reluctantly took out his storage ring from his pocket. His heart is bleeding. This was all his belongings. He organized everyone to work hard to kill more than a dozen elite mutant beasts, but he was reluctant to give any of the belongings to his subordinates and put them all in the ring. Now, it's a good thing for Wang Li. Wang Li grabbed his storage ring without looking at what was inside. Now was not the right time. He could take a closer look later when he had more time. Then he waved his hand and put all the things piled on the conference table into his personal space. With so many things, the gains are greater than those from killing a few elite mutant beasts. It can be considered a small fortune. After putting away all the things, Wang Li pointed the crossbow at Dong Xiaojie and said coldly, "You can die now." Dong Xiaojie was very anxious. "You said that as long as we hand over the things, you will spare our lives. You are not keeping your word." Wang Li said, "I'm sorry, I lied to you." He killed several of his own villagers and still wanted to survive. What was he thinking? There was no way such a good thing could happen. Wang Li aimed an arrow at Dong Xiaojie. The distance between the two was only 3 or 4 meters. At such a short distance, there was no time to react at all, and the arrow hit Dong Xiaojie's chest. Although the bullet didn't penetrate completely, it penetrated at least 5 or 6 inches and was not far from penetrating. Dong Xiaojie screamed, obviously seriously injured, and then shouted in grief and anger, "Brothers, fight him." He waved his fists and rushed towards Wang Li. Chapter 96. There is always someone better than you. You are kidding. No weapons, just bare hands? Wang Li was too lazy to fight back. He looked at Dong Xiaojie with a joking face and let him hit him with 2 punches. He hardly felt any difference. "Is that enough? Do you want to fight again?" Dong Xiaojie was stunned and terrified. As he looked on in utter horror, a flash of knife light struck from above, entering from between his eyebrows and exiting from between his legs, splitting the entire person into 2. After taking a look at the other people in the conference room, Wang Li's eyes flashed with a cold light. He rushed over and killed them one by one with his sword. The people couldn't even utter a scream. Someone yelled in fear, "Don't kill me. All our supplies are stored on the 40th floor, don't kill me." To cut the grass, you must remove the roots. None of these people can be left alive. In 2 minutes at most, all of them will be dead, with no one left alive. There are actually a lot of supplies on the 40th floor. This was an unexpected gain. With so many people in the Axe gang, they must have collected a lot of supplies over the past few days. I was too lazy to look for them, but they are on the 40th floor, so I just went and collected them all. Wang Li reached the 40th floor holding the Panlong golden back machete that was still dripping with blood. There were not many people on this floor. Only a few brave ones were loading various supplies. When they saw the killing like Wang Li, they scattered and ran as fast as they could. Wang Li did not go after them. There were many people like them, but they were all small fry and could not cause any big waves. Soon there was no one on the entire 40th floor. Wang Li loaded all the supplies into his personal space. After making sure that they were all searched, he walked onto the rooftop. With a thought in his mind, huge wings appeared and flew hundreds of meters into the sky. You can see clearly from a high vantage point. A large number of people were fleeing in panic. They probably knew that a beast tide was coming and that the entire top leadership of the Axe gang had been wiped out. Floating in the air, after watching quietly for a few minutes, Wang Li flapped his wings and flew away. After flying for 20 or 30 kilometers, he saw a high-rise building. He flew over and stood on the top of the building, then took out Dong Xiaoji's ring. Open the ring, and you will be pleasantly surprised. The space in the ring is surprisingly large, estimated to be more than 10 cubic meters, which means that Dong Xiaoji used at least a dozen boss crystal cores to increase the space of the ring. In addition to the large space, there are a lot of things inside. There were dozens of supply cards of various kinds, and a large number of weapons and equipment, as many as 30 or 40 pieces, which was equivalent to the gains from killing more than 20 elite mutant beasts. There are also several skill books, 5 books of critical hits, and 1 book of healing. The biggest gain, and the thing that surprised Wang Li the most, was that there was actually a village-level upgrade stone. Now Wang Li now has 3. Collecting 5 of them will upgrade your village to an advanced level. Advanced villages are not only larger in area and have taller and stronger defensive walls, but they also have many new functions and buildings. For example, high-level villages can be named and will have official names. High-end villages will also have power plants, water plants, fertile fields, etc., and will completely say goodbye to the days of water and power outages. This level-up stone is the biggest surprise. Not bad, not bad. It's considered a small fortune. He looked at the contents of the ring with satisfaction, put the ring on his hand, flapped his wings, and flew towards his camp. The first thing to do after returning to the camp is to put these weapons and equipment into the village office and authorize the villagers to use them, including skill books. Those high-level weapons and equipment, including these skill books, have requirements. You can only obtain a heavy attack skill when your loyalty reaches 80 or above. If you want a healing skill, your loyalty must be above 90. A loyalty level of 90 or above means you will follow your opponent till death and never betray him. Level 0, Level 8 weapons and equipment requires 70 points of loyalty, and Level 0, Level 10 weapons and equipment requires 75 points of loyalty. Because it was around 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, many teams that had been hunting outside all day came back one after another. They saw a lot of weapons and equipment in the village, including Level 8 or even Level 10 weapons. Oh my god, the boss authorized some Level 8 and Level 10 weapons for us to use. Really? Let me take a look. Haha, my application was successful and I got a Level 8 weapon. I can retire the Level 2 weapon in my hand. Wow, there's also a heavy attack skill book. What's the big deal about the heavy attack skill book? There is also a rare healing skill. The whole village was bustling with activity. Many people successfully applied for high-level weapons and equipment, and several villagers acquired heavy-hitting skills. Wang Li returned to his villa number 1. Hubby, you're back. Are you tired? Do you want me to give you a back massage? Hubby, come and eat some grapes. The 2 women served Wang Li comfortably. Shin Tongtong was responsible for massaging his shoulders and back, while Yi Wanning took out 2 grapes to feed Wang Li. Seeing the 2 women perform so well and work so hard, Wang Li, while feeling comfortable, took out 2 first-level boss crystal cores and gave 1 to each of them as a reward. There are quite a few first-level boss crystal cores now, dozens of them. Chun Shi and several others were standing on the rooftop of a building, looking at the huge herd of mutant beasts a kilometer away from afar. Wherever this group of mutant beasts passed, there was almost no grass growing. Many large trees were broken in half, and many buildings were destroyed, turning into ruins. They have arrived at the former Roman resort hotel, which was the former lair of the Axe Gang. Soon, the huge group of mutant beasts overwhelmed the building, and the outer wall was like paper. Chun-Shi said in disbelief, "Is the Axe Gang really destroyed? It should be over." Only a few people were seen running out. Their top leaders should have all been killed. Everyone, including Chun-Shi, was shocked. Could it be possible that the other party alone could kill all the top leaders of the Axe Gang? If so, his strength would be too terrifying. The image of Wang Li appeared in everyone's mind again, especially the image of Wang Li floating in the air with a pair of huge wings behind him, like an angel. Chun-Shi secretly clenched his fists, thinking to himself, there are always mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. It seems that he needs to work hard to improve his strength. She had an invisibility ring and a good weapon, and thought she was at the top of the pyramid. But now it seems that she is a frog at the bottom of a well. Wang Li is much, much stronger than her. Just as he was secretly making up his mind to make good use of the huge advantages of the invisibility ring and work hard to improve his strength, he heard an exclamation in his ears. One of the team members pointed ahead and spoke loudly. "Look, look!" Chun-Shi looked over quickly and saw an astonishing scene. He was so shocked that he was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. This scene was also deeply imprinted in her mind. Chapter 97. Expectation for the third buff. This scene was extremely shocking. This huge group of mutant beasts is centered around the two-headed chimpanzee, which is a Lord-level mutant beast. I saw it holding a huge meteor hammer in its hand and swung it out. The metal ball at the end of the meteor hammer, which weighed at least several tons, smashed hard on the building, and then it swung it out again. After a few hammer blows, the building collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. It has such great destructive power. Chun-Shi and others were stunned. No wonder after this group of mutant beasts passed by, it was like a swarm of locusts, and many buildings were reduced to ruins. After a long time, Chun-Shi and others left carefully, as if they were afraid of being discovered by the mutant beasts. Everyone was praying secretly in their hearts that their camp would not be discovered by this group of mutant beasts. Once visited, it would definitely become a ruin, and even the final resting place would be lost. For several days, Wang Li lived a very regular life. Sleep until you wake up naturally every day, then go out to find the group of mutant beasts and kill them, including some first or second level elite mutant beasts. If villagers provide the location of a new elite mutant beast, I will fly over and kill it, usually returning in the afternoon. At night, I play games with the two girls, sometimes in the living room, sometimes in the bathroom. The villa is very big, and there are traces of game playing in every place. The hundreds of acres of potatoes planted have had a good harvest, with an output of over 10,000 kilograms per acre. The potatoes are of excellent quality, large in size, high in starch content, and have a good taste. The wheat planted 2 days later was harvested yesterday, with a very high yield per moo. For the time being, food will not be a problem for the entire village. These days, the village has become more and more lively, with more and more people coming. There are already more than 1,300 awakened people, and the number is still increasing. It's still the same old rules. Any awakened person who enters the village for refuge must join the village and become a villager, and then form a team freely. The team leader and deputy team leader must be registered with the village office. Generally, there are 20 to 30 people in a team, and the largest team has 40 to 50 people. They usually go out to hunt mutant beasts in teams. As their strength increased, many teams drove cars, usually a few modified off-road vehicles or large trucks. If any mutant beasts were alarmed and chased after them, they could kill them all with their strength. Of course, no one dared to go out at night, not even many awakened ones whose cultivation levels had reached level 7 or 8. The few awakened ones at the top have reached level 9, such as Qian Lixing, Zhang Xinxing, Lu Ming, etc. They have all reached level 9. Everyone discovered that after reaching level 9, killing mutant beasts could not improve their cultivation. Wang Li knew this and told them that if they wanted to continue to improve, they had to kill a first-level boss. Upon hearing the news, they were all filled with gratitude towards Wang Li, and their loyalty increased by 1 or 2 points. Their loyalty levels are all 90 or above. For example, Qian Lixing's loyalty is 93 points, while Lu Ming and Zhang Xinxing's are both 92 points. The number of people with a loyalty level of over 80 is increasing from a dozen to dozens, and now to more than 100. Of course, there are some people whose loyalty levels are in the single digits, but not many, and they are mainly those who have just joined the village. Last night, Wang Li went out alone again and killed almost all the dozens of elite mutant beasts that had just refreshed, but left a few first-level elite mutant beasts closest to the village. These few were left for Qian Lixing and his men to use for a breakthrough. The distance was also short, so it was very convenient for them to go over and kill them. Because I go to the mutant beast group every day to select high-level mutant beasts to kill, my cultivation value increases rapidly. Now it has reached stage 1, level 4, and its attributes have also increased a lot. Each level up adds 20 points of free attributes. I killed dozens of first and second level elite mutant beasts, as well as several third level ones, and all the full attribute cards were used. After using so many full attribute cards, he has not encountered any bottlenecks or limitations so far. He originally guessed that there was a usage limit, but now Wang Li suspects that this guess is wrong and they can still be used. Now, Wang Li's attributes are extremely terrifying, to a level that other awakeners dare not even imagine. The properties are now as follows. Name, Wang Li. Age, 20. Strength, 339. Constitution, 269. Agility, 262. Spirit, 251. Cultivation level, level 1, level 4. Cultivation, 31/500. Skills, heavy attack, body shield, passive, insight, God of War's descent. With such high attributes, it only takes a few hits to kill a first-level elite, which is incredibly efficient. After killing so many mutant beasts, the monster killing value has been rising. Now it has reached 942/1000. I need to kill 58 mutant beasts that are greater than or equal to my cultivation level. Like the previous few days, Wang Li went out at around 10 o'clock in the morning, and his target was still the huge group of mutant beasts. It is convenient to install positioning trackers on several elite mutant beasts. We no longer have to search all over the world for them, which saves a lot of time. This mutant beast moves every day, the distance is getting farther and farther, and its current location is more than 200 kilometers away from the village. Fortunately, it has flying wings. With the improvement of its attributes, its flying speed has also increased to a certain extent. It is easy to fly at a speed of 400 or 500 kilometers per hour. The flying altitude has increased from the previous maximum of 500 or 600 meters to 700 or 800 meters. After flying for about half an hour, Wang Li saw this huge group of mutant beasts. Their number seems to be even greater. When they were first spotted nearly a week ago, the estimated number was around 10,000. Now it appears that there are more than 20,000. Many mutant beasts are evolving, gaining a small level every 2 or 3 days, or 3 to 5 days. A small number of ordinary mutant beasts have reached level 1, 0, or 1, and very few have reached level 1, 4. The highest level found is level 5. Elite mutant beasts are born almost every day. Wang Li has been controlling the number of elite mutant beasts in this mutant group, keeping it at around 20 to 30. The Lord level 2-headed King Kong has been kept. Wang Li's current cultivation level is stage 1, level 4. He must kill mutant beasts that are equal to or higher than his own level in order to improve his cultivation level and increase his monster killing value. So, he flew above the group of mutant beasts, maintaining an altitude of 20 to 30 meters, and began to look for his target. When he saw those mutant beasts that seemed to be of high level, he would cast an insight spell over them. As long as they were level 1, level 4, or level 1, level 5, Wang Li would fly over and strike them hard. It's still an instant kill. The problem can be solved with just one knife. In more than an hour, he killed more than 20 mutant beasts, his cultivation level increased by 31 points, and his monster killing value increased by 26 points, reaching 68/1000, which was one step closer to 1000 points. There are still too few high-level mutant beasts, otherwise, the monster killing value would have been increased to 1000 points long ago. After reaching 1000 points, the next new buff will be unlocked, and Wang Li is looking forward to it. After killing more than a dozen mutant beasts, it was already around 1 p.m. Wang Li flapped his wings and flew into the air. He saw a building 3 or 4 kilometers away, so he flew over. Planned to take a short rest there, drink some water, eat something, and then come back to kill the mutant beast after you've rested. Flying above the building, Wang Li took a look and was slightly disappointed. The building was too dilapidated and in tatters, especially on the ground in front of the building, where there were a lot of dark red bloodstains. Chapter 98, Encountering Moral Blackmail Again. It looks like this place has just been attacked by mutant beasts. Wrong. There's movement. Wang Li had extraordinary hearing. He heard screams from inside the building, and then saw several people, both men and women, running out of the building. Behind them, a mutant beast also chased out. A total of 2 men, armed with weapons, confronted the mutant beast, and they seemed to be awakened ones. The battle took place outside the main door of the building. The other 5 people were probably just ordinary survivors. They were trembling and watching the battle from afar. The two men were clearly at a disadvantage, probably because the weapons in their hands were too poor. They did not seem to have exploded from the mutant beast, and the damage they caused to the mutant beast was very limited. Wang Li just wanted to eat something quietly and take a short rest here, but he didn't expect to meet a group of survivors. In order to avoid being disturbed, Wang Li took out a crossbow and shot an arrow at the mutant beast, hitting the target accurately and killing it instantly. The two awakened ones were startled and looked up at the roof. Since they had already seen him, Wang Li did not hide anymore. He flapped his wings, came down from the roof, and stood in front of them. Then he had an idea and folded his wings, disappearing. You. Seeing this scene, these people were obviously frightened. Wang Li said, "I'm not a mutant beast, don't be nervous." One of the awakened ones was full of gratitude. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, most of us would have died in the mouth of this mutant beast." Although there were two of them, 2 against 1, they were always at a disadvantage. If Wang Li had not taken action, they would have been eaten by the mutant beast sooner or later. Wang Li nodded slightly, thinking it was just a small matter, and prepared to turn around and leave. One of the survivors came over. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s and had been a high-ranking official before the end of the world. "Comrade, we are going to the survivors' camp, which is over 100 kilometers away. It is a long journey. Since you are so capable, can you escort us all the way to the camp safely?" The awakened one explained, "Brother, this is what happened. We obviously can't stay here any longer. We learned that a huge survivor camp has been built more than 100 kilometers away. I heard that there is a 30-meter high reinforced concrete wall. There are tens of thousands of people gathered there. We are going there." Wang Li was a little surprised. With a 30-meter high reinforced concrete wall, it is likely to be a primary village with an area of up to 1 square kilometer. Unexpectedly, besides himself, someone else got the village building order from the elite mutant beast and built a primary village. Wang Li was a little curious and really wanted to go there and take a look. But it is impossible to travel more than 100 kilometers with so many passengers. If you fly there by yourself, it will only take less than 10 minutes, or even less than 20 minutes. Wang Li said, "I'm sorry, I still have a lot of things to do. You guys go over there by yourselves." Helping them kill the mutant beast was a life-saving favor, and I didn't expect them to thank me, but I wouldn't always be a saint and escort them to the camp. The two awakened ones were fine, just a little disappointed. The middle-aged man was different. His expression changed and he accused very unhappily, "How could you do this? With great power comes great responsibility. You have the responsibility to escort us there. It's just pure moral kidnapping." Wang Li was speechless for a while. He felt that he was too careless and shouldn't have saved these people. It would be impossible to reason with such people. With a thought in his mind, huge wings appeared and Wang Li flew away quickly. The middle-aged man's face turned pale and he actually started cursing. The cursing became louder and louder, and one of the awakened ones warned, "Director Zhou, stop cursing, it will attract mutant beasts." Director Zhou said loudly, "Where are there so many mutant beasts? Besides, even if a mutant beast comes, you two won't kill it." You know what? Their luck is really bad. Perhaps it was really because Director Zhou's voice was too loud. A mutant beast was startled, and it jumped over quickly and bit Director Zhou's head to pieces in one bite, and his voice stopped abruptly. There are mutant beasts. The two awakened ones were facing a formidable enemy, because they could see that this mutant beast seemed to be of a high level and was even more powerful than the previous one. The result is self-evident. In the blink of an eye, they were wiped out, including the two awakened ones. As for Wang Li, he flew several kilometers in one breath, found a quiet place, ate something, and drank some water. After taking these things, I feel full of energy and refreshed. After a short rest, it flew towards the mutant beast group again. It's not far from 1,000 monster killing points. First, kill enough monsters to reach 1,000 points, awaken the third buff, and then go to that camp to take a look. This was the first village Wang Li had heard of other than his own. The survivor camps he had known about before were not really camps. They were just places where some awakened people gathered to keep each other warm. Flying above this huge group of mutant beasts, maintaining an altitude of 20 to 30 meters, Wang Li began to look for mutant beasts suitable for hunting. If he thinks it should be a mutant beast that suits him, he will cast an insight spell on it. Mutant beasts that are lower than level 1 and 4 will not attack him. If it is level 1 and 4, or level 1 and 5, Wang Li will kill it in 1 second. Cultivation value, +1. Cultivation value, +1. Cultivation value, +2. The cultivation value increases slowly, sometimes every 1 or 2 minutes, sometimes every 3 or 5 minutes. There is nothing you can do. There are not many mutant beasts that can reach level 4 or above at stage 1. The one in front should be an elite mutant beast, perhaps a second level one. Wang Li cast an insight spell over it, and found it was indeed a level 2 elite. He would not keep it. If it was level 1, he would keep it for the time being because it might evolve to level 2. However, it would be too difficult and take too long for a level 2 elite to evolve to level 3, and Wang Li did not want to wait that long. Just fly over there and strike hard with every blow. With extremely high attributes, Wang Li can now strike hard with his sword without any problems, and he will never have the feeling of being drained again. It only takes a few heavy blows to kill a first-level elite mutant beast. A second level one is a little more difficult, but not much. After a dozen or so blows, the mutant beast is dead. Hey, what good luck! A card emitting a lavender glow appeared. Wang Li immediately materialized, and it turned out to be another village level upgrade stone. This is the fourth one. If you collect more, the village can be upgraded to a higher level, with a larger area, more functions, and more buildings. Apart from this level up stone, the other items are pretty standard, basically supply cards, including a large value supply card and a level 1, grade 2 weapon. After putting the things into his personal space, Wang Li continued to hunt mutant beasts, killing as he searched. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the monster killing value finally reached 999/1000, and I just needed to kill one more mutant beast. The third buff will be awakened soon, and Wang Li is full of anticipation. Another insight spell was cast, and in front of it was a stage 1, level 6 mutant beast. It was also the first time that Wang Li discovered such a high-level mutant beast. Chapter 99, the third buff, Teleport. Level 1, level 6 mutant beast. Although killing it only increases the monster killing value by 1 point, you will gain 3 points of cultivation. Wang Li flew over and struck the beast with a powerful blow, but the beast was not killed instantly. He struck again, and the mutant beast was dead. Cultivation plus 3. The monster killing value is 1000/10,000, and finally a killing value of 1000 is accumulated. The backpack artifact emits a golden light and disappears in a flash. The third buff is successfully awakened. To awaken the fourth buff requires 10,000 monster killing points, which is still a very distant thing. The third buff is teleportation. Description: can be teleported anywhere within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, unaffected by any negative status or terrain, with a cooldown time of 60 seconds. This is awesome. The maximum transmission distance reaches 1,000 kilometers. Within this range, as long as Wang Li has a thought in his mind, he will be there with a whoosh. What's even more incredible is that it is not affected by any negative conditions or terrain. When encountering danger, it is simply a life-saving artifact. The cooling time is only 60 seconds, not an hour, let alone a day. Once the 60-second cooling time is over, you can be teleported to the place you want to go with a whoosh. Wang Li didn't know whether there were teleportation rings in this world, but even if there were, they would be extremely rare, and there would definitely not be anyone as awesome as himself. Perhaps the teleportation ring will have many limitations, such as short teleportation distance, long cooling time, being affected by various negative states, etc. It is now past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it is still a long time before dark. With the teleportation buff, if I want to go back, I can go back in a flash without the need for flying wings. Otherwise, give it a try. For example, go and take a look at the primary village more than 100 kilometers away. The 4 captains Su Lin, Lu Ming, Qian Lixing, and Zhang Xinxing, with more than 100 people, are besieging a first-level elite. Wang Li did not kill all the known first-level elites last night, and left a few that were closer to the village. The nearest one was only 5 or 6 kilometers away from the village, and the farthest one was only more than 10 kilometers away. Su Lin and his team set off in the morning. This is the 4th first-level elite killed today. Su Lin, Lu Ming, and Qian Lixing have successfully broken through, and their cultivation levels have reached stage 1 level 0, but Zhang Xinxing is still stuck at stage 0 level 9. Everyone cooperated very well and almost suppressed the boss. In the front were a dozen awakeners holding shields. Those holding ranged weapons were shooting arrows from the periphery, and the other awakeners holding melee weapons were fighting freely, rushing forward to slash a few times from time to time, and retreating at any time when they saw an opportunity. This first-level elite was beaten to a pulp. After 5 or 6 minutes, someone warned, "Everyone, pay attention. It only has a little blood left. Cover Lao Zhang and let him complete the final few strikes." Zhang Xinxing was a little excited. He put on a shield, held a level 10 weapon in his right hand, and started to fight this first-level elite. A level 9, stage 0 awakener could still withstand a few hits if he had a shield, not to mention there was an awakener who could perform healing magic next to him. After holding on for about 20 or 30 seconds and hacking at this first-level elite more than 20 times, it finally died. This is not easy. Zhang Xinqing felt like he had survived a disaster. After fighting for a short while, he was injured in many places. Fortunately, he had teammates to support him, otherwise, he would probably be lying on the ground. Seeing the dozen or so cards of various kinds dropped by the boss, as well as the boss crystal core and the all-attribute +1 card, Zhang Xinqing barely had the energy to pick them up. He first took out a bottle of mineral water dropped by the mutant beast from his backpack and gulped down a few big gulps. Then he put all the cards away and said happily, "Haha, I'm rich, a lot of supply cards, and 2 equipment cards. Another boss crystal core, a card with all attributes +1. These 2 things are more valuable than supplies and equipment. Especially the card with all attributes +1. Everyone's eyes were burning with excitement. Lao Zhang, have you made a breakthrough? I think you have reached level 1, level 0. Yes, I have made a breakthrough, Zhang Xinqing said. I have to thank the boss for telling us how to break through. Otherwise, we would be stuck at level 9, stage 0 forever. Qian Lixing agreed deeply. I really have to thank you, boss. So I'll leave all the boss crystal cores and all attribute +1 cards that these elite mutant beasts exploded to you. I think you guys have no objection. No problem. I have no objection either. Su Lin took out the map, looked at it and reminded, there are 2 elites left. Let's go and kill them. It is impossible to keep him alive. Although this place is close to our camp, it would be a great loss if he is killed by other forces. The group headed to the location of the next boss. As for breakthrough, there is no need for that for now. All 4 of them have successfully broken through to stage 1 level 0, while the others are still some distance away from breaking through. Wang Li was really a little curious about what kind of force and people they were that had established a primary village and had it really gathered tens of thousands of people. With a thought in his mind, a map of 1 square meter appeared in front of him. The map was centered on Wang Li, and the terrain within a radius of 1,000 kilometers was displayed. Wherever he wanted to go, he just had to determine a location on the map and think about it. There is a small square on the map. It is a reinforced concrete wall with a side length of 1 kilometer and a height of 30 meters. It is the location of the primary village. Of course, I also saw my own high-end village on the map, which was basically close to a square and much larger than that small square. With a whoosh sound, Wang Li's figure disappeared on the spot, and then appeared more than 100 kilometers away. He looked up and saw the towering reinforced concrete wall in front of him. The estimated distance was about 500 meters, not very far, so Wang Li did not use his flying wings and just walked over. There was a group of soldiers standing guard at the city gate. Yes, they were indeed soldiers, wearing proper military uniforms, some holding hot weapons and some holding cold weapons. Could this be a camp established by the military? With this question in his mind, Wang Li walked over, but was stopped by soldiers at the city gate. At this time, a convoy was driving quickly from a distance. All of them were military vehicles. In the front was an open-top military version of the Mengshire off-road vehicle, followed by 2 army green military trucks, and at the end, there was even a wheeled armored vehicle. The convoy slowed down when it reached the city gate. In the front convertible sat a shirtless, muscular man with his eyes fixed on Wang Li. Brothers, there's a new guy here, and the weapon he has seems pretty good. Chapter 100 Boss Distribution Map. Oh really, his weapon looks pretty good. Several people's eyes lit up, and their gazes were all focused on this weapon. Wang Li did not put away his weapons on purpose, because he wanted to see if anyone was blind enough to steal his weapons. The shirtless muscular man said, Brother, the weapon is good. Would you like to sell it to me? Wang Li replied calmly, Not for sale. The muscular man said, I'll trade you gold. 1,000 grams of gold. How about that? The hard currency in this camp is gold, which can be exchanged for everything, including weapons and equipment dropped by mutant beasts. Wang Li still said calmly, I said I won't sell it. After saying that, he walked towards the city gate. The management here is relatively loose. You just need to register at the door and deposit an item. Wang Li registered the name Li Wu, deposited a level 0, grade 1 junk weapon, and then walked into the camp. There were a few people wearing military uniforms inside, who must have been former soldiers. Machine guns, machine cannons, and other weapons were installed on the high city walls, as well as telescopes. There were also some military vehicles parked in the camp, and even armored vehicles were seen. Brother, are you new here? Wang Li nodded slightly. The other party seemed to be very talkative and familiar with others. You are here for our trading market, right? Come on, I'll take you there. There is actually a trading market. Wang Li became more curious and followed the man's lead to their trading market, where there were many stalls, at least dozens, if not 100. The transactions include various materials, weapons and equipment, and even first-level boss crystals, skill books, etc. Either trade with gold or barter. After looking around, Wang Li found that there was nothing here that he was interested in. The skill books were all ordinary, and he had many in his personal space. The most precious one should be a first-level boss crystal, several of which appeared on the market, but they were all priced sky-high. Wang Li stopped in front of a stall. Someone is actually selling a boss distribution map. The locations of dozens of elite mutant beasts distributed within 100 kilometers around this village are all marked on this map. In addition to the location, there is also information such as the name and level of each elite mutant beast. This is a good thing. Others may think that this thing is not so precious, because even if you know the location, it is very difficult to hunt it, and it often requires the organization of hundreds of people, or even 200 or 300 people. Wang Li is different. He can just fly over or teleport over and kill a first-level elite with a few hits. Even for a second-level elite, it will only take a dozen or at most 20 hits. Boss, how much is this thing? The stall owner, a middle-aged man, replied, 500 grams of gold, or a weapon above level 2. This price is not expensive at all. In his own camp, every time the villagers provide information about an elite mutant beast, he will reward them with a weapon, which is basically level 3, 4, or even level 5 or 6. Dozens of elite mutant beasts were marked on this map, scattered throughout a radius of more than 100 kilometers, with the farthest ones being over 110 to 20 kilometers away. Wang Li is gold. I go out hunting mutant beasts every day. Sometimes, if I'm lucky, I'll come across various stores with supplies inside, and I'll store them all in my personal space. 2 days ago, I came across a large jewelry store called Huaxia Gold, and bought a lot of gold jewelry and some gold bars. He reached into his pocket and pretended to search through it, but in fact he was thinking about something and took out a 500-gram gold bar from his personal space. Boss, this is a 500-gram gold bar. Please inspect it. I'll give you a distribution map of elite mutant beasts. After taking the gold and taking a quick look at it, I knew it was the real stuff. The boss also readily gave me a boss distribution map. I was a little curious as to why this guy bought this thing. Those who buy boss distribution maps are usually big forces. They will organize to hunt down boss. It is definitely impossible to kill boss alone. After folding the distribution map and putting it in his pocket, Wang Li started strolling around again, looking at almost every stall. Unfortunately, he didn't see anything attractive. In Wang Li's eyes, the things on these stalls were all garbage. After walking around like this, Wang Li also realized something. Although there were a small number of soldiers in this camp, it did not seem to be established by the military. I was a little curious. Since this was not a camp established by the military, why were there so many people in military uniforms and so many hot weapons? Although he was somewhat curious, he did not ask any further questions. What he wanted most now was to kill the boss. There were exact locations of dozens of boss on this blueprint, and Wang Li did not believe that all of them had been killed. After making up his mind, Wang Li left the city. Walk towards the distance, and when you are out of the sight of the guards at the city gate, you can use teleport. Not far, about 200 or 300 meters, Wang Li found someone following him from behind, in the military version of the convertible manhwa off-road vehicle. There were 4 people in the car, 2 in military uniforms and the other 2 in casual clothes, one of whom was the bald muscular man. Wang Li immediately understood that they were really planning to take his weapon. In fact, when they were in the camp, the bald muscular man had been watching Wang Li's movements from a distance. When he saw Wang Li leave the camp, he was overjoyed. Here it is, the opportunity has come. Since he refused to sell even after offering 1 kilogram of gold, the bald muscular man planned to snatch it away. They were very skilled at snatching things and had done it many times. Wang Li seemed not to notice them and continued walking slowly. The SUV behind was following from a distance, probably because it didn't want to be seen by the guards at the city gate and other people. Wang Li walked a few hundred meters and completely disappeared from the guard's sight. The manhwa off-road vehicle roared and quickly caught up with him, then made a sharp turn and stopped directly in front of Wang Li, raising a lot of dust. Wang Li frowned slightly and gently waved away the dust in front of him. Without waiting for the car to stop, the bald man jumped out of the car with a weapon in hand and walked up to Wang Li. Brother, I like the weapon in your hand. Leave it to me and I will spare your life. Several other people also got out of the car, all with their weapons drawn, and formed an encirclement from a distance. They were confident that, with 4 to 1, they could defeat Wang Li. In particular, everyone's cultivation level was very high. The bald guy has reached level 8 of stage 0 and has used 2 full attribute +1 cards. He is very powerful. The other 3 are not weak either. All of them are level 7 at stage 0. Wang Li looked at the bald muscular man and said calmly, "Are you sure you want my weapon? I'm not afraid of losing your life." As if he had heard a huge joke, The bald man laughed and then sneered, "Is it possible for you?" Chapter 101. Those who kill will always be killed. The other three also laughed in the same arrogant and complacent manner. Some people even laughed to the point of tears. After laughing for a while, the bald muscle man said, "Boy, you may not know this yet. I am level 8. The three of them are all level 7, and the weapon in my hand is level 5. You are at a certain level. The weapon in your hand is probably the best. Do you think it is possible to defeat us with this weapon?" Not far away, the awakener holding the compound bow was getting a little impatient and shouted, "Boss, stop talking nonsense with him. We still have to kill the mutant beasts after we steal his weapons." The bald muscle man restrained his smile, revealed a fierce look, and threatened, "Boy, give us the weapon in your hand, and I will consider sparing your life." Wang Li said, "You haven't woken up yet. You are still daydreaming." The bald man was angry and chopped with his knife, but the force was not strong. He was worried that if he chopped Wang Li to death, the weapon would disappear. Just a few small pieces of trash. Wang Li didn't even try to dodge, but instead wanted to see how much damage an awakener of level 0, level 8, could do to him with a weapon of level 0, level 5. The level gap was there. His own attributes were so exaggerated, and he was wearing several pieces of protective gear. Wang Li did not dodge and watched the knife chop into his body. The knife cut hard. The bald man was overjoyed. Although he controlled his strength and felt that he would not be able to kill Wang Li, he could at least seriously injure him. He could take advantage of the fact that he was seriously injured and snatch the weapon from him. Only, something seems to be wrong. Wang Li looked at him with a half-smile, as if nothing had happened. "MMP, I just don't believe it." The bald man slashed at Wang Li with all his strength, but Wang Li still didn't dodge. "Only, I clearly hit it with all my strength, so why is there no effect at all?" Wang Li felt a little bit of pain, but not much. He estimated that the knife would only leave a red mark on his body without breaking the skin. "Try harder. Aren't you full?" Wang Li mocked. The bald man yelled in anger and stabbed with all his strength. This time the pain was more intense and the skin must have been broken. There was a little depth, but that was all. Seeing that Wang Li was fine and still looking at him with a smile, his eyes full of mockery, the bald man was confused. This. It's impossible. It's unscientific. How come nothing happened to him? Why? No one would give him an answer. The only answer he got was a shadow of a knife. Wang Li said, "You stabbed me several times. Now it's my turn." After saying that, he swung a knife at him with such a fast speed that the bald man had almost no time to react. The panlong golden back machete slashed through his forehead and with a loud bang, split the bald man in half. The three people around were stunned. By the time they reacted, Wang Li had already rushed to the man with the compound bow, killed him instantly with one sword, and then rushed to the next target. In the blink of an eye, all four were killed. Wang Li looked at the four corpses and sneered with disdain. Those who wanted to take his weapon were doomed to fail now. "This car is good, a military version of the Mengsher, and the condition is also good, so I'll accept it." Wang Li put the car into his personal space, then took out the boss distribution map, determined the location, and had an idea. With a whoosh sound, Wang Li teleported to the location where the first level boss refreshed. Unfortunately, it seemed to have been killed. This is normal. This boss is not far from their camp, only 7 or 8 kilometers away. It is convenient to have the teleportation buff. When the 60 seconds are up, Wang Li's figure appeared at the position of the second boss with another whoosh. There was still no sign of the elite mutant beast, so it must have been killed. After teleporting 3 times in a row, the 4th time, he whoosh arrived at the location of the 4th boss, and this time he saw the target. I cast an insight spell on it, and it turned out to be a tier 2 elite. It would probably be too difficult to kill it, and perhaps no team had the ability to do so. Wang Li trotted up to the elite mutant beast and struck it hard with his sword. After only 17 strikes in total, the mutant beast was dead. With a sweep of his hand, he collected all the things that exploded into his personal space, and then his mind moved again, and with a whoosh, he teleported to the next location. Killing the boss and teleporting only took 2 or 3 minutes at most. Within an hour, Wang Li teleported more than 30 times and killed 21 elite mutant beasts with only more than 10 buys. It seems that even if we know the location of these elite mutant beasts, due to the difficulty in killing them, only a few of them, at most 1/3, will be killed. As for the 2nd and 3rd level elites, none of them were killed and all were left to Wang Li. This is quite refreshing, and the harvest is really great. A lot of supplies, a lot of equipment, several skill books, and some other things. Taking out the boss distribution map, Wang Li looked at the location of the next elite mutant beast and teleported over again. Lu Zaijiang is the 3rd leader of their camp. His main task today is to lead more than 100 people, driving more than a dozen vehicles, including military off-road vehicles, armored vehicles, and military trucks, to kill the first-level elites in a mighty manner. Such a big commotion alarmed many mutant beasts along the way, but they had more people and better weapons and equipment, so all the mutant beasts that chased them were killed. From morning till now, they have killed a total of 3 elite mutant beasts and are now heading towards the location of the 4th elite mutant beast. After driving for more than 10 kilometers and killing at least hundreds of mutant beasts along the way, they finally arrived at the location of the 4th elite mutant beast. Where's the elite mutant beast? Why can't I even see its shadow? Everyone look for it. It should be nearby. A large group of people got off the bus and scattered to look for him, but still no trace of him was found. Lu Zijiang had to get back on the bus in disappointment. He must have been killed by someone else. But, apart from them, what other forces have such strength? The convoy set off again and headed for the next destination. 30 or 40 minutes later, they arrived at the spawning point of another elite mutant beast. But there was still no shadow. This. Something seems wrong. Where's the boss? Was he killed again? Until the evening, they went to several elite mutant beasts for fresh points, but they never saw any boss again. These elite mutant beasts seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Of course, all of them were killed by Wang Li. The efficiency was terrifyingly high. In less than 2 hours, all of the 70 or 80 refresh points were visited. Except for a few that failed, most of the bosses were still there. There are 42 first-level bosses. There are 11 second-level bosses. There are 7 third-level bosses in total. This is what Wang Li gained in less than 2 hours. Are you satisfied? The harvest is even more terrifying, with a large amount of supplies, equipment, skill books, and other things, and even a village-level upgrade stone. If you collect 5 of them, the village can be upgraded from intermediate to advanced. Chapter 102 Qianlong Village. After killing dozens of bosses, Wang Li had an idea and appeared directly at the gate of Villa number 1 in a flash. With the 3rd buff, it is really convenient. It's more than 300 kilometers. Even if you use the flying wings to fly at full speed, it will take 40 to 50 minutes. Now, as long as you think about it, you can be teleported directly. Husband, I'm back. Hubby, do you want to eat some fruit? I'll feed you grapes. After Wang Li came back, he lay comfortably on the big sofa in the living room. Yu Wanning massaged his back and legs, and Shin Tongdong fed him grapes. 2 top beauties serving. These days are extremely pleasant. Seeing that the 2 girls were becoming more and more well-behaved and obedient, especially their loyalty levels had reached 95, Wang Li became more and more satisfied with them. Well, you performed well. Each of you will be rewarded with a boss crystal core. Another boss crystal core. The 2 girls were very happy and worked even harder. Seeing that it was still early, Wang Li enjoyed some gentle pleasure and then walked to the village office. The village hall is very lively. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. Seeing Wang Li coming in, everyone took the initiative to greet him. Now, Wang Li's prestige in everyone's hearts is getting higher and higher, and everyone's loyalty is growing every day. After a while, Sun Delong came over. Boss, you're back. Sun Delong said, I have something to report. Let's go to my office. Wang Li waved his hand. The 2 walked into the village chief's office together and sat down on the sofa. Wang Li said, tell me what's the matter. Sun Delong first reported on the construction of the camp, and then said, we have more and more people. The number of ordinary survivors has reached 6,000 to 7,000. What we lack most are water and electricity. I thought it was something. There is a lack of water and electricity, which will be resolved soon. Wang Li said, don't worry about that. I have collected a few village-level upgrade stones. I will upgrade the village to a high level soon. In addition to the larger area and taller city walls, there will also be a power station, a water plant, etc. Water and electricity supply will soon not be a problem. Really? That's great. Sun Delong almost cried for joy. By the evening, almost all the awakened people came back, talking and laughing, and it seemed that they had gained a lot. Some started to have dinner, while others started to enjoy warm time with their families. At this time, someone discovered that the reinforced concrete city wall suddenly disappeared, and a taller and more majestic city wall appeared in the distance. The area of the village has increased from 10 square kilometers to 20 square kilometers, and the height of the city wall has reached 60 meters, making it even more magnificent. The power plant appeared, and it was a nuclear power plant that could generate electricity for 50 years without adding nuclear fuel. Water plants also appeared, and from then on, clean, pure, safe, and reliable tap water had a continuous supply. Advanced villages can be named. Wang Li had already thought of a name, Qianlong Village, which means that every awakened person is a latent dragon who will soar into the sky and roam the sky in the future. The Haiyan village has 4 huge city gates, each of which has 2 powerful characters Qianlong written on it. Oh my god, our camp seems to have undergone a drastic change. If I'm not mistaken, the village should have been upgraded to a high level. Was my eyes dazzled just now? Two large golden characters Qianlong appeared in the sky and disappeared in a flash. The entire Qianlong village became extremely lively. Some people lit a huge bonfire in an open area and simply held a bonfire party. Wang Li, on the other hand, held a grand celebration ceremony with the two women in the villa and beat them until the two women were defeated and gasping for breath. The next day, Wang Li went out again. He didn't have to worry about the affairs of Qianlong village. Sun Dalong and the others would handle it properly. It was estimated that when he came back, the whole village would have water and electricity. Last night, another villager provided the location of new elite mutant beasts, one of which was a third-level elite. Determine the location and teleport there instantly. Kill this third-tier boss first, because the boss is of a high level and the items it drops are better, especially a third-tier boss crystal core and a card with all attributes +3. Wang Li has been using all attribute cards, and he used more than a dozen of them last night. However, he found that after using more than a dozen all attribute +1 cards, he could no longer use them. If you count carefully, you should have used a total of 100 cards with all attributes +1, which should be the upper limit for the use of cards of this attribute. In fact, Wang Li didn't know that the upper limit for others' usage was 10 cards of each attribute, while his was 100 cards. This was a hidden attribute of the backpack artifact. All attribute +2 cards and all attribute +3 cards can continue to be used because the upper limit of 100 cards has not yet been reached. As a result, Wang Li has dozens of all attribute +1 cards left, and as for the first-level boss crystal cores, there are even more. He teleported directly in front of the elite mutant beast and cast an insight spell on it, and it turned out to be a third-level elite. Without saying a word, he rushed forward with the Panlong golden back machete and struck hard with every blow. With the improvement of attributes, especially the ridiculously high mental attribute, it was no problem even if he was fighting a fox with every blow. He would never have the feeling of being hollowed out again. After about 2 or 3 minutes, this third-level boss died, and a large number of things dropped, including a card emitting a faint purple color. Another purple card has been released. After putting all other cards into the portable space, Wang Li materialized this purple card. A rare skill book appeared in Wang Li's hands. Name, Frozen, Rare. Type, Passive Skill. Description, there is a certain chance of triggering when attacking the target. After the target is frozen, the movement and attack speed are greatly reduced and become very slow. The freezing time is 5 seconds. This skill is awesome. It's simply awesome. No wonder it is a rare skill. First of all, it is a passive skill, which is very valuable. In addition, once the target is frozen, the movements will become very slow, and attacks and movements will become very slow. If I didn't already have the skill of paralyzing swords, I would definitely keep it and learn it when my cultivation level reaches the 2nd level. If you already have the skill of paralysis with every strike, then there is no need to learn it, because paralysis with every strike is much more powerful than this skill. First, the paralysis of each strike is 100 triggered, not a chance trigger. Second, after the target is paralyzed, it cannot move at all, while freezing only makes the target move slower, but it can still fight back. After putting away the skill book, Wang Li headed to the location of the next boss with a whoosh. According to the information provided by the villagers, it should be a first-level boss. After being teleported, Wang Li quickly saw this elite mutant beast, which was about 300 or 400 meters away from him. What was a little surprising was that there were already people there besieging the mutant beast, about 60 or 70 people, and it looked like there had been quite a few casualties, and the fight was very strenuous and difficult. Hey, she's here. Wang Li saw a familiar figure among these people and recognized him at the first sight. Chapter 103, I really just want to watch the fun. Unexpectedly, I saw an acquaintance. After a slight pause, Wang Li walked over. As the distance got closer, he could see the situation more clearly and even cast a spell of insight. This is indeed just a first-level boss, with about 1/5 of its health left. If no one took the lead, Wang Li would definitely go forward and chop it with a few blows. Even a small mosquito is still meat, and he has come anyway. Although the items dropped by the first-level boss are average, and you cannot use the all-attribute +1 card yourself, you will at least gain 10 points of cultivation value. Yesterday, he hunted dozens of bosses crazily. The first-level boss has 10 points of cultivation, the second-level boss has 20 points, and the third-level boss has 30 points. The cultivation level has reached level 5. After using so many full attribute cards, Wang Li's 4-dimensional attributes have been improved again. The properties are now as follows. Name, Wang Li. Age, 20. Strength, 436. Constitution, 289. Agility, 282. Spirit, 266. Cultivation level, level 1, level 5. Cultivation, 127/600. Skills, heavy attack, body shield, passive, insight, God of War's descent. My cultivation level has reached stage 1 level 5. The further I advance, the harder it is to improve. Thanks to the high level of cultivation gained from killing elite mutant beasts, I was able to improve by 1 level in just 1 day. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be a problem at all. On the one hand, there are not so many level 4 or level 5 ordinary mutants for you to kill. On the other hand, there is no way to teleport and kill an elite mutant beast in 1 or 2 minutes, or 2 or 3 minutes. Wang Li was not very interested in the first level boss in front of him. If there was no one there, he would just kill them. Since there was someone there, he would not plan to attack again. If he did not see an acquaintance, he would not come over and would just leave. As Wang Li walked over, these people also noticed him. I was a little nervous at first, worried that some powerful force would come and snatch the boss, but when I saw there was only one person, I basically didn't take it seriously. Qin Shi and the others were working hard to beat up this elite mutant beast. It was obvious that the work was extremely strenuous and difficult. Several people were seriously injured and were either lying down or sitting nearby, drinking water or beverages while slowly recovering. Fortunately, the cultivation level of the awakened ones is gradually improving, and their weapons and equipment are relatively complete. Otherwise, it would be impossible for 60 or 70 people to kill a first-level elite. After a while, the elite mutant beast had even less health left, and it would be killed in another minute or 2. Suddenly, something strange happened. Someone suddenly attacked from behind, and a long spear pierced into the back of another awakener and came out from the chest. Chun, she said angrily. Lu Haiba, what do you mean? Lu Haiba responded with another shot, stabbing the spear in his hand at another awakened person. Fortunately, the awakened person was on guard and dodged, so he was not stabbed. Now, even a fool would understand what was going on. Chun, she shouted even louder. Classmates, retreat first, retreat down. They want to kill us, especially this boss. Lu Haiba shouted loudly. Team 1, continue to fight the boss. Team 2, come with me and kill them first. It turns out that they are not a team, but 2 groups of people working together temporarily. Lu Haiba and his team had more than 50 people and discovered this first-level elite, but they obviously did not have complete confidence with just 50 people. It happened that Chun Shi and more than 20 other people were hunting mutant beasts nearby, so after the 2 groups agreed on the distribution of the spoils, they began this cooperation. Who would have thought that when this elite mutant beast was about to be killed, Lu Haiba and his gang viciously wanted to take all the spoils for themselves and tried to kill Chun Shi and the others. Chun Shi and her group were originally at a huge disadvantage in terms of numbers, and many of them were injured, so they were no match for Lu Haiba and his group and were overwhelmed by them. Chun Shi was not far from Wang Li and looked at him for help. Brother, save us. Lu Haiba waved his hand and shouted, kill them all. Keep the beautiful Chun Shi alive. Kill the kid who was just watching the fun. Wang Li originally just wanted to watch the fun from the sidelines, but he didn't expect that Lu Haiba wanted to kill him too. He couldn't help but sneer. MMP, can't we just watch the fun these days? Wang Li's mind moved, and a weapon appeared in his hand, a panlong golden-backed machete. After Lu Haiba shouted, 2 people rushed towards Wang Li immediately. Another person in the distance took a bow and aimed an arrow at Wang Li. Wang Li snorted coldly, swung his sword to cut off the arrow, then took 2 steps forward, rushed forward, and swung his sword to make a sweeping move. The 2 awakened ones who rushed over only felt a flash before their eyes, and before they could see clearly what was happening, they were chopped into 2 at the waist. Kill 2 people in 1 second with 1 sword. Everyone around was stunned. When Wang Haiba saw this scene, his eyes shrank slightly at first, but he was not afraid. Instead, he became angry and waved his hand, saying, Brothers, send a few more people and focus on dealing with that kid. However, without waiting for Wang Haiba's men to rush over, Wang Li took the initiative to rush over. It was not Wang Li's character to stand there and get beaten. Take the initiative. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and everyone could be hit by Wang Li's sword. There was an awakened one holding a shield. He should be the stronger one in Wang Haiba's team. He had been fighting against this elite mutant beast just now. He rushed over with his shield. Wang Li stabbed him in the face. He actually used his shield to block as usual, and the blow split him and the shield in half. The scene was extremely brutal. Everyone was frightened. Both sides who were fighting fiercely were stunned. By the time they reacted, Wang Li had already killed 2 or 3 more people. Seeing Wang Li was unstoppable and killing everyone with 1 sword, Wang Haiba knew he had hit a wall. His face turned pale, and he didn't want to take care of this low-health boss anymore. He waved his hand and shouted, Brothers, retreat. We'll retreat first. He was the first to retreat, running very fast, quickly leaving the battlefield and dashing away. His speed was faster than a car. There was no way Wang Li would let the leader get away, so he chased him in a few steps and stabbed him in the back. But the strength was controlled very well, and only a little bit of force was used because the weapon in Lu Haiba's hand seemed good, and he also had a storage ring on his hand. Even though it was just a random blow with little force, it severely injured Lu Haiba instantly, causing him to fall to the ground and spit out blood. Although he didn't die, he was almost dead. What horrified Lu Haiba was that he found himself unable to move. His entire body was extremely stiff, as if someone had pressed acupoints on him. Wang Li stepped on his back and cut off his right hand at the wrist with a knife, then pulled the ring off his finger. It was indeed a storage ring, but the space was a little small, only about 3 cubic meters. The weapon is really good, level 0, level 10. Such weapons are considered high-level weapons in the eyes of the Awakened Ones. Many Awakened Ones still hold level 1 or 2 weapons, and there are quite a few with level 4 or 5 weapons. With the weapon and the ring in hand, Wang Li exerted a little force and stepped on Lu Haiba to death, then locked his eyes on the next person who was trying to escape. Chapter 104, Life-Saving Grace. When it comes to hunting down someone, what method is the most efficient? It definitely wasn't like he was chasing after him with a knife in hand. That group of people were very experienced. They did not all run in the same direction, but fled in different directions. If I chase them with a knife, I can only kill 3 or 5 people at most. Wang Li's heart moved, and a pair of huge black wings appeared behind him. He put away the Panlong Jinbei machete in his hand and replaced it with a 0 level 10 grade crossbow. With a slight flap of his wings, Wang Li flew up, then looked down from above, killing the enemies one by one with a crossbow at a very fast speed. He shot one with one arrow, then with a slight flap of his wings, he caught up with the other and shot it with another arrow. Lu Haiba and his group had more than 50 people. Just now, more than 10 of them were killed in the blink of an eye, and there were about 40 people still fleeing. They are fast, but Wang Li is even faster. The crossbow in his hand shot arrows one after another at a very fast speed. Those who were trying to escape fell to the ground one by one, and all of them were killed instantly by one arrow. There were more than 40 people, and not one of them escaped. In just 1 or 2 minutes, they all went to see the King of Hell. After killing these people, Wang Li landed in front of Chun Shi and others. Chun Shi looked grateful. "Brother, thank you for saving my life." Wang Li took a look at her and exclaimed in his heart, how beautiful she was. Her beauty was completely different from Yi Wanning and Shen Tongtong, and was full of another kind of beauty. "We meet again. You were working together to kill the boss, but then you were tricked by someone else." Chun Shi smiled awkwardly. "Yes, we were tricked. If you hadn't intervened, we would have all been lying on the ground like corpses." Wang Li glanced at the elite mutant beast in the distance. There were about a dozen people who were working hard. All of them were Chun Shi's men. Someone over there was already shouting anxiously, "Chun Shi, come and help us. We can't hold on any longer." Although this elite mutant beast was already low on health, it was still more than a dozen people could handle, so they called Chun Shi to come over for help. Chun Shi pleaded, "Brother, please be a good person and help us again. It's just a small favor." Wang Li walked over and killed the elite mutant beast with 2 sword strikes. More than a dozen cards of various kinds popped out. After a rough look, he found that they were basically supply cards. There were only 2 equipment cards and no skill cards. The cards just floated at a height of about 1 meter without reaching out. Chun Shi said, "Brother, you killed the boss. You can choose first and give us some hard work fee." After all, they put a lot of effort into killing this boss, and 2 people died, so the price was very high. Wang Li only took the first-level boss crystal core and left everything else untouched. A first-level boss crystal core can at least increase your cultivation by 10 points, which is equivalent to killing 10 ordinary mutant beasts of the same level. Wang Li really doesn't care about other things. Chun Shi looked incredulous. "Brother, are you only going to take this boss crystal core? That's enough. You can distribute the other things among yourselves." Wang Li said. Chun Shi expressed her gratitude again. As the captain, she put these things away, especially the card with all attributes +1. Wang Li had no intention of leaving for the time being, and asked, "You have a camp nearby, right?" Speaking of the camp, her expression darkened slightly. There was no camp at all. More than 20 of them were just wandering around. They carefully hunted mutant beasts during the day and found a place to spend the night. They also had to arrange for people to be on duty at night, so they did not sleep well at all. Especially eating and drinking were almost becoming a problem. Now it is better. With these supplies, everyone can hold on for another 2 or 3 days. Noticing Chun Shi's expression, Wang Li said, "Go in this direction, about 20 to 30 kilometers. There is a huge camp with an area of 20 square kilometers. surrounded by a 60-meter-high reinforced concrete wall. There are nearly 10,000 people there, and the safety factor is very high. You can go there. If it was a few days ago, Chun-Chi would definitely decline. She didn't want to live under someone else's roof, especially with an invisibility ring. She felt she would live a good life. Reality has taught them a bloody lesson. The team that originally had 27 or 28 people now has only 21 people, and people die every day. Now she deeply realized how important it was to have a safe place to stay in these last days. Brother, thank you. I personally have no objection. I will ask everyone again, Chun-Chi said. Soon, they agreed to go to the Qianlong village mentioned by Wang Li. Brother, let's all go to Qianlong village and set off now. Okay, walk this way, about 20 to 30 kilometers. Wang Li gave them some more instructions. After watching them leave, Wang Li took out the map and looked at it. After confirming the location of the next elite mutant beast, he went over with a whoosh. It took less than 10 minutes in total for several elite mutant beasts to complete the task. If anyone knew about this efficiency, they would definitely be envious. The harvest was not bad either. Not to mention the various supplies. There were several weapons, the highest of which was level 1, grade 2, 3 cards with all attributes +1, and 1 card each with all attributes +2 and +3. There is also a boss crystal core. There are quite a few boss crystal cores in Wang Li's personal space. This is a good thing. Even a first-level boss crystal core can improve one's cultivation by 10 points. Looking at the time, he decided whether to go and cause trouble for the mutant beasts, or to go and take a look at the large camp 4 or 500 kilometers away. I'm mainly attracted by the trading market there. For example, I found good things like the boss distribution map yesterday, and maybe I can find good things again today. It's still early, so let's go find that group of mutant beasts first, kill the elites in the group, as well as those high-level ordinary mutant beasts, and then go to the trading market to take a look. He took out the tracking and positioning signal receiving instrument, but did not detect any signal. Probably because the distance was too far, Wang Li directly transmitted over with a whoosh. This was where the mutant beast was yesterday. Looking around now, there is no shadow to be found. A day has passed, and it should have moved quite a distance. With a thought in his mind, large wings appeared behind him. Wang Li flew 500 or 600 meters in the air, looking down from above, holding a tracking and positioning signal receiver, and began to search for the location of the mutant beasts. Soon we received a signal and flew directly in that direction. After flying for about 10 kilometers, we finally discovered this huge group of mutant beasts. Just as I was about to fly over, I saw something big happening ahead. He flew over quickly, and when he got closer, he saw the scene below and fell silent. This is the end of the world. Human life is as cheap as grass. Chapter 105. Let's let it go first, and come back tomorrow. This is the end of the world. At a height of several hundred meters, Wang Li could see everything clearly. There are many people running for their lives in front, and behind them is a huge group of mutant beasts. There used to be a survivor camp of a certain size here, gathering hundreds of awakened people and hundreds of ordinary survivors. It was just bad luck. When the mutant beasts came, they evacuated too slowly. They were caught up by the mutant beasts and were being overwhelmed bit by bit. The scene was extremely bloody. Wang Li had no intention of rescuing them. He was not a god, but a human being. He just watched silently. Lu Chang was the boss of this camp. He was running for his life in panic and finally escaped from danger after a lot of effort. After counting the number of people, he looked miserable. Out of so many people, only a dozen or so escaped, and they were all people with relatively high levels of cultivation. Those level 2, 3, and even some level 4 awakeners have all died. As for the ordinary survivors, they have all been wiped out, not a single one left. Lu Chang looked at the embarrassed people and said with regret, "Alas, we should have gone to Qianlong village a long time ago. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret." They could hear news about Qianlong village from the radio every day, but he didn't want to live under someone else's roof and live a comfortable life here. Man proposes, God disposes. He didn't expect his luck to be so bad that he encountered such a large group of mutant beasts. Boss, the brothers who didn't escape are probably all dead. Our camp is also dead. Let's go to Qianlong village. Boss, don't hesitate any longer. Let's go over there now. Boss. Lu Chang looked at these brothers and waved his hand. Let's go to Qianlong village. Wang Li had been hanging in the air at a height of 400 or 500 meters, watching everything silently. He saw hundreds of people almost in the group, and saw the two-headed King Kong holding a huge meteor hammer, smashing the camp into ruins with a few hammers. After a long time, Wang Li said in his heart, "They have all left, it's my turn to work." Wang Li first flew around this huge group of mutant beasts and saw that the number of high-level mutant beasts had increased to a certain extent, and the number of elite mutant beasts had also increased. Further confirmation shows that both ordinary mutant beasts and elite mutant beasts are evolving. That should be an elite mutant beast. Wang Li cast an insight spell over it, and found that it was not only an elite mutant beast, but also a second level one. Kill the elite mutant beasts first, control their numbers, and get some dropped items to improve your own cultivation. Relying on killing ordinary mutant beasts to improve cultivation is no longer the main way, because there are very few mutant beasts of level 5 or above at stage 1. Every blow is a heavy one. For less than $20, this second-level elite mutant beast was killed. Cultivation value, plus 20. A second-level boss crystal core, a card with all attributes plus 2. These are what Wang Li needs, and there are also more than a dozen cards of various kinds. After storing all the information into his personal space, Wang Li started looking for his target. He cast an insight spell and found that it was a first-level elite mutant beast. Wang Li hesitated for a moment and did not kill it. The first-level elite mutant beasts no longer have much appeal to him. Wang Li had an idea to keep all the first-level elite mutant beasts in this mutant group, which numbered about dozens. Let's take a look tomorrow to see how many of the dozens of elite mutant beasts will evolve into second-level elite mutant beasts. If it was a first-level elite mutant beast from other places, Wang Li would definitely not keep it, because if he kept it, it might be killed by others if things went wrong. It's different here. This is a huge group of mutant beasts. No one dares to make a move except me. There was not a single third-level elite mutant beast, and there were a total of 7 second-level elite mutants, all of which were killed by Wang Li. Keep all the first-level elite mutant beasts and raise them like grazing them, and come back to check on them tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. After killing all the second-level elite mutant beasts, Wang Li began to look for those ordinary mutant beasts of level 1, level 5, or above. There are very few mutant beasts like this, often not even one among 100 ordinary mutant beasts, but the number of this mutant beast group is huge. One by one, high-level ordinary mutant beasts were found and killed by Wang Li. After killing 30 or 40 common mutant beasts, he gained more than 40 points of cultivation and accumulated 30 or 40 points of monster killing value. Before he knew it, it was noon. It took too much time to search for these common mutant beasts. With a flap of his wings, Wang Li flew to a height of several hundred meters. He took a look at the mutant beasts and estimated that if he continued to kill them, the entire mutant beasts would riot. The leading Lord-level 2-headed King Kong was obviously impatient and showed signs of going berserk. There seemed to be a high-rise building far ahead. Wang Li flew over and found a clean room on the top floor of the 40-story building. He had lunch and took a rest. Looking at the time, it was still very early. Wang Li had no plan to go back now. Instead, he had an idea and disappeared in a flash, appearing hundreds of kilometers away. It was basically the same place as last time, less than 100 meters away. There was no one around, and looking into the distance, one could see the silhouette of the reinforced concrete wall. Wang Li planned to go to the trading market to take a look. He had obtained a boss distribution map last time and killed dozens of boss in one breath. The harvest was huge, including hundreds of cultivation points. I don't know if there will be any unexpected surprises this time. Wang Li walked, which was not far, only about 1 or 2 miles, and arrived at the gate of the city wall in a few minutes. He still registered the name Li Wu. This is just a primary village, much smaller than his advanced village, with an area of only 1 square kilometer, not that huge. There are still quite a few people in the village. There should be as many as 10,000 or 20,000 awakened people and ordinary survivors, no less than the number of people in his own place. Wang Li just looked around briefly and then went straight to the trading market. This should be the busiest place, with many people, basically all awakened people. It was still the same old routine. Wang Li looked at the stalls one by one, and basically all of them were selling various weapons and equipment. He saw a small number of skill books, but there was not a single full attribute card, not even a +1 full attribute card. I have seen a few boss crystal cores, all of which were first-level boss crystal cores. Seeing this situation, Wang Li was a little disappointed because he didn't see anything he liked, and it was basically all rubbish. Otherwise, I can also set up a stall and exchange some cards with all attributes +2, or boss crystal cores. If I'm lucky, I might be able to trade for rare items. Wang Li inquired and found out that the stall charge was not expensive, especially since it was already afternoon and the stall could only be open for half a day at most, and only 200 grams of gold was required. There are quite a few gold bars of various kinds in the portable space, including dozens of 100-gram gold bars, as well as 500 gram and 1000 gram bars. Wang Li did what he said. He spent 200 grams of gold to set up a stall, and then put out several level 0, level 8, and even level 10 weapons, and then put out several cards with all attributes +1, saying that they could be exchanged for rare items. After these things were put on display, the entire trading market was almost in an uproar. Chapter 106 Fishing. As soon as these things were put on display, the entire trading market was immediately in an uproar. Others also set up stalls to trade, but they were basically weapons and equipment of level 0 or below level 5. There were very few above level 5, and there were no level 10 at all. Wang Li has several level 0 weapons and a card with all attributes +1. In everyone's eyes, this is a heaven-defying thing. Many people are envious and jealous. Everyone, hurry up to booth 42. There are a lot of great things on display. You won't believe this. Level 10 weapons are all on display. A level 10 weapon is nothing. People even traded all the attribute cards, and there were several of them. The news spread quickly, and soon there were 3 layers of people inside and 3 layers of outside in front of Wang Li's stall, making it impossible to get in. Some people had greed in their eyes, and they wanted to snatch these things away. However, they were not sure about Wang Li's background and did not dare to take action. Some people looked at Wang Li with eyes full of pity, thinking that this young man was in trouble. Isn't this a typical case of a child walking around a busy city with gold? Wang Li is not stupid, of course he knows this, but he is not worried at all, and even has a bit of a fishing intention. He had some understanding of this primary village. The situation was not very good, especially the public security was very poor. There were frequent fights, and even murders and robberies even in the village, not to mention outside the village. Last time, some people took a fancy to the Panlong golden back machete in Wang Li's hand and followed Wang Li out of the village, intending to kill people and rob them, but they were all killed by Wang Li. Wang Li also learned that the boss of this village was not a good person and could be said to be extremely bad. At the end of the world, only about 1 in 10 people can awaken. Zhao Jin was lucky and awakened successfully. They were originally the commanders of a certain army. After Zhao Jin awakened, he led a group of awakened people to kill mutant beasts. His cultivation level increased rapidly, and his strength became stronger and stronger. In the early days of the apocalypse, compared to ordinary people, it was easy for them to kill level 0 or even level 1 mutant beasts with their hot weapons. After becoming stronger, Zhao Jin became increasingly dissatisfied with several leaders of the army. He found an opportunity and killed all of these leaders who could not awaken. Zhao Jin became the supreme commander of this army of more than 1,000 people, and then used various means to eliminate dissidents and killed many people. In addition, many people who could not awaken were used as cannon fodder by Zhao Jin. Now there are only 300 or 400 people left, and nearly half of them are awakened. With more than 100 awakeners under their command and so many hot weapons, they developed very quickly in the early stages. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, Zhao Jin organized everyone to hunt first-level elite mutant beasts. So far, at least hundreds of elite mutant beasts have been killed, and more than a dozen second-level elite mutant beasts have been killed. They were lucky. A week ago, a village construction order was issued, so they built the current village here. These days, a large number of awakened people and ordinary survivors have been gathered. When he sees a beautiful woman, Zhao Jin will use all sorts of means, including coercion and inducement, to get these beauties into bed. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be crooked too. The people below will follow suit and imitate him. The whole camp is filled with smoke, and all kinds of things happen from time to time. Because he had some knowledge of this village, Wang Li deliberately went fishing in the hope of catching a big fish. Seeing so many people in front of his stall, Wang Li knew that the first step of fishing was successful. Wang Li shouted loudly, "Everyone, I only exchange my things, not sell them. I only exchange them, not sell them." Someone asked, "Brother, I like this level 10 weapon. How can I exchange it?" Wang Li said, "Exchange for boss crystal cores or various rare items." Whether it is a boss crystal core or a rare item, not many people have it. As a result, there are more people watching the fun than actually asking the price, and so far, no transaction has been completed. But luck was still good. Not long after, an awakened person asked, "Brother, I want to buy your level 10 weapon. How much is it?" Level 10 weapons. The people around were excited. If they had a level 10 weapon, killing mutant beasts would be as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Wang Li said, "I'm not selling. I'm only exchanging rare items. If you have anything, take it out and let me see it." The awakener hesitated for a moment, then said, "I have a healing potion in exchange for your level 10 weapon. Is that okay?" Wang Li said, "Take out your things first and let me see them." After killing so many elite mutant beasts, Wang Li never got any healing medicine, not sure if it was because he was unlucky or what. Because I have never seen this thing and don't know what it is like, I'll just take a look at it first. The awakened one hesitated for a moment, but finally took out his things and placed them in front of Wang Li. Name: Healing Potion, Rare. Effect: Bring the dead back to life. As long as the person is not completely dead, one pill can bring the person back to life and quickly recover from all injuries. This thing is outrageous. Having this thing is like having an extra life. Although Wang Li is very powerful now and basically no one can threaten him, he still has to be wary of some old silver coins in case someone plots against him. With this holy medicine for healing in hand, you basically have an extra layer of security for your life. This is not a game. Once you die, you are really dead. There is no resurrection. Although he really wanted this healing elixir, Wang Li did not show any desire on his face. Instead, he said with an embarrassed look, "Brother, this is a one-time consumable. You can only exchange it for a level 8 weapon at most. If you want to exchange it for a level 10 weapon, you need to add something else. It's business. It's normal to ask for a high price and then pay a low price." The awakened one was a little disappointed. "This is my most valuable thing. How about I add some gold?" Gold is also a hard currency in this trading market, but Wang Li looked down on it. He thought about it for a while, and then said, "How about this? You tell me where this healing medicine came from." Hearing this, the awakened one felt delighted and told everything out loud. After listening to it, Wang Li could only shake his head and smile bitterly. It was just luck. It was good to have a good hand. All these things could pop out. It turns out that this holy healing medicine was not dropped by killing an elite mutant beast, but by killing an ordinary mutant beast and dropping a purple card. After materializing, this holy healing medicine was obtained. Wang Li took the healing elixir and gave the level 10 weapon to the other party. Everyone was happy with the deal. After killing so many elite mutant beasts, Wang Li now has more than 20 to 30 level 0 and 10 weapons in his personal space, and even more level 8 and 9 weapons. Exchanging a weapon that you despise and think is a bit rubbish for a healing elixir that can save your life at a critical moment, no matter how you look at it, this is a bigger profit than buying and selling. Just after completing this transaction, another awakener took 2 steps forward. Well, can I exchange this thing for a level 8 weapon of yours?" This is a young woman with a good figure, but unfortunately her appearance is average. She is only holding a level 0 weapon in her hand, and she is very eager for a better weapon. Chapter 107. Big Fish Takes the Hook. As her cultivation level increased, the level of mutant beasts she needed to kill also increased accordingly. Even if she focused her main strength points, she still found it difficult to deal with mutant beasts of levels 4 and 5. Seeing that the other party was holding a weapon that couldn't be any worse, Wang Li didn't hold out much hope. What good things could such a poor awakened person come up with? However, since the business came to him, Wang Li was quite enthusiastic. "What do you have? Take it out and let me see it first." The young woman looked around to make sure that no one would try to snatch her things. She carefully took out her things and placed them in front of Wang Li. Name: Guardian Necklace. Introduction: Passively activated, can resist 1 fatal damage. Cooling time is 24 hours. This is awesome. It is equivalent to saving your life when you are in mortal danger. The only drawback is that the cooling time is a little longer and it can only be used once a day. But even so, it is already against the will of heaven. To others, this thing may be a bit useless, but to Wang Li, it is simply his dream come true. Wang Li looked at the young woman and began to wonder why she would take out such a good thing to trade. It would be bad to keep it for herself. It soon became clear that the young woman was too poor to even have a decent weapon, and compared to saving her life, what she needed more was a good weapon, and to work hard to improve her cultivation level. The item was so good that Wang Li did not raise the price. Instead, he agreed immediately and said, "You can exchange it for a level 8 weapon. You can choose it yourself." There were several level 8, grade 0 weapons on the stall, including a level 8 machete, a level 8 mo dao, and a level 8 spear. An inch longer, an inch stronger, so she chose this level 0, grade 8 spear. Sure enough, young girls all like long ones. This was another deal that everyone was happy with. After completing the transaction, Wang Li put the necklace directly on his neck. Each person can wear up to 3 pieces of protective gear and 2 pieces of jewelry. If there are more, they will not be effective. Wang Li originally wore a storage ring, and now he wears this necklace, which makes it exactly 2 pieces of jewelry. If he gets better jewelry in the future, he can take off the storage ring on his finger. Then some people took out various things and wanted to trade, but Wang Li looked down on them. Only one awakener took out an unmaterialized skill card and wanted to exchange it for a level 10 weapon. After bargaining, Wang Li gave him a level 8 weapon of stage 0. After about 30 or 40 minutes, there was a sudden commotion up ahead, and a young man came over with several people. Originally, the place was crowded, but when they saw the young man, they all made way. Obviously, everyone knew the young man's identity. The young man Jia Dalu is one of the backbones of this camp and Zhao Jin's right-hand man. Wang Li set up a stall here, took out high-level weapons and equipment, as well as all attribute plus cards, etc. The news finally reached their ears. Zhao Jin called several key members over, and they conspired together, and then sent Jia Dalu over. He even opened all attribute cards to set up a stall. How rich is this stall owner? Zhao Jin was jealous, Jia Dalu was jealous too. They were all jealous and wanted to snatch everything from Wang Li. They have done many things like robbing people and even killing people for their property. He was the one who designed and killed several high-ranking officials of this army with an excuse. Jia Dalu and his men came over according to Zhao Jin's instructions. Everyone made way for them, and some people even showed fear in their eyes. Some people were afraid of getting into trouble and slipped away quietly. Slip away, slip away. The young man setting up the stall is probably in danger. After staying in this camp for a long time, everyone has heard some rumors. This camp has always been very open. You can come in as long as you register, and you are not forced to join the village and become a villager. There is a reason for that. Zhao Jin did this on purpose in order to attract more people. They would try to take the beautiful young women for themselves. Those awakened people who had good things on them often disappeared mysteriously, and the valuable things on them went into the pockets of Zhao Jin and others. This time, Zhao Jin and his men have set their sights on Wang Li. Jia Dalu led a few people to the stall, with a warm face, and took the initiative to say, "Hello, brother, I am one of the persons in charge of this camp." Wang Li bowed and said, "Hello, I'm Li Wu. I'm setting up a stall here to exchange some things." Jia Dalu was still very enthusiastic, without any condescending tone. "Brotherly, your things are all good, and we happen to have some good things on hand. How about we talk about business?" "That's great. I wonder what they are." Wang Li seemed very surprised. Seeing Wang Li's reaction, Jia Dalu knew that he was a rookie with little social experience and such a person was easier to fool. "I'm going to trick him into giving me everything he has, drain him of everything, and then kill him secretly." Jia Dalu said, "Brother, there are too many people here. How about we go to another place?" Wang Li actually agreed happily. "Okay, that's exactly what I was thinking." "Then please come this way," Jia Dalu invited. At this moment, he was ecstatic. If Wang Li is willing to go with him, then the whole plan will be half successful. Once they arrive at the place, Wang Li will have no control over it and can do whatever he wants with him. Mr. Jia took Wang Li towards the village office. As they walked, the two chatted happily. Jia Dalu said, "Brother, our boss is here too. I'll take you there. Our boss is a very hospitable person. He likes to make friends with all kinds of people. Our boss has more good things. Brother, you should have a lot of good things too." Wang Li took out a few full attribute cards and said proudly, "I have a lot of good stuff, including a lot of full attribute cards." Seeing these attribute cards, Jia Dalu's eyes became hot, and he really wanted to get them. Even though he was Zhao Jin's right-hand man and capable assistant, he had only obtained a few and was still a few short of 10. An Awakener can use up to 10 cards with all attributes plus 1, and his biggest dream is to get 10 cards with all attributes plus 1 first. I thought eagerly in my heart, "Wait a minute, these cards with all attributes are all mine, they must all be mine." On the surface, Jia Dalu seemed very enthusiastic, without any air of superiority, and he was confident that he was being very secretive, but Wang Li still keenly caught the greed in his eyes. Wang Li thought to himself, "I deliberately took out so many things to fish, and now it seems that a big fish has taken the bait." The fish Jia Dalu is holding is not a small one, and there is an even bigger deep-water fish behind him. The two of them had their own thoughts, but on the surface they seemed like old friends who had known each other for many years, talking and laughing, and soon they arrived in front of a luxurious building. Chapter 108. Tearing off the disguise and making threats. Jia Dalu took Wang Li to a luxurious villa. "Brother, please come in. Our boss has been waiting for you for a long time." Wang Li deliberately showed an expression of being flattered. "Brother Jia, please go first." At this point, Jia Dalu no longer hid anything, because he felt that they had already arrived at the door of this luxurious villa and Wang Li was already a fish on the chopping board. He stopped being polite and was the first to walk into the villa. After entering, Wang Li found that it was a large living room. The area was less than 100 square meters, but at least 70 or 80 square meters. The decoration was very luxurious, a real mansion. These people really know how to enjoy life, building such a luxurious villa. There were already quite a few people in the living room. The most eye-catching thing is a man sitting on the sofa with a big horse and a golden sword. He is the village chief of this primary village and the boss here, Zhao Jin. Jia Dalu came in and reported, "Boss, I have brought the person here. It's this brother." Before they had a falling out, he still called Wang Li brother. Because now that they had a falling out, if they killed him directly, they might not get anything. Their strategy was to trick Wang Li into giving him everything and then kill him. Zhao Jin nodded slightly, then introduced himself. My name is Zhao Jin, the boss of this camp. What's your name, brother? Wang Li introduced himself. My name is Li Wu. Nice to meet you, Boss Zhao. Okay. Zhao Jin said, I'm a hospitable person. I heard that you were setting up a stall and have a lot of good things. I specially invited you to come. Don't be surprised. He seemed very polite and welcoming. The purpose of doing this is to create an illusion, paralyze Wang Li, let Wang Li relax his vigilance, and make it easier to trick Wang Li into giving him the things he has. Wang Li looked like he had never seen the world before and showed gratitude on his face. Thank you, Boss Zhao, for your appreciation. To be honest, I do have some things. After finishing speaking, Wang Li took out several level 0 level weapons, several first level boss crystal cores, several all attribute +1 cards, etc. in front of them. When they saw these things, their eyes lit up. Wang Li's wealth seemed to be even higher than they had imagined, as he actually took out so many good things. Especially the card with all attributes +1. Although Zhao Jin has used up all 10 cards and has reached the upper limit and cannot use them anymore, his subordinates need this thing. For example, Jia Dallo has only used 2 or 3 cards with all attributes +1, which is still far from the upper limit of 10. Wang Li noticed the greed hidden in these people's eyes and further confirmed that his way of fishing was correct and the big fish had been hooked. Boss Zhao, I have taken out all my stuff. Can you show me any good stuff you have? Zhao Jin nodded and took out a basic skill book and a few pieces of armor from his storage ring, but the levels were not high, only level 2 or 3 armor. 3 heavy attack books, 2 level 2 armors, and 1 level 3 armor in exchange for these things. How about that? Wang Li smiled. Boss Zhao, these things you have are far from enough. I have 3 first level boss crystals and 4 full attribute +1 cards. These are all priceless. Zhao Jin looked at the storage ring on Wang Li's finger and thought to himself that there should be a lot of things in this ring, so he must snatch it away later. He is full of self-confidence. This is his territory, a primary village, and he is the village chief. According to the rules, he is invincible in his own village, and any attack is ineffective against him, which makes Wang Li a sure win. Now he no longer concealed his gaze when looking at Wang Li, as if he was looking at a piece of fish on a chopping board. Zhao Jin began to slowly tear off his disguise, and his tone became much colder. Brother Li Wu, there should be a lot of good things in your storage ring. Wang Li admitted, yes, there are indeed quite a few good things, provided that Boss Zhao can come up with something of equal value to exchange. With just a few things like this, it's far from enough to exchange for these things of mine. We must add more. Zhao Jin didn't say anything, but Jia Dala jumped out. Li Wu, how can you talk like that? Our boss is already giving you face by taking out these things to exchange with you. You have to exchange them even if you don't want to. Wang Li knew that the other party was about to tear off his disguise, so there was no need for him to continue pretending. He said in a cold voice, so, you are forcing me to buy and sell. Jia Dala said, you can understand it this way. I advise you to be more sensible and take out everything in the storage ring. Li Wu Dao, if I don't take it out, what can you do? Haha. Jia Dala sneered. A man who knows the times is a hero. I advise you to look at the current situation clearly. This is our territory. I am level 0, level 10, and our boss is level 1, level 2. The lowest level of cultivation here is level 0, level 7. This is a threat. They threatened Wang Li that if he did not obey and did not do as they asked, his life safety would not be guaranteed. They were all at a high level of cultivation, and it would be easy for them to kill Wang Li. Jia Dala played the villain, while Zhao Jin played the good guy. Li Wu, as long as you leave your storage ring behind, we can guarantee your safety and let you leave safely. Wang Li smiled and said tit for tat, Boss Zhao, I also advise you to give me the storage ring. I can also guarantee your safety and will not kill you. Haha. These people laughed as if they had heard a huge joke. Zhao Jin even laughed until tears came out. Brothers, he said he wanted to hand over the storage ring and kill me. Jia Dala laughed again, the kind of laughter that was full of laughter, and then said, Li Wu, you are still asleep. Aren't you aware that in the village, our village chief is invincible? Wang Li pretended to be puzzled and confused. Noticing Wang Li's expression, Zhao Jin laughed again. Old Jia, give him some scientific knowledge. It's really funny that he looks so ignorant. Jia Dalo explained, boy, you may not know this, but this is not an ordinary survivor camp. This is a village built with a village building order. According to the rules, our village chief is invincible in the village, and any attack will be ineffective against him. Wang Li shook his head gently. I don't believe it. After saying that, he took 2 steps forward, with a large machete with a golden back and a coiled dragon pattern in his hand. Before anyone could react, he swung the machete and accurately cut Zhao Jin's wrist. The extremely high attributes, especially the strength attribute of thousands of points, coupled with this high-level weapon, This knife is so smooth, just like cutting tofu. Zhao Jin's wrist was broken at the wrist, so neatly that it even took a second or two for the blood to spurt out. As soon as the wrist was broken, without waiting for it to fall to the ground, Wang Li used the tip of the knife to pick up the broken wrist, pulled out the storage ring from the finger, and then with a wave of his hand, put all the things he had taken out from the table into his personal space. After doing all this, Zhao Jin and the others finally reacted. Chapter 109. Zhao Jin is scared. Zhao Jin screamed. He looked at Wang Li in disbelief, unable to understand how Wang Li could actually hurt him, cut off his right hand with a knife, and take away the storage ring that contained all his belongings. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhao Jin screamed wildly in his heart, but the severe pain in his wrist told him that all this was true. His hand was cut off with one knife. This is unscientific. How did he do that? Yao Jin is the village chief. According to the rules, he is invincible in the village, and no one can harm him. This has been confirmed many times. They had committed many murders and robberies before. Even in the village, those awakened people who were killed also attacked Zhao Jin when they resisted, but no harm was done. Zhao Jin became very arrogant and felt that he was a godlike being, and that he had Wang Li in his hands. I never thought it was not like that at all. Wang Li chopped Zhao Jin's wrist with a knife, and got the storage ring. Then he said with disdain, "Someone boasted that he was the village chief, and I couldn't hurt him. I didn't believe it. Facts have proved that they were indeed boasting." Zhao Jin shouted with all his might, "Impossible! How could you hurt me? Why, this doesn't make sense." Wang Li just smiled coldly and of course would not tell him the reason. The reason is actually very simple. It is true that others cannot harm the village chief Zhao Jin in the village, but that is only true for ordinary awakened people. If it is the village chief of other villages, that may not be the case. As long as the village level is higher than his, he can still hurt the other party. Wang Li is the chief of a high-level village, and Zhao Jin is just the chief of a primary village, so of course he can. Feeling Wang Li's cold gaze, Zhao Jin was a little scared. He stepped back and shouted sternly, "Brothers, come on, we have more people and he only has one person." After shouting, he took 2 steps back. Wang Li saw it all. Jia Dalu also shouted loudly, "Brothers, kill him." After shouting, he rushed forward with his weapon. No wonder he couldn't be the boss and could only be a lackey. Xia Jindu was already retreating quietly, preparing to find a chance to escape, but Jia Dalu didn't notice this. Foolishly and loyally, he rushed towards Wang Li with his weapon in hand. There were actually several other people like Jia Dalu who all took action. Some rushed over with weapons, and some shot at Wang Li with bows and crossbows. The space is so small that it is impossible for Wang Li to dodge all attacks, so he is greatly restricted in dodging. Seeing Jia Dalu rushing over, Wang Li struck him hard with his sword, and the 2 weapons collided in the air, making a sound of metal clashing. Then, Jia Dalu felt as if he was hit by a train. A huge force came from the weapon and he could no longer hold it. The weapon slipped out of his hand. Not only that, the whole person was sent flying under the huge force and hit the wall of the living room with a dull bang sound. The collision created a big hole in the wall, and Jia Dalu vomited blood, obviously seriously injured. At this time, he saw the reality clearly and finally felt afraid. Just from this fight, he knew that Wang Li was much stronger than him. He climbed up with difficulty and prepared to escape first. But Wang Li would never let him escape. He ignored an arrow and chopped back an awakened person who was blocking his way with a sword. He rushed to Jia Dalu in a few steps. Without any sign of escaping from the water, Wang Li chopped him down with a heavy blow. With extremely high strength attribute and the extremely sharp weapon in his hand, he cut Jia Dalu in half with one blow. The scene was extremely bloody. At this time, 2 or 3 people had already rushed over. One of them was holding a big stick, which was thick, big and black. He smashed it towards Wang Li. The space was too small to dodge, so Wang Li rushed forward with the Panlong golden back machete in his hand, and the 2 began to fight head-on. The awakened one who came with the stick was overjoyed. This is a level 0, 8th grade weapon, not a level 0, 2nd grade stick. This stick is of a higher level, heavier, and more lethal. If it weren't for the main strength attribute, I really wouldn't be able to wield a big stick so smoothly. He also has rich combat experience. The number of awakened people who have died under this big stick exceeds double digits, and as for mutant beasts, the number is countless. Seeing Wang Li's weapon coming towards him, the 2 weapons would collide head-on. The sturdy man was disdainful in his heart. This is simply courting death. Let me show you the power of my big stick. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere. The Panlong Jinbei machete in Wang Li's hand collided with the opponent's big stick, and he felt a slight vibration in his hand, but that was all. The sturdy man holding the stick felt a huge force coming from the stick. He could no longer hold it, and the stick in his hand fell directly to the ground. He was stunned. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. He even couldn't wrap his head around it. He was a level 8 awakener, and his points were mainly added to strength, with only a small amount added to physique and agility. Even so, he couldn't resist this power. Taking advantage of his days, Wang Li smiled coldly and swept his knife across. Even without using a heavy blow, he directly cut the strong man in half. The scene was even bloodier than before. At this time, another knife came chopping over. Wang Li twisted his body with some effort to avoid the knife. The space was too small, and the opponent took advantage of this gap when Wang Li swept his sword across. It was basically a sneak attack. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so difficult to dodge. Of course, you can also choose not to dodge and take the knife head-on. It will probably only hurt a little, with a slight skin break and a little blood. It can even be considered a minor injury. If you can avoid it, try to avoid it. If you really can't avoid it, that's another matter. Seeing that Wang Li was able to dodge the knife, the other party became angry and prepared to chop him with another knife, but Wang Li was much faster than him. He did not give the other party a chance and kicked the man away. He flew sideways and hit the wall with a bang, creating a big hole in the wall. With his remaining power, he flew out of the hole, flew more than 10 meters, and fell outside the villa. His mouth and nose were bleeding, his chest was sunken, his sternum was broken, and his internal organs were basically shattered. It was obvious that he was no longer alive. When Zhao Jin saw Wang Li kill 3 people in a row with such ferocity, he became even more frightened. He held Wang Li's broken wrist tightly, retreated quietly, and escaped through the hole he had just made. Seeing that there were quite a few people outside, and that there were thousands of awakened people in the entire camp, Zhao Jin's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he thought fiercely, Li Wu, no matter how powerful you are, no matter how good you are at fighting, can you beat dozens or hundreds of people by yourself? Such a big commotion also attracted a lot of people's attention. Many people jogged over here, and some people saw Zhao Jin with a broken wrist. Boss, what's wrong? Are you injured? Chapter 110 Open fire and kill him. Seeing so many of them, Zhao Jin felt relieved. Someone wants to kill your boss. He's inside. Go in and kill him. Where are machine guns and tanks? Come here. Seeing that Zhao Jin's right hand was broken at the wrist, and there was a lot of blood dripping on the ground, these people seemed to have been greatly shocked. They screamed and rushed into the villa with weapons in their hands. Some people were calling on walkie-talkies, and some were hurriedly pushing some hot weapons over, including twin-mounted 30mm machine guns, and several military off-road vehicles with large-caliber machine guns, as well as tanks and armored vehicles driving over. Such a big commotion attracted the attention of almost everyone in the camp. Qiu Qichuan is a captain in the camp, with a team of dozens of awakened people. He has been suppressed by Zhao Jin and others. Zhao Jin even had the intention to kill Qiu Qichuan several times, but considering that the people under his command were quite powerful, he was just looking for a suitable opportunity. There are thousands of awakened people in this huge camp, and most of them are from the original army. Zhao Jin was an officer of the previous army, and Qiu Qichuan was also an officer. Qiu Qichuan saw with his own eyes how Zhao Jin, relying on his status as an awakened person, eliminated dissidents, killed several high-ranking members of the army who had not yet awakened, and took control of the army. Qiu Qichuan was just hiding temporarily. He was also waiting for an opportunity. He had always wanted to avenge those high-ranking officers in the army. He had also been secretly developing his own power. In addition to himself, there were several team leaders who were his supporters. Each team leader had dozens of awakened people under his command. Such a big commotion certainly caught Qiu Qichuan's attention. What's going on? Such a big scene. An awakener immediately said, Boss, I heard that an awakener came from outside to our camp, and he had a lot of stuff on him. Zhao Jin and others set up a trap and lured him to the big villa, intending to kill him and rob him. Unexpectedly, the awakener was very powerful, and a big battle broke out between the two sides. Let's go and take a look. Qiu Qichuan waved his hand and said, but everyone remember, don't take any action for now, just watch from a distance. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Qiu Qichuan knew this very well, and he even felt that this was a huge opportunity, and perhaps he could get revenge. At this time, Wang Li was fighting a big battle. The door of the villa was kicked open by people outside, and many people rushed in with weapons. The same was true for the hole in the villa, where people always rushed in. This is simply a succession of successions. There were too many people on the other side. After killing one, another would come up. They were almost fearless of death. Although his 4 major attributes were very powerful and much higher than these people, so many attacks could still break his skin. Another knife struck Wang Li's back from behind. If it were someone else, even if they were not cut in half by the knife, they would at least be seriously injured. Wang Li felt a slight pain and knew that the skin must have been broken and a little blood had seeped out. Within 1 or 2 minutes, he had several such wounds on his body. The space in the villa was too small, which greatly restricted his movement. No, this won't work. I'll be at a disadvantage. Seeing another person rushing in, Wang Li shouted loudly, "The god of war is coming." This was also the first time that this skill was used in actual combat. His combat power doubled. Holding a panlong golden back machete in his hand, he rushed into the crowd and killed one person with one blow. Oh! With a scream, Wang Li split an enemy in half, completely ignoring the blood splattering on himself, and swung his sword across, killing another enemy. While chopping, he rushed towards the villa gate. Someone yelled, "Stop him! He's trying to run." He was overthinking it. Wang Li didn't want to run away at all. He just felt that the space in the villa was a little small, which affected his performance. Who can stop it? Even without the skill of God of War's descent, he couldn't be stopped, let alone after using this skill. Wang Li was completely in an empty space. After killing 4 or 5 enemies who blocked his way, Wang Li rushed out of the big villa. It was much more spacious outside, but he narrowed his eyes slightly. Although the area outside is large and very open, there are also more enemies, at least hundreds of awakened ones, densely packed, and it's scary to look at. In addition to these awakened people, they even brought up hot weapons and aimed them at Wang Li. When Zhao Jin saw Wang Li rushing out, he turned cold, his eyes full of murderous intent, and said sternly, "Li Wu, see? Everyone here is my people. You are dead. Open fire, kill him." Some people were a little hesitant because there were at least 20 or 30 of their people in the villa. After the heavy weapons opened fire, these people would be in danger. This will be a high-density, indiscriminate attack. Small-caliber thermal weapons have limited lethality against awakeners of levels 2 and 3, but large-caliber thermal weapons, especially high-density saturation attacks, can cause considerable damage even to awakeners of levels 7 and 8, especially the tank shells. Even a level 7 or 8 awakener can be seriously injured with one shell. After a few shells, he will definitely die. In addition to tanks and armored vehicles, they also have 30mm caliber machine guns and several heavy machine guns. Some of the people operating these heavy weapons hesitated for fear of accidentally hurting their own people, but some were more sneering and only listened to Zhao Jin's orders. Boom, boom, boom. As these heavy weapons opened fire, the thick gun barrels of the tanks also turned, with the black barrels aimed at Wang Li. The 3-story villa behind him instantly became ruins, filled with smoke and dust. The sneer on Zhao Jin's face became even more severe. He knew that Wang Li was a good fighter, but no matter how strong he was, he would probably be dead by now. What a pity! Although the man was killed, the things on Li Wu's body also disappeared, including my storage ring, Zhao Jin thought in his heart. Suddenly, an arrow flew over and headed straight for Zhao Jin's face. He was startled, and his first reaction was to wonder who was shooting the arrow, and then he barely dodged the arrow. Almost immediately afterwards, the second, third, and fourth arrows shot over, and Zhao Jin hurriedly dodged. These arrows were shot very quickly and with great power. Zhao Jin was unable to dodge one of them, and it shot into his shoulder, almost piercing it. This is impossible. Who is shooting arrows? Who is it? Zhao Jin's cultivation level is very high. The arrows shot by ordinary awakeners either fail to penetrate the defense or at most cause a little damage, which does not pose much threat to him. These arrows were so powerful that one arrow almost pierced him through. Fortunately, he was hit in the shoulder. If it had been in the chest, he would have been killed directly. Chapter 111, Killing Hundreds of People. Qiu Qingchuan and his men kept a long distance and watched this scene. They saw with their own eyes the heavy weapons opening fire, turning the large villa into ruins. As for the arrows shot at Zhao Jin, they did not see them because of the long distance. Seeing the villa reduced to ruins in an instant, let alone a flesh and blood body, even an awakener of level 8 or 9 would probably have died. He originally thought that this was an opportunity to lead his brothers in a rebellion, kill Zhao Jin, and take revenge. It seems that he doesn't know that Zhao Jin is the village chief. In the village, no one can cause any harm to Zhao Jin unless they are village chiefs of a higher rank. Well, Qiu Qingchuan sighed softly, his face full of bitterness. Suddenly, he looked over there in disbelief and astonishment. A figure rushed out from the thick smoke and dust, holding a crossbow. He was rushing towards Zhao Jin while shooting arrows at a rapid speed. He is not dead. Oh my god, this is unscientific. Even with so many heavy weapons attacking him, he didn't die. He was even able to fight back and shoot arrows at Zhao Jin. Wang Li was indeed fine, just a little embarrassed, and it was not even a minor injury. Catch the leader first. There are so many people on the other side, estimated to be thousands of them. If I kill them one by one, I will probably be exhausted and might even get injured. The most effective way is to kill Zhao Jin and several senior officials in this camp. As for those small fry, as long as they don't volunteer to die, Wang Li has no interest in killing them, and it takes too much time to kill them. Wang Li's shooting speed is very fast. Arrows were shot one after another, continuously, and he walked towards Zhao Jin while shooting arrows. What? How come he was fine and still shooting arrows and walking towards him? Zhao Jin was shocked and shouted loudly. Kill him, everyone charge. While shouting this, they quietly retreated. Their purpose was obvious, which was to take the opportunity to escape. Those who rushed forward would become cannon fodder. There really were a large number of people willing to act as cannon fodder, holding weapons and rushing forward screaming, and those who had long-range weapons opened fire. Wang Li was not afraid at all. He put away his crossbow. A thought flashed through his mind, and a golden-backed dragon-shaped machete appeared in his hand, and then he rushed forward. He kills them one by one, just like chopping melons and vegetables. Anyone who stands in his way will have only one outcome. In the blink of an eye, several awakened ones were hacked to death, and some were directly chopped in half, and the distance between them and Zhao Jin was further shortened. Don't run if you dare. Wang Li shouted and rushed towards Zhao Jin. Some of the awakened ones were probably Zhao Jin's diehard fans. After all, they were loyal. If their loyalty is relatively high, they will rush forward without fear of death if Zhao Jin wants them to die. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. Even when they saw Zhao Jin running away, these highly loyal awakened ones rushed up one after another, willing to serve as cannon fodder. In the distance, Qiu Qingchuan hesitated. He did not join the village as a villager, and most of the more than 100 people under him did not join as villagers either. Because the number of villagers in the primary village is limited, and there are many awakened people in this camp, the 1,000 villagers quota has long been filled. Without joining as a villager, there would be no loyalty. Qiu Qingchuan has always wanted to take revenge, and seeing Wang Li so powerful, he became eager to try again. One of his men said, "Boss, let's do it too. See, Zhao Jin is about to escape." Qiu Qingchuan shook his head and said, "Wait a little longer, there's no rush." Wang Li was like a tiger among wolves, killing one by one with his sword. While approaching Zhao Jin, his speed was not slow at all. If not for the large number of awakened people rushing over, Wang Li would have rushed over and killed Zhao Jin with a single blow, but there are as many as 1,000 villagers in the primary village, and the loyalty of at least half of them should be above 50. They are willing to serve as cannon fodder for Zhao Jin. No, if I am surrounded by so many people, even though I can kill them one by one, it will not be comfortable. The most important thing is that I am worried that Zhao Jin will run away. After killing another awakener with a single blow, Wang Li had a thought in his mind, and a pair of huge black wings appeared out of thin air behind him. When such huge and domineering wings appeared, the people around were obviously stunned. Taking advantage of the time when they were stunned, Wang Li flapped his wings and flew dozens of meters into the air. Looking down from a high position, holding a crossbow, he chased Zhao Jin and shot at him. The shooting speed was still very fast, and most of the arrows were dodged. After all, Zhao Jin's cultivation level was relatively high, and his attributes were much higher than those of ordinary awakeners. If it wasn't Wang Li, but any other awakener, even with a level 10 crossbow, they would not be able to cause much damage to Zhao Jin. Most of the arrows were dodged, but a few still hit Zhao Jin. An arrow flew through the air, so fast that only a trace remained. Zhao Jin tried his best to dodge it, but he was unable to avoid the arrow completely and was hit in the thigh. Zhao Jin screamed and fell to the ground. The second arrow followed closely and headed straight for his chest. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. He quickly rolled on the ground, crawling, and finally managed to avoid the arrow. But before he could catch his breath, another arrow shot at him. With a puff sound, the sound of a sharp blade entering flesh was heard, and Zhao Jin screamed again. The arrow almost pierced him. As expected of an awakened one, his physique was very strong. Even though he was almost pierced through, he was only seriously injured and did not die. Wang Li aimed at the target from dozens of meters in the air and fired arrow after arrow. Those who were holding melee weapons were dumbfounded, and only those with ranged weapons could attack Wang Li. There was an awakened one who was probably a diehard fan of Zhao Jin. He was very anxious when he saw this situation. Suddenly, he had an idea and shouted loudly, "Brothers, use hot weapons. He's a sitting duck in the air now." Hearing such shouts, the others woke up as if from a dream and picked up their hot weapons, such as machine guns, machine cannons, etc., ready to aim and shoot. Seeing that Zhao Jin was seriously injured, Qiu Qingchuan knew that his chance had come and shouted, "Brothers, charge forward and kill those with hot weapons first." His purpose was very clear. He wanted to protect Wang Li and give Wang Li enough time to kill Zhao Jin. He did not want to see Wang Li give up killing Zhao Jin and escape because of the power of hot weapons. Kill, kill, kill. With the joining of more than 100 people, including Qiu Qichuan, the whole scene became a mess. Seeing this, Wang Li was stunned. It soon became clear that someone had betrayed us. After understanding what was going on, he ignored everyone else and only had eyes for Zhao Jin. He shot arrows at him as fast as he could, with all his strength. Before he was seriously injured, Zhao Jin could still dodge most of the arrows. Now he was seriously injured, with arrows on his thighs, arms, and even chest. He could not dodge most of the arrows, and more parts of his body were hit. In just 3 or 5 seconds, he was hit by arrows in many parts of his body. At first, he could still scream, but after being hit by the following arrows, even his screams were very weak. Chapter 112 Large Spring. Wang Li took aim and shot an arrow at Zhao Jin's head. Zhao Jin died instantly. This moment, the villagers of the village were slightly shocked as they all sensed that their village chief had died, and the little loyalty they had towards him vanished into thin air. Without loyalty, many people thought of what Zhao Jin had done before, and gradually felt disgusted, and even thought that such a person should be killed. Put down your weapons. Put down your weapons. Qiu Qingchuan's men shouted and demanded that the villagers lay down their weapons, and some of those who showed the slightest resistance were quickly killed. Look. Oh my God. What's going on? With the death of Zhao Jin, this village will also disappear. The majestic 30-meter high city wall in the distance will disappear, and the buildings belonging to the village, such as the village committee, warehouses, and other buildings will all disappear. Everything disappeared, and the place returned to its original state. It was an empty wilderness, boundless and vast, with only a few lonely buildings that originally belonged here. Wang Li was also slightly stunned, but soon he understood what was going on and his interest grew. It turned out that after the death of the village chief, the village would disappear. It's a pity. I originally wanted to occupy this place and make it my own territory, but it seems that it is impossible. With a wave of his wings behind him, Wang Li landed in front of Qiu Qichuan and others. Qiu Qichuan trotted over and said enthusiastically, "Hello, Boss Li Wu. All the people have been controlled. How do we deal with them?" These people were all former villagers of Zhao Jin, and they were all awakened. As for the thousands of ordinary survivors, when they saw the war begin, they hid as far away as possible, terrified from a long distance. Wang Li glanced at Qiu Qichuan and the others, and could clearly feel the gratitude in their eyes. If it weren't for Wang Li, they would probably have no hope of revenge in their lifetime, would have been suppressed by Zhao Jin all their lives, and might even have become Zhao Jin's villagers. When the village was first established, Qiu Qichuan and others tried to be clever and delayed joining the village as villagers as much as possible, because they heard from some early villagers that after joining, they would become loyal to Zhao Jin. This is something Qiu Qichuan and others do not want to accept. They have always been thinking about revenge, so how could they be loyal to Zhao Jin? Fortunately, the upper limit of the number of villagers in the primary village was only 1,000, and it was soon full. Because there were no vacancies, Qiu Qichuan and his friends escaped and did not join the village. There are now several hundred awakened people here, and at least hundreds of them, like Qiu Qichuan and his companions, have not become villagers. These people were watching the fun from afar and did not join in the fight. Those who had fought with Wang Li just now were all Zhao Jin's villagers. However, as the village disappeared, they also lost their identity as villagers. "Boss, all these people are under our control. Tell me how we should deal with them," Qiu Qichuan said again. Wang Li's eyes swept over the group of people and estimated that there were about 700 or 800 people, a large black mass. They all lowered their heads, and some of them had fear in their eyes. Having survived in the apocalypse for so long, they know that human life is worthless and it is easy for others to kill them. Wang Li had just killed more than 100 people and didn't want to kill anymore. Besides, this group of people had already laid down their weapons and no longer posed any threat. After thinking for a while, Wang Li waved his hand and said, "Confiscate all their weapons and equipment. I don't even bother to take their lives." Hearing this, these people felt relieved. Someone took the initiative to step forward, placed his weapons and equipment on the open space in front of Wang Li, and said a few words of thanks. Gradually, the weapons and equipment in front of Wang Li increased, and after a while they piled up into a small hill. There is a huge pile of weapons and equipment for 700 or 800 people, and a small amount of protective gear. It is a pleasure to look at so many things. Wang Li waved his hand and put all these things into his personal space. This scene made many people envious, and they knew that Wang Li should have a storage ring with a larger space. But I was just envious and didn't dare to have any peeping thoughts unless I wanted to give up my life. After collecting all the things, Wang Li prepared to leave here and find a place where there were no people to see what good things were inside Zhao Jin's storage ring. Seeing Wang Li preparing to leave, Qiu Qichuan got a little anxious and said quickly, "Boss, how about we follow you from now on?" He would definitely want to hug such thick thighs. Wang Li looked at them and said, "A few hundred kilometers away from here, in that direction, I have a camp with an area of 20 square kilometers. It is called Qianlong Village, also known as Long Village. If you want to join me, go to Long Village first. Oh my god. An area of 20 square kilometers. What does that mean? The original area here was 1 square kilometer, which everyone thought was very large. It accommodated thousands of ordinary survivors and 1 or 2,000 awakened people. Suddenly, Qiu Qichuan became a little excited. Boss, no matter how far we are, we will definitely come to you. Hundreds of kilometers are a bit far for ordinary survivors, but for the awakened ones, they can walk there in a few days even on their own 2 feet. Wang Li didn't waste any more time talking to them. He suddenly had an idea and appeared in front of his big villa in an instant, then pushed the door and walked in. It was a bit surprising that the villa was very quiet. Yu Wanning and Shen Tongtong were not there. I was a little puzzled as to where these 2 girls had gone. If he is not here, then he is not here. Maybe he has gone out with a team to hunt mutant beasts. Wang Li sat on the sofa and took out the ring to check it. The space of the ring is not small, it is dozens of cubic meters. This is the largest storage ring that Zhao Jin has ever seen. It seems that Zhao Jin spent a lot of boss crystal cores to increase the space to such a large size. There are a lot of things in it, the most of which are weapons and equipment. Some of them are of relatively high level, and a few are at the first level. For example, Wang Li found a first level 2 axe. There are various cards exploded from mutant beasts, with the most being supply cards. Surprisingly, a cabbage seed card was found, which can materialize 10 kilograms of high-quality cabbage seeds. He reclaimed a large piece of farmland in his camp and planted 2 crops, wheat and potatoes. He didn't plant any vegetables because he had no seeds. This seed must be materialized from a card exploded by a mutant beast. Those seeds before the end of the world will not work. Hey, there's this good stuff. This is a card that emits a faint purple light. Such cards are generally rare cards, and those that materialize are all good things. Name: Large Spring Materialization Card. Description: Using this card, you can materialize a spring at a designated location, with an output of 1,000 cubic meters per hour. The spring water is clear and sweet and can be safely drunk. This is a good thing. Although there is a water purification device in the camp, as the population grows, water supply becomes increasingly tight. Now, with this spring, we no longer have to worry about water. The spring produces 1,000 cubic meters per hour, and it can even be used to irrigate crops. While Wang Li was happy, he was a little puzzled as to why Zhao Jin hadn't used such a good thing. He guessed that maybe he had just obtained it not long ago and hadn't had time to use it yet, so now he got a bargain. Chapter 113 10 years later. In addition to the large fountain manifestation card, there are some other things. For example, there are about 20 or 30 cards with all attributes +1. It seems that they have organized to kill quite a few bosses. There are hundreds of awakened people in the entire camp. If they are organized, they can kill second-level bosses. There is no card with all attributes +2, probably because Zhao Jin has used them all up. As for the 20 or 30 cards with all attributes +1 in the ring, it has probably reached the usage limit. Each awakener can only use 10 cards. He cannot use them himself, so they are left in the ring. After checking the things in the ring, Wang Li thought to himself, not bad, it's a great harvest. Taking out this large fountain materialization card, Wang Li walked out of the villa and stopped about 200 or 300 meters in front of the villa. There is an open space with flat terrain here, so the spring can be set up here. Sun Dalong must have seen Wang Li and trotted over. Boss, you're back. Wang Li nodded and said with satisfaction, Old son, you've done a good job. The population in our camp is increasing. We have also reclaimed a large area of farmland and planted crops such as potatoes and wheat. Sun Dalong reported, Boss, today we have added 762 ordinary survivors and 239 awakened people in our camp. This increases the speed, which is great. Wang Li nodded with satisfaction. Sun Dalong was happy but also stressed. Boss, as the number of people in our camp increases, drinking water will gradually become a problem. A few days ago, Sun Dalong also faced the same problem and was worried about everyone's drinking water. Fortunately, Wang Li took out a water purifier and solved everyone's drinking water problem. As the population increased, there was a gradual pressure on water use. Due to the lack of water, so many crops were basically not irrigated and mainly relied on rain from the sky. Wang Li smiled and raised the lavender rare card in his hand. Old son, take a look at what this is. After taking it and looking at it, Sun Dalong was a little excited. With this thing, even if there are hundreds of thousands of people in the camp, living water will not be a problem. 1,000 cubic meters of high-quality, clear spring water per hour is 24,000 tons per day. What does this mean? The surprise came too suddenly. Wang Li said loudly, Everyone, please move aside. I want to materialize this spring water. Everyone, including Sun Dalong, made way. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Wang Li materialized the card, and suddenly, A clear spring of water appeared in front of everyone. A large amount of clear spring water gushes out, forming a water column several meters high. This is clear, high-quality spring water. Outside, many survivors were so hungry and thirsty that they were willing to sell themselves just to get a sip of water. But here, the clear and sweet spring water seemed to be free. Many people cheered. More and more people came upon hearing the news, and many even scooped up the spring water and drank it with great enjoyment. Wang Li waved his hand and said, "Old son, arrange for people to build a large pool at this location with this spring as the center." "Okay, boss. I'll arrange for someone to start the work right away." There are many ordinary survivors in the camp, which means there are many strong laborers. It is impossible for so many strong laborers to eat white rice. They must participate in labor and exchange labor for materials, such as food, water for daily use, etc. Wang Li doesn't have to worry about how to design and construct this pool. Among so many ordinary survivors, some are professionals in this field. In the evening, Yu Wanning, Shen Tingting, and others are back. Seeing Wang Li, the two girls were extremely surprised and almost said in unison, "Hubby, when did you come back?" Wang Li said, "It's been a while since you came back. It looks like you guys are out hunting mutant beasts. There is actually such a huge and ferocious rat. Wang Chu, I'm not really worried about this. As everyone's strength increases, most awakened people have weapons and equipment. If there are 20 or 30 people, even if they encounter a dozen mutant beasts, it will not be a big problem. Even mutant beasts of level 8 or 9 are not dangerous." Throughout the camp, the levels of the awakened people generally reached level 4 or 5, with a few reaching level 6 or even level 7. Now that they are strong, it is not a problem for the two women to go out and kill mutant beasts when they are free. It can at least help them gain some cultivation. There was joy outside the villa. When many awakened people came back and heard about the large spring, they came to take a look and drink a few sips. Under the organization and arrangement of Sun Dalong, construction began overnight, with this spring as the center, and a large-scale construction was carried out. 10 years later, the global population stabilized at around 200 million and began to grow slowly, and cities were built all over the world. These cities are large and small, and basically developed from villages. They all have high walls. This is the last home of mankind. Among so many cities, the most famous, largest, most populous city is called Dragon City. It has a population of over 10 million and covers an area of 10,000 square kilometers. It is surrounded by a majestic and spectacular steel wall that is 300 meters high. This is an advanced form that developed from a village to a town and then to a city. Not only does it cover an area of 10,000 square kilometers, but the reinforced concrete city walls have also become steel walls, and the height has reached 300 meters. The area outside the city is almost completely a paradise for mutant beasts, and even level 10 mutant beasts appear, but Dragon City has always been very safe. In addition to the sturdy and tall city walls, there are also a large number of high-level awakeners, such as the city lord Wang Li, who is said to have reached the 10th level of cultivation, which is the maximum level of cultivation. Wang Li's strength has reached an unfathomable level. Some people saw that city lord Wang killed a terrifying level 10 lord-level mutant beast with just a few sword strikes. In 10 years, not only did Wang Li's cultivation level reach the 10th stage and level 10, but all the buffs of the artifacts in his backpack were awakened. He was simply a killer who could kill anyone who stood in his way. In addition to his unfathomable strength, what is enviable is that Wang Li has a total of 12 beautiful wives. Each of them is stunningly beautiful, and each of them is extremely powerful. Wang Li is not only the Lord of Dragon City, but also the Guardian of Dragon City. He has always lived an enviable life.